After 5 draws in Dubai, Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi are still tied in the FIDE World Championship match. But today is Game 6, and if we go back in chess history, Game 6 have often been very dramatic. So will the trend continue? Welcome to Chess24 Global. Nine games remain in the FIDE World Championship match. Today is Game 6, and David's been doing some digging, going down in chess history, and we will reveal more of it later, David, but basically, can we expect some fireworks today?
I think definitely, Kaya. I have a good feeling about today, and as you mentioned, Game 6, it has a lot of decisive results behind it usually, so I'm expecting Magnus today to throw everything at Nepomniachtchi.
Are you surprised that after 5 games we still haven't seen a winner in any of the games?
Slightly surprised, but then again, at the beginning of matches, there's always nerves. At the end of matches, there's always nerves. Now we're in the middle portion. It feels like the players can take risks, and I think they will do.
And after a rest day, Magnus, with the white pieces, do you think Team Carlsen is stressing a little bit with getting in that first win?
I think they will be stressed if today doesn't go according to plan. If they can get a surprise in, if they can win a game, they'll be feeling happy. But if Nepomniachtchi again is able to win the opening battle, then Team Carlsen will definitely be disappointed and worried.
All right. Well, 2 days ago, Game 5, Jan Nepomniachtchi had the white pieces, and he forced Magnus Carlsen to spend all of his time saving a draw.
The 5th day of the FIDE World Championship in Dubai saw a game full of tension and unexpected moves.
A surprise. B4. He's pushed his b-pawn, and I guess the idea as well is to give some room for this black knight. So, for example, if white pushes forward, then we might see a trade, and later on, if we do see another capture in the center, black does have some safe squares to jump to. I'm also very surprised by Jan Nepomniachtchi's last move. He's gone for a queen trade. He's captured with the white queen. I was assuming here he would just take with the white rook to keep those pieces on the board. As Simon mentioned, the more pieces disappear, the closer we get to the endgame, where Magnus is very happy in general. And here, white still has a tiny advantage, maybe, because his bishop is slightly superior to black's bishop, but black doesn't have any weaknesses. Yeah. And there it is. Magnus makes the move. Okay, they do offer a draw. And there we go.
I think overall it was most of the time fairly holdable, and if there were some difficult moments, then neither of us saw them.
All right, and Magnus, 5 draws in. Is it getting easier, or is the tension rising as the games get less?
No, obviously the tension is rising, and it's becoming clearer and clearer that it's going to be hard for either of us to break through.
And after a rest day, Magnus Carlsen will now be ready for Game 6 in Dubai. In the studio today as well, we will have GM Simon Williams guiding us through the game. And Simon, did you have an enjoyable rest day?
I did, yeah. Very, very relaxing rest day. I had a day off, shall I say, sleeping a lot, and obviously preparing for the show today. But it was, it was very nice just to chill out after all this tension we're seeing so far in the chess.
Yep. And I know, Jovanka, we have sort of a greeting from Simon's best friend in the UK as well.
Yeah, we do, and it's from Charlie the Chess Cat, who also had a very nice rest day and is now getting ready for Game 7. And I think everyone did appreciate that rest day, because the match has been very tense and very cagey and very intense, and we want everyone at home to be part of this experience, and we want you to send us your chess selfies please. Show us where you're watching the match from. Show us who you're watching the match with, or just simply send us your move suggestions, your thoughts, and we will feature them on the show. Now, to get featured, you need to tweet us using the hashtag Chess24Live. C24 Live. Sorry, my apologies.
C24 Live. But Chess24 is where you can send all of your friends to join us and following Game 6 from the World Championship match. And, well, yesterday, rest day. David, do we know anything about what the players did?
Knowing Magnus, he was probably doing a lot of sport. I heard football, I heard paddleball as well. Nepomniachtchi, a mystery. Probably similar to Simon, a lot of sleep, a lot of rest for the players.
Yeah, we do see, this is footage from the first rest day. That was on Monday when Magnus did play football, but we do have a big team down there. And they did tell us that Magnus, again, played football yesterday. But, you know, with the white pieces as well. Simon, how much time will his team have spent preparing something special for the game today?
I think they would have had a very interesting chat about how it's going, basically, and if they're happy with the progress, if they need to change things up, which is very possible. Maybe they need to try a different opening out. Maybe they want to just keep going the way they are. But it seems after that last game that they should probably try something a little bit new, maybe something a bit fresh. So I'm going to put a prediction out there, a bit of a bold one, but I'm going to say that Magnus is going to come out with C4, something new, and I think he's going to push. Now, in my eyes, this might be a decisive game today, and I think we're all hoping for that. But the danger I feel that Magnus has got is if he really feels he needs to win this game, maybe over-pushes too much in a position, and that would give Jan some great chances as well. So I think it's going to be the most exciting day so far. So I'm looking forward to it.
All right, sounds exciting. Now, on the rest day, Rune also went back to the expo, and guess who he ran into? Vishy Anand. So Rune offered him a ride in his golf cart, and that gave us some interesting insight from the previous world champion.
Today is a very special day on chess players in buggies getting tea, because today we have the 5-time world champion and the perfect chess gentleman, Viswanathan Anand, in the buggy. Vishy, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's a great honor for us. How has the experience of the top chess player changed throughout these 3 decades?
Mostly everything is sped up, so the world goes faster and faster, and chess is not immune from this. The world is much more interconnected. It's hard to believe that when at that stage we were still waiting for bulletins to be mailed to us and so on. Now everything is available at your fingertips. And I feel that chess has finally become much more global.
And there's this enormous chess boom in India, and we have all these very, very strong players. How does that make you feel as sort of the godfather of Indian chess to see this huge boom?
Obviously, I'm very proud. I mean, you know, I feel there's some degree it's a kind of my legacy, and that chess is popular in India and that I helped catalyze this. Obviously, that is something that I treasure a lot.
Do you think that we will see, I think it's realistic, we will see a new Indian world champion in the near future?
I'm very hopeful. Obviously, we'll have to concentrate our efforts and try and help this person, but we have so much talent and dedicated young players that I feel that is a very realistic prospect.
And your career in general is unbelievable. 5-time classical world champion, 2 times rapid, even you became rapid world champion in 2017 even, and won the Blitz World Cup in 2009. It seems like you have done every single thing there is to do in chess. Is there something that you feel you need, there's something that you haven't done in chess yet?
Not particularly. I'm pretty satisfied at how it goes, but it's still fun to see, can you do it one more time? Can I play these much younger rivals? How much longer can I do it? Can I surprise myself? You find little things to keep you going. But I said, for me, the secret sauce, if you like, is that I enjoy being a chess player. I like playing chess. I like being in the chess scene, and Without that, it's much harder.
So I just want to say thank you very much. This has been a great honor. And guys, that was the chess legend Vishy Anand himself. I hope you enjoyed, and back to you guys.
Thank you to Rune. That was from the rest day yesterday. Vishy Anand saying that he's not going to quit quite yet, Ivanka. That is great news.
That is great news, and you can tell whenever he discusses chess, he just loves the game. For me, I was really interested to hear about his motivation. You know, that thing where he says, can he keep up with the young guys? How long can he maintain his performance? Because 2021, it was quite successful for him because he did play in a tournament. He did do very, very well. So I also don't want him to hang up his chess gloves just yet.
Yeah. All right, we're going to head back down to Dubai. Game 6 starts in 20 minutes. Tanya is standing right outside the fish tank where the players are sitting every day, and we do expect them to arrive very shortly.
We're inside the playing hall. Behind us is the fish tank, the glass box. The stage is set. We are waiting for the two players to take their seats as they return recharged with reset batteries to take on Game 6. Now, definitely, it's got some adjustments and reformulations of their gameplay strategy. We're going to find out very shortly what that's about as Magnus Carlsen starts with the white pieces. We've got 3 games before the next rest day. Magnus has got 2 out of 3. He starts with the white pieces. What is going to be the opening plan? Now, historically, Game 6 has been of so much significance in World Championship matches. It's often been the game which has had a decisive result. Are we going to see a bloodthirsty fist fight that we're all waiting for? We're going to find that out. But what we do know is that Magnus Carlsen spent the rest day doing what he loves the most. Well, at least what he loves the most after chess. Some more football. He played football, he watched football, but that's just half the story. Undoubtedly, with the team, it was all about what is the game plan going forward against Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's been so solid in his approach. Will we see a 1e4? Will it be a repeat of a Petrov? Will we see a Catalan? Or just like in the 2018 World Championship match against Fabiano Caruana, is Magnus going to switch it up completely with 1c4? We'll find out shortly.
All right. Ooh, super interesting. What will be the first move in today's game? And you guys have also predicted something a little bit different today, David.
I think we've all gone for different opening predictions, actually.
Wow.
I've predicted that Magnus will win just because I want to see a decisive result, and he has white, so he must be the favourite. But I've gone for a Petrov defence.
Okay.
Just a repeat of Game 4, but maybe a different idea. I know Simon has gone for something very different, the English opening.
Yeah, I've gone for the English. I think he might try to mix things up totally, play something completely different. I'm hoping for a decisive result. I'm hoping for at least an exciting game. I mean, I personally think all the games have been very interesting. They've been so close, and there's these little margins which are keeping them toe in toe for each other. But yeah, we're nearly there. It's only going to be like 15 minutes or so now, so yeah. Exciting.
Exciting. And on the board here in the studio, you guys have put up the Queen's Gambit.
I put up my own prediction,
exactly.
Which is I think that the Catalan variation, which is a branch of the Queen's Gambit, is going to be played, and it's kind of reverting back to his approach in Game 2 when the game got really sharp. And like David, I also said that Magnus was going to win, and I think it would take him 47 moves to get there.
All right, yeah, because if you guys want to join the Carlsen Nepo prediction challenge, you can do that on the link on the bottom of the screen. Predict how many moves, what opening, and the result of every single game. Compete with friends and the entire chess world, actually. And David, you're doing very good in the prediction challenge so far.
I'm doing okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm in 43rd place in the world.
Wow.
Oh, no,
in the
wait,
world.
30th place in the world right now. But my main, yeah, I mean, it's fun comparing.
And you even missed a day.
I even missed a day, that's right. I mean, I have fun comparing myself to you, but also the viewers at home, some of them predicting spot on. A lot of right openings there, a lot of correct results. So well done to the viewers.
Yeah, and of course, I think the most difficult part is how many moves will be played. And you are expecting and betting for a win for Magnus today. How many moves does it take to win a game at this level?
It's difficult. You rarely see 20-move wins or anything quicker than that. That's what we would call a miniature. That normally requires a blunder on one side's part. I think the average is around 35 to 40, just because that's where the players start getting short of time, and maybe that's where the mistakes creep in. So I've said 42. Ivanka, you said 47. I think those are sensible guesses. Simon?
I went for 42 as well. So snap. So I saw you were doing so well. I thought I'd better copy you. So
Don't look at my screen. Don't look at my screen.
I know. I'm just like, what did he go for? I'm certainly right at the bottom of the leaderboard at the moment. But let's just move on. Stupid predictions anyway. So doesn't mean anything at all, in my opinion.
Well, you guys can also, of course, join the prediction challenge and go ahead and do it now. We're going to have a quick commercial break, and when we get back, we're going to tell you why we could maybe expect a different opening from Magnus Carlsen today.
Today, more than ever, when the world comes together to create a better tomorrow.
It's going to be magic.
La magie. Magic.
Magic with music.
With architecture.
With colors.
Magic with celebration.
With your safety.
From here.
There.
And everywhere.
For 6 whole months, day and night.
Join the making of a new world, starting October 1st.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content. Playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
Welcome back to Chess24 Global. We are waiting for Game 6 to start in Dubai, and historically, Game 6 in World Championship history has been full of drama and surprises. You see Boris Spassky and Bobby Fischer in the back here, and 1972, Simon. Game 6 between these two had a big surprise in the opening. What was that?
This was a really fascinating match in total, because you had Spassky, obviously from Russia, and they'd been dominating the chess scene for a number of years, decades. And you had Bobby Fischer from America come over. They played in Reykjavik in 1972. Reykjavik, a lovely place, one of my favourite places in the world, in Iceland. Similar temperatures here, pretty cold. And it was Game 6, and there's a lot of drama before this. But what really occurred on move 1 was the first shocking move with the white pieces. Bobby Fischer played the English opening, probably the best name for any opening in the world.
Yeah.
And this was a major surprise, and it went into the Tartakova variation of Queen's Gambit. And the story goes that when Boris Spassky was preparing with his seconds before the match, they talked about Fischer playing the English or D4, and they said, Nah, no way. He's not going to play that. He's a 1e4 player. There's no way he's going to play the Tartakova. We don't need to look at that opening. So they didn't look at the opening well enough, and Fischer got his opening ideas in, and apparently Spassky just forgot the right move, and Fischer won a beautiful positional struggle. So that's why I'm thinking maybe Magnus, who's a lover of chess history, Magnus might be like, right, call me Bobby. I'm going to go for the English. And that's why I'm picking the English today. English all over, I hope.
Because next year is going to be 50-year anniversary, actually, for the big, dramatic 72 match. Magnus Carlsen, his humor, the way he likes to play his games. Could he be inspired? Come up with something surprising today?
It's the kind of thing he would do, I think. He's done similar things in the past. There was one story when he was at the opening dinner for, I think it was the London Classic, and he was sitting there with Kramnik and other players, and they were talking about openings, and he mentioned, the Birds, which is an opening you play with this move, a very rare opening, and Kramnik said, this opening, this is my Russian accent, sorry, this opening is rubbish. Won't be doing that again. And you cannot play the Birds. So the next day, obviously, Carlsen has the white pieces against Kramnik, and he plays the Birds, and he wins. So it's the kind of humour which he might do, but it is a World Championship match, so we won't be expecting any Birds there, I think. Yeah.
Well, it must be hard to be a second these days. Not only have to you look at the repertoire for the players, you have to know their humour as well, maybe.
You have to know their personality, that's for sure. Yeah, definitely. Lots to think about.
All right. Well, Magnus Carlsen, Game 6 in World Championship history, has also been dramatic. Maybe the most dramatic moment in his 5 World Championship matches came in Game 6 in 2014.
I was very much in the mindset of that my position is better, but it's not so easy to win. But I have all the time in the world, and I'm not in any danger of losing my advantage. But I was trying to find the most accurate way to play, and so I just lost my tactical vigilance there for a moment. I froze immediately. Once you play the move, you see it.
Magnus, he looked like he realized something has gone badly off the rails there.
It's so also just in the mindset, I think, that he was trying to defend, and I don't know. He just lost his vigilance, I guess, for a moment. I'm sure he noticed it later.
I think Fischer realized that he missed this. I think he seems very nervous.
I felt like I was a bit shaky throughout the game after that, but I think it affected him more. I ended up winning that game, and it obviously ended up deciding the match more or less. This is a classic example of if you're given this position as a puzzle, if you know there's something there, that's all you need to know. You find it in 1 second. But if you don't look for it, it may somehow escape you, and that's sort of the psychology of why these double blunders sometimes happen.
I remember there's a moment in 2014 I was in Sochi, and I remember it was going crazy outside the playing venue. Team Carlsen was super nervous to see Anand's next move. Do you guys remember your reaction when you saw this happen?
Yeah, mine was just pure shock. You never expect to see a world champion blunder, let alone in a dominating position, and it's quite an elementary mistake as well. So yeah, I was in shock, but more in shock that Anand didn't find it.
Yeah.
He missed it, because normally Anand is super sharp.
Yeah, Anand played very quickly, and I also remember that exact moment because I was watching with the analysis bar, and the analysis bar shot up all the way to the black side, and I was like, oh, what's happening? And then you spot the tactic, but by then Anand had already made his move, and the moment has passed. But it is certainly a nerve-wracking moment, and it could have changed the course of the match for sure.
Could you show us the blunder, David? What happened? What was Magnus's blunder, and what was Vichy's blunder?
this is the moment that could have changed chess history. Imagine Magnus could potentially have lost his crown, and it all happened in this position. Carlsen is white, Anand is black, and Magnus has a dominating position. These rooks are especially strong, these bishops are great pieces as well. But just one moment of carelessness, one moment of blindness forced Magnus to step his king forward out into the open, and in endgames this is normally fine, but here the king is on a bad square. White has too many loose pieces as well, especially this rook, and that means Anand here had the opportunity to capture this pawn in the center with his knight. Looks like you're giving up a knight, but this rook is attacked twice, and if the rook captures the black rook, then instead of taking back, when black would lose a knight, maybe this is what Anand saw, black could flick in what we call a Zwischenzug, an in-between move. He could play knight takes pawn, check, and now we see why it was such a blunder. White has put his king on a bad square, and no matter where you go, black can give another check and keep this pawn, and next move, take the rook. In the process, black has won 2 pawns and would have a winning position. Big miss from Anand.
Wow, but eventually Magnus Carlsen did save a win in that game, and Magnus and Jan Nepomniachtchi, they have both now arrived the venue in Dubai, ready for Game 6. Will it be another game with some huge drama? And yeah, here we see Vladimir Potkin and Jan Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces today against Magnus Carlsen. And I wonder if Magnus again spent 7, 8, 9, 10 minutes in his car discussing with his second Peter Heine before entering the playing venue. Anyways, here he comes out of the car. Will it be with a white suit? The trend continues and a big smile on his face. Magnus Carlsen. But we have been teasing the viewers, David. Game 6 in World Championship history has been dramatic, and we actually have numbers to support this.
That's right. I actually went through every World Championship match in history, official World Championship match, and it looks like 17 of those games were decisive in Game 6. And there we see some of them stretching the whole way back to the first World Championship match in 1886. And I mean, so much blood on the board, so many decisive games. It feels like Game 6 is when the players start to take risks, when they feel warmed up. And there we go. More of the most famous battles, including Tal beating Botvinnik when Tal became world champion, Fischer beating Spassky, as Simon mentioned, in 72, and of course Carlsen beating Anand twice in Game 6s. Yeah, it's a dramatic day, and maybe that trend will continue.
It's incredible that he's actually won twice in round 6 as well, not once but twice, and this is why it's. I think Garry Kasparov said his lucky number was 13, so maybe Magnus's lucky number is 6.
Should be.
It should certainly be. Yeah, going on those scores there.
Yeah, and also getting lucky in one of those games, winning after a blunder. Do you think it's something psychological, or why could it be that Game 6 often sees a winner, Jovanka?
Well, in the case of Magnus Carlsen against Vishy Anand, it was the critical point. They've just reached the halfway mark, and maybe the nerves and the energy it took finally kind of kicks in. But I have to say, 6 might be Magnus's lucky number, but in his game against Caruana in 2018, that Game 6 didn't quite go according to plan. There, Magnus was a little bit careless, and he reached an endgame which was actually technically losing for him. And Fabiano Caruana could have found a study-like win to just take home the point. But he didn't, so he got away with it. So
he got lucky, actually, also.
Definitely some luck.
Yeah. All right. For Jan Nepomniachtchi today, of course, with the black pieces, what should we expect from him today?
I think it's just more of the same from Nepomniachtchi. It's clear his strategy is holding with black, being solid with black, and then pushing with white. So I'm expecting Nepomniachtchi to just continue playing the same openings, same strategy.
Magnus Carlsen, with his white suit, has arrived for Game 6 in Dubai. We are maybe as excited as we've ever been in this match to see the very first move. You expect more of the same, David?
I do, but the more I think about it, the more I like Simon's suggestion. Play the English opening, throw Nepomniachtchi onto the back foot early on. And actually, Magnus has played 2 different first moves so far with white. He might adopt a third first move. He's played e4 and d4. Why not c4 as well?
I thought it was very interesting in the car. He had this new person with him. He normally has Peter Heine, but he had his close friend there. I think this Norwegian chap who is his
Magnus
personal something
Barstad.
lover.
Yeah.
Won't mention what he called himself, but but he was there. So maybe that's quite a relaxing thing to have a close friend, non-chess player with him. Maybe just chilling him out a little bit before the game.
So do you think actually in the car on their way to the venue that they're actually talking about everything else but chess?
Probably, yeah.
Maybe football, maybe something else, yeah. But it's
and it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you to Game 6 of the FIDE World Championship Dubai 2021.
We're here. Maurice, Ashley, welcome everyone to the match. We will see if there's going to be a celebrity today as well to make that first move, or if Magnus will make it himself.
Yeah, it's rare to see Magnus arrive first. Normally he prefers to arrive as late as possible. Normally Nepomniachtchi's the first one sitting there and waiting for the opponent, so maybe some delays. We'll wait and see.
Already, things are shifting up here on day 6. Will we also see a decisive game with a winner?
Mind games maybe behind Nepomniachtchi's delayed start here.
But it could also be from Magnus Carlsen, because he's the one who's attended the board early, and it could be he's just like getting himself in the zone, getting ready for all the action.
You could see his eyes there. He was just staring down Jan Nepomniachtchi as he was walking in. Maybe there is some mind games going on here, and it doesn't look like there's a celebrity in the room right now. So will Magnus then make the first move on his own, or is someone coming in? You know, I'm getting really anxious to see this first move now.
I'm convinced it's going to be a Queen's Pawn opening, because he adjusted his queen.
Come on, C4. Come on.
Body language experts, all of us.
It's like betting on dogs. Come on, C4.
That's
come on.
Yeah. Which one's going to get him?
Which one did you go for, Kaya? I went for Queen's Gambit again because you told me it's the most aggressive opening.
One of these days you'll be right.
Yes.
Exactly what I'm thinking.
Remember as well, that's what the teams are doing. They're trying to guess the opponent's moves. They're playing basically the prediction challenge every day before every game. And it's never clear what the opponent is going to surprise them with.
Magnus look a little bored, actually, or is he basically just deep in thought?
It looks like his poker face, similar to the face we saw in 2014 when he blundered, just trying to keep a clear expression, not giving anything away.
They must be so nervous, even though they've been here so many times before. They're good at hiding these nerves, but the amount of things that are going through their mind just at this moment before they get into battle.
Yeah. And we do have an opening move. Not 100% sure who this is.
I heard Maurice Ashley say it's the mayor. Is that the mayor of Dubai? Is that the mayor of somewhere? Okay, and he's played E4. Will Magnus take that move back?
Take it back, please.
We haven't predicted that, so...
it's going back.
Going back.
But would he play it again, or is he... I think he's going the other way.
Clocks are started. Magnus looks a little frustrated with something here.
Yeah.
He's impatient to get the game
There
going.
we go.
What is it? What is it? Come on, English. Come on.
It's D4.
Oh, Kaya, we're on board. Yay.
So myself and Simon, we're out of the running in this opening challenge at least. And okay, Magnus brings his knight out. So not what we saw actually in game 2. There, he pushed a pawn forward first. He pushed his c-pawn. But this could still transpose back to the Queen's Gambit. Magnus maybe just being a bit tricky with the move orders. And okay, symmetry. Nepomniachtchi also pushes his queen's pawn. If Magnus pushes the c-pawn now to challenge this, it's the Queen's Gambit.
Did he play?
No, I don't think he did.
Play here? This looks like a very strange move.
No, he's just pushed his
G3.
What?
The Catalan. So it's back into...
Possibly.
Probably the Catalan. Possibly, yeah. So.
Although this move order has the reputation of maybe not being the most ambitious or not the most accurate, because it does allow black to develop the light square bishop out to a very active square. So he's not forcing the Catalan yet, he's just giving black as many options as possible.
I remember we did say when we were looking at his other games, what should Magnus be doing in this game? And we even mentioned you, David, the way you play. And we said he should be trying to play a slow game, keep the pieces on the board, maybe not try to get that tension in the centre too much, just develop and just try to outplay. So this is following that kind of strategy of fianchettoing, castling, and then just playing chess. So sensible.
It reminds you of my openings where I just don't know what to play, so I just play anything. And normally this is just to get the opponent out of their book as early as possible, to get them thinking on their own feet. And already you see Nepomniachtchi has paused.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah. So we might head back into the Catalan, we might head back into other more known territory. But right now, Magnus just keeping Nepomniachtchi guessing. And
what do you think?
It's quite a rare choice.
Yeah, I think it is a rare choice, certainly for World Championship matches and at the high levels. But I think at I'm going to say lower levels, this move is pretty common. And the whole idea is just to avoid some of the most complicated lines that you would see in a Catalan. And basically, you just want to castle your king and eventually push that c-pawn 2 squares forward.
Yeah, and I wonder who predicted this. I'm not even sure what to call this opening, to be honest. It's not quite the Queen's Gambit yet, but it might become the Queen's Gambit.
Well, I think this is great. I mean, just the fact that we can't name the opening is brilliant, because I know a lot of comments also from people watching have been, OK, can they play something different to avoid that early draw? Can they make up an opening? You can't really make up an opening in chess. Everything's kind of been covered. Well, if you do make up an opening, it's probably going to be complete rubbish. But just the fact that this doesn't have a name means that it could be a very rich game, I feel. Yeah. Less theory in the position.
Fully agreed, and I like the strategy from Magnus. I'm surprised by the move order. I think if you wanted to do this, maybe just stay flexible, don't push the d-pawn forward on move 1. But then again, it's got Nepomniachtchi thinking. And I think this is the type of strategy, maybe similar to that which Fischer adopted in 1972, just surprise the opponent as early as possible. Remember, in the past, Nepomniachtchi, I think on 2 or 3 occasions in this match, he's been prepared till move 20 or beyond.
Yeah.
Now he's out of book on move 3. So it's not the most ambitious opening for White. He's not going to win out of the opening Magnus, but he's got Nepomniachtchi thinking. And that's a new scenario for the challenger.
Team Carlsen sitting now just saying, finally he is thinking. And what is the plan behind this g-pawn move? I mean, it looks strange.
Yeah, it's just to create a nice home for the white light-squared bishop. White will next tuck his bishop behind this pawn, and it's actually on the longest possible diagonal. Personally, I always do this as well. Well, I love to do this because once the bishop does sit behind this pawn, and then the white king castles behind the pawn and bishop, it's basically the safest setup for your king in chess. We call it the fianchetto, where you just put your bishop on the longest possible diagonal, and then later on, when the position opens up, the bishop on that square will become a beast. So, yeah, very flexible as well.
I think there's many moves that Black can play here. I mean, if Black's really ambitious here, there is a move which has a great name. I think it's called the orangutan or the orangutan. And I'm just looking at a New in Chess article on G-Chess. OK, he's played the most common move here, E6. And this is, again, I guess following with his strategy, it's playing very solid chess. Nothing too crazy. Developing his pieces normally and getting ready to castle.
I'm gutted, Simon. I was hoping to see that kind of reversed orangutan opening as well, with Black pushing the b-pawn, but so far, no real surprises. Nepomniachtchi, he's actually trying to hope that Magnus steers back into the Catalan opening. So Black has just castled now, and if we see Magnus push his c-pawn forward, if Magnus pushes the white c-pawn 2 squares, then we'll see a direct transposition back into game 2.
Ooh.
But no.
I like it.
No Catalan.
No Catalan for Nepomniachtchi today, and OK.
I love the strategy, though. I really do. I mean, he's avoiding the theory. This is what he's known to be best at, I think. If you think of Carlsen, avoid the theory, play some moves, get into the game, and just try to get the opponent thinking. So it seems very wise to me, this strategy of playing. So,
yeah. I agree in general, but it does show that Magnus and his team, they haven't come up with anything against Nepomniachtchi's opening from game 2. It means they haven't found an improvement there. They're a bit scared of going into the mainline Catalan. That's a lot of, I think, respect to Nepomniachtchi and his team. But also this opening, this pawn push, I've actually looked at it myself quite a lot, and I think Black has a few ways to just get a position, a very stable, solid position. And maybe he's hoping that it won't suit Nepomniachtchi's style. I think he's playing the man here, not the board, right now.
Well, that sounds like a good idea, knowing Magnus Carlsen, right?
It's a different idea, and normally it's a good one as well. But then again, if Nepomniachtchi can survive the next 10 moves and come out with a decent position, then we might look back and think the strategy was risky from Carlsen. So it's too early to say yet. I like it as well, just like Simon. I like the idea behind it, but Nepomniachtchi, just judging by his last move, he might be back in waters that he knows. Now he's pushed a pawn forward, challenging White's central pawn.
Yeah,
and,
Magnus answers immediately.
Yeah. I think Magnus might have been inspired by Vladislav Artemiev, someone who's done really well on the Champions Chess Tour recently, because he adopts this type of strategy all the time.
Because he's not known for his openings, right?
Exactly. He's known for just getting a position. He doesn't want to win out of the opening, he just wants to make it a long game. And, OK, after a trade of pawns, we see Magnus now challenge the black centre. And this is instructive. Normally, if you have pawns in the center, your opponent will challenge them. If your opponent has pawns in the center, you don't want that stronghold to exist. You challenge those pawns. So.
And how nice is that pawn structure, you guys? Super. Oh, just all the way over there.
Yeah, and I also have to say it's getting rare because checking out this pawn push that Magnus has just played, here is the opening surprise that Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus' second, promised. Because the most common move is actually just to develop the dark squared bishop. But here, well, it's immediate confrontation. And let's have a look at my cloud database and see if anyone is... Oh,
the good old cloud.
Someone has been...
Oh, what, a couple of days ago? Don't tell me.
August
okay.
27th, 2021, they had a little dive. So this one, I don't think that is necessarily...
That looks like coincidence.
Yeah, I think so.
The only game I can find, I'm just using G-Chess, is an online game where Penguin, who's a very famous, his nickname is Penguin, it's not actually called Penguin. Andrew Tang, yes, won a game with the black piece of this. But you're right, C4 is a very rare move because you're offering damage to your pawn structure. So this must be the prepared idea, as you mentioned, that they've been saving.
Yeah, so for example, you mentioned the damage to the pawn structure. Black can actually capture this white pawn now, maybe the most natural move in the position. And if Magnus plays, again, the most obvious recapture, which he may or may not do, I'm thinking he won't. But if he takes back with the pawn, then this pawn structure is actually not ideal for the world champion, for white. These pawns are now isolated, they're big targets. Later on, the black knight can maybe spring forward and start attacking some of these pawns. So usually at this early stage in the game, you don't want to separate your pawns. I think Magnus's idea, if black captures, is probably just to shuffle his queen to the side to create a pin on this line. And he wants to recapture this pawn with his queen. So if black just develops, then, for example, queen takes pawn, and at least your pawns are intact. And we also mentioned earlier this bishop, this fianchettoed bishop. The reason white has a small advantage traditionally in these types of positions is because this bishop is better than its counterpart. Black's light squared bishop just sits at home. It's buried behind its two pawns, whereas white's bishop is going to become very, very strong. For example, later on, if this knight ever moves out the way, this bishop will be peering down at many, many targets. So I like these positions as white. It's nothing special, but it's just a small, stable advantage. And maybe that's why Nepomniachtchi is pausing in the current position. If he takes this pawn, he might just have a slightly inferior position. But if he maintains the pawn, if he develops instead, then after some trades, we might see black with the isolated pawn. And it will come down to who's more comfortable in these types of scenarios. There's no right or wrong in this position. It's just a matter of taste.
How about the white dark squared bishop? Magnus pushed his pawn on the other side to develop his bishop. Was that also a little bit of the plan with the bishop on, the pawn on this side?
Definitely, Kaya. I think no matter what, over the next 3 or 4 moves, the white dark square bishop is going to also adopt the same strategy. These two pieces, especially later in the game, if there are trades, if the knights disappear out of the way, then they will have a bit of a crisscross effect.
Looks like don't enter here.
Exactly.
Dangerous territory.
They'll cover every square on the board if these two bishops are unleashed later. So really interesting strategy, and I expect Nepomniachtchi over the next few moves to burn even more time, to be honest, to decide whether to take this pawn, whether to bring his knight out. He could, if he's feeling extra ambitious, maybe push in the center, but this feels risky if your opponent has prepared. And I have a feeling white might jump forward with the knight now just to open up this bishop and to take away this key square from the opponent's knight. And this looks promising to me.
Yeah.
Right.
I have to say the first thing you look at when you're preparing your opening surprises are those forcing moves, you know, those kind of critical pawn breaks in the center and those pawn pushes. So I think I agree with you. It's not necessarily a good practical choice for Nepomniachtchi to go into that pawn line. I do have a question from Vishal Rana on Twitter, who asks us, does the style of moving pieces in chess describe the personality of the players?
Well, I find it quite interesting because you have different ways you can move. We're so used to clicking the mouse now, but there is actually a real chessboard, and you have your screwers. which means when you get a piece, you screw it into the board. So you put it on a square and you screw it in. And it's like it's defining. Like, yeah, it's like, you know, yep, that's a good move.
It's going to be here.
It belongs there. It belongs there. Just that little turn of the wrist there.
Who would do that?
Simon's done that a few times to me, I think.
I think, yeah, I've occasionally done the little screw movement.
I like it.
But then you have the bangers, and they just want to bang the piece on the board. You know, get some action. That's very rude. Don't be a banger. And then you just have the ones who look the other way. So they really like, you know, they're just very relaxed and they like just pushing the piece very calmly. So I don't know, which one are you, David? Would you say you're any of those three?
I move pieces like I drink tea, always with my little finger up.
Little finger. Okay.
And David's very gentle. With
He's very gentle. He's very, yeah.
You rarely see him like banging the clock or banging pieces.
He's a gentleman.
Definitely.
Gentleman at the board, yeah. And yourself, Jovanka?
Yeah, I think I play quite normally, except when I'm in time trouble, and then you might see some
the banging.
Banging, sorry.
But I mean, it can be quite scary if your opponent starts banging the moves out, banging the clock. You're like, whoa, just calm down, you know. So like, so it has obviously some psychological effects the way you move sometimes. So yeah.
But I heard that in movies, especially when they portray chess players, this is when chess players will see that this is a bad movie. They haven't practiced the moving because the chess player will more like slide, 100%. Right, instead of picking up and placing it.
Their movements are a little bit kind of. Doesn't have that smoothness, as you say. They kind of move the pieces like that, and barring junior level tournaments, very low level tournaments, everyone has developed this kind of refined movements.
Yeah, I see that on Simon as well when we're standing over at the board and you're showing me some chess positions. Even with, and this is the hard part, I think, even with the knights, who are supposed to almost jump over a few pieces. You slide them through there to their position.
Yeah, I think it's kind of, you know, unconscious. We have another move, by the way. He has just taken the pawn, which seems like the most sensible move. But I think it was one of the main criticisms of the brilliant Queen's Gambit is a brilliant, absolutely brilliant show. But the way the players moved the pieces was actually not realistic to a tournament. People don't actually move the pieces like that in a tournament. It's very sort of subtle, but you can, I think, notice as a chess player how well people know the moves. But okay, back to the game anyway, David. You've guessed it. Was this one of your ideas, David? So, you know, but no, brilliant guess. No.
Okay.
Let's just say that I have looked at this position recently, very recently.
Oh.
Before one of my own games. So.
Okay. Well, and of course you talk to Magnus a lot. He is one of your friends in Oslo, so you might have actually shared your ideas with Magnus.
Nice weather, guys. It's really nice weather today.
Wow.
Let's move on there. David could get in trouble here.
Nice.
Okay, but very interesting, and you can definitely tell us then, why is this a good move?
Well, this last move, I mean, it's in conjunction with a bigger plan, but it is simply to get this symmetrical pawn structure where white has this superior light square bishop. So with this last move, I mentioned the queen's just sliding across. Black's pawn is actually pinned now, so the black pawn in front of the black bishop cannot go and capture a white pawn because the bishop behind it will drop. And white simply wants to take back that pawn with the queen. Next move, attacking the black bishop, gaining a bit of time. White's rook wants to slide across as well to challenge the black queen on the open d file. It's a multi-purpose move, and I'm slightly surprised Nepomniachtchi is actually thinking right now, because Black's plans are automatic. You have to bring the black pieces out, especially those black pieces asleep over there on the queen side. So once Black starts developing, we will see a clash of armies. And as far as I remember, this position will start to transpose in a few moves' time back to games that have been played, at least, back to more familiar territory. And I remember studying a game by Artemiev in this line, assuming that the players kind of transpose back to known waters. So Nepomniachtchi, meanwhile, making a couple of faces there.
Yeah.
Not entirely happy. I think he's definitely on his own right now.
Wow, is that basically the first time in the match?
Yeah, I mean, the first time this early, at least. Normally, he's not on his own until move 18, 20, or afterwards. So in terms of the clock time as well, nothing drastic for Nepomniachtchi, but if he's uncomfortable with the position, he will burn a lot of time, and that can be only good for Magnus.
All right. Jan Nepomniachtchi thinking for 2 minutes now. He is probably out of opening preparations, and that means probably we're going to have an exciting game from Dubai. We have some more people down there. Rune is, as you know, on ground, and he's met up with another great chess commentator.
It is
Again, unsurprisingly, a beautiful day here at the Dubai 2020 Expo. We are super excited for the Game 6 that has historically been very excited throughout World Championship history. Here with me we have Grandmaster Pepe Guanca from the Chess24 Spanish broadcast. Pepe, you have a sound that you make when we see a very interesting move. Can you throw it at us?
Of course, it's ra-da-da-da-da-da-da. And some sort of tribute to an NBA commentator from Spain who was very famous, and we all love him actually. Yeah.
And what kind of move to serve this awesome sound?
Yeah, there are many moves, like some amazing checkmates or combination, whatever works. Yeah.
So, do you think that in Game 6 today we will see a move worthy of the ra-da-da-da-da?
We are all hoping for that. I mean, the first 5 games were very tense. Nepo has shown the extremely accurate preparation, and he even managed to put some pressure on Carlsen's position. But I think I also smell like today we are going to have a lot of fun.
So do you have any predictions for today?
So Magnus is driving the white pieces. I will say Magnus wins today, yeah.
Okay, so here we have it from the Spanish broadcast. Magnus will win today. Will we have an exciting game? We have our fingers crossed. Thank you very much to Pepe. You have to go and commentate on the Spanish broadcast, and you have to commentate on the game, guys. Back to you.
Ooh, will we see the ra-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta from Pepe Cuenca at the Spanish Chess24 broadcast? We do have a couple of moves in this game.
Yeah, and actually, Magnus's last move is pretty dramatic. So Black brought the queen out. Very sensible. Black's queen actually defending the dark squared bishop, and now Magnus has offered a pawn sacrifice. Remember, games 1 and 2 of this match, Magnus sacrificed a pawn very, very early, and he's done the same again. So now there's a huge question for Nepomniachtchi. Does he grab a pawn, or does he just develop pieces? We have to look in more detail here. White's knight has just come out. White actually doesn't want to use the queen. I mentioned that this is one of the main ideas, to capture the pawn. Instead, he wants to capture with the knight, where the knight would land on a great square. And the reason this is a pawn sacrifice is because there's no longer a pin on this file. After Black plays pawn takes pawn, White's queen can no longer take this bishop because it is defended. That means that Magnus will recapture this pawn with a knight, gaining time against the Black bishop, and depending on where the Black bishop retreats, there will be consequences. For example, if the Black bishop goes back this way, maybe the most natural square, then White will push a pawn forward. And now he'll continue harassing this bishop, but he's also opened up a serious threat of developing this bishop. Now we know White's still at home. He wants to develop it 2 squares, where it will attack the Black queen and skewer it to the Black rook behind. So some serious threats now from Carlsen. And that does make me wonder whether Nepomniachtchi, when he gets back to the board, will indeed capture this pawn. Because if he does, White gains a lot of time. He'll gain time against the bishop and probably gain time later with developing 2. White's going to get a lot of activity in compensation for just 1 pawn. And if Nepomniachtchi doesn't want to allow this activity, instead of taking here, maybe he'll just develop his knight and argue that, OK, maybe White has a small advantage. White has the better pieces, but at some point Black will try and push in the centre and might be able to equalise later in the game.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, is there any possibility that Black can just focus on developing the light squared bishop? Because if you do that, you tend to neutralise any form of White initiative.
Yeah, you called this the problem child in the past, right, Jovanka? Normally it's stuck at home for a long time in this type of opening, so it makes sense to move it now, maybe to develop it here, to challenge White's superiority on this diagonal. And now there would be a huge question for Magnus. Does he just simply recapture this pawn? Or does he try and create some more threats, bring the knight in maybe? I'm not 100% sure about this, to be honest, but it would at least open up some threats against this pawn. Maybe this wouldn't quite work because of Black's bishop jumping forward with a double attack, but some real calculation needs to be done now. And, OK, this is already getting complicated. So these are the moves I'm expecting from Nepomniachtchi. Maybe bringing the knight forward, possibly Jovanka's plan as well, although some calculation required there. I would be surprised if he grabs the pawn, and I think it's not worth suffering for, to be honest. You give your opponent too many moves. You give them too much time.
Yeah, I agree. I would not touch that pawn at all. I mean, like you say, you gain too much time attacking pieces, and also White's pieces have got so much harmony, whereas Black's pieces still at home and no prospect of ever getting out. That is like... I've played this type of positions with the Black pieces myself, and it's my nightmare, basically. I don't want this at all.
And also, I think just an instructive move here, just if we end up in this position with black having an extra pawn, black's knight wants to come out next turn, so I think Magnus will stop this. He'll bring his knight forward, and we talked about these bishops. Look at the power of this piece now. It's tying down the whole black army. Black's knight can't jump out without losing material. Black's bishop can never move without losing a pawn. And if these two pieces are stuck at home, then this rook in the corner is not happy either. So I think Magnus would have more than ample compensation here.
Yeah, I think if you compare the players as well to yesterday, I think it was clear that Magnus was very uncomfortable out of the opening, and Jan looked very confident. Again, body language, maybe you can't tell too much, but I'm sure in this position at the moment that Magnus has got what he wants, at least. He's got a position. Jan has to think. Jan's out of his great preparation, which he's been playing all the time, and he's got him thinking. That's all you can do in a World Championship match. Get a position, a playable position, which you know quite well, get your opponent thinking. So it's, yeah, you must be happy, I'd have thought here. Probably
and is it an opening that can invite for a long fighting game, and a long game maybe?
Yeah, I think it could end up in anything, right, Simon?
Yeah.
Possibly you could envisage some attack from white against the black king. Possibly the queens might come off at some stage and it will just be a long grind. So Magnus keeping his options open, and that's one thing I think he will need to do if he wants to win some games in this match.
And yeah, I also noticed that there's some danger, some big danger for black, actually. You know, if you try too much to develop the light squared bishop, I'm sorry, I'm obsessed with that piece. But there's even some ideas of actually threatening checkmate.
Wow.
And
maybe we can show these.
Yeah, definitely. Because say, for instance, you were to just push the b pawn one square, and you kind of want to go. Bishop goes to b7, and this doesn't really work because the knight actually goes to g5, and now the big threat is obviously bishop takes rook, and also after the bishop comes and challenges the light squared, this is the main point that the dark square bishop develops to b2. And this is such a common trick, actually, in this particular opening. Threatens the knight, and queen takes pawn, checkmate. Ooh,
yeah.
Deadly.
This is completely deadly, actually. I think this just wins on the spot, right?
Love the sound effect. Can you just do that? Can you just do that? Sorry, can you do that one more time?
I didn't realise I wasn't on camera. I just like...
Just one more time, please.
Let's hear it,
yeah, go on, Ivanka, just for me.
I was like...
Oh, love it, love it.
I apologise for Simon.
What is that? Deadly mate? Is that what we call that?
No,
kiss of death, I call it.
Kiss of death.
Kiss of death.
Yeah.
It's quite like that.
Oh, it's very dangerous when Ivanka makes that sound, and the players should be scared.
Yeah. And we can just show why that sound was made in this position. So if this happens, then, for example, if black takes the bishop, I mean, every other move loses as well, I think, then white takes this knight, removes the key defender of the black king, and attacking the black queen, and when there's a recapture... What's that sound, Ivanka?
Yep, one more time.
Last time, OK? Now no.
All right. Well, if this happens, then we'll hear the sound again. Is there any chance Jan Nepomniachtchi can let this happen?
If he's careless, I mean, already if he pushes this pawn forward, he pretty much loses on the spot. So already that's how high the stakes are for Nepomniachtchi. This would be an ambitious move. Probably it's not his first instinct because it does open up this bishop, this white bishop's diagonal. But already we're at that stage in the game where one slip might give white a big, big advantage. So I'm not expecting this move. I don't think he'll blunder yet, but that idea is in the air. For example, even if black brings the knight out, even in a position like this, if black continues developing, there are already threats, for example, of this knight suddenly springing forward, unleashing the two bishops. And not just that, but also the queen positioned nicely to threaten some checkmates.
Yeah.
And, yeah, dangerous times.
And it brings me on to a question that we have from Stephen Cotterill on Twitter, who asks us, does the open structure of Game 6 make it more likely that it will end in a win rather than a draw?
It's hard to say, actually, because, for example, even in Game 5, just before the rest day, when Nepomniachtchi had a big advantage, the pawn structure was symmetrical there. There were enough open lines that he had an advantage, but enough open lines that Magnus could neutralise him by offering some trades later. So the same could happen here. White might get a small advantage. It might just be completely balanced. But if we see maybe all the rooks coming to the centre, trading themselves off, then it will just be equal. So any direction is possible right now.
Yeah, I think it's clear in open positions where you have these open lines. So David very nicely pointed out the crisscross bishops, which I like a lot. But once you get that, I mean, there's more danger on Black making mistakes. So Jan very wisely is taking some time now, because if he continues playing quickly here, we've seen the danger already. He can find himself in many problems. But if he gets your idea, Jovanka, I think, of swapping those light square bishops off and just trying to make some exchanges, it could get neutralised quite quickly. I thought it was interesting at the start. I don't know if both of you have played many tournaments as well. I've had this about the etiquette of turning up to the game. The only fight I saw in a chess tournament was one guy would turn up always about 40 minutes late. Every single game, he'd turn up 40 minutes late. It didn't matter who he was playing, and it was a tournament, and he was playing against a hot-headed Italian 2200 player, and this Italian just... It was like he was there, he was getting really annoyed. It was in Budapest. The guy turned up and he's like, "Why are you always late? You disrespect me." It's like from The Godfather or something. It was like, "You always turn up late. I need my respect." And then he lunged for him. He literally lunged for him over the board. And he never turned up late again after that. So, yeah, but I don't know. Do you find this... Do you find it is a bit of a mind game, I think, sometimes, if you're there and opponent does turn up late. I mean, I think at this level it doesn't happen a lot, obviously, but in other tournaments it's maybe a little bit of lack of respect, possibly.
Yeah.
So.
First of all, Simon, I love your accents. Firstly, the Russian one earlier, and now Italian. You're on point today.
I don't know, it's not good. Sorry to all Russians and Italians out there. Please do not come and get me.
I actually thought they sounded quite the same.
The same. I've only got one accent, and that's all I can do. It's like all my languages just go to that weird accent. So,
but yeah, I think the etiquette, I mean, there's different interpretations. For example, I often arrive maybe 2 or 3 minutes late, and I normally just say sorry to my opponent when I've arrived first, just to make sure they don't think it's a mark of disrespect. It's just because I like to avoid maybe getting distracted talking to people before the game starts. I like to avoid the cameras, you know, when they're snapping away. Photographers often just allowed there for the first 5 minutes or so. So I don't think it's anything personal when the players arrive late, but sometimes mind games are involved. And we saw, Nepomniachtchi arriving later than normal, so...
Yeah, having said that, there's a famous story about Jan Nepomniachtchi, how he almost lost in an Olympiad because the Olympiads used to have the what was it called again?
Zero tolerance.
Zero tolerance policy, where you had to be present at the board when the game started. And he wasn't. And so the Russian team was scrambling away, but they managed to get him there on time.
Wow. A few seconds to spare.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think they use that here, but the zero tolerance is if you turn up 30 seconds late, you lose the game.
Yeah, that's
so you have to be there at the start. But,
yeah, it was a very controversial rule.
Yeah, I mean, things can happen, can't they? You know, could get stuck in the lift or something. It'd be a bit unfortunate. But,
yes.
Yeah.
Nowadays, I think the players... I think FIDE has installed 15 minutes. That's kind of the cut-off point. So if you're 15 minutes late or more, then you might lose the game. But normally, the player will be there in time.
Yeah.
I once had a chess nightmare, which was really quite traumatic. It was so traumatic that I woke up and I actually consulted an arbiter about it. So I was playing...
Wow, a literal nightmare.
Yeah,
wow.
It was terrible. I mean, I just woke up... I dreamt that I was at an Olympiad. I had the black pieces. Now, this was very important. I shook hands with my opponent. Then I went to the toilet. And then I came back to the board. And I had every single device possible. I had like 3 mobile phones, an iPad, and the game has started. And something starts ringing, and I'm like, no, switch it off. And the arbiter goes, "That's it, you've lost." And I said, "But I haven't even made a move." And he said, "No, you shook hands. You lost." And I remember arguing with them, and they said they marched me out of the playing hall with all my devices and everything. No. And I was told by the arbiter who I called after this nightmare that no, I wouldn't have lost. But then I actually consulted some more arbiters quite recently, and they said, no, unfortunately, you would have lost the game.
Oof, it's harsh. Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi, 12 minutes thinking now, and we're going to head down to Dubai. Maybe the person that knows what is going through his head is, of course, his second and trainer, Vladimir Potkin.
Absolutely, Kaya. What an exciting start it's been to Game 6. Few would have predicted this opening. Well, it's pretty clear what Magnus was up to on the rest day. Besides the football, it was all about his approach for today. But how is Jan Nepomniachtchi going to handle it, as you said, is the big question. And who better to answer it than his longtime trainer, second and guide, Grandmaster Vladimir Potkin. We've got him with us. Thank you for joining us, Vladimir.
Hello, Tanya. Yes, thank you for inviting.
All right, Vladimir, before we get to the chess that we're seeing, I want to ask you, what was the rest day like for Team Nepomniachtchi?
Well, of course, every rest day is always good to have, and we just enjoy the city, especially now there is a holidays, some fireworks in the evening with a good view, and in the midday it was some sun, beach, and just good nature to have to refuel the energy because the long match is going.
That does sound very relaxing and very refreshing, but what we do have on the board in Game 6, now, few of us expected it. How much of a surprise was it for your team?
Well, every game is exceptional and every game is something special because teams are preparing, and I looking much forward for this complicated and games that will be, I think, very long for today. So I think Jan is ready for everything and he's fighting in every game.
He's definitely shown that he's ready for the fight, but this is the first game that we see Jan not blitzing out his opening moves. He's pausing, he's having a think. What is his approach when he sees something that he's not completely expecting or prepared for? What do you think is going on in his mind right now?
Well, Jan is always very flexible, so of course, all we know, he's great speed, so when it's needed, he can speed it up, and so why not to think when it's time?
All right, and we saw this in Game 2, a very complex game out of the Catalan as well. This time an interesting opening surprise. Are you also, now while the other games were a little slow battle, are you expecting a tensed one in this one?
Well, of course, match is going. It's not the beginning of the match, but sorry, the middle. So the tension is going high, and every player is making all the best. And of course, the games are very complicated. So just everything can happen every day.
All right, and finally tell us, Vladimir, of course, you're a strong grandmaster yourself. You worked with Jan. But when you're in this situation as a second, as a trainer here, you know that Jan has to make the moves himself and sort of play out the position himself. Is that a bit, how is that feeling when you feel like there's a certain direction he needs to take, but you don't have control over what's happening right now?
Well, first of all, I always believe in Jan, so I believe that he is a great player and he will choose the good direction. So for me, like this computer evaluation doesn't mean anything. For me, more important Jan's live feelings and what he's just thinking of and how he's behaving. So just all in the hands of Jan, and I believe in him.
Thank you so much for those insights. Thanks, Vladimir, for joining us. There we have it. Big fight on our hands. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Tanya. Fantastic to get insight from the person down in Dubai who knows Jan Nepomniachtchi the best. And we did also have his move here. Are you surprised by it?
I'm not at all surprised by Jan's move. Very sensible. And it was interesting to see Potkin think that there's nothing to worry about here for Black. We'd meanwhile see Magnus on the camera there, head in hands. That's purely a recall face. I don't think he's trying to work things out. He's obviously studied this position before. I was actually saying to Simon as well that I had this exact position on my computer screen just a few weeks ago during the Grand Swiss, preparing for one of my games. So I think for sure Magnus has seen this position. And when I was preparing for this from the white side, I was thinking, OK, there's two main moves here. White is going to capture that black pawn on the c4 square, but you can take it with the knight or you can take it with the white queen. And both moves I felt were pretty promising. I'm in the same boat as Magnus. I'm trying to recall which one I thought was the better move. And normally when you have two good options, it can be hard to choose between them. So that's what Magnus is doing right now. He's going to capture that black c4 pawn, but will it be with the white knight or will it be with the white queen?
Okay.
Matter of taste.
So would you say with the queen is more aggressive? I think you pointed out, or Jovanka pointed out the plan and yourself that if you take with the queen can head over towards the king side. So this square on h4. Maybe even going for a kingside attack. So could that be the more aggressive move to play here? Knight takes feels very natural as well, though. So it'd be very interesting to see what he captures with. So.
Yeah, I think knight takes is the more positional way. You just want to kind of control some central squares, and also you open up this bishop. So, for example, if black does push forward in the centre, black will have to be concerned about some pins later on, maybe. So this is the more positional approach. You can develop this white bishop now in two different ways, this way or this way. And OK, either way, it's an interesting position. But as you mentioned, queen takes pawn is definitely the more ambitious, more aggressive, but also maybe the less intuitive of the two options, because this queen, you're normally taught when you're young, don't bring your queen out too early, and it might get kicked around. But yeah, as you mentioned, for example, if black just continues developing, at some point here, then white's queen might well swing across. And similar ideas to the one we pointed out earlier. White's knight might spring forward, threatening some juicy checkmate plans against the black king. And if you have 2 or 3 pieces attacking, it can be quite scary. This bishop will eliminate the black defender at some point, and then the white queen and knight will team up to go for some attack. And yeah, this is definitely one of the main plans behind taking with the queen, but maybe Magnus is just trying to work out the details. For example, what will happen if black pushes in the center. I think this is the key move, no matter which way Magnus recaptures right now. Black wants to push in the middle just to gain some space and to unleash his own bishop, which is normally not a great piece. So Magnus is just, he knows this move will arrive next or over the next couple of turns, and he just wants to prepare for it. So that's what I'm expecting. Either knight takes pawn or queen takes pawn, but I can't tell which.
Well, we did hear from Vladimir Potkin. Another Vladimir Kramnik, has made a fantastic strategy lesson on Chessable, and that is today's free Chessable course that you can check out on Chessable and work on as this game is unfolding. You see the link in the bottom. A strategy lesson by former world champion Vladimir Kramnik. That sounds interesting. Will this be a strategic battle, this game?
I think it always is at this top level when the players have such deep understanding. But of course, Vladimir Kramnik, one of the best strategic players of all time, and probably my favorite player.
What are the number ones when it comes to chess strategy? What should you always sort of think about?
That's a question, Kai. I guess it's vast, but normally it's just going back to basics. Sometimes it's remembering the pawn structure. It's remembering where your pieces go, which pieces belong on which squares. It's combining that, though. Strategy, you always need to supplement it with tactics.
Yeah,
so that's why we always recommend working on tactics. For example, on Chess24, on Chessable, you can kind of go through these tactical puzzles, tactics trainers, but you need to remember the basics. You can't rely just on these tricks all the time. You need to kind of use tactics in order to get you the strategical advantages in the position. And here, for example, the strategic ideas might rely on those bishops that we mentioned. White will try and prove that later his bishops are superior to black's bishops, and a small advantage like that one, especially if it's long-term, might eventually decide the game.
Is that a dark squared black bishop? Does that feel dangerous at all to Magnus? Because it is, far up the board and it's looking at, the king.
Yeah, black's dark squared bishop, it's unclear yet whether it's his best piece or whether it's actually a target. So black's dark squared bishop could potentially be threatened. Black might have to lose a bit of time retreating it later because it's too advanced. So we saw in a couple of lines where if white uses the queen to take this black pawn, that maybe the black bishop will feel vulnerable and will step back. So that's the thing. Black's bishop, it's peering at the white king, but right now everything near the white king, all the pawns, everything is defended. So yeah, nothing, I think, for Magnus to worry about there.
All right. So it is these two options. He's going to capture. Which piece will he use? Is that basically what he's thinking about now?
Yeah. I mean, maybe he could consider just developing the white dark squared bishop, but that would entail kind of a continued pawn sacrifice, and I don't think it's as effective as it was on the last turn. So yeah, I think he's just kind of going down these two variations, knight takes pawn or queen takes pawn. He's looking 4 or 5 moves into the future, and then he's going to compare and evaluate the final positions in his mind, and then he'll make the decision. So,
which one would you go for, Simon?
I'd probably, I love getting my queen near my opponent's king, so I'd probably take with the queen and swing it over to the square that David pointed out near black's king side. But it's quite risky, that plan as well, because your queen could get in trouble in this position as well. If your queen does swing over there, it could lack squares. So the safer option, I'm sure, is taken with a knight. But queen takes will show a bit more ambition if white plays that. So I'm kind of hoping he does take with a queen. Yeah. I feel, because that means he's up for it, basically. So yeah.
I feel that he will capture with the queen because he'll be thinking about similar openings, and there it is not an unknown idea to capture the pawn with the queen and then swing the queen over. And it is an open position, and I've always gone by the philosophy that when the position is super open, that you've got to mobilize every single piece you have, and you shouldn't be making any luxury type moves. So for me, queen takes pawn fits in.
Mm-hmm. How about any stats on this position? Has it arisen before? Simon on GChess.
You know what?
Games?
There's hardly any games, if not any.
Zero games.
Really? It's very unique on move 10 to have a position in chess nowadays which has not been seen. Most positions of move 10 have been seen somewhere. But as far as we can work out, this is totally unique. Obviously, David studied it and looked at it, but, he's a genius, so you've got to expect that. But it's very impressive. I mean, this kind of fits into your opening repertoire, doesn't it? Because you play these very sort of seemingly not scary openings, but they keep the pieces on the board and they have a lot of sting to them. So I think if you're going to ask before the game, Magnus, would you like this position or not? It'd be a big yes. I mean, probably not an advantage, but it's just a position you can play. Keep the pieces on the board.
And also, I have to say, I don't think that Nepomniachtchi will be entirely familiar with this type of position. He would have, of course, as part of his preparation, just like brushed up on all the main lines and had a response to this. But I mean, here, in this type of position, he's kind of used to having the dark square bishop somewhere else. I'm just thinking it would be parked next to the black king. So still some...
Yeah, I mean, queen takes, just looking at queen takes, I think, again, David mentioned this move e5. If black doesn't play e5, and e5 seems like a very sensible move, which I'm sure Jan will play, but you're also a bit scared about pushing pawns because every pawn move you play in chess weakens a square. Every single pawn move weakens a square that it was defending. So e5, I'm sure he'll play, but if he doesn't play that, if you take with the queen, there's stuff like bishop b2 taken on f6, and already, if white gets that in, black could be in serious trouble, that kind of idea. So, like, let's say bishop d7 here, and we just play bishop b2, a sensible move. You play rook c8, looks very sensible, and now all of a sudden, like, bishop takes f6 could be very nasty for black, because you have to weaken your king by taking with a g pawn here. Otherwise, you lose the bishop on c5. So it's a position where he's taken with a knight. That's probably more Magnus's style. Just keep it a bit calmer. Maybe a bit more control over that important e5 square. But what do you think about that move, David? Are you happy to see that, or would you?
I mean, I would have loved to see the queen move. Again, I was just trying to remember, and I think it was quite promising from what I remember. Black had to be very accurate just to maintain the balance. Still an equal position, but at least it would have posed a lot of direct questions. Magnus's move, of course, nothing wrong with it. It's a matter of taste, as we mentioned, and he does control this square now with both of his knights. But the key question will be how he wants to react if black does push this pawn at some stage.
This must be the key line now, because if black doesn't play the move e5, maybe there's b5, but that looks super risky. I mean, I don't think many humans would play this move, opening up the diagonal. That bishop you've both mentioned is so strong. So e5 looks so sensible, but there's a very interesting line there by looks at it. If black does play this, trying to get his light square bishop on the other side of that pawn, you play, like, let's say, bishop b2, and black's now got this issue with a pawn. Can he push it on? And things get very tactical if you play e4, because the bishop takes knight, this move again, which could really, I don't know, this actually looks just very bad for black if you get this in. You really don't want to take with a pawn here, do you? Yeah. Maybe you can, but...
Too ugly, too open.
Too ugly. Yeah, so it's like, what does black play? I mean, he plays e5, you play bishop b2, and it's not clear what he does next. So it's still some problems for black to answer here, I think.
Yeah, that's the thing. Black would love to keep pushing this pawn forward, but this move really kills it in its tracks. I wonder whether Nepomniachtchi might get tempted with some pawn sacrifices you mentioned in this line after bishop takes knight, just queen takes, allowing white to gobble up a pawn, but now black has the two bishops, so this piece can come out now, maybe with tempo, and black will bring the rooks to the centre and argue, OK, at least I have this fearsome bishop pair, but I think Magnus won't have any risk in the position here. He will try and head for an endgame with an extra pawn. And yeah, as you mentioned, this position, I would be shocked personally if Nepomniachtchi finds the courage to push this pawn. Maybe it's the best move, according to the computer, potentially, but it just looks so unhuman and looks too courageous, if anything. If he can push this pawn, he would love to, but he needs some calculation there as well. So, key moment maybe for Nepomniachtchi.
I think a key moment, definitely, because if you don't push that pawn on either of the pawns, you could just be worse here as black. You'd be too passive, and that's not what you want against Magnus. So he's got to... I think this is maybe one of the first key moments even of the game.
Yeah, I have to say I just cheated and did look at the computer assessments and those 2 pawn moves. In fact, the b5 pawn move was actually top choice. Right. And then second choice was actually the e5. Third choice is actually to develop the light squared bishop, move it to d7 and wait and see, connect the rooks and then react.
Yeah, I would say this bishop move is very natural, but not ambitious at all, really. It's just kind of on autopilot. You just develop a piece, you worry about what's happening later. So I think if Nepomniachtchi, it's in his style to be dynamic. If he wants to be ambitious and solve all of his opening problems, most likely this move. But if he's, I mean, he will need a lot of time. But if he's really feeling sharp today, push this pawn to try and kick away White's knight.
So, I mean, I'm not really sure what he'll play after e5, bishop b2. I mean, what move should black play in this position? Obviously, if you can find a move here for black, you play e5, but you've got to find a move. White is simply threatening to take the pawn in the middle. If you push the pawn on, we've got this move we looked at, and you can't... It's not easy to defend that pawn. So, I mean, for my eyes, it'd be like, if I can't find a move here, I have to find something else. So then you maybe find this b5 move, but that is really, really risky, opening up that diagonal. So
maybe we should mention the justification if it is the top computer move. It's just that White's knight, once it springs forward, I mean, actually, there's some tactics here, but at some point, black will be able to develop his bishop to this long diagonal to challenge White's best piece, the light squared bishop. Maybe you can even do it now. Maybe you can just bring your bishop forward. And yeah, it looks super shaky for black, I must admit. But the computer says it's possible, therefore we'll trust it for now. But from a human point of view, very difficult to play.
Yeah, I agree. And it kind of brings me on to Offwit's question on Twitter, who asks us, when players of Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi's level evaluate positions, do they think of it in a move order, i.e. he does this, then I do this, then he does, and so on, or more of a thematic idea like, ooh, pushed pawn, powerful square for a knight, and so on?
Good question.
It is a good question.
Very good question. I think it depends on the type of position. Often if it's just pure calculation, if it's a pawn race, for example, then, I mean, I do that at least. I'm like, oh, here, bang, 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 bang. I mean, yeah, you kind of, the more you practice calculation, the more you practice tactic, the quicker you can do that process. So sometimes it's just an automatic thing in your mind. But if it's a slower position, maybe one like this where there's not that many forcing moves, then you think, okay, this piece is the worst placed piece. I'm going to improve that. Yeah. Or this knight belongs there. I'll put it there.
I guess a lot of those ideas that you learn through books and stuff, they become like in your subconscious, don't they? So you're like, they're there, but you don't think about them. So it's like, I think nearly everyone's like here, but you've got all those ideas of that piece is good, that pattern is good, because obviously chess is a game, patterns just whirling in your subconscious in the background. But because a lot of people, most chess books you get, they will say, oh, you know, you'd play this move because of the weakened square, or, you know, he's done that. But I don't know many people who think like that. I mean, not in some positions maybe, but not all the time, surely.
I can when I take a step back, actually. Right, okay, you know, when I kind of paced around and I've just managed to calm myself down. When I find myself getting too absorbed into the position, it's like there, and I've forgotten the basics.
Right, okay, yeah. So.
Actually, I've noticed ever since I started doing commentary work, I think about it more in just really basic terms. And at the Grand Swiss, for example, there were a couple of games where I was just like, oh, I have no idea what to play.
Did you ever start talking and say, what's the weak square there? And then you
look at the right side of the
oh, that's a good move. No, so that's never happened yet. So.
I haven't talked out loud, but I do talk to myself quite a lot during the games. Yeah. Mostly it's just like, come on, Dave, just hurry up. But in general, sometimes I just take a step back and I think, okay, I have no idea what to do. This is my worst placed piece, and then I go back and start calculating. So it's nice to kind of be deep in the position, calculation mode, but also be able to kind of change between the gears.
Do you ever hear my voice saying, look at the bar, David?
I hear that, but normally it's out when I'm at the bar, exactly. not in the chess hall.
I think it was Jonathan Rowson, who's one of the best chess authors around, he basically said you've got to speak to your pieces. So, like, you've got to ask your pieces what they're doing, and I guess that's one time where
but
you
is
can.
it very literal? You actually.
You probably shouldn't do it at the board and say hello, hello, knight. Where are you going today? Another accent. I've got to stop it. What's going on?
But you do this, Simon, right? With Harry the H-pawn, you always talk to Harry. You're like, when are you ready to push?
I know. Just come on, my little friend. Off you go. But you kind of got to speak to your pieces a bit. But okay, well, he's played it.
Wow.
He's
There you go.
Unbelievable. I mean, this is. I mean, he played it quickly as well. You play a critical move like that and you play it quickly. That's very impressive, I think.
And he gave Magnus a little frown there, a little look,
right,
just to show that he's not afraid. And yeah, for me, that just shows that Nepomniachtchi, he's in top form.
Yeah,
he's feeling confident and no nerves here, because that type of risky move, it could backfire easily. If you look at Black's pieces as well now, on this C line, Black's dark square bishop a bit tender, the knight behind it undefended. But first, Magnus has a threat of his own to deal with. Magnus needs to move his knight. Really, really combative move there from Nepomniachtchi, and the computer likes it, right?
I think, like you said, it just shows great confidence playing a move like that. I mean, you can fear ghosts, especially in such a big game. He knows that Magnus is going to push here, and he might want to try to keep it super solid. Just move the bishop to d7, but that move is a great sign, I think, for Franzi Jan that he's on good form.
But I think the players are already going to start walking a tightrope now, because with this aggressive move, Nepomniachtchi has to be very careful, because once the knight moves into the centre, Black can't play like casual moves and just go, hey, let's play knight takes knight. No, the position now is very explosive, it's on fire, and he has to find those counter-attacking possibilities. So, OK, so when the knight hops into the middle of the board...
This is almost guaranteed, right?
Yeah,
because you don't want to retreat with white. No reason to do that. I mentioned the Black bishop comes to this square, but the more I look at it, the more I think maybe it was shaky, right? If Black's bishop does come across, and I mentioned how loose Black's pieces are. Loose pieces drop off. That's one thing John Nunn wrote about, LPDO. And this is a loose piece, undefended. And white can maybe just simply step forward with a pawn.
Yep, you can do that.
Yeah, hit this bishop, and when this bishop moves, take the bishop behind it. And I think this is what we call a skewer, more than a pin. Black can maybe jettison some material by taking with here on the knight, but this only opens up the white bishop as well, and double attack. So white would be doing very, very well. And that means, Ivanka,
that means there's only one move, and that is to move the knight to the b4 square and to counter-attack the white queen. And here, Magnus probably has to be quite accurate in where he puts his queen, because if he puts it in the wrong square, then it's going to interfere with the dark square bishop, and it's going to be problems.
Yeah, so if you put it on this square, for example, you get in the way of the bishop's ideal home.
Yeah. Incredibly sharp, because, I mean, you start looking at these variations you mentioned after knight b4. If you go queen b1, I'd probably be trying to put the queen... It looks like a really stupid square, but I want to keep my bishop, and I want to on b2, and I want to keep my queen looking at h7. And, the way my brain's working here, I'm just really looking at this knight g5. If I get one more move, let's say you play a5, which obviously is a bad move, bishop b7 much better, knight g5, and you attack the rook, so let's say bishop b7, and now there's ideas, which you mentioned before, you've got to distract the defender of h7. That is the only piece defending checkmate, and you can play like knight g4 here, and I'm just this kind of crazy attacking idea. It could be very interesting, and so there's playing b5 is a confident move when you start seeing these ideas.
Yeah, it's scary for Black, I guess. Once the knight does jump forward, if white's queen does land on this square, maybe Black has to challenge immediately for the diagonal and try to bring the bishop to the centre and kick away the white queen.
But then we have the problems, is the queen well placed on that b1 square? It's in the way of the rook on a1, and in this open position where it's all about piece activity. You're kind of like...
It's unclear.
Oh, it's unclear, right?
Yeah.
And so this is actually a really concrete position, so we have to now find the best square for the queen.
Yeah.
Because if the queen goes... in this position. So if she goes to the d2 square, which kind of looks normal, but, she's vulnerable to attack, to a knight hopping into... Or also, the rook, and also I was thinking the knight. The knight can jump in and start working with the dark square bishop. I'm not sure.
Really unclear. If you go forward, same problem. You'll run into one of the knights landing on this square and hitting you later on.
Yeah.
And,
So maybe you have to put the queen on the
on this square.
On that square.
Yeah.
Which is
ideal,
kind
but-
of, looks a little bit unnatural, but it might be the best of a bad job.
And Nepomniachtchi will instantly react by placing his bishop on the long diagonal, neutralising white's bishop, and maybe no problems for black. Maybe he'll be OK here.
Yeah.
Either way, I think this is coming next. In the current position, white is most likely going to plant his knight in the centre, and then, as Jovanka mentioned, knight b4. Do you think he's seen this before? I should stop that pun now. Maybe he studied this the night before the game.
Oh, it's so good.
Dear.
It's so good, David. You're on fire today. And Magnus, he's been thinking for 5 minutes. We're going to head back to Dubai. We have 3 people on ground. Are you having a good time, you guys?
Absolutely. Now we've got this exciting position on the board. I'm right outside the playing hall, and we've got these 2 giants inside fighting it out on that board. But right outside, we decided to have our own little challenge with Askild and Rune showing us how not to play this position. Guys, are you ready for this?
I'm ready. Well, no, but I will try my best.
So here's the plan. They've got 2 minutes each. They're going to fight it out, and we'll see who comes on top. Ready, set, go.
Good luck.
All right, so this is the current position on the board, and Askild here playing as Magnus. The knight is attacked. He's got to find a good square for it. And wait a second, he comes right back, blocking his own bishop from developing back to d2. Where is this knight headed? Well, at least another developing move by Askild, bishop to b2. And Rune replies immediately, taking his rook out on the open file. Askild, watch out for that queen. He does. The queen steps back to b1. Centralizing the knight. This is a tough fight. This is a tough fight. Rune playing as Jan Nepomniachtchi here, keeping it solid. G7 attacked, and Rune spots it. F6, defending that pawn on G7. Another attacking move by Askild. Askild is really channeling his inner Jan, even though he's playing like Magnus. Knight b4, and we saw Askild a little stressed there. That knight is jumping in. Wow, I really enjoy how in the last 5 moves, all of White's pieces have gone home. Everything on the first and second rank, definitely lots of reason for Black to be happy here. What is Rune gonna play? Where is that knight trap? Well, there's one square. Can Rune spot it? Can Rune spot it? He doesn't. That is an illegal move. Knight to E5 or to D5. That needs to be adjusted. D5. It wasn't, this is not going to happen inside the World Championship match, but it is happening here. He decides to move it to a completely new square on D3. Knight D3, and will he be able to spot that he can actually take that knight back? And Rune having a think. He can't. He did. He moves the queen instead of taking the knight back. He did not recapture, and that has taken Askild by complete surprise. Askild blundering another knight on D2. Rune is still not spotting it. 2 knights attacked. He goes knight f3. Why does Rune not ever pick up the knight? He just doesn't want to recapture. He's living life on the edge here, giving up pieces, all for the initiative. That is the one thing that this World Championship match has taught us. The 2 players just running by. And what's the clock situation? Let me just see what's going on the clock. How are the players doing? And we've got, wow, they've barely taken any time at all. 10 seconds to make these horrible moves on the board, blundering away all the pieces. This is how you don't play a World Championship match. This is not chess, this is content, guys. Bishop h3, attacking that rook. Can Rune spot it? He moves it, and now that knight on f3, that is... But of course, Askild doesn't see it, or does he? He does, hitting that queen on b3. Rune confused. Where does he move the queen? Does he even spot that it's attacked? He does. He moves it right back to f7. Askild, how are you feeling about your position?
I feel pretty good. A bit tired now after all the running, but I'm optimistic. Yeah.
Optimistic, just like Magnus Carlsen is about his own chances in the match in there. Of course, a very different position being played. Once again, guys, a friendly reminder, do not try this at home. Knight g5 attacking the queen, falls back to e8. And it's a check, it's the first check of the game. That's not a checkmate, it's only a check. Rune panicking. Oh my god, and Askell going knight f7, that is not going to be a smothered mate. Knight f7 was a blunder, he could have just picked up that knight. This is the worst chess game in the history of worst chess games. Knight d6, forking the queen and the bishop. It's a check from a2, so he could not have moved that queen away. And we have it. The white pieces crushing it. A round of applause by all the spectators. They are absolutely shocked with what they've just witnessed. This brilliant gameplay. Picks up the knight on c6. And there we have it. Well, it's a tough one. Now, as they say, that chess is all about learning and unlearning. We can only hope to unlearn what we witnessed in this game. Another check on the board.
We're wrapping up. Yes.
There we have it, what we just saw. Do not try this at home. I think we need to do some damage control and get back to the real chess to really see how it's done and how it's played out. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Tanya. We are laughing so much. What a great game, a great performance, and brutal commentating. The worst game played ever in World Championship history. Yeah.
I mean, I liked some of the moves, or the ideas behind them, but yeah,
oh, gosh.
Unfortunately for Askell and Rune, I'm not sure they'll be competing in the next World Championship match.
Oh, must be hard, though, with those big pieces and running around. Actually, that should be a new kind of chess World Championship match, right? When they actually have to play with the big pieces, running around, physically fit people.
Yeah, then we'll really have to work out as chess players. That's not going to be easy, so, right, Simon?
No, I mean, you have chess boxing, now you've got, what, Rune chess.
Basically weightlifting and chess.
Yeah. All right, well, what was the next move they did, Rune and Askell in the situation in Dubai?
So Askell with white, he saw that his knight was attacked and he actually retreated it back where he came from. So the white knight on the c4 square dropped back to d2. But just while they were playing out that game, myself and Simon, we were discussing a really interesting idea. It just randomly popped in my mind and I thought, OK, it can't work. And Simon, you thought the same, right? It looks like it's too ridiculous to suggest, but maybe it's possible.
It's very thematic what we're talking about. I mean, the queen on c2 and the knight on f3, these two pieces, we've mentioned time and time again how they can combine and can combine for this attack. And you can start with a very subtle move by just developing your last minor piece, bishop b2. I don't know if knight g5 first is an idea, but bishop b2 makes a lot more sense. And the point being, as David pointed out, is that if black now captures that piece, it's a sacrifice, but knight g5 is very scary, threatening to capture the knight and checkmate in this position. And also the bishop on g2. Both those bishops are crossing the board, attacking from the sides, crisscrossing, and this actually could be a little bit dangerous, at least for black. So bishop, well, it's certainly an idea. Bishop b2 in the position. I don't know what black should play after that, actually. So,
yeah, I think we've stumbled on why Magnus is thinking so long, because if there was only one option, which I thought there was, just jumping into the centre with the white knight, then Magnus would have played it and he would have calculated later. But now he spent 13 minutes on this one move and potentially he wants to sacrifice a piece. Actually, we saw this in game 2 from Magnus. He sacrificed a pawn in the Catalan opening. This is vaguely similar. And then later on, he sacrificed the exchange, a rook for knight. And we might be about to see him sacrifice this piece. You mentioned, Simon, what black might do. If black can't get away with taking this knight, if it loses too much time, and if it maybe even loses the game to some potential checkmate ideas, then I guess black's idea might be just develop and protect the only undefended piece in his camp. And now I guess the reply, if white's knight springs forward, is that, well, the plan for black is to jump into the middle with the black knight and at least block this bishop from capturing on the f6 square and removing black's defender. A
lot of funky knights there, just jumping around in the middle.
These knights and these knights, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even here's a lot to calculate with lots of exchanges being possible and, maybe even a knight comes d6, but I expect black is OK, in this position.
I mean, so much to work out, right? Everything's hanging, this rook in the corner is attacked, this knight is still attacked, and as you mentioned, there might be a trade, and white's knight jumping in, but if Black Queen enters the centre, suddenly both white knights are under fire.
Yeah.
Suddenly this rook in the corner attacked.
We just need Askild or Rune to, take over the game here, don't we?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure whether this variation's better or their game was better. But either way, I think as long as Black makes sure that this knight survives in that variation, the bishop coming forward, as long as Black ensures that this knight survives defending this square, he should be OK.
A lot to think about, though. I mean, can you even... I doubt you can play this, but I wanted to play, like, instead of knight g5, I wanted to try something else, like, I don't know, rook d1, but I think I'm pushing it a little bit too much here.
Wow,
I think you can just... now you're defending c6, I think you can take the knight, and the difference is here, I want to play knight g5 to stop your knight coming in, but Black now has time to defend, so there's a couple of good options here. If Black maybe just, I don't know, g6 or something is good enough, unless there's something even better here, which I wouldn't be surprised about.
To block this queen's diagonal. Yeah. Still really interesting position, actually. I mean, there's so many pieces hanging in this type of scenario along this line. I mean, this bishop's opened up that maybe Magnus is considering this type of idea, but...
Tau-like.
Yeah, either way, it's not surprising, right, that he's investing time now.
Yeah. Gosh, that was a really crazy line. But I'm a little bit worried that our conclusion was Black was doing okay. Maybe doing a bit better, actually. Because bishops obviously are better than knights in these type of open positions. So, OK, I almost feel like we should run through everything again to be, like, really methodical about this. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of risk involved, this bishop move, giving up the white knight, potentially. But it's high reward, I think, only on this move. That's the issue for Magnus. But if Black moves his bishop out, I don't see any ideas for white.
Yeah.
I don't see any additional ideas that you couldn't have used on the last turn, at least, especially if this knight jump doesn't work.
And if that knight jump doesn't work, I mean, can you revert back to the original plan, which is just to move the knight into the centre? I mean...
It's possible.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing I think Jan would be very happy to see, because he wants to exchange bishops off. We've talked about how strong White's bishops are, and by doing this move, you're probably going to get rid of all the bishops and just get equality, I guess. Shouldn't be too much danger here for Black. Maybe Black could even be better.
Actually, Black feels like it's better.
Yeah. I mean, the queen will come across, cover all the light squares, hit the white king. White's queen is now under serious pressure. It's going to have to land on it's going to have to retreat to a bad square.
So he's kind of...
take Black as well.
Yeah, so we've had two preferences now for the Black position at the end of our lines. So then that goes back to the original choice, which is just to dive in with the knight to the centre.
So resisting the temptation to be flashy, to be artistic and sacrifice a piece. It's hard to resist, actually.
Is there anything to be said for going knight g5? Before we go to the more sensible moves, a very common thing you should do, and this is often key for anyone out there who's trying to improve their chess, if you see a tactical idea, like that last idea, you switch the move order around. So bishop b2, the knight coming there where David's highlighting, is one idea, but if you just turn the move order around, you should at least analyse this, and I'm sure Magnus is. So if you move the knight first of all, and the point is, again, you're offering the sacrifice of your knight. So if pawn takes knight, you go bishop b2, and this looked actually, well, you can take on c6, but this looked very dangerous for Black. So maybe knight g5 is possible.
It's definitely got to be considered, right? And you make a really good point there, actually, Simon. For viewers at home, if the tactics aren't working in your favour, definitely try switching the move order. And sometimes that's the key. Sometimes that's the magic. But here, a couple of things to come to mind for Black. I guess because this knight is attacked and hanging, I would want to jump it forward and to gain some time against the white queen, at least. Yeah, this d4 square seems key. This idea of Black taking over this square, and this is probably just okay again, isn't it, for Black? If you want to drop back with the queen to keep an eye on this square, which is defended by the Black knight, which you mentioned, then I think the problem is, at the very least, Black can just develop the bishop, block any attack against this rook.
And you're threatening the knight. You're threatening a pawn. So
too many pieces undefended, under attack from White's side.
And White has kind of, I like Tanya's quote, all the pieces have gone home.
They've all gone home.
They've all gone home. And,
can we just call this Rune chess?
But not to be recommended.
No.
So, in the current position, the more I look at it, the more I think, it's back to plan A.
Just keep it simple, knight e5.
But, OK, so we kind of concluded after that knight jump that after after the, what was the move? Knight attacks,
before,
yeah, that's the only move.
Remember my puns, Jovanka?
Yes, yeah, the night before.
Can I just ask about this position? I know we kind of ruled out Queen D2, and Queen B2 looks very natural. I mean, what about Queen D2 trying to bring to F4 and keep the B2 square for the bishop? I mean, we've seen the Queen is quite useful sometimes on the King side. It does lose a lot of tempo, so I'm not convinced by it. But OK, I've certainly considered this if I was playing white and just think about trying to get my Queen over towards Black's King.
Any knight jumps? Any knight jumps to?
So the knight jumping into the centre, White's Queen will come out.
And now this is where you're like, you can either develop your bishop or can you go for? Yeah.
I mean, this type of position is really unclear. I mean,
very unclear.
It's unclear whether White's Queen is strong or maybe a target. Maybe Black can try and trap it later on. Then again, it's unclear whether the Black Knight in the centre is strong or a target. Because maybe it's targeting some stuff of its own, but it's also kind of a bit loose in the middle. Everything.
Very complex position.
Anything could happen here.
I mean, again, I think in all these lines, Black is OK. I mean, we haven't proven, I think anyway, that Magnus can get an advantage after this really good move from Jan, B5. And again, finding this move B5 is impressive because you have to see Knight B4. You have to, again, there's that saying in chess, not fear ghosts. And we have a move from Magnus. Has he gone in?
And he has gone in. So he has come to the same conclusion as us, Magnus Carlsen. The White Knight had to jump into the centre. Other options were tempting, very flashy, but they weren't quite working out. So Magnus now occupying the middle of the board. And pretty much an only move here from Nepomniachtchi to maintain the balance. He has to find this move. I'm sure he will, but Knight B4, attacking the White Queen. And this is the only way to maintain the balance. If Black captures in the centre, this only helps White, whose bishop opens up against the Black Rook. And as I mentioned, as I kind of half blundered earlier as well, if instead of taking the centre, if you just move your bishop, then we'll see a trade, and White will pin and win by pushing a pawn forward, and one of these two Black bishops will fall. So key moment for Nepomniachtchi, but I'm pretty sure he's going to find this move. He's going to bring his knight to b4.
Is this the most exciting game so far in this match?
I think since game 2, I would say it's the most exciting. Game 2 was a real roller coaster, to be honest, with sacrifices, with the evaluation bar swinging both sides. But since then, I think this is shaping up nicely.
Yeah, only 12 moves, actually. They've been thinking for a long time already, these two players. Magnus, 20 minutes on this move. But finding a good continuation, I guess, then.
I'm not sure about good, but the best he could have got. And as you mentioned, Kai, I think that's the key point. The clock in this game is going to be more important than the others. In some of the other games, the players, they've still had 1 hour 45, 1 hour 50 at move 28. But now that's a distant dream for the players.
Maybe he's kind of regretting not taking on c4 with a queen now, which is a really horrible situation to be in. You know, you play a move, and you know there was another option, and like your opponent does something which maybe surprised you a little bit, and you think, why did I not take with a queen? And I've had this many times. It can play on you a little bit, like just this position's a bit messy. I could have done it the other way around. Could be something that annoys him. And of course, Jan, who's playing fantastically, finds Knight b4 very easily, as you expect him to.
Yeah. But I can say that here on social media, on Twitter, everybody is super excited. They're loving Magnus's choice. They're loving the way that Jan Nepomniachtchi has responded. And this is the type of game that they want to see, like no long opening lines, just the players being forced to play creatively and aggressively. And it's like the possibilities are endless here, actually. I mean, we've seen a lot of lines and a lot of ways where the position is really hanging in the balance. So
a brand new position by move 10, by move 11, and this one's just a battle of wits. It's not about whose computers are better, whose teams are better. It's just Magnus Carlsen against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, who is the best chess player? And that is basically what we want to find out in this World Championship match.
Exactly, that's why we're here.
Yeah.
Again, just looking at crazy lines, and I'm not using a computer, which is clear, because this is not going to end well for me.
It's more fun without a computer, Simon.
I mean, I think he'll go, let's try Queen B1 again, because I'm so attracted to this diagonal. And your idea of playing Bishop B7 makes loads of sense, to try and get the bishop to E4, and now I want to go again. I don't believe. Let's have a look though. Knight G5. I'm just going to continue the idea.
Really want to get to this square with your queen.
I really want to, and I'm going to go knight. Okay, bishop takes g2. I was just looking at now knight g4, and again, this is just it's one of those ones where I'm very happy I'm not playing. They say when you're commentating, it's very easy to sacrifice other people's pieces, not your own pieces. I also sacrifice mine far too much, but this idea I'm sure the computer won't like. But again, I'm just trying to find some fun lines to give a go. But
you're all saying, when Simon
probably more
comes with this move. I mean, visually it looks good with the knights there, but why is this wow?
I think they're more that they wanted to go bleh, but they're just being polite basically. They're going, how cool, what a weak idea, but they're just going, okay, interesting.
But it looks nice with the knights there.
It looks nice.
Yeah, and the idea is actually with the queen, long range, you want to get rid of the black's best defender. You want to exchange it off with your knight, and for example, if the black knight gets distracted, then the white queen will suddenly pounce. Queen takes pawn, and teaming up with her knight, this is checkmate. So Simon, really nice. I mean, I'm always just amazed by Simon's creativity and just the vision of, I mean, just giving up a piece. Most mere mortals here would just take back the bishop and say, okay, game goes on. But Simon would consider playing this one.
I always find good ways to lose the game. So it's a very, very powerful strength of mine. In a normal position, I just, do something stupid. But
this is really interesting.
It's interesting. Just some concept like this, maybe.
I guess black's safety option here would be to just push a pawn forward to block this queen's diagonal, but then...
But I was actually looking at knight h6 check here and just... but then bishop d4 was kind of ruining me. Then take on g2 next move. But I don't know, it just looked quite interesting, trying to create some problems. But I don't believe it. It's kind of the idea that if it doesn't work, you're probably just going to lose. So you have to be so careful before diving in with such a tactical idea.
Yeah, Simon here, you know me, I like to try and call the bluff when my opponent's attacking. I just want to move this rook out of the way. I'm not sure where.
That's what I was. That was my instinct as well.
And
I hate it when you call my bluff.
And then the queen takes.
Oh, right.
And just run.
Now I'm like, whoops.
But what does Magnus do?
Okay. Magnus puts his queen on the b2 square.
Much more sensible.
He made a bit of a face there as well, Magnus, just as he made that move. I don't think he's too happy he had to put his queen on the square. He would have loved to put it on the square Simon mentioned, but if there were no checkmates, then the queen just gets in the way there. It would have blocked in the white rook. So, okay, sensible with the queen on this square, but the white bishop also wanted to use that post. Not quite ideal.
So the queen, it doesn't want to block in the rook, but what is the point of having it on this square then?
I think it's just the safest square, unfortunately. Jovanka actually mentioned a bit earlier, wherever else the queen goes, it's going to get hit. So, for example, if it goes to the middle, it's going to get attacked by the black rook or by the black knight. If it goes up, it's going to get attacked by one of the black knights. If it goes back this way, then maybe the black bishop would come and start attacking it. So it's just the safest square. It's not active necessarily, but it's not.
So it's not doing anything else but defending a few pieces.
Yeah.
It's controlling the centre from afar on this diagonal. And
temporary measure, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very interesting because, again, like after this, one more line, I think black should go bishop b7, right? This is now... Black's got a little bit of extra development, and if I was white here, I'd be looking at my only undeveloped minded piece, the bishop on c1, and I'd be thinking, okay, I can't get it where the queen is now, but if I move it to g5, there's some ideas of taking on f6, but some ideas of knight g4, but unfortunately I'm going to walk into this pin, aren't I? I'm not actually threatening to take on f6. I'd love to go knight d7 here, but I can't, so that is actually a major problem, which I have. So, okay, so yeah, I mean, I don't know what you guys think, but I think Jan has got over all of his opening problems with this nice resource, b5.
Yeah, and he's about to get back to the board. I think he's going to play this one instantly. He's going to develop his bishop, and like you say, no more problems really for black. It's not clear who's better, who has the easier position to play, but black has survived the opening for sure.
I was just going to ask, who would you choose if you came to the board right now? Where would you sit?
Okay, instant move from Nepomniachtchi, no surprise. It is this bishop move. Should we have a vote? Who do we prefer?
Clocks are equal, you know.
Yeah, go on, sorry.
No, after you.
I'm gonna take white because there's something about this bishop g5 move and knight g4. I can keep my dream alive of attacking. I think it's a bit of an outlandish dream, but I think black is fine. But I think maybe it's easier for white to play. Where's he gone? Is he okay? He's just pushed that back.
He's doing a big pushback, right? Yeah, I have to say I'm kind of with you there, Simon. I kind of prefer white. Having said all this, you know, that black's pieces are quite nicely placed, but they're going to be driven back. And I do feel that this bishop that you mentioned, it is quite nice to come to g4. there's still all sorts of tactical possibilities. But having said all that, I can foresee a situation where Magnus hasn't coordinated his pieces in a great way and it can go wrong.
Do you know what? Just one more quick thing. This A3 move, I'm kind of like, I don't like. I was just thinking, if you go in that last bishop G5, H6, can you go bishop H4?
You have to slow down, Simon.
Okay. Yeah, sorry.
I'm following out with these notations.
Sorry. Yeah. I was just getting carried away with some crazy ideas.
G4, G5.
Yeah, it's in the last line I was looking at with David.
Bring the bishop out to try and create a pin.
Yeah, and if you try to kick the bishop away, which is a great idea, if anyone ever moves a piece into your half of the board, you give it a little kick. And I was just wondering if you can go bishop H4 here.
Just maintaining the tension.
Something like that. But anyway, that's...
And you're hoping that black will try and trap you.
Yeah, some...
Hoping?
Yeah, because this bishop is trapped, but now look at the black king. It's open. And I guess you want to sacrifice here. I know you, Simon.
Surprise, surprise.
Give up a knight for a couple of pawns, but now there is this pin. The black knight can never move again. And the black king is basically naked. It's got no pawns in front of it anymore. All it will take is the white queen to somehow swing over. It will take a while, but swing over towards the black king, and it's going to be in big, big trouble.
Will we basically see that with both kings on this side? Sort of the pieces slowly shifting towards that side?
Quite likely, especially if Magnus does play a move like this one, like the one Simon mentioned, over the next couple of turns. That's why it feels maybe a bit inconsistent. That's why your instinct doesn't like this move, Simon, to play on the other side of the board. Maybe the moment was now to at least try and put some pressure on. And actually, the more I look at it, the more I think, why didn't Magnus go for this? Or at least, why didn't he spend a few minutes thinking about it? Probably he was already contemplating this idea a couple of moves ago. That's why he spent nearly 20 minutes on one move. But
in a sense, I mean, Magnus is driving the knight back to the centre.
Yeah, with his move, he's asking... I mean, we talked about the b4 square looking active, but it's not doing much there. He's definitely asking the black knight to make a decision, either back in the middle. Maybe the knight here would at least block the black bishop. But possibly, Nepomniachtchi will consider trying to trade off some pieces. If he's unsure, if he's not 100% fond of his position, maybe he'll go for this and just try to be cynical and try and trade things off. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
And we didn't quite finish our votes there. I was going to say I would choose white as well, but now I'll say I'll choose black.
Okay.
I'm normally on the white side of these positions. I play this type of thing with white all the time, but I'll say black just to be argumentative.
But basically, it looks quite equal right now. But an interesting game from what I can judge by how you're commentating this.
Definitely. All the pieces on the board. There's only been a set of two pawns been traded. And normally, while the pieces remain, that's promising. That's maybe not what Magnus enjoys as much. Maybe Magnus prefers simpler positions in general, but Jan likes the dynamism of having all the pieces on the board.
So will we see some pieces traded off quite soon, though? And which pieces will that be in that case?
I hope not. I guess black, if he steps back with his knight to challenge white's knight in the middle, then we might see a couple of trades, but I don't see the queens coming off anytime soon. They're still far away from each other. The one danger is the rooks all coming to the open lines, right? And then...
I'm a bit worried there's going to be, like, mass exchanges coming up. With that last move, you pointed out, David, the knight just coming back to C6 and just trying to exchange off everything. And I think Jan's been trying to do this for a number of moves, and he's getting what he wants in. At the moment, all the pieces are on the board, as you say, so there's a lot of play left, but I'm not sure what White's... I guess White's just going to develop his bishop, move his rooks and see what happens here. But it's kind of like, I'm not sure about A3, maybe.
All right. Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi, 5 minutes spent on this move. We're going to take a little pause and look at your beautiful selfies. We have another chess cat. Very nice. And thank you to everyone for watching around the world and for sharing your selfies. Let's go back down to Dubai. Rune, are you catching your breath after that intense chess game?
Well, yeah, it was a good exercise, I would say. Chess fitness is a thing, and, well, I should work on my stamina. I should also work on my chess, I think, according to Tanya, at the very least. Well, I am here with a man, Magnus Barstads, I hope I'm saying that right, from Team Magnus. And you're a man of many talents and also of many titles. One of them is too obscene to say on TV, but the other is fashion icon. So, explain your look.
Okay, today we went, you can see both in me and Magnus, we went for a light white look today. He's playing in white, so, you know, we thought, why not match? A little bit of a message. Aggressive in white today.
And yesterday you were really on the job because on Team Magnus you have to help out on the rest day. What did you do?
It's not really a help though. It's what we would have done if we had the choice. We were playing football, basketball, just relaxing and yeah, organizing some games, some fun and games, get the pulse going, get the mind off the chess, that kind of stuff.
And is it wise to play these very physical games? Is it like if you injure the champion, that could be a big problem?
Yeah, we do have a chat about it with people that play that. Like, Magnus gets very competitive. If you get competitive, please check it at the door and let the champ do his thing. Please don't smash him against the wall.
And is it important to also not beat him if you happen to be better at basketball than he is?
Yeah, just let him. He will see if you don't try your best. That's all I can say. But he's good at stuff and he picks stuff up fast. So it's usually quite competitive.
Well, thank you very much for these insights. Well, it shouldn't be so surprising to us that Magnus is indeed very competitive. He is, after all, playing the World Chess Championship. So thank you very much, and back to you guys at the studio.
Yeah, thank you so much for the insight, Rune. And now we know officially Magnus is playing with his light suit when he plays with the white pieces. All right, we've been wondering if that is the case. And now we know it is. And then I also see the pictures from the day of playing football, of course. And you know, David, as well, Magnus can be very competitive.
He's very competitive. He always has to win. I'm sure he told the opponents they had to stay on the pitch as long enough for him to feel in form. And yeah, hopefully that adrenaline, you know, the sport, it got him in the mood for the chess. Maybe as well, we were talking about the white suits. My superstition is if you wear a white suit, you have to go all white. He's wearing a black shirt, so the white and black might counter each other out. Maybe that's why it's been a lot of draws so far in the match.
That is true.
So, yeah, Magnus, wear that white shirt.
It must lighten up the shirt on the white days. Jan did play a move. It was the move you expected.
Yes, so Jan has just retreated. He's offering this trade. And this is one thing we mentioned. Yes, it's nice to evict that black knight from the b4 square. I like that tweet there. But at the same time, you do invite black to improve pieces and maybe trade off white's most active piece, this knight in the center. And if white's knight in the center disappears or if it gets traded off, then it's going to be hard for Magnus to prove anything. So big moment. Does Magnus keep that knight on the board? Does he step back and retreat it, which I'm quite attracted to, actually? Or does he allow the trade of knights? And does he just develop that white dark square bishop, which is really doing nothing, still stuck on its starting square? He needs to complete development at some point. Is now the moment, or does he take another timeout first? Jovanka?
Yeah, I'm thinking, well, my natural reaction is actually just to drop the knight back and attack the dark squared bishop. But then again, development is key. But I'm a little bit afraid. This is the thing. If you just leave the knight standing there, then the tension goes in the position. And we could easily see a situation where the vacuum cleaner has come on the board and hoovered everything up, and it's kind of nothing to play for.
Yeah, for example, a vacuum cleaner line would be just bringing the bishop out, allowing a trade, but then allowing another trade of bishops, and everything starting to disappear, and suddenly you see the whole board start to clear up and just completely level chances. So if Magnus wants to maintain the tension, instead of taking this knight, then the move we both mentioned actually here, and he's just played it, just as I was about to say, is dropping back the knight. This is very positive in terms of Magnus trying to be ambitious. He's dropped his knight back. And the reason I was attracted to this is because I've studied a lot of the games of Ulf Andersson, a very great Swedish player and known as one of the best positional players of all time. And he used to adopt this opening strategy a lot. He used to play the Catalan opening. He always used to put his bishop on this square, and then he always aimed for his knight on this square in any type of position, any endgame. And often it just holds everything together. It's defended by a pawn. It can never really get kicked away. It defends some weak points in the white camp, but also it controls some important squares. And right now, it threatens to capture the black bishop. I think we'll see Jan Nepomniachtchi actually return to the board and instantly play another move. I have a feeling he's just going to drop this bishop back. He doesn't want to allow this trade because bishop pairs are quite important, especially because the center is open, no blocked pawns there. So he'll drop this bishop back, maintain these two pieces, and it's up to Magnus now how he will complete development. Will he push his bishop forward? Maybe he'll bring it out to this square. Maybe he'll continue with Simon's idea. Maybe he'll bring it the whole way out and create a pin. Maybe he'll go for the other sacrificial idea, Simon, as well. Just stepping back with the bishop, if necessary, trying to provoke black into weakening his own king.
It seems to be all about the bishops and knights in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because the position is totally open. All the pawns are kind of on relatively backward squares. So it's all to do with just getting your pieces in the most active squares, and also just making sure that they're in the most mobile positions possible. So, for instance, the line that I was drawn to, it was actually stepping the bishop one square forward, just so she can go on to the long diagonal.
Okay,
so hadn't occurred to me.
The white bishop to the D2 square. Yeah.
When you kind of pointed it out, I was like, hang on, that's a kind of Magnus type of move. But my second choice would be actually just, you know, pinning. Maybe winning, probably not.
At least putting some pressure on.
Exactly, putting pressure on the knight and just tying the queen down to the e7 square.
Yeah, it's always nice to find like concrete plans, and I guess if black steps back with the bishop, which I'm sure he'll do, the first move I'd look at, and it's about thinking of the critical moves. They say candidate moves when you're trying to work out your plans, and everyone should be doing that. They follow their instinct. What move comes to you first? And I like this idea. Maybe David can show it. If bishop b6, bishop comes out to pin, because it's the most aggressive. And looking at the most aggressive moves first is kind of okay. And at least I have a plan here of moving my knight on d3 around to h5. I mean, again, it's a bit wild, but if you get the knight there, it could be extremely dangerous, and it means black has to do something to stop that plan. And I like having these plans where you're doing something, probably where I go wrong. You should probably sit there and wait, but...
It's interesting. I mean, suddenly, this is something Kai mentioned, just all the pieces gravitating towards the black king. It takes a while, but once they get there, it's scary. To be honest, if white gets this one move in, it's not clear anymore. For example, just to show your idea, landing on this square, putting extra pressure on this knight, and this knight cannot be captured because of this pin.
So would a good response be to actually step forward with the pawn in the middle, the e6 pawn, just to kind of control the two knights?
When? Now?
Yeah, now.
Okay.
No, hang on a second. No, I need to prepare it. I need to prepare it.
Yeah, it's attacked 3 times. I mean, you could consider this. There are some tactics, actually, to work out. It's really interesting now, Jovanka. For example, after a trade here, maybe white just takes with the knight, but if white takes with the queen, for example, we would see a lot of trades, and this is why we calculate, because this is 4 or 5 moves in advance, but you don't want to stop calculating too early, because now we would see a double attack, hitting the rook and hitting the knight, and black would be okay, I think. So, yeah, interesting. This is the move we're all attracted to, I think. It's definitely the move that Magnus will consider first, as Simon mentioned, doing something concrete, doing something direct. But if not, then maybe he'll look for a different square for his bishop. The other one that Jovanka mentioned was bishop to the d2 square, trying to line up with the queen on this diagonal. But maybe this would invite black to jump into the center with the black knight and try to eliminate this bishop. Also covers the square the bishop wants to use
Yep, I agree. My enthusiasm waned as soon as I said that move. I was like, oh, what happens if the knight goes in the centre? But we've seen a lot of aggressive possibilities for Magnus, and especially, as you say, David, if the pieces gravitate towards the king side, to the right side. And that brings me on to Phil Holden's question. When was an actual checkmate move last delivered in a World Chess Championship match?
Wow, that's a good question.
Good question. Let's go through the memory banks. All those thousands of games.
I know, it never seems to get that far.
Yeah, normally the players, they resign when checkmate is inevitable. I remember some attacks. It must be a Kasparov game.
I was going to say Kasparov, Karpov, or...
I don't think they would allow checkmate. I can't remember one checkmate on a board in a World Championships match. So has it actually ever happened? Has checkmate happened?
Well, was it more common before, you know, back with Steinitz and, you know, the first world champions?
19th century, maybe, there were a few.
Yeah, well, I remember in those days, you used to actually announce checkmate. So you would say to your opponent, if you had a force in line, checkmate in 9 moves.
Oh, that's
so just to, you better make sure you get it right if you say it. But they used to say, oh, yes, it's checkmate in 9 moves from this position, and they'd play it out until the end. That's the way they did it. But I can't see that happening here somehow. Yeah. But
it's like a moral...
Would we like it to be like that again, though?
I want to see more checkmates on the board.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen some in the Champions Chess Tour, for example, some Magnus getting checkmated a few times by Daniel Dubov, and yeah, it's always nice to see. I mean, for us as well, from the aesthetic point of view, but also for the viewers, just to show why the result was made. But yeah, it's a moral victory, though, if you can put the checkmate on the board. That's why I understand players reluctant to allow it to happen and resigning.
But for new people coming into chess as well, I mean, I don't see these checkmates many moves ahead. I would love to see them on the board.
I think so too. I mean, I can understand resigning if you're queen down, but you have to play on 20 moves before there's a checkmate, and it's too depressing, so you just resign. But if checkmate's coming, why? I mean, the most annoying thing for me is this happens quite a lot. Grandmasters resigning 1 move before checkmate. Why not play it on the board?
Yeah, exactly.
2 moves before checkmate.
It's like if you have a football game and a team is leading 5-0, you still finish the game, right? You want to see the finish. You want to see some more goals, perhaps.
Don't walk off at half-time and say, OK, we're done.
Yeah.
Yeah, the fans, you got to think about them too sometimes.
Yeah.
A lot of play left, though. All the pieces on the board still. So I think we got what we want, an exciting position with chances of both sides. I think with this bishop coming out move, the bishop pinning the knight, we maybe go back to that defensive idea, which you've mentioned many times, this square in the middle of the board, which is key, and maybe black can aim to move a rook to the centre. He's played it. Well, I'm very happy to see he's played one of my moves. Whoa, just one. It's good, you know. Probably
Prediction challenge.
Probably a very bad sign, that, actually. But maybe black should go like rook to d8, I'm thinking, and try to control d4. Maybe we can show that square. Yep. That seems a very sensible way to... because if you play one bad move here as black, like, you can face an incredibly strong attack.
Suddenly the knight comes in, and just crushes through. So, yeah, as you mentioned, rook f to d8 is what I'm expecting to, with the idea that if white does get carried away and tries to go for the black king, then, OK, maybe we should flick in these moves, I'm not sure, just earlier on. Yeah. But then, yeah, at some point, black will pounce in the middle of the board. Firstly, to try and trade off some pieces. Normally, if you're on the defensive, you want to trade. But secondly, just to block the queen's diagonal.
So what's he played?
Instantly.
Well,
he's brought his rook across.
He played it straight away. I mean, unbelievable. He's finding all these moves so quickly, Jan, which is impressive, very impressive.
And he wants to play this move next, for sure.
But this is his trademark. You know, he's playing quickly. That's what he always does. And secondly, he's so good when it comes to putting his pieces in dynamic squares. So I'm not surprised that Nepomniachtchi is seeing all those possibilities super fast.
Yeah. I'm just thinking back to that tweet, actually, the checkmate tweet. Maybe the viewers, we can challenge them to go back and try and help us find that checkmate. Just in case one happens in this match as well.
Oh, yeah. Good idea.
Has there ever been a checkmate in history in the World Championship matches?
They've been
close.
They've been attacks, and I remember one. There was a blind swine, but I don't know whether it got played out until the end. There was a blind swine mate. Yeah, it's a type of checkmate with the double rooks. That was, I want to say, Steinitz against Chigorin, where Chigorin was on the verge of winning. Yeah, exactly. It's a long, long time ago, in 1800. Yeah.
Okay, so Magnus now has to come up with a new plan.
Yeah.
Maybe his attack is going to be blunted. Frustrating for the world champion. He's playing nice moves, creative moves, but
Jan's playing great. He's playing great. Yeah, I think Jan's just playing very impressively, and he could have gone wrong on many occasions, and he's finding all the moves, he's finding them quickly, as you mentioned. I mean, one thing, if you look at Magnus's games as well, he doesn't like giving up his bishops. So maybe people are thinking, why can't White just take the knight? You know, bishop takes knight, won't that double pawns? And well, it will double Black's pawns, but you're giving up your bishop. And something that Magnus, I think similar to you, I see your games, David, and you really like your bishops. And maybe the stronger you get in chess, the more powerful your bishops become. So I think when you're a weak player like myself, you know, I just love the knights because you can just throw the knights around. You can just attack them, keep punting them. Maybe you'll get a trick in somewhere, a little cheeky fort. But I think when you get really strong, the bishops are just so good in positions where, especially when there's open lines, which you have here, the bishops are very good pieces.
Yeah.
So.
Why is that in open lines? What can bishops do with these open lines?
Well, you
just pass them? Is that the
I always have this kind of rule, like when you're looking at a position, you should scout the territory, and by that I mean look at the pawn structure, and then you look at what weapons you have, because you have to remember chess is a war game, and if you think of bishops as like archers, long range, they need those lines. Meanwhile, think of the knights as short range weapons, and they need the pawns. They need to dance behind enclosed positions. So obviously, this is just a general advice. It's not a hard and fast rule. And once you look at that, you're like, okay, well, the bishops will work much better in this type of position because there's loads of open squares on the board, and bishops are fantastic in this type of. They control the pieces from. Well, they can control a lot of squares from their starting position.
Yeah.
And if we imagine an empty board, a bishop can get from one side to the other, or it can control one side from the other. It can get there in one move. A knight often takes 4 or 5 moves to get.
Well, hang on a second.
This is commentator's curse, yeah? So I'm saying Magnus loves his bishops. Only a weak player would take on f6, give up the bishop pair. Magnus will never give up the bishop pair. And, of course, he gives up the bishop pair and he takes the knight. Thank you, Magnus. So, yeah. Oh, great, you know, so... Well, I'm surprised by that because I'm assuming Black will now swap off the queens, and I mean, we have a change of structure, but I'm very surprised Magnus has done that, actually. Very surprised.
Yeah, and the evaluation bar, not so keen either. I mean, I thought he would play this eventually, but I didn't see any need or any reason to rush. And as you mentioned, Black most likely is going to take with the queen now. If Black takes back with the pawn, then at least the Black king's a bit open, and with queens on the board, that's a factor. But if queens disappear, then having a compromised pawn structure in front of your king, not such a big deal. Maybe we have to investigate.
We have to do that, because, I thought this would never happen.
Yeah. I'm very surprised.
I thought at the very least Magnus would wait for this bishop to be attacked, and then he would take this knight. But nope. First.
Does he look uncomfortable, maybe? I mean, I possibly don't think he looks happy. I mean, yeah, I mean, it seems a bit strange, this move to me.
So we're expecting queen takes. If pawn takes, then, yeah, the king not 100% safe if the white queen can somehow maybe relocate later towards that king. So we're expecting queen takes bishop, a queen trade, and maybe Magnus's idea is just to slide across with one of his rooks, I'm not sure which one, to bring it across and later try and install a knight on this square. And if that happens, for example, if Black is a bit slow, then we might see Black having to give up one of his bishops for a knight. And if there's level material, then White has the superior pawn structure. Black's pawns here are doubled. Black's pawn on this side is isolated. White's rook sits on an outpost. But I don't think Nepomniachtchi will give Magnus this time. If this happens, if we see queen takes bishop, a queen trade, and the white rook coming across, then I think Jan, as Black, will start to create some threats. I'm not sure exactly how immediately, but for example, at some point he could push this pawn forward. He can plonk a piece on this in the center of the board. Maybe it's not so easy for Black to do that yet. No. There's still a lot of tension on this diagonal, and that's the key for White.
And,
yeah, it's true.
You know, my vibe wasn't actually to capture the bishop with the queen. I wanted to capture with the pawn.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and it wasn't based on any calculation whatsoever. It was just based on the fact that, hey, the weaknesses around the Black king are Black, White doesn't have dark square bishop. So, I mean, how dangerous is this?
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe we're just playing, or we were just talking too generally there. For example, if White's rook comes across Black's knight at some point, we'll just hop into the centre and initiate a lot of trades.
Yeah, and at least this way the black queen covers that square that you were trying to get the knight into, David. So it certainly has its, it certainly has its benefits, this idea. I mean, again, if I can get my knight to move my knight towards Black's kingside, great, but that takes 2 moves. And one of the most important things I've actually seen when I look at games of lower rated players who are, let's say 1400, is they forget to consider their opponent's moves. And they see these plans, like you just pointed out there, but they think, well, they don't really consider what their opponent can do in the meantime. And I think the first thing to improve as a chess player is to get in the habit of just trying to predict your opponent's moves. This is like a key learning thing, I find. Just what's your opponent going to play? Try to stop that idea. And again, this only comes at some point in chess education, I think. Sort of reminds me of that Mike Tyson quote that, like, it's very easy until your opponent boxes back. It's like, it's very easy to, but I think probably a really bad quote. You probably got that totally wrong, but something like that, life is good until your opponent fights back. And that's something, maybe White just doesn't have time to do anything after Jovanka's idea, which seems very clever, actually.
Well, we are waiting for Jan Nepomniachtchi to punch back. Tanya, she commented on this game when Askild and Rune attempted to play on, and you were quite harsh on them, Tanya. You said it was the worst World Championship game in history, but what do you think about the actual Game 6 in Dubai now?
Look, Askild and Rune definitely need to work on their chess right now. Currently in this game, Jan's working it out, whether he needs to recapture with the queen or the pawn. I'm outside the Play Magnus lounge, the Chess24 lounge. Let's take a look at what is going on in there. Come on in. And we see we've got Henrik Carlsen on our right, having a look at the position. Magnus's friends, his team is here. And I also spot Grandmaster Alex Sholowich, who is having a look at the position. Alex, hi.
Hi, Tanya.
Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on in this current position?
Well, I think this is a very important position because now Black, Nepo, needs to make a very important choice, whether to exchange the queens or not to exchange the queens. And, well, we know that this is always very important because exchanging queens means determining whether the endgame is good for him or not. And he's thinking, which means that the choice is not simple. So I try to take a look what happens again after both choices. And it appears that, for example, when Black takes, with a pawn and keeps the queens on the board, right? His king is a bit weak, because there is no cover here. But then again, it's also not that easy for White's pieces to come closer to the king. And I think this is a possible option for Nepo. But then, if you look at it again, even the endgame, let's say queen takes, and then the exchange, take. Again, we have this endgame where now king's safety is not that important. But what will happen, I think, is that White will take over the file and will try to jump with the knight here. So maybe some tiny pressure for White. But should be holdable for Black. So I guess it's a choice of 2 more or less equally playable possibilities.
Very interesting. Now, of course, Jan was surprised out of the opening, but Vladimir Potkin, we had him on the show earlier, and he said he has belief in Jan that he can handle this. Do you think he's done that successfully?
Yes, I think so. I would even say that Jan probably remembered some of his pre-match preparation because he reacted very well. And I think that Magnus's surprise was, even though I think it was a surprise, it did not really achieve the full effect that he hoped for, probably.
Very interesting. Now, Magnus's approach in the opening, just getting Jan straight out of the book. I mean, it's clear in the last 5 games that Jan's prep has been so on point. Do you think with this opening that Magnus chose, it was with the whole idea of forcing Jan to play more instinctively rather than based on the prep?
Yeah, I would say so, yes. I think he wants to get him out of the preparation, which, as you say, it has been fantastic. And, well, he is succeeding, but it also shows that, well, obviously Jan is a very strong player, so he manages to keep pace with Magnus's ability when they leave the opening phase.
Very interesting. Thank you so much, Alex.
Thank you, Tanya.
That is Alex telling us that Jan keeping it up, keeping the pace up, that's exactly what's required. Now, I am in the Chess24 lounge and I spot another very special guest who is here. He is a special friend of the Carlsen family and he's also the security head. He has been the security head for Magnus Carlsen in several of the World Championship matches. Bjorn's with us. Hi, Bjorn.
Hi, Tanya. Hi.
How's it going?
Well, it's going very well so far.
And Bjorn, now I've seen you in this lounge. You often play a game or two with Henrik. Tell us a little bit about Henrik's chess skills, because we're seeing Magnus's chess skills.
Does he? He's listening now, is he? Yeah. No, he's much better than me. I had some luck the other day, and yeah.
All right, and Bjorn, you were with Magnus in his first World Championship match in 2013 when he became the world champion. You were the head of security, and I was there, and I remember the kind of crowd, the kind of fan following for that match. Tell us a little bit about that experience.
It was a very special experience because in Norway, chess wasn't, you know, you didn't look at it as a what should you say, as tense as it was. So it was very, very special. A lot of people and a lot of dramatic, yes.
Very dramatic. It must not have been an easy job there, just protecting Magnus from that crowd.
No, it was surprisingly tough. Hundreds of people pressing from all sides, and yeah, I was taken by surprise actually.
And actually, I do see the book is here, where maybe we can show what it was like, because here we do have a really nice photograph from the match. If I can just, it's right here. Just give me a moment. It's this one, and oops. We can see Bjorn with Magnus in this photograph. Bjorn, do you remember this moment?
Very well, yes. It was, yes, as I said, very tense, yeah.
And what's the tension like currently with this match in Game 6?
Excuse me?
What's the tension like in this match here in Dubai?
Oh, this is much calmer. It's more relaxed, I think. But, yeah, I'm not a good enough to say something about this match so far, but yeah.
All right, and there we have it, Bjorn. Thank you so much. So the tension in the game is, as we can see, a little bit more in control from where it started, but it's still going to be a long fight. And of course, Jan Nepomniachtchi has decided to keep the queens on the board. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Tanya. Bodyguard, Bjorn there. Also a big social part of Team Carlsen. We have two moves on the board, David. Are you surprised by anything that's happening now?
Slightly, personally, but then again, Jovanka's not surprised because Jan has gone for Jovanka's suggestion, and that means keeping the queens on the board. So Black capturing back the white bishop with a pawn. So Black's king is not going to feel entirely safe while the queens remain, but it means the position remains dynamic, and that's Jan's style. So it's going to get even more dynamic over the next few moves. Magnus just shifting the rook across a couple of squares onto an open line. Very sensible stuff, and now it's down to concrete calculation. Who is going to end up with better pieces? Eventually, we'll see some trades. Eventually, we'll see maybe Magnus try and attack, and I think this one's going to heat up. It's promising.
All right. That is good news. Heating up.
Always good news to heat up.
All right. Well, something that definitely was a hot World Championship match, the 72 one between Spassky and Fischer. If you talk to non-chess players, this is probably the World Championship match that they will know about. Why is the 72 match so famous?
Well, this was an amazing match. It was being called the match of the century because it was really when West and East met. So there was a lot of political stuff going on. Obviously, it was in the 70s, and Russia have been dominating chess up to this point. But all of a sudden, this young upstart from America had come along, the quite cool Bobby Fischer. And all this propaganda behind the countries was really important as well. Both countries wanted their man to win this competition. competition, and it was played in Reykjavik. And it started off the match very funnily with Bobby Fischer. Was he going to turn up? Actually, he got to Reykjavik, but he didn't turn up for a game. There was a lot of pressure, but then he did get to the board, and it was a brilliant World Championship match, which movies have been made of. And we could talk a little bit about Boris Spassky, who was world champion before Fischer. And
because when we talk about the 72 match, it is sort of the genius, Bobby Fischer, who also, of course, was a big personality that people talk about. Is Boris Spassky forgotten a little bit?
I think he's forgotten. I think sort of people remember him for losing this match.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah.
But he was the world champion on this match, and a lot of people thought he was going to win this match. They thought it would be OK. I think we do have a couple more moves as well, just see if anything has happened there. It doesn't seem like anything too much has occurred. We'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I think it was just sound from the playing arena. They sit very still at all times, these two, but suddenly here there was some motion.
Rustling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I think we could say about Boris Spassky, he was a very dynamic player. He's probably one of the last world champions to play the King's Gambit, which Jan has actually done a chessball course on, believe it or not, but it's too risky to play this opening at top level now. But Spassky won every game he played with his pawn sacrifice on move 2. So those days of these sacrifices, well, they're kind of gone away, even though we have seen that a little bit here. But, I mean, Spassky was a really likeable chap by everyone's what they say about him. And he even, apparently, in this game 6, when he lost the game, he even applauded his opponent after losing. So he got up and he applauded him. Apparently, I wasn't there to see it, but believe it or not, but apparently he applauded him. I mean, I can't see these guys applauding each other if they lose a game. I don't think it will really happen like that. But it was just a fascinating match and very interesting, which, of course, Bobby Fischer went on to win and become world champion. And the other thing we should mention is the effect this had on chess. Yeah. Because at the time, chess was massive in Russia. You know, every schoolboy in Russia played chess. A great story I can remember is a friend of mine, Grandmaster Stuart Conquest, went over to Russia. And it was in the days where you had a position on the board, the games went on for days, so you'd stop the game at a certain point and then you'd take the game up the next day. So you'd have the position, like, let's say here, you go back to your room, you didn't have computers then, and you try to work out the best thing to do. Now, Stuart Conquest was in his bedroom, he had a rook ending on the board, and he was looking at it, and the cleaner came in. Some Russian lady came in the board. He was a grandmaster at the time. He was wondering about the best move to play, and this cleaner was hoovering around, looks at the board and, like, you know, looked at this stupid Englishman and just moved the rook on the board and just went back to hoovering, went out the door. And Stuart Conquest was sort of looking at the board and thought, that's a blooming good move. This cleaner has just come along and told me what to play. And hence the expression, every Russian schoolboy or cleaner or taxi driver, the stories about that, basically had a good chess education. But after Bobby Fischer won the World Championships, the boom across Europe and America was massive, and it really gave this other generation people watching this match on TVs everywhere, and it really raised the interest, a bit like Magnus Carlsen has done, especially in Norway and in Europe, I think, himself. So he's been a great influence on chess, Magnus, as well.
So despite of all the controversies in the 72 match, was it just a very convincing match win for Bobby Fischer?
It was very up and down, actually. I mean, it started off looking like Boris Spassky might get the upper hand, but then a couple of great games from Fischer, who changed his style a bit, and he calmed down into the match. And at some point, I think it became clear that Bobby Fischer was the superior player and deserved to be world champion, and he won it, and he won it in great style. So, yeah, very important match in history.
What is it about Bobby Fischer that makes him one of the greatest players of all time?
He was really up to date with theory. He was one of the people who really played aggressively, but his opening theory was worked out so well. He tried to win with the black pieces as well as the white pieces. And, you know, the idea of the Soviet school of chess was draw with black, win with white, what we're seeing nowadays, but he really tried to win every game, and he was dominant. He would destroy people in matches like 6-0, and you know, he was certainly a character. Maybe his later years in life weren't too great, but we've talked about chess players going a bit crazy, and unfortunately, I think Bobby was one of those people.
Was he one of those geniuses with intuition, or was he also, you know, keen on studying opening theory, stuff like that?
I think he was both. I think he was. I think he was very. He's a workaholic. He looked at chess all the time, nothing else. But he obviously had a lot of flair. He had all the ingredients to be world champion.
And obviously nowadays we talk about Fischer random chess.
Yeah.
Chess 960.
Yeah.
I guess that was invented by Bobby Fischer.
Apparently so. Yeah. So Bobby thought of an idea where you set up the starting position randomly, and you had 960 different starting positions. Wow. And the idea of this, which I know a lot of people have been mentioning nowadays, is that you lose the theory because you don't really know what openings you're going to get, so you can't work on the openings. So it is potential. I don't know what you think at home. Do you think 960 is the future? You get a lot of traditional players. Love to hear Jovanka and David's thoughts as well on this. Yeah. Basically say, no, we're traditional players. But there's other very strong players who say, yeah, this is maybe the future. No opening work. We don't have to look at any theory. We can just play. So that was, his idea. So he left many legacies, and that was one of his great ones.
Yeah.
So.
We do have a move in Dubai, a knight move. David, are you surprised by this one?
I'm not surprised. Black had many options, and this one is the safest of them all. Now Nepomniachtchi is actually going to try and exchange off some pieces. Maybe he was scared of an attack against the Black King later on. So Nepomniachtchi just playing safety first chess and asking Magnus the question, how are you going to keep pieces on the board? Very logical move.
Do you like it, Simon? You moved it here on the board we have here in the studio. Does it look nice to you?
Yeah, it looks nice. And again, I think he's just playing quite safely here. He's aiming to, again, centralise this piece. And you can see his bishop, which was a problem piece, is lining up. Should we do the zoom?
Oh, I love it.
You haven't done a zoom yet. Can we hear a zoom noise? Not bad, not bad.
I wanted the fast one.
Not quite Jovanka's level, but you can work on it. Yeah. But he's lining these ones up, and he just wants to maybe. Oh, that's better.
That's better.
I
okay.
like it.
I have my sound. Pow pow.
It's getting better and better. and I think he's just trying to swap off some pieces. And again, he has the two bishops. This is the problem that Magnus might find. If the queens come off the board, then these two bishops could dominate, and these guys on the queen side in an ending could be very weak. And I think Jan would always have an advantage in an ending. So Magnus should, I believe, try to keep the queens on the board in this position because of the slightly weakened Black King over here. Is sort of missing a bit of room over there.
All right. Well, Magnus Carlsen is thinking, I don't want to leave Bobby Fischer quite yet, because obviously there is another interesting fact to this man, and that was his life outside of chess. Which I guess was a little bit of a hard life.
It was a hard life. I mean, I think he had a pretty tough upbringing. I think it was Jovanka who mentioned another time that a lot of world champions, they didn't have their fathers. Is that right, Jovanka? Or something like? And I think this affects. I think there was some comment like that as well.
Yes, I read somewhere.
Read somewhere, but he was. I mean, he had. You know, I mean, I'd rather talk about his younger years because at some point when he became world champion, he did go a little bit loopy and he had some rather nasty views, I think it's fair to say, on life. But, you know, that was maybe the madness and genius thing, you know. It's a very fine level, and he kind of went the other way at the end.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right. Well, the knights have moved David, Magnus as well, pushing his knight.
Yep, he's just captured the black knight, and this knight will also disappear black. I'm pretty sure quickly we'll play bishop takes knight, hitting the white queen. So the material will be level. Pieces are disappearing. I think Magnus is itching to get rid of one set of bishops. That's what Simon alluded to there. The bishops, the black bishops, while they're together, are just too strong. So white wants to eliminate the light squared bishops. So first, okay, Nepomniachtchi taking the white knight. The white queen has to move. Probably she just has to sidestep one square to keep those white pawns protected, the ones that Simon mentioned as well. And then we'll see the light squared bishops depart, and I'm not sure who I prefer. It's equal chances. The computer says 0.0, but still both sides have reasons to play on, reasons to be optimistic, and still far from a draw despite all these trades.
All right, I like to hear that. Far from a draw. Maybe we will have a decisive Game 6 from Dubai. Now, Bobby Fischer, he never turned up to defend his World Championship title. So he only sat for a couple of years. Is that a sad moment in chess history? Would it have been nice to see him, keep fighting and keep fighting for his title?
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing was actually that he did play a rematch against Spassky. I can't remember the year off the top of my head. I think
was
it was
like
the 90s.
92?
92.
Yeah, 92, yeah.
And the amazing...
With a huge prize money in that match, right?
That's right. We learnt this from I think the Gold Money tour in the Champions League. That this time when Bobby Fischer played a rematch in 92, it was the biggest ever prize fund in a chess match to get him out of retirement. And it was, he did manage to come up with some brilliant ideas even in that match, and he won that match, but then he disappeared, and he actually spent the last years of his life over in Iceland because he had that great connection from 72 and he became an Icelandic citizen. He said some rather controversial things about America, so he could have got in trouble if he went back there, but Iceland helped him out, so he was the last invading Viking to spend the last of his years there over in Valhalla, I guess, chilling out, so which is all good. Yeah.
And on the chessboard, of course. What a genius and what a player Bobby Fischer was. If you've been following us, you might have noticed that we haven't talked about another great world champion, Tigran Petrosyan. We haven't forgotten about him. We will do him later. But now, David, let's talk about the action on the board in Dubai.
Yep, so as expected, a lot of trades, knights have departed, and now those light squared bishops also have been exchanged. And White's king, not out in the open. White can defend that king. The White king can also step back if necessary. I'm expecting Black, though, to try and activate as quickly as possible, because if White gets time to reroute that White queen, which is currently offside, if White also gets time to maybe bring the rooks to better positions, then I slightly prefer White's position. I think the knight is more flexible, despite there being pawns on both sides of the board. And maybe we can delve into some lines, Ivanka.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, are you expecting the black rook to come and challenge its counterpart on the C line?
Possibly. Possibly Black could challenge for the open file, or alternatively, I'm expecting maybe a check first, just to ask the White king's intentions. Because if this White pawn, this is check now, if White's pawn steps forward to block the check, then the bishop now gains access to some other squares, maybe this one a bit later on. And if the White king instead steps back, which is maybe the safer move, then I'm very attracted or very tempted to just putting the queen in the middle of the board. And suddenly these guys, how are you ever going to get past them? They're going to form a blockade. I'm not sure what Black's actually threatening here, maybe nothing, but either way, these two pieces control a lot of the board. The bishop controls dark squares, the queen controls the light squares. So I'm expecting Nepomniachtchi at some point to flick in this check. Maybe starting with your move, Ivanka, but the reason I'm less tempted by this with Black is because I would be slightly reluctant to trade off all the rooks. For example, if we see rook takes rook and all of these pieces coming off the board, then we'll see a knight versus bishop, queen and knight versus queen and bishop scenario, and queen and knight work quite well together.
That's true.
I saw you doing a little dance in the corner of my eye. What was that about, Ivanka?
Because there's a tactic.
The trick? Which position?
At the end of your line. Sorry.
Okay.
Trick dance.
I was just showing an example.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. No, but I completely agree.
Okay, show me, Ivanka. I want to see where you were dancing.
Okay. So after all the mass trades, there's bishop takes pawn.
Yeah, bishop takes pawn. I was just trying to find a way to get the rooks off the board. The idea here is that this would be a nasty doublet.
Yeah. No, I realise that. That's apologies for the dance, David.
And instead, Black is given a check. So White has to make this decision to block with the pawn or to step back with the White king.
All right. Now, the bishops, the White bishops, you've been, praising them most of the game. They had these long diagonals. Is it bad news for Magnus that they're now off, or is it more this position that looks good for him?
He's probably not happy that they've gone, but these top players, they're very good at kind of moving in the moment, adapting, and he'll be focusing right now, not on the past, but on the fact that he has this relatively strong knight in the middle of the board, but it is completely balanced out by Black's strong bishop. So both sides have reasons to be happy. Personally, I quite like this knight. I would probably choose White here, just because I've seen many, many games where this knight later, once the queens depart, it starts hopping about, attacking some weaknesses, attacking some weak pawns. But then again, the Black bishop, while the queens remain, is going to be hard to sneak past.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you there, David. And when you showed that line with the queen and the bishop in the middle of the board, very difficult combo to get past, like you said. And I mean, are there any aggressive possibilities, like for a kingside attack?
by black?
Yeah.
Possibly?
Possibly, yeah.
So what do you think? Is Magnus going to block this check with the pawn? Is he going to step back with the king?
I would have thought he'd probably step back with the king, because you don't want to... Again, this goes back to this idea of every pawn move makes a weakness, and if you block with a pawn, you weaken the e3 square, and I don't think... but this is what I said last time when he took on f6, so let's see. He's going to move the pawn... Oh, OK.
Right this time, Simon.
We got it right once. And, but, yeah, it's weird, because when I was just standing over there, it to me looked like... I really like Jan's position with the two bishops, but this exchange of one bishop has really changed things. And if anything, I'm with you, David. I kind of prefer White's position. His king's a little bit safer. The knight seems to be as good as that one bishop. And, you may be able to get your queen over to the king side. But it should be even, but maybe a bit easier for White to play, I feel. At the moment, and that's very important. I mean, I think a lot of these players, and they go for equal positions, but if their moves are more natural, that's just as good as having an advantage, because your opponent has many more opportunities to go wrong. And I think this will be a long game. It's still a lot to play for here.
Yeah, I have to say, there's a lot of risk for both sides, because we saw a line there where it potentially White could get the queen and knight, which is a fantastic combination against queen and bishop. But then we also saw that there is possibility that the queen can come springing forward, and black controls the centre. And when the rooks are in the centre, the rooks actually have a good possibility to switch back to the right side, the king side, and maybe initiate something very dangerous, or even threaten to, which might even be worse than the execution, as they say.
I mean, I think if I was White and I can move that a3 pawn, maybe we can just point that out back one square to where the queen is. I'd really quite like White's position, but the problem is this little pawn being on that square is a target, because black has a bishop on the dark squares and White has a pawn on the dark squares, and you've always got to watch out for that little guy over there. Just talking about Boris Spassky, actually, one of the best quotes I heard, he got divorced from his wife, and I think someone asked him about, well, what happened? And he said, well, we were just... I'm not... Should I do...
Oh, come on, please.
We were just bishops on opposite colour squares. And meaning they never connected, because they just danced around each other, and they just, didn't have that connection.
That's a perfect description.
It was a very nice description of, a marriage gone wrong, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But
chess and life.
Chess and life.
So many parallels.
Right. Yeah, well...
Yeah, and meanwhile, just to point out Jovanka's idea as well, just of some potential attack brewing. Maybe Jan Nepomniachtchi will try and compensate for his slightly deficient pawn structure by going on the offensive and planting the queen in the middle of the board, these two pieces. And you mentioned some other concepts, Jovanka. If White is just slow, if White just moves a rook, for example, then potentially maybe this pawn, Harry the... OK, he's played it, actually, Nepomniachtchi. I really like this. It was the first move that popped into my head as well, just because these pieces are so centralised. You always got to think about the centre. But yeah, Harry the H-pawn could launch forward, maybe push the whole way and start combining with the black queen to try and deliver a nasty checkmate later on. Also, the other concept you mentioned, Jovanka, was the black rook bringing itself forward and maybe swinging over towards the white king. So at least now Magnus might have to worry about these types of ideas. And will he start to see some ghosts? Will he start to panic? Or can he neutralise this attack somehow? It's not obvious to me how he's going to deal with these ideas. Maybe at some point he has to bring the white queen across, because the white queen right now, not doing anything at all. I was like Simon, I was a bit worried about this pawn long term, so I was thinking about pushing it forward, but I'm worried this is too slow now. Maybe you just have to forget about this pawn temporarily and bring the white queen across, maybe to offer a trade, or if allowed, then to bring the queen even further in, just to annoy black a little bit. I'm struggling to see other plans for white. It looks like you can install a rook on the 7th rank. This looks nice and pretty, but what's it doing there? And it will later get kicked back and evicted simply by the black bishop.
What is Magnus's strongest piece right now? Which one, can maybe give him that win later on in the game?
I've got to say the only positive piece is probably this knight.
Wow.
It's defended by a pawn, but then again, the queen is tied down, defending this pawn, which defends the knight. So long term, it has the potential to jump into either side of the board, this way or maybe this way. But yeah, right now it's just doing a holding job. is holding everything together. And it's more the rook and the queen that need to actually do something, that need to take some action.
Yeah.
So in a situation like that, would a plan that he's maybe thinking about be to sort of, okay, I want my knight to jump forward to certain squares, and now I need to first make sure to defend those squares, and then I can start jumping. Is that kind of what you would do?
Exactly, defend the weaknesses first. It's not clear how. That's why Magnus is pausing. That's why Nepomniachtchi may be feeling confident. At some point, you need to keep this pawn defended from the black queen. You need to be always wary of this square. Jovanka pointed out a tactic with this square later on in the game, so that's why everything's a bit frozen for white. It's a bit stuck. And I think in terms of the statics of the position, I prefer white for sure, but short-term dynamism, which is Jan Nepomniachtchi's strength, that maybe favours black. And Magnus himself said that in positions with just queens and rooks, so for example, if these guys disappear, Magnus said that Nepomniachtchi is the strongest player in the world in those types of positions. So
maybe another plan here. I like your idea of exchanging the queens off, because black's queen is now actually so strong. Maybe you could combine these plans, the one Kaya mentioned as well, of using the knight by going queen c2 and then trying to move the knight to exchange queens. You know, if you really want to simplify and you want to go, you suddenly decide you want to go for a draw, even knight c5. Well, maybe knight c5, but that's a bit riskier, and just try to get rid of all the pieces. But again, your move a5 there, Dave, is quite scary, because you might be able to fix white's pawns on dark squares in a lot of these endings, like you know this a4 move or something, and that's scary. Okay, he's played.
Simon.
It's coming together now. It's coming together.
On a roll.
Magnus finding his inner ginger GM.
This is such a bad sign. Things are going wrong if he finds his inner ginger.
One big question, Simon. What will happen if black offers a big exchange here? If black attacks the queen, will you get tempted to give up your queen for 2 rooks, which is actually a material gain, but always risky? Or will you just run away and retreat, or maybe just sidestep?
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably take the rook, but I have no idea what a position's like there, to be honest. It's very hard to assess.
I feel that one's quite uncomfortable for white, just because the 3 pieces that white has can't coordinate very well, because, you know, it was like, it almost sounded like a nursery rhyme. The knight is protected by the pawn has to be protected by the rook, you know, and it just feels quite defensive. But then it is pretty solid, I think. White's king should be. Actually, I'm going to take back my words. White's king is maybe not set that safe.
I would be worried here. This pawn is under attack, and this black queen in the centre just so strong. And black can play on both sides. Black can start pushing this pawn forward to try and loosen white up. Black can also, as we mentioned, push this pawn to try and fix this guy in a dark square. And black has targets. I recently had a lot of games, actually, with this type of imbalance of kind of queen versus 2 rooks here. And normally you favour the 2 rooks, but in this exact scenario, I'm not so sure. The queen is just so dominant, and this white rook especially is going to take an age to get into the position. I just don't see how you ever coordinate your pieces with white.
Do you still call it a queen sacrifice if you sort of give it up for 2 rooks?
Yeah, that's a good question, actually. So if black's rook comes across, actually it's kind of a material gain for white. You get 10 points for your queen, which is worth 9. But it always feels weird giving up the queen for anything. That's any other piece than your opponent's queen, essentially.
And it sounds so cool with a queen sacrifice in a world championship match game.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, I expect he probably has to take the rook, because otherwise, why would he go on queen c2? It makes no sense to not take the rook here, because otherwise you just lose the tempo, right?
Maybe he's being sneaky. Maybe if he sidesteps, I think long term he's envisioning maybe a position where all the rooks disappear. Maybe he just wanted to hurry up the trade of the rooks.
Okay.
But that would be very deep, very sophisticated, if that's Magnus's plan. I would be fascinated, to be honest, to see what will happen if Nepomniachtchi goes for this line and offers this kind of queen sacrifice, this pseudo-sacrifice.
I see a tweet that Tarjei, a Norwegian chess enthusiast, has tweeted that the evaluation by Sessa has been 0.00 the whole game, not a single inaccuracy by either player.
This is just how strong they are. It's crazy. Yeah. They're both so strong. If they're playing perfect chess all the time, this is why we're getting many draws, because the quality is so good, which is great to watch.
I mean, in terms of specific moves, this is probably the highest quality, most accurate World Championship of all time.
Yeah.
Just where both players just neutralising each other. But I mean, it's frustrating there are draws, but we got to admire. I mean, these players playing at the top of their game, both of them, barely giving each other chances.
Yeah, I have to agree that the accuracy rate has been incredibly high, and that's what's made the match so tense as well. I mean, both players coming to the game incredibly well prepared, outwitting the other. And for me, this game is a bit of a highlight, actually, because it's a bit uncertain from the opening. Both players have had to resort to their own wits to survive, and there's a lot of danger. And talking about danger and checkmates, we do have an answer to our question where we asked everyone, when was the last time there was a checkmate in the World Championship? And Tim Stevens and many other people on Twitter had the correct answer, and they said, Simon, would you like to read out this name? Bogolubov. Bogolubov against Alekhine. Sorry there, Simon. From 1920.
Yeah, I'm known for my very accurate pronunciation of foreign names.
Yeah. Yeah, but of course we do have to remember, I think Magnus came very, very close to giving a checkmate in his tiebreak game against Sergei Karyakin.
Yeah, very
But then I think Sergei didn't allow the checkmate, right?
He resigned. It was one move before checkmate, that's right. And that was a tiebreak game. I guess we can't lose.
But yeah, 1929, you guys. The last time we had a checkmate on the board in a World Championship match.
92 years ago. Wow.
It feels like it's time. Feels like it's time. Yeah.
Long overdue.
All right. Jan Nepomniachtchi thinking for 5 minutes now on this move. Of course, we should remind you of the time control rules. They have 2 hours each for the first 40 moves, and then they gain another hour on the clock. And at move 60, they gain 15 minutes for the rest of the game and 30 seconds increment.
And what do we think there? Is this getting dramatic for Nepomniachtchi? He's down to around... OK, Magnus making a face there. Nepomniachtchi, he's down to around 40 minutes, but he's still got 18 moves to make.
Yeah, that's true. And it's getting more complicated, maybe?
It's getting complicated, for sure. They don't gain any increments, so it's strictly just 41 minutes. And he's below the average. Normally, around this point, you want 55 minutes or so just to... because if you think at the start, they get 120 minutes for 40 moves, you want 3 minutes on average per move. And 3 minutes per average, that's enough. That gives you time to calculate, work things out. But right now, he has 18 moves to make in 40 minutes, and that's only 2 and a bit minutes per move. So, I mean, for me, this is relatively normal, but for Nepomniachtchi, this is a very rare scenario. He's normally the one with over an hour on his clock, putting pressure on that part of the game. But maybe he's just feeling the tension, spending more time than normal.
6 minutes now. He's got 40 minutes left on the clock to reach move 40, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Let's head back to Tanya. Would you be worried for Jan Nepomniachtchi now, Tanya, with 40 minutes left on the clock?
I think one thing we know about Jan is that when it comes to speed, he's definitely got that under control. So, and also the position that we have, things look pretty good for Black. But for more insights into the position, I've got with me Grandmaster Hans Niemann. Hans, would you be worried for Jan, given that he's got 4 minutes left on the clock?
He has 4 minutes left. I think it's 40 minutes.
To make it a time control.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that... considering the position, it's quite easy to play. So it's definitely not like... It's not like he's under direct danger or has any specific problems to solve. So if Magnus was putting pressure or Magnus was forcing Jan to make a decision, then I'd be worried, right? But I think Jan is definitely is known to play quite quickly. So if he's posed with not like a significant problem, he can make quick moves and still maintain a very high level.
Yeah, now when the game started, we saw this idea by Magnus completely taking Jan by surprise. For the first time in the match, Jan slowed down, took his time in the opening. But despite that, very well-handled game here with the black pieces.
Yeah, I think that's a pattern we've seen with Jan with the black pieces. Like in the first game in the Catalan, Magnus surprises him. He's totally surprised. Then he just plays really well, puts pressure, and then in the second game that Magnus had with White, he just equalized quite easily. And then now in the third game, even with Magnus surprising him yet again, it seems like he's just so calm and he's really taking his time in the opening, and he seems like almost indestructible with the black pieces so far.
Hans, we often see Jan make a move and get up and leave the board. And we've seen that happen so many times. Do you think that puts additional pressure on the opponent?
I don't think that that's something that would faze Magnus Carlsen, and I think that's something Magnus does as well. I don't think it would faze him, but if Jan wins a game, then he might start to feel some more pressure, and that could be a leading factor. But I think that Jan is, despite him walking around, he's definitely thinking about chess while he's walking around. I don't think he's focused on making his tea. Even when he's, getting his tea or getting a snack, I think subconsciously or consciously, he's definitely still thinking about the game. And I think that's something that varies from player to player.
And in the current position, he's got this bishop on d4, queen e4. He's just made that pawn move to a5. Looking like black is the one who's being aggressive here.
No, absolutely. The activity of black's pieces is very clear with the bishop on d4 and queen e4. Like you said, it's the knight on d3 doesn't really have a place to go. It is quite solid on d3, but the bishop on d4 just sort of, c5 isn't really great. It's pretty loose. I think the only thing that's holding White's position together right now is the control of the c file. So I think Jan can manage to control the c file, then that would really sort of extend this positional dominance. Although it's unclear where the exact weaknesses are, because e2 is very well protected, knight on d3, everything's so solid. So I think the thing that Jan has here is the queens on the board is actually crucial. I think if we trade the queens, then I could see Magnus, squeezing some water from stone, and possibly sort of this knight against bishop, considering the double pawns, could make for a very interesting long grind as Magnus is known for. So I think the only way that Magnus can generate any winning chances here is trading the queens. I think if the queens stay on and Jan maintains some activity, I think he'll have some pressure, but in the end I expect this to head towards a draw.
Wow, another draw you're predicting. We've had 5 already. Now, this is sort of the middle game in a 14-game match. You've got 3 games before the next rest day. Magnus has got a white this time in Game 6. He'll have another white before the rest day. Do you think we might see a decisive result before the next rest day?
It's definitely, statistically, I'd say it's likely. But I think considering how great Jan's form seems to be, I think it's very likely that both sides will just sort of be like, okay, Jan's playing well, Magnus is playing well, and at the top level, it's just so hard to sort of win a game. I think it's going to take either side having some really, really impressive preparation, or it's going to take a total, fluke, let's say, because Jan is showing that he's on an equal level right now. Like, Magnus has not been so impressive as he usually is, or so dominant. Jan has clearly generated more of the winning chances. Magnus has obviously defended very well, but I think we could see many more draws, and I'm not sure that's what chess fans are hoping for. But as a realist, I'd say that don't be surprised if we have many draws throughout this match.
Also, one has to understand that this is the World Championship, and of course the players are just making the best moves and not making the moves that the spectators want to see.
Yeah, I think as chess is popularized throughout this past year with the Queen's Gambits and the online boom, spectators who are, let's say, newer to the game have certainly developed new opinions regarding the draws. But I would say that as a spectator and as I'm a chess player myself, but also just a spectator, I would say that the draws are part of the game, and at the highest level of chess, you should try to appreciate the beauty in every game.
And sometimes the beauty in repetition, as they say now.
Absolutely.
Hans, you've been in the Chess24 lounge quite often. I see you there. What's the vibe in there? There's Team Magnus. Do you feel like there's a little tension as every game is passing, but Magnus is still to break through?
I think that everyone in that lounge has full confidence in what Magnus is going to do and how he's going to take care of the match, as he has in the past 4 matches. So there's definitely some tension, I would say, but I think Magnus Carlsen at the end of the day is Magnus Carlsen. I think I'll leave it at that.
Well, there we have it. Magnus Carlsen is Magnus Carlsen, but Team Nepomniachtchi making it super tough. The challengers doing everything that needs to be done to pick up a big fight here. Magnus still not able to break through, but so is Jan struggling with it. What's going to happen this one? Many of us are predicting to be another draw. Back to the studio.
All right, well, that's going to keep the tension definitely in the match. Thanks so much to Tanya and Hans Niemann. And, well, Hans saying it's crucial now to keep the queens on the board for any hope of, you know, a decisive game. Do you agree with that, David?
Yes, fully agree. But then again, it is that type of moment right now. Magnus has a big decision on his plate. Will he keep the queens on? Will he try and trade them off? And I'm struggling to guess here. We've been debating a bit as well here in the studio what White's going to do. Will White just move a rook across, maintain the tension? Will White maybe push the a-pawn, try and put it on a light square so it doesn't get fixed as a weakness long term? Will White trade the queens off by moving a knight? And if White moves the knight, which direction? What do we think, guys? Is it time for that moment? Is it time for guess the move? Because I'm clueless here. Magnus has so many choices. Is he going to head towards a draw? Is he going to try and keep the queens on? Is he going to just move and keep the tension? What do you think, guys? Guess the move?
Do it!
Guess the move.
That would have been perfect timing, but still, it's guess the move time, you guys, and that means you can win a very cool prize.
Yeah, you can. You can win 1 year's membership of GChess, which is the first ever website where you can just put up a chess position. You can search that chess position over several resources. So that's chess databases, chess articles, Chessable short and sweet courses, and YouTube. So it's an incredible resource at your fingertips.
Definitely. And then, of course, you have to guess the right move, the next move that Magnus Carlsen will make. You launched a few ideas, David. How many possible options are we talking about here?
Many.
Yeah.
Several options here for the world champion, and that's why we need your help to try and show us the way. And maybe we can show some of them on the board as well, because Magnus right now, he's in a long think. He's been thinking 7 minutes. He could think another 1 minute and make a move. He could think another 10, 20 minutes and make a move. That's why you have to get your answers in quick. And the ones we've been mentioning, the ones Hans Niemann there talked about, are moving this knight. Maybe move it this way, offer the trade of queens here. Maybe he can move it the other way. This is the solid approach, but maybe the more drawish approach, offering the trade of queens, but also maybe the bishop and knight will get traded later on. If White wants to keep the pieces on, however, then he won't move the knight. He'll just move the rook across, just maintain the tension, improve a piece. Or he can push his pawn 1 square forward and fix it on a light square where it will not be a target for the black bishop. Lots of choice here, and Magnus struggling right now. Will it be a rook move? Will it be a pawn move? Or maybe even a knight move? Help us out. Send in your answer for Guess the Move.
All right. What would be the most aggressive move for him to make?
This one, I think. Just bringing the rook across. Not necessarily aggressive, but the most ambitious, just by keeping all the pieces on the board and not showing his plans to Nepomniachtchi yet.
Do you think that is super tempting for him at this moment? He kind of wants to do that?
Possibly, but it needs calmness and it needs nerves of steel. Simon, you were going to suggest something?
I think the most Magnus move is a4.
Okay.
That's like, you know, it's kind of like keeping the tension, but trying to get a good structure. So that's like a Magnus move. A4. I don't know if it works, but if it works, you get the pawns on the right colour squares. So I'm going to go for A4, I feel.
Okay.
I think Magnus will go for developing the rook that's not working. You know, he loves to use all his pieces, so I reckon he's calculating what's going to happen after moving the rook to the D1 square.
Okay, the ambitious one.
The ambitious one, yes. And we'll see. I'm slightly worried that if Magnus doesn't go for any of those options, if he surprises us with a different one, then maybe Nepomniachtchi will get some chances. So
okay.
I think those are the prime candidate moves, but yeah, maybe there's 1 or 2 moves we've missed or haven't considered yet. So let us know. We've been wrong in the past. Some of our viewers have been very good at Guess the Move.
Yeah, definitely. Well, deep at thought here, Magnus Carlsen. He's hardly left the board today, been sitting there the entire day. Jan Nepomniachtchi still using his tactics of leaving the board, and even when he is in the move, thinking about his next move in his private lounge.
Okay, no move yet. The world champion just fiddling with some pieces.
He's going to... That looked like he was going to move there for a second. I'm worried he's going to play this knight. The move I'm most worried about is the knight going forwards, because it seems that many pieces will get exchanged if he plays that move. So this is the move we don't really want him to play, but maybe he's decided it's time to make exchanges. Okay. Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Oh.
Jovanka is correct.
Well done,
F to D1.
Yeah, very good.
Okay, and that shows Magnus's ambitious intentions. Yeah. He's not ready yet to guide this game towards a draw. He doesn't think he needs to play safety first chess, and that's a positive sign for the fans. Nepomniachtchi, meanwhile, he's done everything great so far. I really like how he's played this game, but question for him as well. What's Black going to play? It's not clear how Black can improve his position.
No, it's a nice move. You get another piece in the game. You centralise the rook, and if you can always exchange queens at some point anyway, but when you do that, your rook's better placed, so it makes a lot of sense. I mean, I suppose, can Black continue with h5, h4, this idea of using that pawn? That's one idea. Black can also try to use his queenside pawn, so he can play on both sides of the board, can't he, Black here at the moment, but I don't know what he's going to go for. But that at least shows Magnus is playing, and he's playing for the win. He had many other options to go for a much more drawish structure, but he's going to try everything in this game to get something out of it.
Yeah, he's white. He's just had a rest day. I think he's going to try and draw this game out as long as possible. I shouldn't use the word draw. I should say stretch this game out as long as possible. He just wants to make it a long game and test Nepomniachtchi's stamina, especially now we have 3 days in a row full of chess. And, OK, I was going to say test the stamina. Quick reply from Nepomniachtchi.
Just very solid king g7.
Wow. Do we have some winner to guess the move, Jovanka? We did have that rook move.
Yeah. Soon. It's coming soon, yes.
But I guess a lot of guesses mentioned that move. Rook f to d1.
Yeah, the guess move is very popular, and I have to thank everyone for entering. We do have a whole load of entries, so I will be deciding the winner soon. Don't worry.
Cool. So,
do you like this Black king move? It's non-committal.
I think it's like, I'm not going to say a lazy move, but it's just a good move. It's one of those moves which I probably play without thinking too much, because you improve your king. We mentioned like Petrosian, a world champion we haven't looked at yet, but he was very famous for moves like this. I feel like just improve your position a little bit, get your king to a better square, and just do little improvements. But I don't know. I mean, I'm wondering if I'm white here. Can I even now play like e3? I really would. If I can move Black's pieces in the middle of the board backwards, so these two pieces are so strong, they're like dominating. They point both ways, they're in the middle of the board. So I want to kick them back. And I think we mentioned this earlier, that if your opponent moves the piece into your half of the board, like the Black bishop is in your half of the board, you can maybe you want to try to kick them back. So I'd like to play e3 and just push those guys backwards. And if I can do this, maybe I'm making a little bit of progress. I don't know, just improving my position, maybe.
Yeah. It's definitely tempting. I guess the Black bishop, I mean, there's no reason to to kind of sacrifice itself. I don't think Black gains anything there. So if it just steps back, and now maybe you just want to slide the white queen across.
Yeah, I think like queen e2 and try to go knight f4, and I can even. That king on g7, you see, it's actually, is that a good square for the king? It's one of those moves, you put the king on that square because it like feels like the right move to play. But in actual fact, I don't know, maybe it could run into this knight check later on. So maybe e3 is worth, this move, pushing that bishop away is worth considering at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think if not now, then definitely over the next couple of moves, Magnus would love to start the kickback and start maybe gaining more squares for his pieces. And I like this variation, actually. It's very forcing. The Black bishop has to step back. I'm not sure exactly which square it wants to go to, and then the white queen is sliding across. And maybe here Black has to be really careful because of this knight jump. The Black king, as you mentioned, is within checking distance of the white knight, so maybe the move I would play here as Black would be to just push a pawn to try and cage this knight, to stop it leaping forward and jumping into an active square. It's a bit ugly pushing this pawn forward. You want to kind of keep the integrity of the pawns next to each other, controlling all the squares, but sometimes needs must. And this knight now is looser than it used to be because of this pawn push earlier. So pros and cons.
Yeah, I saw a very cool line. I was inspired by Simon. And that was just, OK, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. No, it actually not. I really like your pawn move, I have to say. I think that is probably objectively the best. But I did spot something, which is just to advance the H-pawn, Harry.
And just white or black?
For black.
For black. Okay.
Give it up.
In this position?
Yes.
So instead of touching either of these pawns?
Yeah, just saying, hey, here you go.
This guy's dead.
Give it up.
Brave. You want to push him the whole way down.
Yeah, and then the whole idea is after queen takes pawn, you just slide the rook all the way.
I like it. Obviously, I like this idea. I mean, we could
okay, obviously,
Okay, so the idea would be to bring the rook across, and if white gets greedy and takes a pawn, for example, you want to deliver a nasty checkmate.
Yeah.
Rook takes pawn, break open the white king.
Let's forget that there was rook takes knight as well.
This is pretty good.
This is a nice idea. I like it.
And a nasty checkmate. The queen and rook combining.
Yeah.
So maybe white's not the only one trying to attack.
Yeah.
And those lines.
Sacrificing. Yeah, you've definitely been inspired by the Ginger GM himself there.
Yeah. Anyway, I do have to announce that we do have a winner to the Guess the Move prize, and the winner is Sai Mu. So he said...
I just quickly did that under the table. Get a year's membership to my own thing, you know? So, yeah, Sai Mu. Because I was mistyping because it was under the table, I forgot to get the N on. It was a Mu. It was a Mu.
It was a Sai Mu. Anyway, congratulations, Sai Mu. You are today's winner of the Guest Move, and you have won 1 year's membership to GChess, which is one of the most awesome chess websites out there. Yeah. So enjoy.
Yeah, Simu's going to have a lot of fun on GChess, right, Simon?
That's right. Simu's going to have the time of his life trying out all those lines, and you know, there's quite a lot of good stuff on there. You got New in Chess now as well, which is like awesome. I think every strong player, I'm sure yourself, has looked at New in Chess yearbooks, opening articles, and all of that's on there, and chess publishing as well. So there's a lot of stuff there.
Yeah, I've been reading New in Chess magazine. I've been subscribing to the yearbook, I think, since I was maybe in my teens, so it's been a long, long time now. Yeah. I have a lot of yearbooks lying around the house. So,
but now you can get them all on your computer.
Exactly.
Boom, boom. Or your mobile.
Bonus.
Boom, boom. Yeah.
Now, I see you here actually using GChess, and it looks like, I mean, it's such a nice interface, so many tools available. You can check out all the latest games and everything. So, Simu, he's a winner today.
Simu. I like that. I like that name, actually. I do. Yeah. It's nice. Yeah.
You've got another nickname, though, so it's...
I've got many nicknames, David, but you probably don't want to hear them.
I was thinking Ginger GM. I don't know what else is.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
No one else is out there.
Oh, I've been called worse. So,
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, at the moment, this E3, if it works, it improves White's position, doesn't it? So it seems like if you can get your queen to E2, this would be a very nice thing to do.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, the more I look at it, whether some calculation is required. Maybe that's why Magnus now has his head on his hands, because he's going deep into this line. For sure, he's seen the movies E3 as possible, but I'm just thinking, are there some consequences? So this is kind of a combination of all of the ideas we've looked at so far on this move. So if White steps forward with the pawn, then maybe now this idea we mentioned earlier, bringing the black rook across. Now that the black king has stepped forward, taking the rook will not be a check. So Black's rook can slide across. You have to consider whether you can take this rook now. If you just move the queen, then, for example, if rook takes rook, if the white rook recaptures, maybe you have to take with the knight, then suddenly there would be ideas such as bishop takes pawn, and this knight now is attacked, and Black might well just win a pawn. And if instead, if White does capture, then we would see a really crazy position with everything being attacked, and whose pieces are better, it's not clear.
This would be great to see. I mean, just for the fact that if you get this position on the board, you have an imbalance in material, and whenever you get an imbalance in material, it really raises the winning chances. And I don't know who's better in that position. Really hard to assess, as you guys said, but that would be a really big change of events to get this. Is the queen better? Are the rooks better? I mean, so hard to say here, I feel.
Ooh,
let's go back to the players. We're about to see a move.
Like Magnus is about to make a move. Let's see if he will make that move.
Okay.
Is he indecisive?
Hesitation. It's a key moment, and he might well just continue thinking for a couple of minutes. Yeah, he's no longer about to make that move.
Okay, well, then we're going to quickly head down to Dubai. Rune is standing in the Chess 24 pavilion.
Well, yeah, also known as the Spanish Pavilion. I think they would like me to point that out. And I just want to give you like a quick report about like what the mood is like. Like take a look at this. So this is the kind of stuff that's just happening all the time at the expo. But you know, chess players, they look at the chessboard. So if I can have my cameraman come up with me here, we have these awesome people, apparently not that interested in like the craziness going on because you are looking at the chessboard. Hi guys, are you big chess fans?
It's my first time. That's why I'm so focused, and this show is not for me. This is for me.
And what about you, a chess fan here?
Yes, I'm a huge chess fan.
Okay, so you know there's a big match going on, Magnus versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. Do you have a favorite? Who are you rooting for?
Magnus, absolutely.
Why would that be?
He's just a legend of a chess player.
And do you think that you are doing well here, or is your opponent going to crush you?
My opponent's crushing me at the moment.
No, he's a charmer. I'm just trying to get this, but it's so many moves and so many things to understand, to remember, and to predict. It's a strategy game, so I just need to stay focused. Sorry, guys.
Well, I will let you stay focused. I just have one last comment as the music starts playing and the mood just pumps up. So this is just to show how much chess is going on. This is the game of the century between Fischer and Donald Byrne, and I know that Ginger was talking about Fischer earlier, and this is one of his most beautiful games. So everywhere you look, you have craziness, but you also have chess. I hope you are also having an amazing time in the studio in Oslo. Thanks very much, and back to you guys.
That sounds like the perfect place to be, and with the circus and all the chess going on. Oh, lucky you guys in Dubai, but we definitely are having a very good time here in the studio as well. Loving the chess, loving the mood. Magnus is still thinking. So, you know, he was about to make that move, and then he took his hand back.
Yeah.
What's going on in his head right now?
He took his hand back, he paused, he thought for a couple more minutes, then he put his hand out again, about to make a move, then he retracted it again. Magnus twice now hesitating. It's hard to say what's going on in his mind, to be honest. I think he's been calculating variations, maybe the one that we showed just before we went out there to Dubai, especially of the queen disappearing in return for the 2 black rooks. That type of situation is incredibly hard to evaluate. So I think if it was just a maneuvering position where it's just push a pawn, improve your pieces, Magnus would act quickly. But no, a lot to consider, and maybe he's changing his mind. I'm struggling as well to kind of come up with the best plan for White, or come up with the safest plan that doesn't involve much risk.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, there's a lot of opportunities to go wrong. You know, the line that you mentioned with the pawn attacking the bishop, well, yeah, you have to evaluate that, those piece trades. And I'm also thinking if white knight moves out of the way, then there's a nasty little trick on the board. And there is certainly some vulnerabilities. So if you're not going to attack the bishop, what else are you going to do?
Yeah, I guess.
Wait, maybe push a pawn.
Maybe push a pawn.
Push a pawn on the queen side.
Yeah, so this idea we mentioned, pushing the white A pawn forward 1 square, just that one, to a light square, just so it's not a target long term. Another move I would be slightly tempted by is to just use the white rook in the centre there. On the d file, just lift it up 1 square, maybe tuck the white queen away, just kind of contort your pieces, just kind of put them on different squares. I'm just thinking of lining up on these 2 open lines that white's sitting on right now, on the c file with the white queen and rook, and then the another line next to it, just trying to rearrange yourself so you're ready for some attack. I want to move the white knight, I just don't want to allow any tricks or any trades of queens. So Magnus, he's just wondering how much he can get away with here, and also maybe just in the corner of his mind, he's got one eye on the clock.
Yeah.
And one phenomenon that I've noticed from my own play is the lower you get on the clock, the more you freeze. You know you should play quickly, but then just that takes away your focus from the position, and then you struggle to kind of see the nuances, and especially when your clock is ticking down at this point, around move 25, when you're a bit in limbo. If you're in time trouble, or if you've got a lot of time, it's easy to play. But when you're not sure whether you're going to be in time trouble later, that's the most nerve-wracking part. And yeah, right now he's low on the clock.
I remember from the start of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, Magnus struggled. I mean, he reached the final in 2 tournaments, but he struggled to sort of win and to play his best chess. And he was saying that it was due to you know, not making the first moves that he was thinking about, struggling with, you know, following his intuition. And when we see his hand kind of moving, but then I know classical chess is of course very different, but could it be something like that he's struggling a little bit with now?
Definitely, and maybe it's just, I mean, we have to give credit to Nepomniachtchi. He's found a position where Magnus can't just use instinct. It is about some calculation. It is about weighing up 4 or 5 different options and evaluating them all, comparing them all. And as you mentioned, Kaya, Magnus, he's gone through phases like this in his career occasionally, especially over the last few years. In 2018, I was lucky enough to play on the same team as him in his final warm-up match before the Caruana match. And there, he drew all of his games. But every time he wasn't trusting his instinct, he nearly lost against Ding Liren. He nearly lost against Peter Svidler. It was all because he kept changing his mind. And yeah, right now, it's a similar situation. He hasn't won a game for a long time. And yeah, that's going to be playing at the back of his mind, subconsciously affecting his instincts and his confidence.
Yeah, the pressure is enormous that the two players are facing. And what kind of brings me to Adibon's question on Twitter. He says, I want to ask... Adibon's. I want to ask, what are the odds of winning between White and Black in the World Championships? Does White have a slight advantage? Now, the traditional thing is that White does have a slight advantage because White chooses the opening, White chooses the nature of the game. But the odds of winning, that's a good question.
Yeah, that's a very good question. I guess, again, we'd have to go back in history, study all the stats, look at all the matches, all the decisive results and see whether White has an edge. I'm pretty sure White has an advantage there, but how big that is, it's unclear. And in recent years, of course, with a lot of draws, and in 2016 with Magnus, 1 win for White, 1 win for Black, it's definitely heading slightly more towards equality in terms of having White and Black. It's easier to play Black nowadays. You just react, no pressure to try and win, and it's White who has to kind of push and take risks. So definitely the colour situation, it's no longer really like the serve in tennis. The serve in tennis, you always have the advantage. In chess now, it's in classical chess, it's less clear.
Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, I heard that the situation has changed because Black reacts, and but you know, Black always has the option of making the game super sharp or super solid. So there is that, and still, E4, D4, C4.
I remember this book as well by Andres, is it Adoyan? The book is titled Black is OK. And he argues that having the second move is actually a bonus, it's an advantage, because you see what your opponent wants, you see their style of position, and you can counter, you can react. And sometimes actually these days, in team tournaments especially, I prefer being Black, because there's no pressure on you to win. You can just sit back, relax, and wait for your opponent to get frustrated. And that's how I won a couple of games in the Grand Swiss recently with the Black pieces.
Yeah, I must say, when I play with the Black pieces, sometimes it's like, I only have one opening. It's the Caro-Kann. Meanwhile, with White, I have a little bit more choice. I can choose what to do and what kind of approach I want to take. So I kind of like White, psychologically speaking.
Yeah. Magnus Haun ticked under 30 minutes on the clock to make the next, 16 moves to reach move 40 and gain another hour on the clock.
It's getting worrying. So on average now, he has less than 2 minutes per move. And yeah, it doesn't sound like that's too much of an issue right now, but imagine in 10 moves time, he might only have a minute per move, and that's going to get nervy, especially if the position is still tense and complicated.
Well, sort of Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's sitting in his lounge watching this, calculating, if Magnus does this, I will do this. If he does this, will he also be looking at the clocks and think, okay, well, Magnus is ticking down on the clock, now I'm going to go for this?
It's human nature, right? If your opponent's spending a lot of time, if you see them being indecisive, not quite making the move, then you get excited.
Yeah.
And Nepomniachtchi, he's the type of player, it's all about momentum with him and all about confidence. And if he gets in the flow and if his opponent is hesitant, he's going to be over the moon. So, OK, Magnus, I think he needs to speed up. If he spends another 5-6 minutes on this one move, then it could be trouble on the clock. And they also say, long thinks, wrong thinks.
Yeah, I think this is something Magnus said himself. He said whenever he thinks for a long period of time, it's normally a mistake because he's going out of his natural flow and he's playing, you know, he's not as comfortable. The big question is this ending. And you mentioned that one of the ideas from the Carlsen camp was to get rid of Jan's queen. And the problem with going E3 into that ending that you saw was that Jan will keep his queen and he gets the position. He's probably one of the best in the world at playing. So it's a big decision if you try to unbalance it with that move, or if you can keep control somehow. You know, Magnus's style maybe is to not give that option if he can. So is there anything else he can do here? What else can he play?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And I mean, he's been spending nearly 20 minutes trying to figure out what else he can play. We studied this one a bit. We were unsure what happens either if black just retreats safely or if black initiates some real chaos by bringing his rook across and going for that kind of material imbalance of queen versus 2 rooks. But you looked for options, Simon. The one I'm quite attracted to, the more I look at it, is either just pushing a pawn forward to a light square, but that does open up lines maybe for the black rooks, or the alternative is this one, just stepping forward with the white rook. And yeah, it's basically just maintaining the status quo, maintaining the solidity of your pieces. I also want to overprotect this pawn in order to free up the white queen. So now there are ideas, for example, of bringing the white queen forward to challenge the black queen. You mentioned trading queens. Maybe an idea against Jan, just playing against his style. Now you've defended this pawn. Another idea, if black just kind of maybe pushes forward, is after a trade, we could see the white queen step back in this direction. And now I want to go for your idea, but I want to create some traps and some threats. So this knight might jump out the way soon with a nasty pin on this line, but also, say black just makes a move. Then after e3, the move earlier, the black bishop stepping back, maybe the white queen can later try and align itself on towards the black king. Still not easy to achieve, to be honest. I was hoping to maybe jump forward with the knight and start attacking some stuff. Maybe you can jump forward with the knight in this direction. Again, heading for a check, trying to get the queen in. This one, it looks slow. It's a bit clumsy for white, but some definite ideas behind it. Maybe that's why Magnus is pausing. He's just reluctant to play a move that looks a bit slow and clumsy.
Oh, that's the 3rd time.
Yeah. He's doing it again.
Super indecisive,
What
the world
piece?
champion.
Is it the same piece that he keeps reaching for?
He's reaching for something in the middle, so it's unclear in the current position whether he's reaching for the queen or the rook. Or maybe the pawn. He's reaching for something in the middle of the board. That's where most of his pieces are, which isn't helpful. But it looks like he's definitely not going to push any pawns on the corners, on the sides of the board.
Well, I had a peek at the computer evaluations, and top move is actually to push the pawn to e3, chase away the bishop. Second move, David's idea of sliding the rook up 1 square and tucking the queen behind it. The more I look at it, the more I kind of like your suggestion, even though it's not the top computer choice, just because it kind of keeps the options open and poses Nepomniachtchi some strange questions. You know, hey, what are you going to do about this open D line? I could maybe take control.
We do have Stockfish. Maybe it could be interesting
to see
if there is some difference between the top suggestions. There we have it.
Not too much difference.
No.
And the top choice, as Jovanka mentioned, is to just push that central pawn forward, kick away that black bishop. That's very sensible, but it also loosens up the white camp slightly, so it's slightly risky. The second choice there, just moving the white rook in the centre across 1 square, that's not going to happen. I'm going to call it now. He's not going to play that move.
That's the inhuman one.
That's the inhuman one. Computers always come up with 1 or 2 weird suggestions. Because Magnus's rook was already in that direction, he's not going to move it back where it came from, and he's not going to block up his rook by a mere pawn. But then the third choice there, yeah, just sliding the rook up 1 square, maybe more sensible.
David, I mean, you're the same age of both these players. As we know, there's that famous photo where you all shared, was it the under-12 World Championships? And you ruined Magnus's life for about 3 years by drawing with him in the last round. So, and he didn't forgive you for a long time with that? Is that right? Or
7 years he didn't talk to me.
7 years, wow.
And he never won a gold medal in any youth event because of
Really? Wow.
Because of that one game.
That's kind of shocking. And
closest he came.
But I mean, so obviously you know Magnus well. But I mean, what's your experience of playing like Magnus and also Jan? Because you must have played Jan as well, I guess.
Yeah, I think I've played Jan actually in classical chess more times than I've played Magnus. Just because maybe Magnus, after a while, he shot up into the stratosphere, and okay, he has played this.
There we have it. After 22 minutes, the move is on the board.
Wow. Okay, so it's my suggestion there. So just solid, keeping the tension. And yeah, my experiences against Jan early days were very positive, actually. We had a draw when we were both 9 years old in the European Under-10 Championship. And then I managed to beat him in the European Under-12 Championship in the final round to come joint first. Unfortunately, his tiebreak was better than mine, but I managed to get a win there. And
so do you have a
classical? Up and down. No, in classical, I think it's equal. But then over the last few years in rapid and blitz, he's beaten me 3 or 4 times in a row. So I think nearly every time it's been a win for white.
Right.
And the last few years, he's crushed me in rapid and blitz. So he's a quick speed demon. That's what I can confirm. With Magnus, however, yeah, he's just always been very good. We had many draws when we were young, but the last few years, he's just a different level.
Yeah. You did mention the other day that obviously living in Norway now as well, you've had the opportunity to play many blitz games against Magnus. I mean, one thing I think all chess players love doing is playing speed chess. Whether it's good for your chess or not is another matter, but it's a good way to unwind.
It's fun.
Often down the Good Night Chess Pub in Oslo. But your experiences of playing blitz with Magnus?
Yep. I mean, I have lots of traumatic experiences playing blitz with Magnus. He's just so good. We've played at his flat at the Good Night Chess Pub, as you mentioned. We actually these days play kind of variants of chess more. You guys were talking of Fischer Random Chess, Chess 960. We've played that. We've played games like King of the Hill and some other. Yeah.
Is there a form of chess that you can take him down in, and that you're better than him at? Oh, I like this. Okay.
King of the Hill, and a game that we created here in Norway called King of the Kank, which is where you get your king. You want to get your king to either h4 or h5 or a4 a5, and that is the same as checkmate. If you get your king there, you win the game. And I've beaten Magnus many times at that one.
Oh, good stuff. So you could be world King of the Kank champion. Is that how you say?
I'm not so sure. I think if he practiced, he would crush me. I just happened to have. Played a lot of that game. And King of the Hill, of course, is where you get your king to one of the 4 central squares on the board. It means taking risks, though, marching your king out into danger. It's like the general of the army leading from the front, which is a bit counterintuitive. But in normal chess, Magnus crushes me.
So if you play Fischer Random or Chess 960 privately at home, how would you choose what position to start with? Is there some tool online you can use, for example?
Yeah, I mean, for example, you can just go online and just click kind of random number generator, 1 to 960, and then you can find this online as well. If you Google Chess 960, it has all of the starting positions in chess. So if, for example, the number 128 comes up, then you just search for 128, and it might mean your king is in the corner and your rooks are on the other side of the board. But either way, you just start with a random position. You play 1 with white, 1 with black, just to be fair. Because actually, Chess 960, some positions are really bad for black at the beginning. If your pieces are on the wrong squares, because having the first move with white is even more of an advantage.
So you play the same position twice?
Twice. One with each colour, and then shuffle again, and another one, and it keeps things fresh. It's all about deep understanding.
I think there's already someone's already written a book on 960 and the different openings. So it's one year there's going to be someone who's worked out all the 960 openings, right, and just has theory in every single one. But God, no. But it's a nice fresh game. 960 could be worth more tournaments.
I heard that there was some theory in Chess 960 which made everyone laugh, because this is the game that is meant to make sure there is no theory. But
I've seen players lose in 2 moves in Chess 960 because they just blunder. They forget that their opponent's queen from afar is attacking a pawn, where it doesn't normally do on the first move, and then suddenly it goes and takes a pawn and game over.
Wow.
But
isn't there one rule or something about something with the castling, maybe?
Yeah, I've never worked that out. I still don't think I've ever castled in 960.
It's actually simpler than it sounds in Chess 960. So the king has to start between the 2 rooks. So that's the only rule. But then you castle onto the same squares you would normally castle. So your king can start on the queen side, on the left side. It could start on b1. But if you want to castle king side, it means going over to g1. And that's... Yeah, if you castle kingside, it's back to the normal castling squares. And queenside, it's back to the normal queenside castling squares. So it takes some practice to get used to, but you'll get that, Simon.
I've got to learn the castling rule one day. I've always struggled with that one.
It's so nice to hear even a grandmaster struggle.
Yeah, there were some famous stories actually of. I recall one, Korchnoi, Victor Korchnoi, Victor the Terrible, they called him. And, he was one of the strongest players never to become world champion, but he was up there in the top 5 players easily in the world. And I think he was playing in the candidates to. We have another move, but he was playing in the candidates to try and get in the world championships, and he had to ask the arbiter. I'm not sure if this is completely true, but he had to ask the arbiter if he could castle in a certain position, if he was allowed to, because the bishop was going through the rook's castling thing. So that's quite funny, asking the can I castle? Am I allowed to castle? I'm trying to be world champion, but I don't know if I can castle or not here. So, oh wow! So we have rook c8. This could get very interesting now.
Huge moment now. Jan Nepomniachtchi actually spent a few minutes just weighing up the pros and cons, the risks of this move, but now he's gone for it. I think he's gambling slightly, but he's also asking Magnus Carlsen to gamble. And we have to show the reason for this. Magnus going back into the thinking tank there. Black's just brought his rook across and he's attacking the white queen. The white queen, I don't think, wants to step back anymore, because if it does, then maybe the black bishop will sneak into the position, attacking this white rook, forcing white's pieces really passive. And if you imagine a position like this, black just solidifying his bishop after a trade of pawns. How is white ever going to untangle? This queen now is pinned. The white knight can't move. The queen is stuck. These rooks as well, completely boxed in by this black bishop, dominated by one piece. Simon, I hear you giggling.
Yeah, no, sorry. Nothing about what you said.
Okay.
It's all right. No, just something in my ear.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Okay. And meanwhile, if white can't retreat safely, if white doesn't want to retreat, the only other option is to give up the white queen for 2 rooks. So you actually gain material with white. Rooks worth 5 each, so 10 against a white queen worth 9. But these rooks are not coordinated yet. They're not ideally harmonized. And meanwhile, these 2 pieces are ideally harmonized. They're both very threatening, both controlling the center of the board. So it's incredibly hard to...
At least this version is probably a better version than when white's pushed that pawn in the middle of the board that we were analysing half an hour ago or so, because you're controlling more squares as white.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like Magnus has to play this, because the other option's bad. I mean, you know, also... Another way to calculate things is the process of elimination in chess. So when you get into a situation where you're kind of forced to do something, as you are here, because your queen has been attacked, you just have to use the process of elimination. If one option is clearly bad, you have to do the other option, which is take the rook. And they do say sometimes in chess teach you life lessons. Maybe in life sometimes this process of elimination can be used when you're making big decisions. But I'm sure here he just has to take the rook, and such a hard position to evaluate there. I mean, would you take white or black, Jovanka or David? I mean,
it's a difficult one, because I'm just assessing the position. First of all, I'm looking at white's side and I'm like, okay, well, white's pieces are not very coordinated, and then the next problem is that the white king is not very safe. You know, it can't really move forward. None of white's pawns can either advance as well. So I'm not particularly... the thing is, though, that's not a pressing problem at the minute. So the more pressing issue for me here, if I were playing with the white pieces, would be coordination.
And it's not...
and that question by itself is difficult to answer.
If your knight ever moves, then suddenly the white king might become weak. For example, on this diagonal, or the white queen, or the black queen will be able to sneak in behind white's army. So, yeah, right now, unless white is somehow able to kind of put the rook on the 7th rank, team up against this pawn, and then use the other rook on the 7th rank as well, to kind of combine them, then I don't see any point behind the white rooks. And I mean, that's a pipe dream right now. It will take 4 or 5 moves to align the 2 rooks on the 7th rank, and in the meantime, black will start attacking. Yeah. Black will go after these 2 weak pawns, or black will push Harry the H-pawn.
Yeah.
Simple play for black. It's easier to play now for black, I think.
Also, I mean, I think white's knight in the middle of the board is kind of holding a lot of squares, and maybe black can try to go e4. I don't think it's all bad news for white, though, because white can try to get some squares. I mean, I love to get the c4 square, so if I go, you know, move the rook to c2 and play a4, I mean...
Wait. Yeah, c2, a4. Okay, thank you, David.
OK, big moment now for the world champion. Is he going to trust his instincts? Is he going to play queen takes rook, take that plunge, take that risk, and go for the win? Oh, not that one, sorry. Is he going to take this rook now? Or is he going to play a passive move? But now, if he retreats the queen, he's on the defensive, and he will be fighting for survival if he steps back with the queen. Maybe this is the safer retreat. I would go back in this direction if he wants to keep his queen on the board. But surely this one is the critical move. Is Magnus worried? Is he scared? Or is he going to find his courage? He takes the rook.
He's done it. Good on
Giving up his queen.
How big of a moment is this right now?
It's
huge.
Yeah, massive, yeah. Could be a massive moment in the whole match, even, because you've got an unbalanced position. The game's going to go on, and I think it could go either way, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, this one, the computer might say 0.0, but this is anything but a draw right now. And, well, it's at least very far from a draw. Maybe with best play it's a draw, but, OK, Nepomniachtchi actually...
Straight away.
So fast, and he's played a very direct move, relocating the queen to attack the pawn sitting on the b3 square.
And there's a trap in the position if white moves the knight. If white moves the knight away to maybe attack the black queen, then black's bishop will jump out the way with a check, and black's queen and the white rook on the d2 square, they're actually lined up together. So Magnus now cannot touch his knight, otherwise he will lose instantly.
So Magnus now, he has 18 minutes left to make 13 moves, and he does not have a queen on the board anymore. Jan Nepomniachtchi still has his queen. Wow.
This is, I mean, again, the computer says 0.1, but in terms of ease of play, you saw Nepomniachtchi blitz out instantly the last move, lightning fast. It's easier to play with black, I think.
Is he worried right now, the world champion?
Yes. He might not be showing it on his face, but you've seen the hand go back and forth so many times now. It's, yeah, I think deep down he'll know that, I mean, he's not guaranteed any result in this game.
Wow.
There's no more safety net.
There goes that hand again. It's off again. Oh, he's made a decision, and that seems to be the best move. I mean, I guess black's idea is to try to get the queen into the position somehow. So if black can sneak the queen to the square b3 where that pawn just was on at some point, and if he can win the pawn on a3, then it's really bad news. I mean, do you have time to do that? So can black play a4?
Will we see Nepomniachtchi make a quick move? Yeah. You want to block things up here?
Yeah.
And then sneak in with the black queen next move.
If I can win that pawn, then I'm really, really happy, obviously.
I mean, this pawn is going to be so vulnerable long term to the black bishop or the black queen.
Yeah, this is a little bit worrying.
I mean...
we should also show that in this position, just to show the trap. Yeah. OK, has he played it?
He's played it.
He has played it. Yeah. The white knight can't move just because of this tension here. The black bishop jumps out the way, and black will win the white rook. So the black bishop giving a check.
I mean, the horrible thing I think about... I mean, the computer thinks Magnus is fine here, but you can't lose this pawn that we just pointed out. And if you have to defend it passively, your rooks... And it reminds me of your game you had recently against Kamor, I think it was, and where your queen was so active. Yeah. So you don't want to go on passive defence unless you have to defend that pawn. But what else can he play here?
So Magnus has to worry about this pawn, but he also potentially has to worry about the central pawn marching forward to destabilise the white knight. The white knight is the glue holding everything together right now.
Yeah. I mean, if I were Magnus, I would not be thinking about passively holding the position, especially those pawn weaknesses. I think it's time to activate the rooks and maybe move the rook from the d2 square, move it to the c2 square, and...
And if the black queen sneaks in, you want to go on the counter-attack.
Exactly. Exactly.
Scary.
It is go on the counter-attack and then use my knight.
There's a check.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping to move my knight first.
Oh, OK. In this position.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Moving the knight, going towards the black king.
But the knight isn't on a very stable square, I have to say.
The black king can always maybe hide on this square away from the white knight and away from the white rooks. So black now has the time to just take this pawn, and once this queen moves out the way, this black pawn is just going to march forward, and maybe we'll see two black queens on the board.
You guys seem very worried for Magnus right now.
Yeah, I think this is a really important moment of the match, because if you lose this pawn that's just been pointed out, I think black will win. I just think black will win. I don't think you've got enough counterplay against the black king. We said the black king is weak, but Jan has shown much better understanding, especially me, which is understandable. But the king is very, very safe. And how do you defend this pawn on the queen side? I mean, do you have to play the rook back from its advanced place to defend it? And if you have to play that, this is the kind of idea you really do not want to play, because you're just going, right, I can't move anything, I have to sit here. Very clever move from Jan, putting the queen in the centre of the board, and he's played some brilliant chess today. Really impressive.
Yeah.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, Simon, about having to retreat the rook that's far advanced. I think I was just checking here with the computer. Best move.
Is it the only move?
No, it's not the only move, but more or less everything revolves around the rook coming back.
It's such a horrible move to play, isn't it? I mean, you're never going to win, and you have to defend. You know you're going to defend for a long time, and no player wants to play that kind of idea. No one, you know, really.
I don't think he will. It's just passive. It's ugly. He didn't give up his queen in order to bring his rooks back and put them on ugly squares.
Yeah.
So right now, the world champion, despite what the evaluation bar says, he's in a bit of trouble. And the clock, he's got 12 moves to make in 14.5 minutes.
Wow.
Just over a minute on average.
No increment as well. Absolutely no increment. So you're there, and it's guillotine chess, so you can just lose on time. So,
I think we're going to see our first time time scramble?
I would love to see a time scramble. I mean, if I could change one rule in chess, it would be I'd get rid of all this increment stuff. I prefer the gambling.
Yeah.
You know, just bring back the where the pieces go flying. You know, I don't care if someone wins by playing rubbish moves. I want to see that excitement. And you know, it used to be so fun when I was young. There was no increment, and increment means every time you play a move, you get time added on. But when I started playing, you didn't have this, and it was a lot more hustling, but it was very entertaining, and I'm really happy they got this rule here in the event, which could lead to very exciting things around the time control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there are a little over 13 minutes left for Magnus Carlsen to reach move 30. This could be a dramatic moment in the game, in the match, in his world champion career. Tanya, what is the mood down at the venue right now?
There is a lot of chess everywhere. As you mentioned, dramatic moment in the match. It's on my left, the playing hall, and we can see a lot of fans here having fun playing chess themselves. Let's find out what they think about the match. Hey, where are you from?
I'm from India.
And have you been inside yet?
No, I've not been inside the playing hall yet. Just came here today for the first time.
Who are you rooting for here?
Magnus, always for Magnus. And
what do you like about his chess?
the fact that he is an aggressive player and also very, very strict defender, especially in the end game. The way he escapes end games is very interesting to watch, especially.
All right, and what about you? What do you think is going to happen in this World Championship match?
I think, I also go for Magnus, especially the way he plays. Not only here, what he has done for in the game, and overall he has changed the chess world with the game, as well as the lot of more promoters are here promoting it. Last couple of years, when it was lockdown was there, the mini tournament he's conducted. So that's the reason I'm supporting him.
That's awesome. A lot of Magnus supporters. Let's find out what's going on here. Hey guys, who's winning?
I think
it's complicated.
It's complicated. What do you think about the Jan Magnus match? Is that complicated as well right now?
I think it's more complicated that match than other.
Yeah.
So who are you guys rooting for here?
Cos'è che hai detto? I for Magnus.
For Magnus, well, as we can see, the world champion has his supporters, but of course it comes down to what happens on the board, and I think we've got to move back to you guys.
Yeah, Magnus, he has ticked under 12 minutes on the clock. That means less than a minute now to make the rest of the moves to reach move 40. How worried are you for him now, David?
I'm worried on Carlsen's part. If I were Jan Nepomniachtchi and his team right now, I would be super excited. This, for them, might be their one shot at winning a game. And there we see the Stockfish move suggestions as well. The top choice is actually retreating White's rook from the top of the board all the way back to the second rank. But that is ugly and not human, we think. That is not on Magnus's radar, or if it is, then it will be a reluctant move. The second choice there by the computer, dropping the rook down one square to the 7th rank, the same line as the Black King. Maybe that's more human, but also equally risky. And as we see, the third choice already gives Black a big advantage. Yeah. And that type of advantage, it might say -1, but it could.
Oh, he's doing it again. His hand's moving, but he's not playing a move, so he's not comfortable, understandably. And
not in the flow.
I mean, all I can say about, well, Jan is just playing a fantastic game so far. I mean, brilliant play and brilliant understanding of giving up the rooks like that. I had no idea, but he's proven that this queenside play is very strong. Yeah, really. Scary moments for Magnus, I think.
Actually, Jan, if we look back in time, he's been building up to this for ages. He put his king off the 8th rank, so there would be no checks. He pushed his pawns, he centralised his queen. Everything's kind of really consistent from Nepomniachtchi's part. Magnus is not consistent. He's just playing move by move. And he's hesitating again. He's down.
His time.
10 minutes to make 12 moves.
Yeah, this is getting critical. And there was an amazing line that the computer, Jovanka pointed out with the computer a second ago. If you push this pawn to e3, this unbelievable move bishop b2, which I think is maybe worth showing. I mean, it's just an incredible idea.
Just to show what's going through Magnus's mind right now. If he pushes his pawn, attacking the bishop, wow, bishop to b2, where it can be captured twice.
Insane.
Here it comes.
He's done it.
Oh, well, if he finds bishop b2 here, I mean,
He deserves to win the game now.
Well, I mean, incredible, yeah.
But even bishop b2 is, again, treading a fine line, because once the rook steps back to attack the queen must retreat to the d6 square.
And look at the bar here. This is the furthest up the bar has been the entire match. Almost 2 advantage for Jan Nepomniachtchi, correcting itself a little bit, but wow, David.
It's that type of position. Nepomniachtchi now, if he's accurate, he can put pressure on, but also he might well just force Carlsen to crack. It might not be winning yet, but Carlsen is walking a fine line. We mentioned this bishop move. The bishop can drop back in a few ways. The bishop can even go to the corner just to kind of play some mind games with Magnus. Imagine having less than 10 minutes on your clock and a bishop sitting right in front of your face there. That would be really annoying. But this move, we've mentioned.
What a move.
What a move.
I mean, this is an incredible move, because you take like 2 pieces, yeah?
We should explain why it's possible. You can't take with a knight because the rook will drop behind it. This knight is pinned. And if the rook captures, then the white knight drops. So just a trade of bishop for knight, but more importantly, this pawn that Simon highlighted earlier is inevitably going to fall. You can't defend it any longer. If you bring your rook across, there's a nasty check and a double attack. The rook would drop next move. So right now, if this pawn disappears, black would be left with a very dangerous pass pawn of his own. And in positions with queens, it's all about pass pawns. If this pawn falls for white, then I think it's just game over. Maybe white can try and save it, but
I mean,
when you have no time on the clock, it's impossible.
This could be great for the match. I mean, like, if Jan wins, OK, whether you're a Magnus supporter or not, it's really going to pump up the match, isn't it? Because, you know, he's a point ahead. Magnus has got to get something out of his reserve bank there. I mean, what do you do after bishop b2? I mean, you're threatening to win this pawn, which is a really strong pawn, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Vanka mentioned dropping the white rook back, maybe the only move for white, attacking the black queen, and now black's retreat with the queen just 1 square is also the only move for black. So this is the tightrope we're walking. White might have a forced move, then black has a forced move, and still this tension remains, attacking this pawn. If rook takes bishop, queen takes knight, and the same idea against this guy. So
will he play bishop b2? The way he's playing, I think he'll play it. I mean, he's playing incredible. I mean,
artistic and strong, right? This move.
Yeah, it seems very strong, but it also seems like you might start. I don't know, have some demons, some doubts here about playing this move, but it's.
You have to see something really, really clever here, and that is if we were to go back to the rook c5, the queen retreating 1 square. The queen has to retreat to that 1 square and not 2 squares or anywhere else on the line, because the white rook, now this is where it gets super clever, and thanks to computers, it helps us. The c5 rook can drop down to attack the bishop, and now the bishop can, if the queen was situated...
The bishop's getting trapped, simply.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry about the flickering board there. We'll come back to the board in a moment.
I think the board is panicking. It's like, oh my word, you're losing that pawn. It's freaking out. Even the board is freaking out.
Yeah, what is this?
The analysis board was trying to show us what's going on in Magnus's head right now. It's just alarm bells going.
I know. But also, it's the time. It's the time situation as well. I mean, this is another issue you got. I mean, he's gonna do well here to hold this one. I feel.
What do you think? What do you think the likelihood, first of all, seeing that spectacular resource, and then seeing that the queen must retreat to that 1 square, and then black will be
I think he'll
doing
play
okay.
it. I think he'll go bishop b2. The way he's playing, and there's no reason to doubt that he won't find the best move here. He's playing so well, and he's very good at spotting these tactical ideas. If we go back to the process of elimination, the other options that black have are much less attractive. If you retreat the bishop is on a very bad square. Oh, he's retreated it. I think he's missed a great opportunity there. A really big opportunity. That was, in these World Championship matches, you do not get many chances. And I feel that it might still be good for black, but that was a missed opportunity.
Is that saving grace for Magnus Carlsen?
I think so, yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, the one criticism I would have of Jan Nepomniachtchi so far in this match, I mean, he's done everything great, he's matched Carlsen, but he does slightly rush at the critical moments. He hasn't had that sensitivity to the opportunities. I just remember before the rest of the day in Game 5, he had nearly 2 hours on his clock still. He had a big advantage. It was move 20. But he played a very quick move, and he blew his advantage pretty much in 1 go. And maybe it's the same again. He had half an hour nearly on the clock, and half an hour for 10 moves, that's enough time. And he had options. options, but he chose very quickly.
I think you find in chess, like a lot of people's real strengths are their weaknesses as well. I know it's the same for me. I'm very optimistic, which is a big weakness. As you can see, I try to checkmate, then I just lose. But it may be the same with Jan. That Jan's strength is he's a very optimistic player. He's a very natural player. But as you mentioned, sometimes you just got to slow down your natural pace at the critical moments, and I think his strength may be his weakness here. Still looking better for him, though, I guess, here.
Still looking scary for White, at least.
Yeah.
Maybe White can survive with accurate play, but I mean, that would have been, I think, just a decisive psychological blow. If he'd played his bishop to that square, gone for the white pawns, I think Magnus would not have recovered from that shock.
Yeah. Well, Magnus still has to play fast. He now has less than 8 minutes to make the next 11 moves. Why did Jan push his bishop to this square? What could be his idea?
I think it's just the safest square. I think he didn't want to take any risks. And as Jovanka mentioned, we were about to show that line earlier, Black's bishop did risk getting trapped if it did go and get greedy, going for the white pawns. There was one or two variations where maybe the bishop would have regretted going on that journey, but he should at least have considered it for longer. He should at least have invested 3 or 4 more minutes looking for those options. It's not an easy move. Maybe it just wasn't on his radar at all, but yeah, I mean,
he's got half an hour on his clock.
You shouldn't rush.
You know, you got half an hour on your clock. It's very, very easy to do these mistakes in chess, but get a bit excited. But when you got half an hour, and I'm sure he saw that move, you just got to calculate. Maybe you see ghosts again. You see your bishops getting trapped, but you must calculate it. To win a game of chess, you nearly always have to take a risk. You can't really win games of chess without taking risks at this level, and that's why I think now, I mean, still here, Magnus has to be very accurate. I mean, does he have, what does he play here? I don't know. But
I think I imagine that he has to go on the counter-offensive and maybe just pick up the rook that's on the 8th row and attack the queen.
Yeah, feels natural, yeah.
Very natural, bring it back to the 5th rank.
Try to make some trades, because 2 rooks can hold off. Okay.
No.
What? No. Okay.
I read the H pawn.
Well, bishop b2 again is the same, so he's got a second shot at playing this move. I mean, h4 does nothing to stop bishop b2. Yeah. Or am I missing something? It seems like...
No, you can go... But, having said that,
yeah,
Nepomniachtchi has to spot it.
Yeah.
If he doesn't spot it...
Yeah.
But so the situation
might be
is the same.
In trouble.
Same.
A huge moment for Jan Nepomniachtchi and Lokete Bar as well. To find that move that could win him the game.
I think it will win it. If he plays it, I think he'll win. This is a major moment with the black pieces, which is massive. Does h4 help at all? I don't see how it could do.
It doesn't change anything, I think, that last white pawn move. Magnus just played it because he wants to get closer to the move 40 time control, that magical mark where he gets an extra hour, but he hasn't improved his position. I think Jovanka's move, bring the white rook back, that was more natural, a forcing move. When you're low on time, you want to force the issue, create threats. But, OK, Nepomniachtchi's eyes did just go off to the right there. That's the square the bishop would land on.
Yeah.
But maybe he's thinking of bringing the black queen to that left side of the board rather than the black bishop.
But that would be a big mistake, actually, because Magnus has been very sneaky, and with his pawn move, he's kind of trying to control the squares that are around black's king. I wouldn't, because you have, if the queen dives down, then you have knight takes bishop.
Yeah, maybe we have to show this, because a critical moment again. Will Nepomniachtchi find this move, bishop to b2? He didn't find it on the last move. It was even more powerful last move. But if he's retreated once, remember that the bishop came from this square. If he's retreated once, it's very hard psychologically to go back in that direction. So I think it's unlikely. But as Jovanka mentioned, his eyes did go off to this side of the board. Maybe he wants to bring the queen in this way towards the pawn. But now knight takes bishop would at least eliminate that dangerous bishop, which could have targeted all the white's pawns. And now, Jovanka, some choices with the rooks. Where do you want to go?
I guess you go
towards that black king.
Yeah.
Maybe just step back this rook. I'm not sure which order you should use. Either way, the white rooks can go towards this black king now. And, for example, if the black queen takes this pawn, maybe white's just in time by going up with his rook to create some counterplay. And we could well see a position where there's just a repetition of moves. The black king cannot, not that pawn, the black king, sorry, cannot run away from the checks of the white rooks. And I think white has to force a draw here, because otherwise these black pawns are just too strong.
I'm really wondering, we had this situation in the World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Anand, where they both missed this move, and in the same game, Game 6, which you pointed out at the start of today. Now, bishop b2, we think, is major problems for Magnus. have they both missed this? Has Magnus seen it and he's hoping that Jan's not going to play it? Has Jan seen it, seen some ghosts? I don't know. Do you think Magnus has seen this move? I mean, you don't think so? You don't think Magnus has seen it? No.
I think if he's seen it, then maybe he thought he could bring his rook back, and maybe he stopped there thinking, OK, white is fine. Yeah. But white really isn't fine. Or maybe he is, but he needs a lot of courage and accuracy. Yeah. And this looks very dangerous again, purely because this pawn is dropping. And now if you compare the white rooks to that other line we showed, the white rooks are far, far away from combining and targeting this weak black pawn.
I mean, I guess with h4, though, if you're in Jan's position, Jan now has got the time. He's played his bishop back. If he realises that the queen coming in is not that good for him, maybe Magnus is forcing him to find bishop b2. Because what else can you move? You move your queen, but if you move your queen, then there's many good options for white. You can't really move your bishop again. Moving a pawn in this situation, well, then they don't look very good. So maybe you're kind of forcing black to find bishop b2. Yeah. I mean, because you look everywhere, you look for moves, and bishop b2 here is something he maybe could now see. Could be on his radar. I think we should have a little bet here. Is he gonna play bishop b2 or not? I mean,
no. I think no. He didn't see it on the previous move. I'm not sure he's going to see it.
Let's go back to the player camera, because I want to see up close. Nepomniachtchi, he keeps. He's not going to play it.
He's pushed the pawn, right?
He did push his pawn.
Okay, yeah. So he hasn't. They haven't seen it. Yeah. They just haven't seen this move.
You're right. It's just like that match in 2014, a moment of mutual blindness. So now the evaluation bar getting excited for white, potentially. Maybe white is right back in the game, because now white has a bit more space for his king. That's what's changed on the last move. But this move doesn't improve anything at all for black. So Nepomniachtchi, again, playing relatively quickly. It feels like he's completely missing the key moment. If he doesn't win this game now, Nepomniachtchi, he will look back at this game as a missed opportunity.
Wow.
And even if it's a draw, I think the psychological victory would be Magnus's. That being said, 5 minutes on the clock for Magnus. Yeah. Can he get to move 40?
I mean, one of the most annoying things that's happened to me, I don't know if you find this as well, you play a game, you may be doing very well in the game, you lose the game, and your opponent, after the game, just straight away, when you've lost the game, he says, well, you could have just played such and such and you would have won. And I hate that when your opponent immediately points out the win, because it just makes you feel bad, right? The worst thing I had, though, was I lost the game once to a player, and his girlfriend came over and started snogging his face off, and I was just like, come on, please don't celebrate so much in front of me. So that was pretty horrible. But no, so I don't know.
Do you think that will happen if one of these players wins, Simon?
Their girlfriend will come running over and start snogging him? I don't know. I mean, it'd be a bit weird to see, yeah? So, but, I mean, I just think, like, obviously a player's depressed, so you've got to have a little bit of respect for them if you've just beaten them. Don't tell them how bad they are, or don't celebrate straight in front of them, so, yeah.
So in the current position, Magnus is thinking he's now down below 5 minutes. I'm expecting one of two moves. Either the white rook will step back, attacking the black queen, and trying to go for this variation where you can eliminate this black bishop with the knight, or the white rook will step back this way, the whole way, just to defend each other, not necessarily to go passive with the white rook. I think this is ugly to put your rook on this square to defend the pawn, but more just to break this pin. So now the rooks are connected, defending each other, and when the queen moves, now you can go for knight takes bishop. And I think these moves will all end up in the same place. Now white will go on the counterattack against the black king, and that should be sufficient to secure the draw.
Right. Look at the time. Yeah. That time, he's now got 4 minutes to make his 30 seconds move territory.
Less? He's got 10 moves to make.
I mean, that is... And you don't get any time added on. So if you spend another minute or two here, I mean, even the world champion who's brilliant, the best blitz player in the world, is going to be under some pressure.
This is, dramatic. So, and we just got Waffles into the studio here to enjoy the drama here leading up to move 40.
I was thinking they look so good, but I could just see my beard disappearing in the cream there, and having cream for the rest of the show just on my beard.
But you guys just let us know if you want waffles as well.
We just watch you eat your lovely food. You can just eat your lovely food, and we just smell that lovely...
I'm going to lean back and listen to you guys lead us into the drama. With Magnus reaching move 40.
OK, he's about to make a move, Magnus. And remember, he is the best bullet player in the world. He's the best when you only have 1 minute on the clock. But bullet chess, it only takes place online, right? So Magnus is clicking with a mouse. It's physically easy to make moves with 1 minute. But in classical chess, over-the-board chess, it's not. OK, he's brought his king to the side. That's really weird, I must say, putting his king on the same diagonal as the black bishop. But yeah, if Magnus gets below 1 minute and he still has 5 moves to make, it's physically difficult to make a few moves in less than a minute, especially if you're reacting. Magnus there, was he still writing down the moves? Remember, you don't have to if you've got less than 5 minutes on the clock. Yeah, it feels like dangerous times on the...
Yeah, I mean, at least this king move, there's some of those lines where you had this queen check with bishop b2, so maybe now those bishop b2 moves are not as scary because you're picking up the rook there, so it's I don't know, maybe it seems to have helped Magnus more than Jan, at least these last couple of moves, but I don't know, it's still dangerous.
Yeah, so Black's idea still exists, this bishop b2 move, but if he hasn't spotted it the first time, if he hasn't spotted it the second time...
Third time unlucky?
Yeah.
Third time, I don't know. Yeah.
No, I don't think he's going to spot it.
I
think maybe he's
just
going
not on his radar.
finally dive in with the queen to attack the pawn that's under fire.
OK.
That's by far the most natural move, at least.
And he still has the queen. I mean, this must be still a nice situation for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, I don't think Black's risking too much. I think the very worst, you just go after the white pawns. White will trade off the knight for bishop. White will use the rooks, and it will just end in perpetual check. White's rooks will team up and give lots of checks to the black king, but it will only be that. It will only be checks and a draw.
Dave, have you ever thought about getting a man bun?
I know you had one for years, Simon, yeah?
I was the original man bunner.
Man bun Williams.
Man bun Williams. Obviously, Jan saw my man bun.
Man Bunnyacci.
Man Bunnyacci obviously had man bun envy and thought, this is what I need to become world champion. But
so you're his style icon.
I think you could look quite cool. Well, what do we reckon? Dave with a man bun? I reckon you could rock it, man. So there.
Going a bit thin on the top. But how long would it take as well to grow the whole... I mean, you've got to be able to tie it back. The fringe must be...
Yeah. Well, maybe we could have some bet. So, like, you know, next time we do any commentary, you can have that man bun.
Maybe by the final of the Champions Chess Tour 2022.
So for 1 year, I'll grow it out. Maybe if Jan becomes world champion, I'll have to go for that.
And then you have to grow the beard at the same time.
You know what? Unfortunately, I would love to grow my beard longer, but it's actually got to a level where it won't go any further. I know I'd literally have it down here if I could. Why not? Just for the sake of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can't. It's just stopped. Stupid beard. I've tried grooming it. I've tried massaging it. I've tried stroking it gently. Just doesn't work.
It's beard oil. I think that's your friend.
I use beard oil. I've used everything. Hair growing products.
Oh well.
It's not.
Do you have to actually, when you go in the shower, do you have to like wash your beard as well?
Definitely.
Shampoo and everything?
Definitely, yeah.
Wow.
Otherwise I can get my waffles kept in it too long. Got to make sure I don't get waffle beard, you know.
But how do you keep the soap out of your mouth then?
Yeah, you like... I can't believe we're on this conversation.
This historic moment of chess.
Sorry.
We're talking about beards.
How we keep... I've never thought about that, actually. It just naturally stays out, I guess. So, yeah. Anyway, but if anyone does have a better beard than me, we would maybe like to see it on Twitter, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Runa has the potential to get better beard than me. And
many people on social media asking if you guys are brothers, actually, I've seen.
No. I mean, just buddies.
Brothers from different mothers.
Yeah.
And, yeah, still a critical moment. Nepomniachtchi now finally thinking, but he's missed some opportunities and... historic moment for Simon's beard, historic moment for the World Championship, if Nepomniachtchi is able to find some tricks.
So, bearing in mind that Magnus has only got 3 minutes left on the clock to make, how many moves? 9, 10 moves?
9 moves.
9 moves, yeah. I mean, maybe the queen diving in to the b3 square is probably the wrong approach because it's direct. Magnus's plan is pretty straightforward. Knight takes bishop, and then he was going to line up the rooks on the 7th row.
That's a good point. One thing I've learned from always being in time trouble, when you're low on time, the last thing you want is just a vague move, just a random move that wasn't on your radar, that you weren't expecting.
So the random move that I'm thinking that Nepomniachtchi should play, move the bishop to the a1 square. He hasn't seen the bishop going to b2. Let's abandon that one. Move it 1 square further.
Look at his eyes, actually. They just looked deep into the corner of the board.
The thing is, I think he's literally getting forced to find these moves because he's played h5.
He's run out of everything else to do.
Yeah, he hasn't got many moves left. He's kind of in zugzwang to find a good move because you can't really move your king. Why would you? Well, you can put it on h7, but then you just offer a draw, don't you? I mean, you can't really move your bishop unless you go somewhere crazy. If you move the queen, you either go to b3 or you don't. So there's not many options here, really. It'd be lovely if you could play a nice waiting move here, but maybe f5. I don't know if you can play this.
Yeah.
Maybe bishop f6.
If black pushes the pawn to f5, then the white rook will come down to the 5th rank and
just win the piece.
Yes,
so
you can't
play
do
this.
that. So that's why move the bishop, and the only square you can do that's not under attack, the a1 square.
Yeah.
That's my prediction.
But
the bishop is going to move its way there. And then Magnus, your turn.
We could go full circle as well. You were talking earlier about people who screw the moves into the board, and that's the type of move. You pick up your bishop, you put it in your opponent's corner of the board, you screw it in, and psychologically, with 3 minutes left, it's hard for them to deal with that.
And do you know that's I think it's one of the rarest moves. Moving the bishop to the corner squares is the rarest move. It's the rarest move in chess because you never do that.
About to move his hand.
Yeah, and look at his body language. He's getting that energy.
Excited.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, but
I reckon he might put it on b2. Third time lucky.
Yeah.
Okay.
Third is a charm.
Look at his eyes. He's looking off towards that side of the board. He's looking towards white's left corner of the board.
He looks quite excited about something, so I'm going bishop b2.
His body language kind of changed now during the move that he is in right now. He seems, you know, his legs may be shaking. We can see his chair shaking.
But you know, actually, moving the bishop to the b2 square is actually a blunder.
Oh, right.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because the rook now is attacking the h5 pawn as well.
The white rook, if it drops back...
Yeah, sorry.
The white rook at the top of the board, if it drops back to the 5th rank, would be attacking pawns. And not just that, I think... I think some lines where the black bishop does get trapped in the corner.
Yeah.
They would rebound, they would backfire.
So maybe, you know, maybe queen b3 is the way you should play now. I think he's missed his chance. Queen b3, we think, will lead to some perpetual draw, probably.
The knight and bishop will get traded. Queen versus 2 rooks should end in a draw there.
So I think this is most likely, but I don't know, the time situation is... How much time does Magnus have? I can't actually...
3 minutes.
OK, that's not much.
3 minutes for 9 moves. I think Nepomniachtchi should objectively go for the draw now, but he's still trying for the win, probably. He's still aware of the clock times. It's so... I mean, it's human nature, if your opponent's low on time, to hustle them, to put the pressure on, to keep the tension, but there's just no way to do that, maybe, or no sensible way.
But the weird thing is now he's thinking, I don't really understand this, because he's played these kind of, maybe, don't be rude, because he's played a brilliant game, but slightly lazy move, like h5, doesn't really help your position. And it's the wrong time to think now, clearly. Easy to say in hindsight. If he'd have fought a couple of moves ago, he would have found bishop b2, because you'd have to find it. So it's a rather strange time to think at this moment.
Yeah, I just think that he didn't see the bishop going to b2 as a possibility. Exactly, because the square is defended twice. I mean, it's just somehow really out of your mind.
When you have half an hour and there's only 3 or 4 candidate moves, you at least... I mean, this is what they teach in the Russian school of chess. Dvoretsky, Yusupov, they all teach, OK, just sit there, form the candidate moves, go deep, and then process of elimination. And then at the end, you check that you haven't missed anything. But Jan made a move within a couple of minutes. He had half an hour on the clock. It's difficult, yes, but I think at the World Championship level, if you don't take those chances, I'm not sure you will win games. So, and as Simon says, black's h-pawn push, especially that one, it doesn't improve the position at all. It just looks lazy.
Maybe it even makes it worse because the pawn's on pre, as you said. So it's actually one of those moves which is, you know, maybe weakening your position even. So it's, It's
the type of move we make in blitz when we don't have time to calculate or don't want to calculate.
It reminds me of something that Fabiano Caruana said in an interview where he said that the biggest danger in the World Championship match is actually making those lazy moves. You know, not being 100% on every single time. Because, you know, Magnus is the toughest opponent you can have, and he's tough in terms of defense, tough in terms of attack, and so you have to be on point. And
he finds it,
but it's not a good move
now
at
it's
the
a blunder.
minute.
And Magnus moves instantaneously, rook c5, so straight away.
Magnus saw this idea all along.
Wow, that is incredible.
OK, will we see the evaluation bar swing to white's side?
Who's better here? I mean...
Suddenly black has only one move to survive, right? If you move the black queen to the wrong square, the black bishop just drops off the board.
Let's get up Stockfish in this situation.
OK, let's see what the computer suggests.
Psychologically, how Jan's going to be thinking, OK, why didn't I play this last move or the move before? And that is going through your brain. He's thinking, hang on a minute, if I had played this last move, the move before, I may be winning here. That's going to play in your mind a little bit.
OK, so... Yeah, let's check out the move. So Stockfish says just retreating the black queen up the board 1 square is the only move.
Is it an easy move to find?
I think he'll find it just because every other move fails. I mean, there is some temptation. The second best move there, we see queen d7, so this to go up 2 squares. That one is equally tempting, but for some reason, it just feels more natural somehow to put it on a dark square, the black queen. The other squares will get attacked by knights or rooks later on. So I think he'll find this move. But he's given Magnus time to think now, and as Simon says, it was the wrong moment, right plan, wrong moment, and now Magnus, I don't think he's risking anything at all. He's got the dream scenario, he's got the same position, but he's gained 2 or 3 moves in the process.
What's going through Jan Nepomniachtchi's head right now? Is he aware that this was looking amazing?
Yeah, I think he's going to
somehow it's slipping away from his fingers.
Yeah, I think he's just going to be really annoyed because he's found the right idea, but he's played it at the wrong moment, and he realises, I'm sure, had he played this on one of the previous couple of moves, he may have won this game. And now, you know, he could make a mistake. He could realise he's worse. So it's now dangerous for Jan, I think, this position.
It's incredibly dangerous.
Yeah.
You know, and the big thing is actually that once the white rook that attacks the queen steps back to the second row, and then the knight can mobilise itself. And 3 is the magic number in terms of attackers.
OK, we have to show why this is the only move, pretty much. If the black queen goes back to another square, as you mentioned, 3 pieces, the white rook will drop back, and now we see the reason the black queen had to stay on this square, because now the white rook slides across, this bishop is trapped. You need the black queen on this square in order to kind of gang up against this pawn. But even if the black queen just drops back to the right square, the correct square, Jovanka, you mentioned there was trouble ahead.
There's trouble ahead. I mean, the rook
drops back, defending its rook,
bishop
and
takes
attacking the
pawn.
bishop.
And now, get this, the knight can go to the f4 square, and once the queen moves, the rooks will line up on the 8th row.
Yeah, the problem is, where does the queen go as well? There's no safe square anymore. And why did Nepomniachtchi put his pawn on this square where it's just going to get taken by a white knight with tempo, with check?
And it also, you know, that pawn on h7 was providing cover for the king if it needed to hide on the h6 square. And now the king is out there, is in the open, and it's in a mating net.
You mentioned the 8th rank, Jovanka. We have to say this as well. Look, it's just going to end in checkmate. We talked about games ending in checkmate. This game might well end in a checkmate because the 2 rooks now, they were doing nothing. They were passive the whole game, uncoordinated. Suddenly, 3 is the magic number, as Jovanka mentioned. These 3 pieces are going to just trap. They're just going to ensnare the black king.
All right.
Or it's turned around. I mean, Magnus was in trouble. Now Jan's in trouble. It really is a dramatic game, this one. We need a win, don't we? We
and
need one.
according to our control room here in Oslo, they're saying that Sese is saying that this is 3.6 advantage for white.
OK.
That's just decisive. Anything over +1, +2 at this level should be decisive. So maybe Jan has just completely blown it. Just delaying this strong idea, 2 moves, has gone from maybe winning to maybe losing.
I'm just looking at that. I'm just looking at that tweet. Better beard, better chest, Ginger Jim. I don't know if it. Yeah.
Is he saying he's got the better chest?
I don't know. That's what I was wondering. But no, I think you're right. I mean, this is, you know, it's just incredible how you miss your chances. A couple of moves, you see it. The timing is just all wrong. And but the one thing is, OK, Magnus is the best blitz player in the world, but he hasn't got much time. Queen d6 playing.
He doesn't find the best move, Magnus.
He
doesn't retreat his other rook to defend his rook on the second rank. He retreats this piece.
Why? What's this? I don't understand this.
OK, now he's at least attacking the black bishop. So white's knight wants to go back, take the black bishop, and it would defend its own rook. But
now you
that's
can
not an attacking move.
No, you can just play bishop takes pawn.
Why is the bar also jumping up to saying more than 1 advantage for Jan Nepomniachtchi?
Black, I think, can just take a pawn, and now will have some serious threats with his own pawns on this left side, on the queen's side. I mean, this is why you can't... I mean, I do it all the time, but that's why I'm not world champion. Magnus can't drop this low on the clock because he's missed a winning opportunity. And
I don't like the way he's playing this now because, yeah, I mean, this A-pawn... If you can just get that A-pawn moving 1 square, it's trouble. But, OK, I mean, at least the bishop's trapped. I'm just amazed the evaluation has changed on time. Obviously, we do have the benefit of the computer bar. We're sitting here, we're more relaxed, so we see that as well as all the viewers do. But it's a very tough game to play, and it's very easy to commentate on. Oh, that's not the best move, but the tension these guys are facing is incredible. But it is changing every move.
Exactly, yeah, and
really
look, even every second the bar is changing. Very indecisive in this position, so it must be extremely hard with few minutes on the clock to reach move 40 to play this position.
Yeah, we saw Nepomniachtchi's face a moment ago. Panic is setting in, even though he has more time than Carlsen. And
what about Bishop C1? Sorry, I just want to play another stupid move.
Yeah. I was thinking that too, but then I thought the white rook could kind of calmly sidestep and.
Yeah, we can't play something.
I was thinking maybe of doing a move that David suggested a long time ago, is actually pushing the e-pawn, just to control the knight.
The most natural move in the position, I think, right now as well. So the evaluation bar, it's been swinging, but I think before move 40, we'll see it swing again. I'm not sure which direction or in whose favour, but yeah, with such low time, when both sides have so many options, with queens, with this type of material imbalance on the board, it's...
And they got 6 moves to make. Magnus has 3 minutes to make 6 moves, and if Jan finds the right moves here, probably he's winning. But last move, it was if Magnus finds the right moves, Magnus is winning. So it's really tense at the moment.
What do you think right now? Do you think Jan Nepomniachtchi will win this game?
I think it's very likely. I think if he just pushes the black e-pawn forward 1 square, just kind of going after that white knight, trying to take away squares and maybe destabilising it later, I think Magnus is up against it. I don't really see what white's next move is simply as well. White's pieces, we talked about coordination so many times now.
Here he comes.
He played.
Okay, he's dropped his queen back 1 square.
That's fine.
Very sensible.
Okay.
He's attacking that white rook now on the 5th rank. That white rook has to make a decision where it wants to go, but...
Yeah, isn't there a...
No safe squares.
Exactly, and also there's bishop takes pawn in the air. If the white rook abandons the protection of the pawn sitting on the b4 square.
Yeah. Magnus is realising he's in trouble now. You see him looking at the clock, panicking slightly. He moves across.
Trying to get some coordination with those pieces, but...
Bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes pawn, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very simple move, right? I mean, you can...
White knight is pinned, so it cannot go and recapture. If the black bishop does go and take the pawn next to it right now, white's knight is stuck. And black is just going to be left with that valuable a4 pawn. It's going to start running down the board, sprinting down the board soon.
Harry is going to become a queen, I feel.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, the time situation, 2.5 minutes as well. So I think this is looking very bad for Magnus right now.
5 moves, 2.5 minutes left for the world champion. The bar is saying a big advantage for Jan Nepomniachtchi in this game. Oh, the drama of the game 6, you guys.
Yeah, it's game 6, there's something in the air, right? But I think Magnus's last hope is something he doesn't usually believe in. It might be a fortress later on. He might have to give up one of his pieces for that black pawn on the a4 square, that black pawn that's going to start running, and he's going to have to hope that he can somehow huddle everything together and stop the black queen from invading.
Yeah, well, he did use the fortress yesterday. I mean, the last game, he managed to get this quite ugly structure which held things together. So, I mean, obviously, there's still chances here.
Fortresses, when you're down on material, those are the most difficult to kind of set up.
And I mean, the other thing is now, I mean, a while back, Jan's moves are quite hard to find. He had to find bishop b2. When he played bishop b2, it was a mistake. But now his moves are quite easy to play. So all he has to do is take a pawn, push his passed pawn, try to get another queen. Very easy to play, which means his chances have increased quite a lot, I think.
Wow. Has Magnus basically blundered, or is that too harsh?
It's too harsh to say blunder because it's such a complicated position and he had no time, but I think he just missed an opportunity, and the problem is it's one of those things. Either you see it and you get a good position, or you don't see it and you're struggling. So chess is like that sometimes. There's fine margins. We talk about that all the time. It's just one slip or one moment of blindness where you just kind of forget something, that kind of things turn 360. And we shouldn't write him off yet, maybe. I was just thinking after the black bishop takes this pawn, white's rooks can both sit on the 1st rank and just... He's going to have to go passive. It's going to be unpleasant to play, but he's not completely busted yet. Yeah. He still has some hope for survival.
But are you quite sure that this is the move we'll see from Jan now, taking this pawn?
If you can take a pawn for free.
I mean, he's also thinking of e5 probably, but I mean, taking a pawn is just a pawn, isn't it? I mean,
e5 is a great practical try.
True.
With the time situation,
exactly.
It could be very clever, but I mean, it's maybe a little risky. You don't want to push your pawns until you're sure, and You can win a pawn, take the pawn.
Yeah.
Take the pawn and queen the pawn.
Yep.
So,
I mean, we make it sound simple, but I think this next move may be simple. Jan is looking into the future, however. He knows he's got about 4 minutes, but he wants to work out what he's doing over the next 3 or 4 moves. It's not because he doesn't see bishop takes pawn, or it's not because necessarily he's weighing up pawn to e5 or bishop takes pawn, but I think he's just trying to get his next few moves ready, and Magnus, meanwhile, looking off to the side. He knows he's on the defensive. He maybe doesn't think he's lost yet, but there we go. He's not even looking at the board, despite having 2.5 minutes.
But do you think Jan is definitely sensing, because you have said previously in the match, maybe he hasn't sensed the critical positions. Is he sensing it now, you think?
I think he is.
I think he knows he's got a great chance, right? And
Okay, here it comes.
Has he taken the pawn?
He's gone for your move, Simon.
He's gone for e5, yeah. Well, as Jovanka said, great practical try, because Magnus has only a couple of minutes left, and he's probably expecting to take the pawn, and he's gone for a little bit more complications, not making it simple for Magnus. So, in some ways, maybe even a better move, threatening ideas of e4 in certain situations.
Yeah. It's a big threat right now. Just to push the pawn to e4.
I guess you got knight b2, but it looks ugly, yeah. So.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's I mean, definitely a wise decision. Magnus, with 2.5 minutes, he would have been calculating just bishop takes pawn, I think, on the last go.
And it seems we've lost the clocks. I'll update you. Magnus is now under 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. And Jan, meanwhile, with 3.5. So, okay.
Magnus has moved, though, and I mean, he's literally got about 1.5 minutes now. And this move may have just shocked him.
He's got 5 moves to make in 1.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow. And no time added on.
Oh, and guess this, you know, he only has 1 move to survive.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And he has to find the pawn moving to e4.
He has to block the advance of that black central pawn.
That's such a hard move to find.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's committal as well. That's the type of move you don't want to make with 1 minute on your clock.
Exactly, and you don't want to ruin the integrity of your pawn structure.
Will he find it? He hasn't found it.
He hasn't found it.
Is this losing for Magnus Carlsen?
It looks like it is losing.
The world champion about to lose the first game in the match?
Okay.
It's very likely. Yeah, I mean, it's still game on. I mean, this... I'm not using the computer as much, but Jan still has a lot of work to do to win this, though. But it should be losing, I guess.
Yeah. And maybe losing is too harsh. I regret using that word, but it's bad.
Yeah.
And now I guess Black can decide whether to take that pawn or not. The offer won't be on forever, I guess. So I want to take that pawn soon with the Black bishop, just while the pin exists on the d file, while White's knight can't move. Yeah, we should also mention, if Black's pawn does come down, attack the White knight. White's knight will retreat to that b2 square you mentioned, Simon, protecting its rook at the bottom of the board. We'll show some of these lines a bit later, but we have to stay on the players while they're so low on the clock.
Yeah.
We could see a blunder, we could see some big reactions.
So, am I right in thinking Jan's now only got like 2.5 minutes as well? So this is, I mean, they've got to play 4 moves. So, and then they're not keeping up with pace at the moment, because it's like you've got to play at least every 30 seconds a move, otherwise you will lose the game on time. Black's move's much easier to play. He can just take this pawn, put the bishop all the way back, and play simply. Magnus's move's tougher to find, and he's in a bad position.
Yeah, White has 1 minute. 1 minute 10 for 4 moves. Black has 2 minutes 10 for 5 moves.
Wow. And apparently the bar is a little bit overexcited. I promise it's not me. But it's closer to 0 than what it says right here. What's happening?
Well, this is another move which I don't think anyone could expect. I mean,
Jan was playing, I think he's playing on the clock. He's just trying to make surprising moves to make sure that Magnus burns the time.
Crazy.
Wow.
I mean, why don't you just you've got to take this pawn at some point, and now, I mean...
The rooks are going to defend each other. Magnus has to coordinate those pieces.
And now he can't take the pawn easily anymore.
Yeah.
No.
Why didn't he take that pawn? You take the pawn at some point.
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
Well, is Magnus out of trouble?
Not yet. It will all depend on the position at move 40 when they're both given an extra hour. If White is surviving there, Magnus will survive the game. Maybe Nepomniachtchi, I think he's going for all these weird, wonderful moves, trying to be a bit too clever, because he wants to win before move 40. He's banking on the clock time. He's banking on a blunder. He's gambling slightly, Nepomniachtchi. But Magnus, I mentioned it earlier, he's the best bullet player in the world when he has 1 minute on the clock. OK, Nepomniachtchi, he's moved his queen. He's defending his bishop. Bit of a weird construction over there with the black queen and bishop. Magnus now about to play.
Rook A2, a great
Rook
move,
A2.
brilliant move there. And the point being, you can't take on B4 because you lose a piece. I guess it's not that clear, actually. But
it's not that clear, yeah. But if the black bishop does take that white pawn now, then the white rook that did just move, it will slide back across in front of the black queen, and it will hit the bishop behind it as well.
Yeah.
So Nepomniachtchi a bit frozen with his pieces.
Yeah, I mean, what's to prevent Magnus from just running down the board with his b-pawn?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Now white's, that pawn still exists,
Exactly.
right? Shouldn't be
It's
on the board
there.
anymore.
Exactly. And then, you know, once the rook gets behind it, then I think Nepomniachtchi is the one who is in serious trouble.
Okay, 30 seconds for Magnus for 2 moves. Black, Nepomniachtchi has 45 seconds for 3 moves.
Yeah.
15 seconds on average.
50 seconds a move. And, I mean, this is what we want to see when we're watching the World Championships. The evaluation bar going a bit up and down like a roller coaster. Both sides having chances, and I still don't know what the result of this game's going to be. OK, he's moved quickly. OK. They're banging out the moves.
He didn't know what else to do. He pushed a pawn attacking the white knight. White's knight did move. Now that white pawn has finally dropped to the black queen. But now Magnus...
Could Magnus win this?
He could well win this.
This is incredible.
Yes. We have reached move 40, you guys.
For Magnus.
For Magnus. Yep. Jan's still got to make 1 move.
10 seconds. Just over 10 seconds for Nepomniachtchi. He has to decide, does he give up that black bishop for the white knight? Still a critical moment.
9 seconds. 9 seconds. 6.
4, 3. He made that move with just over 3 seconds left.
And there's a wise decision, I think, to keep the minor pieces on the board.
Yeah.
Hey.
Okay. Both players now with 1 hour on the clock to make the next 20 moves. David, what do you think about the situation on the board right now?
It's changed so much that it's hard to make predictions, but I think Magnus is mostly out of danger.
Wow.
He is no longer dropped a pawn. He won black's key central pawn in return for his pawn over there. The white's rooks are coordinated, at least defending each other, setting up this barrier, and he should be able to hold. It's roughly in the balance, but anything can still happen. And meanwhile, we see the arbiter there just showing Nepomniachtchi the moves, because the players, they were so low on time, they were so nervous, they didn't necessarily have enough time left to write down all the moves. So
it's amazing how they can always find a draw in every position. It's like, you know, that was going up and down. Both players are winning probably about 4 times there, and they managed to get the draw. That's what I'm thinking. So
what a dramatic game leading up to move 40. Jan Nepomniachtchi is still sitting by the board looking at this, maybe analysing what has just happened. Magnus Carlsen ran into his lounge as soon as they hit move 40. Do you think he's just going... Whew.
You got to calm down that heart rate. It must have been through the roof. I would have loved to see the players wearing heart rate monitors just during that kind of scramble, that frenzy. But yeah, Magnus will be calming himself down, going to the bathroom, having some snacks, fueling up, and maybe splashing some water on his face as well. That was the most tense moment we've seen in a World Championship for years, I think.
Yeah, the bar is back to the middle. I'll do a poll with you guys. What do you think will happen in this game now?
I'm going to go draw. I've had a lot of fun already. I mean, but I think now lots of things are getting exchanged off. I mean, I don't think Magnus is in any danger of losing, because the black's only chance to win, I feel, is this pass pawn. But that pass pawn can never really go anywhere. I mean, if anyone's going to win, I would say that it maybe could be Magnus even now, but a draw most likely. But it's hard to say.
Yeah. Ivanka?
I have to agree with Simon. You know, I've had a few moments to catch my breath because things got intense, and I can see everyone on social media is feeling the exact same way. Everyone is like feeling the suspense. But I do think that if someone is better here, it's going to be Magnus. He's changed the pawn structure. He's also got full control over the pass pawn that black has, the A pawn there. And I think if the minor pieces are swapped off, it will be an easy win for Magnus.
Yeah, if he can trade off that bishop for the white knight, it's just game over, I think, because the 2 rooks will combine. They'll just target all of black's pawns, and black only has 1 piece, the queen. White has 2 pieces, the rooks, and the rooks will overpower the queen in this occasion. But that being said, with the bishop on, I think the Nepomniachtchi still has some chances. White still has to be energetic, I think, to save this one.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen is in the move. They have both left the board to have a little bit of a breath. We're going to head down to Dubai. Tanya, how is everyone reacting to the drama that has been going up leading up to Move 40?
So dramatic. The atmosphere is absolutely eclectic here. Everybody was glued to the screens. What a time scramble we just witnessed. Anything could have happened in those final moments. There's no increment here. Super stressful situation. I've got Grandmaster Alejandro with me. Alejandro, you were mentioning that the players are playing with our emotions.
It was a roller coaster for our hearts. If you were a Magnus fan and at some point you saw that the evaluation shot up, it spiked up to +3 in my super engine, I was like, oh my God, is he going to find it? But he had no time. He had to believe in that attack and give up his queenside. He just couldn't do it in the amount of time he left himself. And then Jan, he had his own chances, but again, no time on the clock. And despite how fast he is, he wasn't able to find it either. It's been amazing. It's been crazy. And it just seems like the evaluation that we have now, it's not what we wanted.
And everyone's finally catching up with their breath. What do you think now? What's the situation like, the current position on the board, Alejandro?
It seems that with proper play, Black should keep a draw. But at the same time, I feel that he still has to be precise. If somebody would come up to me and like choose one of the positions, definitely White. It's easier to play with the rooks. You can see long-term ideas for White. If that a-pawn falls, that's game over.
And the two players, we saw them in that time scramble. Magnus was down to second, but still they looked calm and composed. How were they doing that?
I don't know. There's just robots in there. I mean, Jan played the last move with 5 seconds left. That's just insane. He played it like he had an hour left.
That was amazing stuff. All right, but now we've made it to time control. Do you think the position that we have, a draw, would be the most probable outcome now?
I think it's the most probable, but I'm not guaranteeing it's not a dead draw. And as I said, I'd rather be White.
And if you had to point out one moment where you really felt one of the side had a big chance, which one would it be?
It was missing this rook c2 that Magnus had against the move queen d6. Rook c2, bishop takes a3, rook a2, and actually knight f4 in that position, and then the rooks enter on the 7th rank, which is crazy because you're sacrificing your entire queenside. But I think that was the clearest chance anybody has had in this match.
Now, you were here watching the FIDE commentary. What was the vibe like here? We can see the audience, the spectators still here glued to the screens. What was going on here?
It's electric. It's like the fans are feeling it, right? Everybody wants to figure out why is the computer suddenly spiking up and what is going to happen, and who better than the wonderful commentators around the world doing it right now to explain to the audience. And honestly, it was so crazy and it happened so quickly.
So quickly. Thank you so much, Alejandro, for joining us. Wow, guys, that was an intense time scramble. And now we can all take a breather and see how the two players continue the position.
Ooh, yeah, thank you to Tanya and Alejandro. Wow, that was a chaotic few minutes leading up to Move 40. None of the players are at the board right now. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to analyze the chaos that we had in the last few minutes here in the game. And of course, looking forward, will we see a winner in Game 6? We'll be back in a few minutes.
Today, more than ever, when the world comes together to create a better tomorrow.
It's going to be magic.
La magie. Magic.
Magic with music.
With architecture.
With colors.
Magic with celebration. With your safety.
From here.
There.
And everywhere.
For 6 whole months, day and night.
Join the making of a new world, starting October 1st.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess, about openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps: Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
Whew, we're just catching our breath after dramatic minutes leading up to move 40. Magnus Carlsen has been in his lounge for more than 10 minutes now, actually. Now he's back at the board, and he is the one to make the next move. Is the drama over now, David?
The drama is far from over. Despite the evaluation bar being in the middle, I still think both sides need to be quite accurate in order to guide this game to safety. And yeah, I think Magnus, he needed that 10-minute break. We all did, just to recover, because it was so dramatic, so many twists and turns over the last few moves, the kind of highs and lows of emotion. And I'm sure Nepomniachtchi as well. He's glad it's not his move right now.
Yeah.
He's glad he's made move 40 and the onus is on White to now make a decision.
And of course, the time trouble, it could not be over, because Magnus now has 49 minutes to reach move 60. And after that, he only gains 15 minutes, right? Plus 30 seconds increment for the rest of the game.
Yeah, so it's basically the same amount of time that they had earlier. They previously had 120 minutes for 40 moves. Now they have 1 hour for 20. So it's basically the same, and this is the type of position we could well see a 20-minute think from Magnus or a 30-minute think from Magnus, and then back to time trouble again, and back to more nerves, back to more drama. So
should we take a look? I mean, we're wondering what is Magnus looking at now, because it's still dramatic, but also, you know, all the drama that did happen leading up to move 40.
Yeah, I think just while Magnus is pondering here, maybe we can rewind just to show what happened, and then we'll catch up with the current position and explain what is going on. And I just want to join at this moment where Nepomniachtchi finally found this idea that we'd been screaming for the previous two moves. Third time lucky for him, he found it. But actually, it was a big blunder at this moment, and Magnus found the correct first move. He attacked the black queen. The black queen slid back to the correct square. This was the only square that would have avoided defeat for Nepomniachtchi. He found the best move, but it was at this moment Magnus missed a golden opportunity. This is incredibly difficult, so we can't blame him for missing this one, but it was actually to slide the white rook here, which has just moved back again the whole way to defend its counterpart, to defend its other rook, and now white can go on the counterattack. This is the reason Magnus missed this is because I think he was in defensive mode. He didn't think he could go for the black king, which looks safe. But actually, he would have had maybe a winning attack, a mating attack against the black king using all his pieces, bringing the knight forward. And when the black queen moves out of the attack of the white rook, then suddenly pouncing by coming up to the 8th rank, bringing all the pieces up and behind and going for this black king. And I think this would actually have been winning for Magnus. He only had 3 minutes, however, and if we rewind, he found a different move instead. He didn't retreat this rook. Instead, he retreated another rook. This allowed Nepomniachtchi to take a pawn. This was expected. We saw another capture, and Nepomniachtchi now dropped his queen back. And this was the moment we were a bit surprised. We thought, just take this pawn. It's a free pawn. and this bishop cannot be captured because the white rook would hang at the end of this line. Black would have a queen and a dangerous pawn for the white rook and knight. This would have been winning for black. Instead, he pushed in the center, and the white rook dropped back, and this was the moment we were saying, again, just take this pawn, keep things simple. He could have taken this pawn, and we would actually see basically the same scenario as in the game, but black would maintain his central pawn. For example, white's rooks would swing across, the black bishop could just drop back, as Simon mentioned, and then next move, he can plant this pawn on this square, supported by a bishop, long range, and it's 4 versus 4 on the king side as well in terms of pawns. Black simply has this guy, which is going to paralyze the white rooks. But Jan, he went for something a bit too clever. He brought his queen to the center. Makes sense, queens are great in the center of the board, but this allowed Magnus time to combine the two rooks, to coordinate the two rooks, defending each other, and now the bishop is actually trapped. It cannot take this pawn anymore because the white knight simply recaptures and the white rooks defend. This meant that Jan jumped forward with his queen. We saw the white rook slide across. Again, taking this pawn would have backfired after the white rook slides to attack the queen and the bishop behind it. So instead, Jan had to push his pawn forward, and this is where we saw the transition towards the situation we have in the game right now. The white knight leapt forward, queen takes pawn, and knight takes pawn. And maybe this is what Jan missed from afar, because now the white knight can be captured, but black would lose protection of his bishop. And as mentioned, in the current position, or any time over the next 5 or 10 moves, if the knight and bishop get traded off, Magnus will likely win, because now the white rooks will team up together. They'll pick off this pawn, and then on the king side, on the right side, there's 4 versus 3. The two rooks will definitely overpower the black queen. And that is why on move 40, black didn't get tempted to take this knight. Jan, with 5 seconds left on his clock, just put his queen back where it came from. And this is the current position. And right now, you guys said you slightly prefer white, but you thought maybe a draw. I'm less sure, I'm less certain, because if black gets 2 moves, for example, if white is just slow, then if black is given time to retreat the bishop and push this pawn, I think this pawn is very, very powerful. And Magnus now has to decide, does he just play it slow? I'm not sure how you play it slow, to be honest, how you wait. Or does Magnus go active? Does he bring his rook back across and go back to this plan that he didn't spot earlier of going for the black king? All 3 results still possible. And I'll say a black win just to be difficult, but I do think a draw is the most likely if the players are accurate.
Wow.
No guarantees, though, after what we've just seen.
Yeah. And of course, psychologically, emotionally as well, it must be hard to get yourself together after the drama there.
Yeah, they do say, right, that there's a curse on move 41, that players either play move 41 too quickly, carelessly, or they can't adapt to the new situation. Or like me, they spend too much time and then make a move. But okay, Magnus, okay, he does go for the move I mentioned there, just activating the white rook.
I mean,
It makes sense, doesn't it, to untangle that rook?
There weren't many options, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe white has quite a simple plan here, though. I mean, the knight is very loose. You just find a good square for the knight, maybe f4. Try to maneuver it around, like c5. You can maybe show the route there to get to that square. d3, f4. You can also think d6, f5. But if you can get the white knight to a good square attacking some of black's king side, you either win the pawn on h5 or you swap the knight off for the bishop, and you get that similar, potentially similar position you mentioned, where, I mean, I think, if anything, white's got great chances. Probably.
These rooks overpower the queen, and as you mentioned, just to show the circuit, the white knight might drop back and then start going after the weaknesses, the isolated pawns.
Yeah.
Ivanka, you were...
Yeah, no, I was going to say exactly the same thing, you know, just I think that also the passed pawn that black has is very easy to keep under lock and key. You know, it can also be controlled from behind, you know. Just imagine a situation where a white rook is on a7, maybe the other one can come and join it on a6, and you have counter-attacking opportunities against the f7. So, yeah. It's super risky for both sides, actually. I mean, I can also see your point where if given the right time and black and white isn't able to untangle, then black, of course, will have a very dangerous passed pawn.
Okay, very quick reply by Nepomniachtchi. That's not normally recommended. Normally on move 41, you want to sit on your hands just for 5-10 minutes, just get used to the new position. But Nepomniachtchi, we've seen him rush before, and he retreats his bishop back. It makes some sense. He wants to start pushing this pawn. The bishop was in the way, and from afar, it will guard this pawn. But then again, for me, it wasn't 100% clear this was the best square for the bishop.
I mean, we could try a very straightforward plan here, which is probably, again, if we're looking at the right moves, the critical moves, you look at the most easiest plan first, and the idea of going knight c5, to me, seems a simple plan. Trying to reroute this knight to that very nice safe square on f4, and once your knight is on this square, you don't have to worry about that piece, so you can start using your rooks. And this ending, if the knight is taken, seems horrible for black, I would imagine. Can you win the a-pawn? If you win black's pawn there, you win the game, as we discussed. Not so easy to win it, but it looks like a very difficult defensive job here. But if you don't capture the knight as well, you allow this manoeuvre to happen. So I'm kind of wondering, like, you know, how you can defend this even.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, I mean, it's ugly and I don't want to take this knight, but if I do take the knight, can you get coordinated to attack this pawn?
Yeah.
If you can't, then maybe black is okay. White is never, ever losing this, even if you give up a rook for this pawn, probably, because black lacks pawn breaks on one side of the board. Maybe one rook is enough to create a fortress against the black queen. But I don't know if you can coordinate against this pawn.
But right now, with all these pieces left on the board, I guess all results are still possible.
Definitely.
Who would sort of favor trades here, do you think?
It's... Well, that's a hard sense. Yeah. I mean, usually we would say Magnus, but it has to be in the right scenario where white's pieces are still coordinated. That's the key.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if knight c5 works, it works. I mean, it's just one of those things you have to calculate. So in a game of chess, you can play a lot of moves quite quickly, and you maybe have 3 or 4 critical moments in general. And when you get those critical moments, which I believe this is, because moving that knight is a key moment. And Magnus is now working out if he can play that move. If it works, he will play it, and he'll be big favourite to win. So he should take a bit of time here. If he doesn't go for this knight move, I'm not sure how he'll get coordinated, but it's a Magnus position, right? I mean, Magnus can take his time here. He's in no danger anymore, which is a nice position to be in. He won't lose this game now. And I don't think, unless he does something very strange.
Yeah, actually, I said a black win just to be difficult, but the more I look at it, the more I think Magnus is the one who can just play this risk-free now, especially if he gets the knight and bishop off the board. Especially if he gets his rooks coordinated, maybe... Yeah.
Sorry, I just saw another plan. I was thinking maybe you go knight c3 to e2, you know, because bring that knight maybe to even d4 is enough. You've got if that knight can get stabilised on a lovely square like d4, f5, f4...
Wait, that's too fast, Simon.
Yeah, sure, yeah. So we can maybe highlight those squares where the white knight has maybe time to get to.
White knight can sit where it's supported by a pawn, basically. If it can sit on this square or this square, then it would be glorious. I don't think you can come around this way, unfortunately, because the black bishop will come and pin you.
Yeah.
But if you can find a route round, for example, if the knight does step forward, we mentioned the knight coming around to this square, where it's on an eternal outpost. It can never get evicted by a black pawn. It also has targets. Or just hypothetically, if the knight comes round, even if it doesn't make any headway, if you come round to this square now, and anywhere that's anchored by a pawn, essentially, anywhere that's supported by a pawn,
and
looking promising. Especially if you can kind of line up your rook, line up the knight, and then start dancing around.
Yeah, that does look very promising.
Jovanka.
I was, but this is in the realm of concrete ideas. Could you even go greedy and try to line up one of the rooks onto the 6th row? Just put the rook on c3, c6, and then the whole idea is, yeah, I mean, white shouldn't really be too fussed if the black queen is forced backwards, because the 2 rooks will coordinate very nicely. Even if the black pawn gets to the a2 square, the rook can just like dash behind it and it's not advancing any further.
Yeah, I guess the only concern is that this piece is loose now, this piece is loose.
Yeah.
You've got to be 100% sure that you won't fall victim to a double attack. For example, some queen sliding back and attacking your knight, attacking your rook at the same time.
Oh, already am I falling foul of something? Okay, yeah.
I mean, in an ideal world, you're right. I mean, you'd pick off this pawn, you'd maybe go for some attack against the black king, you'd slide your rook behind, but you do have to be slightly careful.
Yeah, this is quite interesting because you go a2, you want to play like rook d5, but even queen takes d5 is
trap the black king.
Yeah, going for checkmate with the rooks, but obviously queen takes d5 is a killer.
But
maybe taking that one.
Maybe you can just bring the rook across.
This is what I was thinking.
This pawn.
A lot to think about.
Yeah.
And then you'd have to calculate what happens if black brings the bishop out, blocking the rook's connection with this pawn, and the line would go on. And, I mean, it's still super complicated. Anything can happen. Now, I was just wondering in a situation like this if white can give up a rook and even the knight for the bishop and pawn, it should still just be a draw. If those pieces all disappear, I think quite a simple draw. So Magnus feels like he is the one playing with less risk right now.
Whew. All right. He is thinking again, though, and 38 minutes left. It's not going to be that much time that you gain for the rest of the game. Should he play a little bit quicker?
He would love to, although right now he's still adapting. He's still maybe looking for winning chances. And, I mean, for the last 15, 20 moves, he's been on the back foot. So I don't blame him for having this long think now. For example, when I played at the Grand Swiss last month, nearly every time I reached a time control at move 40, I would sit there for 15, 20 minutes, barely even thinking of anything, just not necessarily calculating variations, even just acclimatizing. And I think he's doing the same. But as you say, the time disappears very, very quickly, and he's already used more than 20 minutes of the additional time he was granted.
Yeah. And I suspect, though, once he's worked out where his pieces are going to go, the moves will be coming pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And so the big issue is where to put the knight and where to put the rooks and how you're going to stop that runner there on the A-line. Here it comes.
He's gone for knight c5.
Wow.
So he's played this is the most forcing variation, and there's another big decision for Jan, right? We talked about, does black now take that knight, or do you allow Magnus to improve his position even more? I mean, taking the knight is
super risky.
It's super risky, but can you get away with it just because the rooks haven't found their placement?
So how difficult is the decision Jan Nepomniachtchi now has to take?
Tough.
Yeah.
Very tough decision.
I mean, you have two big options. You move the queen or you take the knight, and you have to look at both of them in detail. I mean, knowing Jan, he'll probably just move it within 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Or move his queen or something. But yeah, I would be sitting on my hands now for the next 5-10 minutes, just comparing the two different avenues.
His bishop takes knight entails a lot of risk, because if that does not hold, it's strategically lost.
Yeah.
If you swap off the bishop for knight as well as black, you can never, ever win. That's another thing. It's not just whether you can save the draw, but you can never win.
Yeah.
That's right.
And it looks like Jan Nepomniachtchi will take a little bit of a pause. He has a huge decision to make in Game 6. We are going to take a look at some more of your selfies. Thanks for sharing all your selfies. Jan Nepomniachtchi just made his move. He moved the queen.
He did move the queen, and just while we were enjoying your selfies, we were doing a bit of analysis, and actually taking that white knight would have lost the game. And okay, some quick moves now. Starting to flow, finally. The black queen running away from the threat of the white knight, attacking the white knight, so the white knight has indeed stepped back, and it's going for that square that Simon's been itching for the last few minutes. White's knight now on a flexible square. Actually, it was sitting here for most of the game, right?
Yeah.
Now it's heading off towards that side, towards one of one of the black isolated pawns.
Okay.
Yeah, it was interesting. Maybe we can show why bishop takes knight actually lost, because that did look like something black needed to calculate. And David, you showed the line there, and it was a very nice idea that Magnus actually had.
Yeah, and actually it looks like this black pawn is just going to push forward and maybe cost white one of the rooks. White's rooks can't really combine to attack this pawn from different angles. For example, if the white rook steps across, suddenly there would be a double attack against the white rooks, and white would have to lose more time trying to re-coordinate. But the easiest win here for white would not be to get tempted to take a pawn. Instead, it's simply to step the whole way back. And here it's inevitable. These two rooks are going to slide across, and they're going to pick up this lone pawn. Black's queen would not be able to sufficiently defend it. For example, the pawn steps forward, and it will soon drop. And white's pawns defend each other on the king side. Therefore, white should be able to win this game. So actually, in this position, before Nepomniachtchi dropped his queen back, he only had 3 moves to save the game.
Wow.
Yeah, not easy. But he did find one of them. So he had to keep his queen, move it out of the attack, and also protect this pawn. So he's moved his queen back 2 squares. He could also have gone to this square or this square, but those were less obvious, maybe less tempting. He's moved back to a light square, combining with his bishop on dark squares, and now white's knight steps back.
So does it mean he's out of danger now?
Nepomniachtchi, nope. I think the danger continues, which is good for the viewers. But Magnus, probably out of the danger, or at least mostly. Because if the black pawn steps forward, it's always controlled by these white rooks, and white's knight, on the other hand, will start to create some other threats. It will remind Nepomniachtchi he can't be complacent now.
Maybe it comes down to the fact in a position like this, which seems very likely, if white can win that h5 pawn. So I feel if white can win that h5 pawn, he should be able to actually make a lot of progress on the king side, but maybe it's just not possible to do that.
Is that because his h pawn can then move forwards, or because this black pawn looks very unimportant where it's standing right now?
Yeah, I mean, it will free up white's h-pawn, white's Harry, to make some problems. I mean, it might not be completely simple, but it just gives white's many more options on the king side. But it's unclear whether Magnus will ever be able to win that pawn, because his rooks are tied down to stopping black's pawn at the same time. So we're kind of getting to a fortress-like situation, because if white tries to move the rooks up, you lose control of black's pawn. But if you don't move the rooks up, how do you actually win this position? So I'm not sure. Can he play e4 and knight f some other moves? I don't know.
Yeah, for example, just to show your point, if the white rook ever comes up to try and kind of gang up against this pawn, then the black queen will just move, and you don't want to get too distracted, too fixated on this pawn, because suddenly your rook is attacked and black's pawn is about to run. So yeah, it's maybe a bit of just kind of a kind of a standoff right now. Yeah, in the current position, Nepomniachtchi has pushed this pawn forward, and if the white rooks are stuck blocking this pawn, then they won't be able to get active.
Yeah.
I still think Magnus should plant his knight on this square and then try and probe around and try and remaneuver, and as you mentioned, Simon, maybe just eventually push this pawn, eventually try something.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of things white can do. I mean, I guess white can put this knight on the other square we mentioned, on d4, in the centre, and then try to play his pawn up in the middle, and then move his knight again. He can mess around a lot.
As an example,
is he actually achieving anything from doing these manoeuvres? I'm not sure.
That's a big question, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it helps him at all, this kind of stuff.
Will Nepomniachtchi be able to cut across the plans?
Yeah.
I do quite like this idea of planting a knight on f5, because, as we saw in earlier variations, the king is vulnerable to a checkmate.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
So, I mean, if there is a possibility of one of the rooks lining up on the 8th rank, then maybe a chance. Yeah. It's something that Magnus can use.
Yeah. Later on, yeah.
Try, yeah.
Definitely.
Is it an important fact when you play with 2 rooks against the queen that the rooks always have to work together to combine? They can never go off on different adventures?
No, because they might get double attacked by a queen. A queen can attack both rooks at the same time. They have to be able to defend each other. Even if they're not defending each other like they are now, they have to be within touching distance, or they should be able to defend each other within one move, just in case.
Well, here Magnus goes with the knight to the square you've been talking about.
Yeah. This is the definition of an outpost, right? Where it's it can never get attacked by a black pawn. It's always supported by a white pawn, and also it eyes up some of black's weaknesses. It's also flexible, like Simon says. You can reroute it later, but right now it stands pretty well.
Yeah. Still very hard to win. I don't know if white can win this one. I mean, but the thing is, it seems like white has more ideas. Black just has to sit here and wait.
So black cannot win this game now?
No. I mean, if white doesn't move here at all and just moves his king backwards and forwards, there's no way black can do anything. I would have thought. But
I'm waving my finger at you,
waggling.
I'm thinking, okay, it takes a lot, but if the black bishop can manoeuvre itself to the B2 square.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
That's
so that's
block
right.
the connection of the white rooks to that black pawn.
Exactly.
Probably still a draw. But maybe.
That's true, actually. You can just go rook takes bishop and...
I can, as soon as you go A2, I guess...
In fact, actually, even if you were to get the bishop to be the rook and knight...
I just keep moving my king.
Would probably actually have nice winning chances, actually.
Yeah, long story short, even if black gets his dream world, it's probably a draw.
Yeah.
Probably still a draw. Yeah. But on the other hand, white has these pawn pushes. He's got E4, maybe G4, and a rook takes G4. If you maybe at some point you think about these ideas somehow, you got lots of little tries you can play, and knowing Magnus, he's not going to give up quite yet. He's going to try every single idea that he can. Why not? I mean, he can't lose. He's got to... Can he even bring his king over to the queen side? I doubt it, but you can think about it even. Put your king on A2. Who knows?
You've been talking about the pawns on the flanks, the black pawns on the flanks. So is that now Jan Nepomniachtchi's main job, to keep both of them on the board?
Definitely. He can't drop either of those pawns, really, otherwise big risks for black. So now he just puts his queen behind his passed pawn, so now the white rooks are really paralysed. If the white rooks lift up the board, then the black pawn might start marching. So, yeah, sensible play from Nepomniachtchi. But we did see on Magnus's body language a moment ago how determined he is to push this position.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had so much drama already that we might be forgetting that the squeeze starts now.
But definitely.
But this move has some consequences, and the first one is that the white rook can come and attack the queen. And maybe, knight takes pawn check, and then maybe, okay, it requires calculation, so I need to, before suggesting moves, I need to think whether this is actually possible, because the thing that I'm dreaming about is getting those rooks onto the 8th row and checkmate city, but...
I mean, you'd love to play rook to D5 here. If it works, definitely. If it works, it might just win. But you just lose that coordination, I think, and it's probably not quite working, right?
Are you surprised, though, that Nepomniachtchi played instantly, allowing this rook move? Attacking the queen, attacking the pawn? Because now, OK, his plan surely is to move his queen forward, attacking this rook, but as Jovanka mentions, maybe knight takes pawn check.
Yeah.
I guess the idea is to put the king within touching distance of the white knight, so now the white rook doesn't have time to step back and guard against this pawn because the knight would fall. So right now, maybe white's just a bit too loose. This is where we talked about harmony and coordination. I mean, you see these pieces, they're not protecting each other, and the rooks are overworked. This rook has to guard this pawn, this rook has to guard this knight, and it's just too much to handle for them.
And what does Magnus do?
He's just played the rook over, just stopping that pawn from ever advancing. And,
good move?
It's a good move, yeah, because now he is threatening that rook to that last move we saw from white. Certainly a threat now to win the pawn on H5. Probably black would avoid that by, I don't know, moving the king or playing queen A4 at the right time, I guess. But.
Yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he looks ready to start thinking a little bit about this next move. We're going to head back down to Dubai. Rune hanging around the Expo 2020. What was your thoughts, and how did you feel when the big drama leading up to move 40 happened, Rune?
Right, guys. I just wanted to give you like an overview of this crazy place. If you look out here, you can see all the lights. And what in particular I would like to share with you is the path that Jan and Magnus will have to travel when the game finishes, and they will go to the press conference, because that is actually a bit of a ride. So if you look out here, first of all, you can see the huge dome that has like a new light show every single day. And just to the left of the dome is the DEC. So if the camera will just stay with us for a little sec, you can see the DEC. That is the exhibition center where they are playing right now. When the game ends, they will drive in a buggy. It will take about 10 minutes. They will go over here to the media center, which is right over here. I hope that you will be able to see it. It's a 10-minute ride, so if the players look a bit drained when they get there, it's because they have to even do the post-game interview with Tanya and with the chess.com, and then they have to go all this way over there and then do the press conference. So this is what we are experiencing every night. This just super magical city of lights and amazing chess and crazy experiences. I hope I can see you have a good time back in the studio in Norway, but I doubt it's as colorful as this one, even though you are of course having a good time with the chess. Thank you very much, and back to you guys.
Oh, that sure looks beautiful in Dubai. Big distances and a lot of light shows. Very, very cool atmosphere in Dubai around the World Chess Championship match. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he did make his move with the bishop.
He did, and he's asking a serious question of Magnus Carlsen now. What does White do with this rook that's attacked by that black bishop? Does he move it up the board, the most tempting move? Does he move it to the 5th rank, attacking the black queen, also attacking one of the black pawns, but breaking coordination between the white rooks once again? Or does he just keep his rook on the 2nd rank, where nothing much will happen? The rooks will be a bit stuck, but at least they will coordinate. What do we think, guys?
I think he has to home his David Howe in this position. This is what he needs to do. He needs to focus, think, what would David do here? David would play at least 200 moves. He would try everything. He would tire Jan out, you know, take it to the next day, the game, and I think he needs to try everything. I mean, I assumed rook d5 would be a good move, but I think, and I thought this h-pawn was very important, but maybe it's not, you know, if you lose that coordination. But if you don't play rook d5, how else do you win? You've got to make a pawn push at some moment. I'm not convinced White moving any of these pawns will actually help White's chances to win. So I don't know. Let's
see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I guess the black queen will move. I'm not sure which direction.
I thought she could step forward just to come to
sneak in.
Yep.
Yeah, and then now if White does take this pawn, maybe, I guess Jan's idea is to just put the king on the side of the board once again, and even if the white knight starts snacking on all these pawns, then suddenly there might be disaster with this rook no longer able to hold the fort against the pawn in front of it. So it feels again as if White's breaking coordination. It feels like it might not be working quite at the moment. I guess that's Jan's argument as well. Otherwise he wouldn't allow this rook move, and he's barely paused for thought. He wouldn't allow it unless he was 100% confident that the black queen would sneak in one of these directions and then creep towards this white rook. And just to show one other thing we were discussing in the break, we talked about, well, Simon mentioned 200 moves. Okay, what has Magnus done there? Okay, he's moved his rook just 1 square forward. So in this position, instead of going active, he's gone this way. And yeah, already we could see a scenario where the black queen, if it sidesteps, we could see White give up. Actually, maybe not in this exact position, but let's find a way. If the black queen sidesteps somewhere, then we will see a situation where knight and rook against a queen, but actually we prefer the knight and rook here, and we could even see black eventually lose this isolated pawn. It's probably doomed, and we could see this type of situation where, yeah, I mean, I think we would be in for 150 moves here, because black can never win this one. It's only a queen, and these 2 pawns can never march forward. But then again, it's hard for White to get past the queen, even with this passed pawn.
So is this basically the typical Magnus Carlsen position where you can squeeze and squeeze and squeeze?
I know I would. I'm not sure how much energy Magnus wants to burn, though. But if we get a situation like this, I think there's no risk playing. I mean, you could play 40 moves, just remaneuver, and then push a pawn before the 50-move rule, where the game is declared a draw.
You're so sadistic. It's just like evil chess player. I mean, I hate playing you. I mean, I've had this before against you, and it's just like, oh my words, I need a pint at this stage. You know, it's just like really, really. Yeah. I mean, why not though? You know, it gives you a chance. It's a world championship match. I think Magnus will hone all his energy to do everything he can.
Yeah. Because it's also just about as much as tiring your opponent out, as well as you yourself playing a long game. You know, every single thing will count. And I agree. Why not drag it out? And you have to learn from the best.
I know. Yeah.
And of course, if we do have any viewers that are new to chess, this rule, this 50-move rule with the pawns, David, what is that?
So if 50 moves elapse and there are no pawn pushes or captures, then the game is declared a draw. It shows that neither side is trying to make progress. So,
and is it immediately declared a draw, or can they say, no, I want to keep playing?
No, one of the players, it's a bit like when the position repeats itself 3 times, one of the players has to claim it. So they write their move down on the score sheet, they stop the clock, they say to the arbiter, look, it's been 50 moves, my opponent hasn't made progress, they haven't done anything to change the position, and the game is a draw. I've been there many times when I've played for 50 moves and my opponent blunders on move 50, but you're not quite in time to win the piece.
No.
There was an amazing situation recently, I can't remember what it was, but it was basically someone had checkmate on move 51, forced checkmate. European teams.
Women's team champion.
Yeah, but there's nothing that the other side could do, so it's checkmate next move. But the player who was about to get checkmated claimed the draw because it's on move 50, which was just one move away. So that was, just an incredible thing that can happen.
That is brutal.
Yeah, I mean, rumour has it that Magnus Carlsen trained for this match with David Howe they spent a week just playing 200+ move games. They just sat there all night long getting themselves ready. All right, 200 moves, right, we'll start now. You know, but you have to be tough in these situations, and this is maybe why Jan's done so much physical activity, because he must have been expecting to be in this position, and it's not just for today, it's for the next day. You know, you can tire them out for the next day just by playing on.
Now there's 3 days before a rest day.
That's right, so just tire them out if you think you're in better physical shape than them.
And Magnus, in this 3-game portion, will have 2 whites.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
And
take away valuable preparation time from his opponent. Jan tomorrow with white probably wants to press, so why not take away some time where he can be studying openings?
Yeah.
I have to say something about the 50-move rule. Okay, so when it comes to 50 moves, it's your obligation to make the claim. But if it passes 50 and you have 75 moves where the opponent hasn't made progress, it's the arbiter's duty to actually just kill the game. Just cut the game short and say, nope, that's it.
Oh, right.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. So,
you should know that.
I don't know. I never get to endings. I don't know what to do. I've already, sacrificed my piece and I lost by this stage.
I think that rule is extra relevant in rapid chess and blitz chess, where the players, they don't write down the moves, so they don't know exactly how many moves have gone by. So sometimes they might think it's 50, but they're not sure, so they don't claim, and the arbiter steps in at 75.
Well, David definitely knows these rules. He is the world record setter.
David wrote the book.
You come close, right, to setting the world record in the longest game?
Yes, not close enough, unfortunately.
But you do have what is your world records again? Youngest player to ever beat a grandmaster?
Yes.
At, was it 8 or 11?
8.
8 years old.
Wow.
Incredible.
That's quite incredible.
11, I scored against a world champion. It was a draw against Vladimir Kramnik.
Is that also a world record then?
It was at the time. I'm not sure if these kids are so good nowadays, but it was at the time in 2002.
And against Kramnik as well?
Against Kramnik, but I think he was kind to me. I'm not sure.
No,
he was.
no.
Yeah. And then the other one at the time, again, this is years ago, but it was the youngest player to qualify for a national championship.
Wow. So 3 world records.
Yeah.
Incredible. And one day you're going to set the world record for longest game. I have a feeling.
It's a matter of time.
Yeah.
Did you?
He came close one time.
Maybe you were second, because David, how many moves? Like 260 moves?
It was only 236.
Pathetic.
But the thing is, I could have played on at least another 50, maybe even more. But my team manager, he was looking at me kind of waiting for dinner. And I'm sure the players, they were also thinking of dinner. So
Yeah. And the world record is 269?
269,
Yeah.
yeah. But that was played in the days where the 50 move rule was a 100 move rule.
Right. So you kind of have the world record. You kind of in modern era.
The modern world record.
These are such sad world records.
Imagine, guys, if these guys go for another 6 hours.
I just love that David knows everything about the longest
the longer games
in history.
I just
he knows how to break it.
If I got in this position as black against David, I'd just resign. I would just give up.
No.
I'd be like,
you have to order a packed lunch, dinner, everything. Yeah.
I mean,
get settled in.
Exactly. Get your blanket out. You're in for the long haul.
Lots of coffee. So.
Yeah. Well, how long could this game be going on? What do you think?
I would be surprised if it ended in the next 10 or 15 moves. I think they might well get to move 60.
I thought you were going to say hours then.
I mean,
I was like, yeah, okay. Woof.
Let's dig deep, guys. Let's get those waffles back and let's go for another few hours. But on a serious note, I think that Magnus will try to get them to move 60 and then reassess.
Okay.
I think that Magnus is the one playing for the win here, and Nepomniachtchi, he'll be trying to kill this game as quickly as possible. But there's no way to do that yet.
And I think this is now the longest game so far in the match. Am I right?
Possibly.
Yeah, so very close to 5 hours now, this game.
But we'd all be off with our predictions, right? The number of moves.
Oh, yeah.
Well, not if they agree to draw in the next move.
I said 50 moves.
Ooh, Kaya, you might be close.
Yeah.
I think I went for a white win on move 42, so I'm a little bit off there. So.
Well, but I guess a white win can still happen, and the king moves.
Yeah. All three results still possible, and this one, the black king is now just making it more difficult for the white knight to pick off that isolated pawn over there on the H file. So white could still go after that pawn with the rook, but it would lose some coordination. Simon.
I was thinking black's bishop is such a good piece, actually, because you'd love to get this rook on d3 in the middle of the board back, but you can't. So the bishop's very well placed there. I don't think black can really improve his pieces.
I was wondering if the white knight can go to the centre of the board now to start attacking that black bishop.
Yeah. Relocate itself to the c2 square. Are you thinking?
Eventually, maybe. I'm not sure where that white knight wants to go, but I was just thinking attack the black bishop, attack a pawn, and Nepomniachtchi moves. He runs off maybe just to that chill-out room. But yeah, the reason that comes to mind first for me was this knight coming to the centre, because as we mentioned, if the knight eliminates itself off of the bishop, white just wins. All of the black pawns will drop later on. So the black bishop has to move. And if it goes the whole way back, I don't think you can take this pawn, unfortunately. I was hoping you could capture this pawn with the white knight, but now the black queen would swing across. And now we talk about coordination all the time, but it's that lack of coordination which costs white these two pieces hanging at the same time. Black's queen, the reason queens are so good is because they're just so adept at double attacks. And here, attacking this white rook and attacking the knight. So I have a feeling Magnus might try this knight move at some point, but the thing is, what next once the bishop retreats? As Jovanka mentioned, it would be great to use this knight to attack this black pawn, but it's hard to find a path.
How deep are they calculating at this point? Is it many moves, or is it just one move at a time?
Maybe not deep, maybe 3 or 4 moves at a time, 2 or 3 moves.
I mean, you could even try some stupid ideas like put the knight on a2 and then try to use the rooks, but
move the rook.
But I'm just thinking about that computer plan, of putting. It sounds ridiculous, but putting those two white rooks behind the pawn, and then using the knight to work its way towards.
Behind the pawn, so this way?
Yeah.
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
And then, you maybe move the rook down there first, and then just leave that idea in reserve, and then when you've done that, you kind of then get on with the process of going knight back down, and it looks totally passive, but it's got one goal in mind, which is to win the pawn.
It's a nice idea. I like it. Maybe start by putting the knight on d4, because it's a very nice square, and then move the rook behind.
The problem with putting the knight going immediately is that the queen could. Oh yeah, okay. In this particular position, it's fine.
Maybe something like this, but that's a nice idea. At least, and put the knight on c2 and then take on a. I like that idea.
And that's one reason we might see a long game, right? Because all the manoeuvring, white will take 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves to prepare this, and then go after the pawn. Then he might take another 10 moves to go and actually round it up. And,
very nice idea.
Interesting. So right now we're expecting Magnus maybe to move this rook first, but it's unclear where he wants to put it.
I've seen his hand at least twice now, reaching for the board, and the piece is going to move. Again, the decisiveness and following his intuition. Oh, there it kind of comes again.
Yeah, and that's the thing with these top players. Once they win one game, then they trust their intuition. Then they're in the. Magnus talks about the word flow all the time. They get in the flow. The moves come easily. The calculation happens. The opponents fall into all the traps, and they just win game after game after game. But sometimes, if you haven't won for a long time,
Jovanka has found the winning ID.
Wow.
Can I just call you Jovanka Carlson? You know, you just homing in all those Carlson skills there.
I'm not quite sure that works.
Well, I don't know. Nice find, though.
Imagine if we'd done Guess the Move there, you would have won all of the money, all the prizes.
Get a free year's membership to G-Chess.
Oh, come on, Simon, give it.
I'll think about it. So, yeah.
All right, well, what do you think about it? Jovanka likes it.
Yeah, I like the idea. I mean, I like the fact that it's also very obvious what White wants to do. You know, just to round up that weak pawn on A3. And White will take their sweet, merry time to do it as well. You know, consolidate the position as much as possible. So I'm even thinking maybe in moments he can drop the king back to the G1 square and then...
Just to protect all the pawns.
Just to protect all the pawns. And then the knight will drop back just so it can cover the C3 square for the bishop. And then...
I think it's a great plan. I think it's a great plan. I mean, it's also, we were struggling to find a concrete plan. It's nice when you got a concrete plan. So it's just like you put the rook there, you know exactly your next 5 moves, and black has to do something to stop it. So yeah, very, very clever, I think. Because I think even you put, I mean, interesting, you put the knight on D4, and I don't know if the bishop can take the knight and black wins that pawn. Is that still a draw, or is that White's got great winning
chances?
I guess there, but
any situation, I think that the knight and bishop disappear. I think White has great winning chances, even at the cost of a pawn for White.
I mean, we could look at that. I mean, because this is very likely. To stop this plan, I don't know. Let's say you go bishop C5 just to do this, and then maybe I don't know, like knight E2 maybe. Well, yeah, you could show
something like this. And if the white knight steps into the middle, if black ever gets tempted to take, then we'll see a situation like this one where White next move will take this pawn.
Yeah. Is this winning? This is
winning.
To me,
is this winning?
Well.
Yeah.
Because you just take the H5 pawn and...
No, you can do that, or you can also... I mean, even if the pawns were intact, I actually want an endgame like this because I just piled up on the 7th row and just swap off 2 rooks for a queen.
Easily winning, isn't it? You can just take on F6 as well,
exactly.
get winning king and pawn ending. Exactly. But these are the kind of long-term things that... You know, you have to see. I mean, do computers find these ideas? I guess they do nowadays easily, but they didn't used to find these kind of long ideas. But
sometimes they still struggle. Sometimes they underestimate fortresses. They say +5 for White, but every move is +5, and it never changes. It's always +5. But yeah, in this type of scenario, maybe we can show this. Just the rooks will overpower the queen, and they can always give themselves up for the queen, even as long as they win a pawn in the process. And eventually, we've hoovered everything off here, but White will be left with 3 versus 2, and this is a winning endgame with just kings on the board.
So what does Black do then to stop this very clever plan?
I mean, Nepomniachtchi, he's trying to stop it just by interfering with the White coordination. He's brought his queen to attack the White rook.
So rook A1, we continue.
But you don't need to go rook A1. You can go rook B1, right, and stop the queen coming to B3.
Yeah.
Am I worried about this? I mean, what if I just do the plan? Rook A1, knight E2, knight D4.
OK, he's done it.
Yeah, I don't see any way to stop it. Your plan, stick to your plan. Because bishop C3, I always take the pawn, and I've got a very straightforward idea.
Actually, we talked about coordination. They're defended.
Yeah.
Now White's knight is just coming over, and it's going to slowly...
Well, I have to say, this would be amazing if this is a winning plan, because I don't think the computers, I haven't been checking on the supercomputers, have picked up on this idea. I mean, they were saying it's equal. I don't know what the most powerful computers are saying now, but I don't see how Black stops this.
I mean, maybe there's a way for Black to somehow allow White to take this pawn, but then paralyze the White pieces. So, for example, if Black waits, then, no, I shouldn't wait in that way. I should maybe just drop back this way. Or it's hard to... I mean, here, White can eventually take this pawn, but there might be ideas like the bishop coming to attack the rook. Yeah. It's going to be clumsy for White to ever take this pawn because of that cliche, knight's on the Rimadim, and as soon as the knight gets to the side of the board, maybe then Black can pounce and try and target these kind of clumsy pieces. So maybe it's holding for Black, but already it's it's that type of position where one slip and Magnus wins.
Yep.
Especially if he grabs this pawn at some point, if the knight can take this pawn safely.
Wow. How is social media feeling about the drama in this game, Jovanka? I bet they're loving it.
They are absolutely enthralled to this whole action. You know, everyone is over the moon that it hasn't been full of opening preparation with quite a dry technical position. We've seen emotions, we've seen roller coaster, blunders, everything. Okay, so we have some moves, and Magnus waiting in a very good way. He's consolidating all his pawns. The king is now protecting everything. And he's just waiting for the right time to relocate the knight so that he can attack.
I think there's a mini trick there. If you went knight e2, queen h4 was a little cheapo. But as you say, you don't need to rush as white. No. You just take your time here.
Yeah, we have to show that because even in these positions, tricks exist. And Simon, that's well spotted. I was wondering why the knight didn't just retreat, go for that plan. But if it did, then whoops, queen takes pawn. It swings the whole way across with a check.
Yep.
And because of this pin, the white pawn cannot capture the queen. So it's illegal, unfortunately, to take this queen. And black would win a pawn with check, and you don't want this. So that's why Magnus, of course, he's aware of the tricks. He just drops the king away from this diagonal, as Simon says.
And
nice.
I don't know if the time situation is relevant, but we can see they are halfway to the next time control, and they're both kind of on track to I think, get there without any trouble. But, you know, this plan's ongoing. But, David, you did find that way to stop this plan, putting the bishop in the centre of the board at the right time. Maybe it's just about OK.
Yeah, the bishop can never go to the centre now because this pawn drops. But in some situations, if white isn't ready, then the bishop will land in the centre and destabilise this rook. It's definitely Nepomniachtchi who's having to find these defensive resources, though. Yeah. And I think we're going to... I mean, the one thing is for sure, no matter what the result is, we will learn a lot about the player's stamina and endurance in this game. Because we might well see mistakes creep in once we enter the 6th hour. Yeah, it's... I mean, they've already been going, 5 hours now.
So this game is far from over.
Still, yeah.
Far from over.
Yeah. How would you guys feel if you were sitting by the board right now after...
I can tell you how David would be feeling.
I'd be in heaven.
He'd be having the time of his life.
Just warming up.
Forget about Christmas. This is my Christmas. So,
you know me too well, Simon.
I think I'd be enjoying it if I had the white pieces, but I would not be enjoying it if I was black here at all. Just no fun. No fun at all.
So it's sort of up to Magnus with the white pieces here to initiate if they're going to head into a draw or if he just wants to keep squeezing.
He will definitely keep squeezing, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Actually, here, if Magnus wanted to draw, he could just move his king back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I don't think black can improve the position. Black's queen and bishop are tied down defending their pawn. So, yeah, Magnus can take a draw anytime he wants, but Nepomniachtchi fighting.
Do you think he's looking back in time, Jan Nepomniachtchi, to... the situation where he had many times he had close to winning positions. Will he be aware?
I was just looking at the camera and he's looking as though he's saying to Magnus, you knew I had you on the ropes. And now I find myself in this not so good position where I'm grovelling for a draw. Yeah, he's irritated.
I think the winning plan of that last line David said is like, oh, no, maybe not. You've changed my mind. Yeah,
OK, we'll come to that then when...
we'll see it anyway. Knight e2 to d4.
Yeah, white's knight will drop back. Yeah, that's one thing we should as well mention to the viewers. You should never look back during the games. Don't regret things, just live in the moment. That's why Magnus is known as kind of the bounce-back king. Anytime he loses a game, he bounces back next. And even he blunders. I remember a famous incident where he played our friend, the English Grandmaster Gawain Jones. He just blundered a piece in one move. He was a whole knight down, Magnus, but he still turned it around and won.
Wow.
So the top players, they blunder. We're all human. We all make mistakes. You can't look back and regret. You have to look forward.
Is that another one of those chess lessons that also work in life? Don't look back and regret anything. Just live your life and... I mean,
I'm the worst to ask about life. Chess, I can maybe give some advice, but not life. Sorry.
Apparently, was it
Simon can.
Eric von Winkle brought out this amazing book. You can Google it, but you probably won't find it because it's such a rare book. If anyone can find a link to this book, it's Chess and Life. Chess and Life, actually.
Chess and Life.
Second edition. And it was things you can learn from playing chess. And that's quite a good question. What can you actually learn in life from chess? Like you say, patience is a virtue. You know, grind your opponent down for hours and hours. I don't know. There's loads of things.
So that is the follow-up from Chess and Fishing, then?
Chess and Fishing was number one.
Yeah.
But Eric von Winkle's bestseller was definitely Chess and Life.
Gary Kasparov wrote a book, right? How chess imitates life. It's
true.
How
life imitates chess.
That way around.
Yeah.
So that was
and even Jonathan Brownson as well had this Moves That Matter.
Yeah.
Chess and Life.
Famous grandmaster and philosopher.
Yep.
Successful philosopher as well.
Yeah.
All right.
I do have a rather cool question that we were asked a lot earlier on, but I still would like to put it to both David and Simon. And it's from Ben Bradmore, who says, if the three of us had to play as a team against Magnus Carlsen, with one of you playing the opening, another the middle game, and another the ending, who would you assign to each phase? It's very clear who we're going to have as our end game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'd rather get David to play all three parts, but I mean, if we can't do that, you're at the end, Dave. You're going to come into, you know, yeah, that's easy.
Move 100, I'll take over.
Yeah. I don't know, really. I mean, what do you reckon? Would you take the opening or the middle game? My openings can be a bit dodgy, so
they can also be genius.
They can also be pretty genius.
They're a bit up and down, so depends if you want to gamble too much. Who's our opponent? If we want to gamble,
Magnus is your opponent.
Magnus.
Oh, you're playing Magnus.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
And remember, we have our ace up our sleeves.
We got our ace up our sleeves.
So we just have to head into the end game.
We're not going to get there, are we? That's the problem.
I can get you halfway there, but you have to promise to
outplay or be on par with Magnus in the middle game. Yeah, easy. Yeah.
We have to take some risks if we want to beat him.
Yeah.
So the answer is Yvan can do the opening.
I'll do the opening.
I'll go middle game.
Middle game.
And then end game genius.
And Dave's tagged in at the end. So yeah.
I'll solidly hold a fortress or something.
That would
I'll
be
claim
a
the 50 move rule.
That would be a cool game. Oh, look, Jan. He is about to make his move.
Okay. And just his face, like having played him many times, it looks like he's slightly annoyed that it's not as easy as he thought it would be. Maybe it should still be a draw, but he knows it's not straightforward. It's not simple. And he's just waiting with the Black Queen. He's not necessarily threatening anything. He's just kind of, biding his time.
Yeah. And it is Magnus again in the move. I think we're going to head down to Tanya in Dubai. I bet it's still very tense there. Okay, very soon. Tanya is going to show us something very cool, I heard, in Dubai. But for now, it's Magnus in the move.
Sorry, has she found Eric von Winkle's book?
Maybe that is it.
Really? I'm waiting to get a copy of that. If anyone finds it, I'll pay you £1 million. I don't have £1 million, but, you know, just in case you do find it somewhere.
This is just an incentive for someone out there.
To go book searching.
Or to write
the book. No, it has to be the original copy. I'm not going to have any fake copy. It's got to be the 1802 book written in Vienna.
Okay, and a really interesting moment, actually. I'm just trying to do some calculation. At first, for half a second, I thought maybe Magnus had blundered, but it's not a blunder. He has a trick up his sleeve.
Aha. Okay, yes. Nice.
We're gonna go through that trick in a second, but we have to head down to Tanya. Oh, it's dark. Where are you right now, Tanya?
Gaia, I'm inside the playing hall one more time. We managed to sneak right in. Come on, let's take a look at what's going on here. I've got to whisper again, guys. I've got a security guard right behind me, and he's probably going to ask me to leave any moment, but let's see how far we can get. And on my left, you can see the fish tank, the glass box. The players are inside. And if you just move in a bit more to the left, that little door that you see is where the players go and rest. The black door, is actually Magnus Carlsen's resting space. Just a little ahead of that is where Jan Nepomniachtchi heads when he takes it. When he gets out and takes a little walk, up on the screen, we can see the live board. That's where the spectators get a look at what's happening. And guys, I think we have to get out of here really soon. And that's... the spectators are right there. We have to leave this space. We're not allowed to be in here too long. Complete silence. Very exciting stuff. And even though the time scramble and the mess and the chaos is over, the two players are still fighting it out. What a game this has been. I've got to get out of here.
I love it, Tanya. Sneaky. And I can almost feel the tension all the way up here to Oslo. The tension that must be inside that playing hall, looking at these two players. Think, again, after that dramatic, those dramatic minutes leading up to move 40, Magnus Carlsen is in the move. Can he still push for a win in this one?
Magnus will try. He would love to get to move 60 right now, get a little bit more time, and then reassess. But it's looking difficult, to be honest. That plan that we were so keen on, I think Nepomniachtchi's found a good antidote. If we dive into the position, just at this moment, Magnus has just placed his knight in the centre and Nepomniachtchi reacted by retreating his king. I just want to show viewers as well, you always got to be alert to these tactics. At first, it looks like Black can give up his bishop for a pawn to explode open the structure around White's king. And now, if the pawn captures this bishop, then we would see a check and a double attack. The queen could next take the white knight. But Magnus here, he wouldn't have captured this bishop. He would have flicked in Zwischenzug, an intermediate move, just attacking the black queen first. And next move, no matter where the black queen goes, he'll take this bishop, and even if the king is forced out into the open, 2 rooks and a knight together will beat the black queen. So, OK, Nepomniachtchi knew he couldn't go for that trick, so he stepped back with the black king, just waiting. And talking of waiting, Magnus does the same. If Magnus goes for this pawn, this is the plan we wanted to enact, right? Just ganging up against this pawn with 3 pieces, then the issue is the black bishop can park itself in the middle of the board. And it would hit this white rook in the corner, meaning there's no time to take this black pawn. And at the very least, Black could even put his bishop on this square in some situations. So that was avoided by Magnus. Instead, he moved his king to the side. And now Jan Nepomniachtchi going for this trap again, trying to take this pawn because of the pin that the bishop has created towards the white king. Maybe Magnus can't improve the position. Will we see him retreat his king, the queen go back where it came from, and we might see a repetition of the position?
Can you take on a3 here, Dave? I mean, if you
current position,
maybe this is the position you were thinking. If you can't break through, if Magnus maybe realised here, OK, he's tried everything, I've got to now transform the position somewhat, and by taking on a3, we get this ending that you mentioned earlier, potentially.
Okay, how would this look like? So Magnus with a rook and a knight against a queen, a mighty queen.
Yeah, so White has an extra pawn as well. So a rook, knight and pawn together is 9 points, a queen worth 9 points. So actually level material, but White is the only one who can win here because White has stabilised everything. This knight especially, just glorious. It can never get kicked away. White's rook as well, it's got freedom to roam. It would love to come up and across, maybe take this pawn, or maybe it will come up and swing across, defended by its knight, and just park itself on another outpost. Everything defended. I mean, I would love to see Magnus play this personally, just for another 50 moves.
Yeah.
But it is a bit of a commitment. Maybe he'll try a few things first and then go for this type of thing later.
Yep.
If he gets another chance. Actually, Simon, I like it. I hope Magnus takes this pawn.
I think so. I mean, he probably realises now that if he tries this great plan that Jovanka found, it's not actually working. It looked like a brilliant try, but if this plan doesn't work, you have to transform things, and otherwise you agree a draw at some point. So, you know, OK, you've got an opportunity to do it now, take it.
Yeah. And what about if rook takes pawn? Can Black take this guy first?
Yeah, I was hoping just King G1, I guess, or King G... Yeah, King G1's best, because there's stop the check. Yeah. And at least I got rid of the A pawn now.
Yeah.
This gives me great chances, I feel.
Yeah, and Black doesn't have time to take because now the queen is attacked. The pin has been broken. And when the queen moves, maybe White has got some chances. Yeah.
It was quite funny watching Tanya in the stadium there, because you could see it was a packed-out football stadium there. But no, everyone's obviously watching our commentary instead, which is far better. But it reminds me of one of the only World Championships I went to was in 1993, and it was Nigel Short versus Garry Kasparov, and it's pre-computer days, so you couldn't watch the streams online. You had a major stadium, I think it was at the Savoy in London.
Oh, that sounds fancy.
It was really special. I was quite young, and these kind of events, you know, inspire you to want to play chess. And the great thing was that everyone, it was totally packed out inside, maybe 200, 300, whatever seats, and everyone had headphones in, and they had commentary in the headphones. So you had, I think, Danny King, brilliant commentator, and whoever else, maybe Peter Wells, doing commentary. But it was really funny because you didn't have this place where you stop, you know, the little, what's it called, glass shell place.
Yeah.
So whenever they did a joke, the whole stadium would start laughing. So the players are playing, and then you have 200 people like laugh, and the players would be like, "What they laughing at? Have I played a bad move?" And it's like obviously someone in the headsets telling a joke. So they actually, I think, had to tell them, "You got to do the commentary, but no joking, no joking. You can't make people laugh. Laughing is banned." So so that was that. But it was great to watch one of these things in the flesh, because you could walk around outside, lots of grandmasters, the feeling, the whole environment was incredibly special. And I'd say to anyone, if you get a chance to, watch something live, it's amazing. I mean, I don't know if you guys had any inspiring events in your careers which made you think, I really want to become a top chess player. I mean, that was one for me anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen many inspiring games, but it's more actually meeting the players and learning about their personalities, talking to them, that inspired me. And I wish I was there in '93. Actually, one of my first memories of chess was when I was about 6 years old, watching all these old videotapes, the VCR tapes of that match and the commentary.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was... I think they had dozens and dozens of live TV shows in England on the main channels of that match. And that's something we can only dream of nowadays. I know it happens in Norway, live TV of chess, but in England, not anymore, unfortunately.
It was on Channel 4 with Carol Borderman. It was. And we used to tune in every evening and just watch their recap. So, I mean, it was really, really nice. And your story really reminded me of something, incidentally, that happened in Game 6 between the Tal and Botvinnik. So Tal was like this young 24-year-old, firebrand, fireworks on the board, and Botvinnik, of course, was the current world champion. And Botvinnik, they didn't have computers then, hadn't really played against Tal, so couldn't train for him, so he lost really badly in one game. And in Game 6,
of course,
Tal,
Game 6.
There it was. Tal made a sacrifice. And the whole audience went nuts. They were like, oh my God, this is amazing. And they went so crazy that the audience had to be evicted from the hall. They had to be shifted into some... But yeah, that's right, into a back room. And they were told, no, don't get excited.
I like it that the audience gets... They've been told to be quiet, and you're too loud. Just get out, So.
But back then when they didn't have computers, because obviously now in a crowd someone could have a phone or someone in there saying that, "Ooh, this was a great move." So obviously they cannot give the players any hints. But back then, when there weren't computers, if you wanted to cheer for a move, can that be kind of cool?
Well, you could be like, knight F4, knight F4. No, you could. I mean,
but you wouldn't have any machines or anything you could bring in there, and you would think that the best players are sitting up there.
It's kind of more romantic in a way, because you don't know the real evaluation of position. Nowadays, anyone watching, even if they're a complete beginner, of course, can look at a computer and say, oh, it's a draw, easy. But without the computer telling you, even the top players would get the assessment wrong, and it's very hard. So it's kind of like more mysterious, maybe, in a way, I feel. It's like, but yeah.
What do you think? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say a story about, you suggest about the audience suggesting moves, and it hasn't really happened in a World Championship match, but it certainly has happened in tournaments. Like, there have been critical moments, and the audience, someone's been watching, and they haven't realised that there's two players playing a game, and they just make a move. And there was one time where someone came and said, I think this one wins.
Yeah, I've heard that. Well, they thought they were analysing. This happened at Lloyds Bank. So. It was crazy.
I think it wins, and the players got really upset.
But they thought the two players were actually analysing their game, but they weren't. They were playing their proper game. So the top grandmaster came over and said, you're just playing, queen takes thing, checkmate in 20 or something. Yeah. And then like, OK. We haven't. He's gone for it. Has he gone for it?
Yeah, he has gone for it.
Well, I think your idea, Dave, just to last another 100 moves.
Yeah,
so funny you found such an idea.
Strap yourselves in, everyone. We are in for a long grind here. So Magnus now has just taken that pawn with his rook, and Nepomniachtchi actually has to decide: does he go and take that rook with his bishop, and we would see that situation of the black queen against the white rook and knight, or does black resist that temptation and just go and grab a pawn with the black queen? To be honest, I'm not sure which one I would go for. If we see black take that white rook, then I think we're guaranteed another 50 moves, minimum. But if black's queen takes the white pawn, giving that check, utilising that pin that we mentioned of the black bishop against the white king, then Nepomniachtchi would be going for a more direct way to solve his problems. And personally, he's got 28 minutes here to make 8 moves, 7-8 moves. I would spend at least 10, 15 minutes now just trying to work out whether he can force a draw with queen takes pawn check or not, because the other alternative would be suffering for black.
But Magnus only has 14 minutes to make those moves. Is that worrying?
I think if the black bishop does take that rook, then the position will stabilize, and Magnus has an easy 10 moves if he wants. He can just put them on the board instantly because there's no risk at all for white. However, if the black queen goes and takes this pawn, then maybe some calculation to be done.
All right. Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi is now thinking, and we think maybe he's gonna. Okay. No, no, he's not.
Oh, wait.
Very quickly.
Obviously. So he doesn't get tempted with that long game. I'm gutted there. I thought we'd be in for another 2-3 hours, but he's taken a pawn with the black queen. This is the more direct approach. So now black's queen is attacked. The white pawn couldn't take it last move, but after the white king has moved, it can capture that black queen. The black queen has to sidestep. I expect it to just step 1 square to the side. And the white king might be a target now.
Yeah. I was going to say that. I mean, because now the play is pretty concrete, because black queen is going to move. I'm thinking the g4 square. And after that, maybe black will be playing h4. Maybe black can even think about playing bishop takes pawn. So, for instance, if the rook decides to go on a merry adventure and attack the bishop, for instance, then bishop takes pawn is a serious idea.
Yeah, bishop takes pawn, and now the white king is really forced out into the open. I'm not 100% sure what's happening here, but I think black should be safe. For example, after just queen takes pawn, eliminating all the white pawns, and this king is too open to hope for many winning chances for white. At the very least, black will give checks for the next 50 moves and should be able to force a draw. So,
So could it be a draw shortly, you think?
It could be. If Magnus isn't able to find a way to keep the game going before move 60, and he doesn't have much time, then we might well see a draw. So I'm expecting this move from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Maybe he's just contemplating whether he can play bishop takes pawn now, but it's less tempting while the white rook guards this pawn. If black can't remove all the pawns, then he can't really go for this.
Okay.
Or a lot of risk would be involved. I mean, he could still try and gamble and hope that this pawn runs. Harry the h-pawn, trying to become Harriet by becoming a queen. But I think that bishop takes pawn move would be a bit risky. So queen g4 looks like the key. And then this move, as Ivanka mentioned, also on the cards. The white king not as safe as it used to be.
Okay. Well, they have played now for 5.5 hours, spent 5.5 hours inside the fish tank, inside this room. Obviously, it's very important with great air quality, and Tanya has met up with some experts on air quality.
I've got a very special guest with us. Joining us is Lauren Peterson from Airthings. Lauren, welcome.
Thank you. Great to be here.
How's it going? How's your experience at the World Championship in Dubai?
Oh, it's been fantastic. I mean, we at Airthings are super proud to be part of the chess world these days and empowering the world to breathe better and educating people about the importance of good air quality.
Airthings has been massive. They played a massive role in online chess. And I see we've got a very cool device with us here. Lauren, tell us a little bit about this.
Yeah, this is Airthings' new device, the View Plus. This will tell you if the air quality in the room that you're in is good or not. And if you're at home, it'll give you tips through an app on how to improve the air quality to make it better for you so that you take care of your health and well-being, but also cognitive abilities, which we know is really important when it comes to chess.
And especially with this boom in online chess, we see chess players sitting in their room. They're indoors for long hours playing, so it's super important to have a good environment so their brains work to optimum capacity.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And it's the same if you're at an office or at school or at home. I mean, air quality has a massive role to play when it comes to both health and well-being and how much you can concentrate. So we see that this is really, really important, and the chess world is starting to catch on.
Absolutely. Any tips for chess players, how they can work on this?
Well, the first thing to know if your air quality is good enough, you really have to monitor it, and the View Plus from Airthings is a great option for that. So to get one at home or at school, you can find out more at airthings.com.
Thank you so much, Lauren. And there we have it. If you got to put in that mind of yours at best use, make sure you know that it's a good environment. Get it with Airthings.
Great tips from the experts on air quality. Jan Nepomniachtchi made his move. It was the move that our experts here, one of the moves they were expecting, and now it's Magnus thinking. David is saying that probably they're gonna, head into move 60, and then let's see what happens. But Tanya is standing also now with Vladimir Potkin. How is he feeling about what's going on, Tanya?
Kaya, that's exactly what we want to find out as the fight continues. The mess of the time control's over. We've got Grandmaster Vladimir Potkin with us. Vladimir, time control, they've made the control, but still the position remains a big fight for Jan.
Yeah, well, no, I'm pretty confident that Jan will make draw here. Yeah, he is very active with his queen and he likes to play with queen. And yeah, of course, it was like a big thriller in time trouble. I mean, maybe mostly because of no increment. And Jan was looking how to win this game, but it was over a fortress for Magnus, and he already make not precise move, let's say, but I think Magnus already missed huge chances for him, so I don't know how he'll sleep tonight, after all.
The bar was going up and down. It felt like both players missed chances, and as you mentioned, could be very difficult getting sleep. The current position that we've got on the board, and right now H4 has been traded for A3. How are you evaluating this? Is this closer to a draw or still difficult for Black?
No, as far as I see, Jan is going ahead by time, and Queen is very active, so I believe he will cover this. Yeah, of course, need to be precise, but I think he will, be able to make this draw in the end. Yeah.
Vladimir, you mentioned when the time scramble was on, you were not at the venue. The team was watching the match from elsewhere. What was the feeling like? What was the emotion at that point?
Well, I just take how it goes, because we should prepare for next games. So I always believe in Jan. Everything happened, but things were developing pretty fast in time trouble. So it was like a big run, just.
Big run, and Jan is known to be as one of the fastest players on the planet. His speed is definitely one of his fortes. But over here, it's a different format. It's when he made the last move, the 40th move, with just 5 seconds on the clock. What were you thinking at that moment?
Yeah, well, of course, players used to play with increment, and but I believe that 5 seconds is like a whole life, So it was still enough for Jan to make this move, and he was not nervous at all.
And was there any one specific moment where you were really worried about Jan's position?
No, I saw that Magnus also has lack on the clock, and it will be extremely difficult for him to find out this very precise moves that engine shows, but for human it's not that easy at all. And I mean, because if two, let's say, best players now in the world are lacking finding these winning possibilities, it shows that it was not so easy at all, in the circumstances.
And Vladimir, getting out of that time control when you enter this new stage of the game, how does a player reset themselves? How do they forget about what has just happened?
Well, it's not that easy, but they are used to it. So, of course, it's a big fight, and we just will prepare for the next game and calmly.
Thank you so much, Vladimir, for joining us. Wow, the tremendous fight of Game 6 continues. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you. It's so interesting to hear from a team member of Jan and how they were feeling during that dramatic time leading up to move 40.
Yeah, I think Vladimir Potkin, he was just playing it cool. I'm sure they were nervous as anything. And yeah, I think both camps would have been sweating during that time scramble. I know both players clearly were sweating as well. And he said this position should be a draw. I agree it should be, but I'm not so certain it's going to be as painless for Jan as Potkin thinks. White's last move, the knight retreat, attacks the black queen with one of the white rooks. And that white knight is heading back towards maybe fresher pastures, towards some outposts. If White can stabilise with the knight and stop any black pawn breaks, stop the black pawns marching forward, then definite winning chances for Magnus.
Okay.
So still some key moments ahead. Still far, far from a result right now.
And they still have to make 5 moves to reach move 60 to gain 15 more minutes for the rest of the game. And from move 61, they also gain then 30 seconds increment for each move they make. It just looks to me, 11 minutes on the clock for Magnus, only 15 more minutes to gain for the rest of the game. It just sounds like it's a little, but maybe it is in this situation. The moves won't be that hard to find.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just about the moves. It's also he can bail out with a draw, I think, at any moment.
Okay.
Probably if Magnus offered a draw, Jan would just immediately accept and they'd run out together and Jan would be relieved.
So is it very important for Jan then to not spend too much time here, to be up on the clock, because he does not have that possibility to bail out?
Yeah, I think if the shoe was on the other foot, then maybe he would be uncomfortable. How about you guys? If you were low on time here, I mean, if you're low on time in general in this type of position, would you be worrying?
If it's Magnus that's low on time, and Magnus has many moves that he can make that would simply just pass, doesn't change the kind of nature of the position. If it were Nepomniachtchi who was in time trouble with his position, I would be seriously concerned, because his position is not very easy. He has to play very accurately and find some good plans to maintain the balance, and it's not clear at all here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to ignore that evaluation bar basically, because it's going to say 0.0 for a long time, but 1 or 2 slips by Jan and it might change. So the Black Queen needs to move. She can attack the White Knight, for example. Also, Black's Bishop in the centre is attacking the White Rook in the corner, but the White Rook's just going to step up 1 square, I think, guaranteed next move, as long as the Black Queen attacks the White Knight. And then White will have some time to, just reassemble the pieces.
If you think who's made the most progress since time control, interesting question, because at time control we were clearly saying that I think it was probably should be a draw, but Magnus could push. The situation has changed a lot, and I would have thought that Magnus has made more progress because he's got rid of Jan's very dangerous pawn. He can play lots of different ideas still here, but he's got a clear target. The Black's Harry pawn can be ganged up on, and I would have thought he'd be quite happy with a transformation since the time control, probably, you know. So
yeah, I mean, this Black structure is ruined, right? If you could kind of shift this Black pawn across 1 square so they will protect each other, probably it's just a simple draw, but
yeah, I mean,
this pawn is a big target.
And I know Potkin was saying, Jan's very good with the queen, but Magnus is pretty good in these positions as well. You know, he knows how to put loads of pressure on for a long period of time. So I'm actually, I'm going to go for a white win here just to stick my neck out. Actually, I think this is looking more like a white win than it was before.
Yeah. But how will you deal with the immediate threat against this rook, but also against this knight?
I'll probably just go rook a2, I guess. It's something simple.
Okay, so you're not worried about any checks? White king?
Not yet. I'll move it up. And
move it up, yeah.
Yeah, and just,
maybe you could even move it this way. Just if you go 1 square forward, maybe you get checked again. Yeah. Maybe that's a bit annoying. So has Magnus gone for that? He has indeed. He's gone for your move, and maybe in this position he can even go this direction, because yes, this is a pin, but any time the pawn steps forward, it's just going to get taken by the White Rook.
Seems a very nice position for him, I think. I don't know if you guys had to, if your life depended on putting this on a result, what would you?
This is like my ultimate fantasy. This position for White, you can press, no stress, no risk.
White win, Simon.
No.
Sorry?
White win.
You go for a white win.
Yeah, this rook, I mean, if Magnus gets the time, for example, if the Black King just takes a time out, if Black doesn't do anything, if White gets time to just put his rook on this square, you're never getting rid of this piece.
And I think you can get your knight to a better square, obviously. There's loads of good squares for the knight. I mean, you come to F3, you can come to F4. There's so many good... So, I mean, it looks...
reroute around,
Yeah, I mean, F3 looks quite good too. Even just threaten the exchange of the bishop, and lots of ways. I mean,
actually, I really like this idea. Put the knight on H3, just guarding this pawn, and then the 2 rooks are both free to roam.
Yeah,
they're both
very tricky.
Excellent idea there, David. Because I was just pondering.
Time, but
I was just pondering how to do that, because there is the issue, right, in this current position that we have on the analysis board, that the Black Queen will start harassing the knight, then they'll harass the rook, and then harass the pawn, all on the second row. So. Yeah, I love your idea of reinforcing the defence of F2 with a knight.
Yeah, it takes time, but if you can do this, for example, then you defend. And now, I mean, this rook eventually, for example, if Black just guards this pawn, then the other rook could come round from behind now and start harassing the Black King.
Is the 50-move rule an issue at all? To move a pawn or have an exchange?
Not yet. So the last capture was on move 53. So we've had 4 moves since the last capture. And unless there's another 46 moves without Magnus maybe kind of rounding up this pawn, then the 50-move rule shouldn't be too relevant yet.
So nothing he thinks about right now.
No, but the only plan for white really is to take this pawn, this isolated pawn. So he's got 46 moves to do that.
Yeah.
He should be okay. I mean, along the way, maybe the knight will trade off for the bishop, and then the counter resets back to number one, and the 50-move rule continues. Meanwhile, Jan, he's pausing here. That means he's uncomfortable. And yeah, I think that white just has this really simple plan at some point of bringing the rook across, and I don't see how to stop it for black. Suddenly, we talked about coordination again. Suddenly, these rooks connect each other. They also defend their knight. Everything really stable for white.
So horrible to defend these positions as well. I mean, like, you might lose anyway, but you've got to sit and suffer while you know, just wait is no fun. I mean, I know you enjoy pushing in the positions, but don't say you enjoy defending these positions, because something is wrong with you. If you enjoy defending these positions for like 3 hours, you need to see someone. You really do.
Simon, he saved so many bad positions for the England team.
But you enjoy these? You'd like to be black here?
It's a challenge. It's like being a goalkeeper in football. It's like you can't win anything, you can't gain anything. But if you make a nice save, you feel satisfied, and it's the goalkeeper's glory.
I'll get some numbers for you, David.
Yeah, I agree with you, Simon. That is a goalkeeper mentality that is very hard to put yourself into.
Not for everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's a big talent, though.
It's a big talent if you enjoy these things, yeah.
And it's a skill that Nepomniachtchi will need if he's going to win this match. Nepomniachtchi, he knew at some point he would get outplayed, at some point he would suffer, and he needs to dig deep, and I'm sure he's been training this. It just reminds me of the Grand Swiss. I played this 143-move game, and I think I blundered on move 17 as white, so I was defending for the next 120-something moves. So in a similar situation to Nepomniachtchi, always having to just be accurate, defend. And OK, he's brought his queen across, meanwhile, so he's going to be hoping he can save this. But Magnus, it's hard to read his body language right now. He's looked at the clock there, just glanced away at the clock, so Magnus has to make... This is about to be move 58. He's going to make 3 moves in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It's less drastic than it was earlier, at least.
It looks uncomfortable to me. New to chess, you know, the black queen just looking at both of those rooks. Why is it not an issue for Magnus as he makes his move?
At least the rooks will always protect each other, and they'll outnumber the black queen. So the black queen can attack them as much as she wants, but she will get frustrated. She doesn't really have a role to play right now. She's just kind of drifting aimlessly around. And I think the queen, it's sitting there just so that the white rooks are stuck, so they can't swing across to the other side. The white rooks would love to kind of relocate to the H-file now, but meanwhile, Magnus just makes a move. He wants to get closer to move 60, and then he'll think a bit later on.
Yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi in the move. His clock is ticking down as well. So the big plan for Magnus is to get one of the rooks over to the H-file.
Yes.
And if he does, is that winning?
Potentially. Especially if white can activate the white knight and switch the rooks over to the H-file. He'll for sure win black's H-pawn, which is isolated and which has been pretty much abandoned. And if he wins that pawn, I think big winning chances.
But how? How is he going to get there with this queen?
Yeah, that's the question.
Yeah.
And Nepomniachtchi has to try to maintain this bind to keep the white rooks paralyzed. Do you guys see any winning plan for white yet? Or is he just going to make move 60 and then worry about it afterwards?
I think that's, if I've learned anything from sitting next to you, it's to get to move 60.
Take your time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And get that extra time on your clock and then take those committal decisions.
Yeah, then we see Nepomniachtchi fiddling with the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering if I was white here, I might be thinking like E4 and then put the knight on F5, but there's many sort of things you can do here.
Yeah, so you want to block this check with the pawn?
Maybe. It's a bit committal, so I don't know if I'd want to play that one straight away, but I'd maybe try your plan, put the knight on H3. If that didn't work, I'll go back, put it on F3. I'm learning, you see. I'm learning.
And you do have the luxury in this position of making your opponent suffer and just kind of, you've got all the time in the world.
Exactly.
I think you should be able to push this bishop away, and black's bishop is actually quite a good piece there. I mean, I wouldn't really want to attack it with a pawn, but at the right moment, I kind of like knight F3 and rook A5 as well as a way, something like this. But at some point, I should be able to move that bishop. And if I win the pawn on H5, surely surely then it's a matter of time.
Yeah, maybe we can just show this on the board. And one thing I should say as well is, you mentioned this move, and maybe it's good, maybe it's not, just to block this check, but I think it would be a huge mistake to play it on move 59.
Yeah.
It's committal, like you say, so if you're sure about it later, when you've got 15 minutes on the clock, then play it. But definitely get to move 60 first, and then spend some time deciding whether to push pawns, because they don't move backwards. Maybe this is the only structure that wins, rather than pushing and maybe allowing a pawn trade later on. So Magnus, I think, will move his king, and as you call, if you can bring this rook across at the right time, maybe later on you push this pawn forward, destabilize the black bishop. Once you've relocated the white knight, of course. If you can kind of bring it, as you mentioned, just kind of park it in front of one of the pawns.
Yeah. I mean, what
That'd be ideal.
What do you think of the end game's like if you go knight f4 and the knight is captured? Is this
so for example, this type of ending?
Yeah, I guess you take the rook. Yeah. I mean, is this the winning ending?
Looks like it's winning because you
bit similar to before, isn't it?
Exactly, so, pile up on the f6 pawn.
Yeah, because f4 seems like a pretty decent square for the knight as well. I mean,
But
I think this is just as straightforward when you bring a rook across and give up the rook for a queen and pawn. And you'll have a 3 versus 2 majority if you can get a pawn while trading the rooks for the queen.
And is there any kind of hope in potential trading the queen for the 2 rooks? So you maybe have a situation where...
In the current position?
Yeah, well, not in the current position, but I mean, I'm just kind of trying to visualise ahead and thinking, you know, I kind of see the scenario that the h5 pawn will fall. Maybe there's a queen defending that pawn, and maybe there can be this huge trade.
With a knight and bishop on the board.
Yeah, a knight and bishop on the board. So it's like 3 pawns.
Let's try to show something similar to this. It will take a while to try and achieve. Let's just say we wait. I know there are some better moves for both sides, but you mentioned this type of scenario. If we see a trade and white winning a pawn in the process, this is tough to call. I think some winning chances for white, but I'm not 100% sure, to be honest, because there's so few pawns remaining.
I just saw quite a cool tweet there. Someone else mentioned they were at that World Championship match I mentioned with Nigel Short, and we can see it here, Nigel Short versus Kasparov in, was it 90? It was 93.
93, yeah.
But they were also saying, so they had to, the arbiter, the poor guy, had to have a silence. Really? So every time they laughed, he had to, silence, you can't laugh. Yeah, it is, and it was quite well. I mean, that World Championships is quite phenomenal because, you know, Kasparov won quite clearly, but the games there was nearly a win nearly every game. It was really exciting chess as well. So, and Nigel got very good positions, but
he did.
Gary was Gary. Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember the first game he lost on time.
In a promising position.
Oh, really promising position. Yeah.
On move 40. Just one move to make, and he lost on time. We nearly saw that today, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So.
Wow.
I don't know. Most exciting World Championships, do you think? Oof.
I'll say that was probably up there.
That was up there, yeah, because it's nice to see a fellow English player, isn't it?
Yeah, it was exciting in that respect, but in terms of the results, it was pretty one-sided.
Yeah, agreed.
For me, it must be one of those Kasparov-Karpov matches, you know, when it was even Stevens. Until the end.
And we'll talk about that, I guess, on another day, you know. So, there was, great. And, of course, you had Karpov-Korchnoi, the yogurt instance and the sunglasses instance. I mean, that was bizarre. Yes.
I heard about the sunglasses, but yogurt incident.
Yeah.
What is that?
Yogurts. Well, yeah.
The Karpov's team sent over some blueberry yogurt to Karpov, but Karpov hadn't asked for it. So Korchnoi was like, well, what is this? This is a sign. You guys are trying to transmit signs to your player. And there was a whole sorts of incidents and...
Oh, wow.
Maybe blueberry yogurt meant pushing something on the B file.
Exactly, you know.
But then, they had this hypnotist. Well, we'll talk about it another day. But they had a hypnotist.
Wow.
So Karpov apparently got a hypnotist to sit in the front row just to stare at Korchnoi. You know, and Korchnoi got his double, glazed sunglasses out to stop the glaze. And
he also hired 2 thugs that had been released from prison to come and just also stare at the hypnotist and also stare at Karpov. So, I mean...
What a match. And save some of the stories. We will get to those matches in a few days. Going down in history, in World Championship history.
Yeah, it was especially interesting to see Tanya interview the bodyguard earlier. Wow. Meanwhile, okay, a real shock to me, pushing a pawn. I said, don't do this until move 60.
Yep.
It's just conventional wisdom. Just move your king up and down, just wait, get more time, and then make a decision with your pawns. But Magnus has pushed a pawn to block this check, and he's loosened his structure. So now the white knight is not really as free to roam as it earlier would be, because the white knight will be required to defend the pawns in front of the white king. What's the idea behind that one, guys? I'm at a loss to explain it. I guess Magnus just wants to tuck the white king one square to the left, just kind of protect everything, and then use his rooks. But
maybe he just wants to go king f2, try to get a rook, both rooks to the h file. Is that possible?
That's possible.
Maybe you could get this ending you mentioned then, potentially. I mean, I don't think you'll need to, but...
Is it also to get out of the eye line of the queen with the king?
Exactly. Block the check.
Block the check. Nepomniachtchi made a face as well. Maybe he's surprised by that move, but... I mean, I'm not surprised by the move. It's just the timing of the move. To do it on move 59, to commit, it goes against everything we're taught when...
You should have played another 49 moves, David. You've done that.
Exactly.
You'd have played another 49 moves.
49 moves, just manoeuvre around, then on move 50, push a pawn, look at your opponent in the eye, and just say, OK, I'm going to torture you even longer.
Sadistic.
So it's been quite calm in this game since move 40. Is it now slowly heating up again?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, also we're creeping towards that move 60 time control. And I think we will see another twist or turn. I don't think this is going to be just a very simple draw somehow for Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, look at him.
I mean...
Is that surprise on his face, or is that still realisation it's not so for him?
What do you think the result's going to be, David?
I'll say a draw just because you said white win earlier. I mean, my heart says white win.
Okay.
But my mind says somehow Nepomniachtchi, he's been so good this far, and he still looks relatively fresh. He doesn't look tired. So I'll say he'll hold it, but it's not going to be easy.
Okay.
Ivanka,
I'm going
break
to
the
say
tie.
white win.
Kaya.
Ooh. I'll say white win. That's what I bet on today in the prediction challenge. Yeah. And it also feels, from the many games I've followed for Magnus Carlsen, it just feels like a Magnus Carlsen game, the squeezing.
I think he's enjoying himself now. I mean, him and David spend far too much time together. But no, he's enjoying himself. So I'll give you a hard time. But no, it's a really clever style, and it's a really hard style to play. But this is maybe something that Magnus has brought to the chess world, this patience, this way of getting blood from the stone. I mean, I'm very impressed with Jan's play as well. He's played brilliantly, and he just missed a couple of opportunities around the time control. So it would be heartbreaking if he loses such a brilliantly played game, because, up to move 40-ish, he was playing fantastic chess and pushing Magnus with the black pieces. But Magnus is doing Magnus things now, it seems to me. Yeah.
Now, personally, I always take inspiration from tennis when it comes to chess, because it's also a solo sport. And in tennis, some of my favourite players, like Andy Murray, they would always just tire the opponent out. They know they might lose the point, but they'll just force the opponent to take one more shot. Or they love these long sets, these long matches. And often it might be even until the end. And Magnus, just by pushing now, he might gain that kind of psychological edge or that kind of physical edge over the next couple of days in their showdowns. So, OK, Nepomniachtchi about to reply by bringing his queen forward. And I think this is very natural. Also, this does set maybe a small trap. Actually, just thinking about it, I don't think it does set a trap. I was going to say if white's king does step to the side to protect its knight, then the black queen could slide across to the other side of the board. But maybe we can show the evaluation bar slightly going over to white side for the first time in a while.
Maybe it's knight f4, right? I mean...
you want to bring the knight forward. Maybe to attack this pawn, this would be the direct way of doing it, attacking this pawn. And once again, this type of trade is not as simple this time because the white king's slightly open, but white is the only one who can win if white can somehow team up the rooks against this pawn. Personally, I think I would prefer to just kind of sit and wait and just hold everything together, just use the king to protect these everything around it, and once everything's protected, then the rooks are free. And at first I thought this wasn't possible because the queen could come across, but now the white rook can indeed swing. And no nasty checks, luckily, because the king can protect its rook. And now the black queen is forced away. Although, wait, check and a draw. I did blunder. So actually, maybe this is Jan's plan. He's hoping for the king to come across because now the queen can move. And when the rook swings, there's a nasty bishop sacrifice. And this is a draw because the king always has to protect its rook. So it's a check. the king has to protect his rook. Another check, and the position would just repeat itself. Okay,
Neat
some
tactic.
tricks. Some tricks.
Nasty tactic, that one.
But can white swing across already? Maybe. Bring the rook over to attack this pawn, to stop the black queen from sneaking round this side.
Yeah, I was just wondering about that. So the king will have to step forward to the g6 square to defend it. And one thing is, when the knight does jump in, bishop, I think, is ready and willing to swap itself off.
You think it's
because
foldable now?
Yeah, because the white king is just not safe
Too
anymore.
open on this line. Yeah, maybe the white pawn now wants to be back where it came from. That's why I was reluctant to commit on the last turn.
Yeah, we've got to come up with a catchphrase about commit.
Why not just move the king? I think this keeps everything nice and safe, and then... What rhymes with commit, Jovanka?
Exactly. I'm thinking.
Okay, Magnus, now, this is why, again, he could have just repeated the position maybe once or twice, got to move 60 and then think, because now he's got less than 2 minutes to make one move, but it's a key move. If he plays this one, it's a draw instantly.
All right.
Key moment. And they get another 15 minutes, right, for the rest of the game, and then it goes to increment?
Plus 30 seconds after every move.
Right. So...
Well, it is game 6, and for the first time in the match, we are reaching move 60. Magnus Carlsen has 1.5 minutes now to make his final move to gain another 15 minutes on the clock, plus 30 seconds increment. I did see the arbiter lurk around in the background there. What will the arbiter do when they get to the next time control now?
He should do nothing to disturb the players. Maybe he was just checking the score sheets to see what move they were on, just to confirm that the players were writing down correctly.
So he's not going to gather the score sheets and, you know...
No.
No.
Maybe he's just giving the players a new score sheet. Actually, each score sheet normally goes up to only move 60, so maybe he's just getting the new ones ready. But it will be surprising to see him do that while one player has less than a minute on the clock.
No, that would be very poor form, actually.
I know a lot of arbiters who are very keen to disturb the players. They just
Some arbiters are terrible. I mean, you get arbiters who, you know, this arbiter who seems great, and most arbiters are, but you get the occasional arbiter who's just wants to be seen, and they're like, and they just like, they think they're more important than the players, and they will, they just do things that are really annoying. Oh, he's gone F4, he's pushed another pawn. Okay. I mean, I think one of the worst things I saw was in Iceland, and Gwaine Jones was playing for first prize in a tournament. It was arbiter's friend, and he was down to his last 10 seconds. Very tricky ending, and there was a move that drawn which would have given a win of a tournament, and this photographer was there with the biggest flash you've ever seen in the world. Oh, no. And he was thinking, 10 seconds left, and you thought it was a good time to take a picture. So he took a picture of him, the flash went off. Oh, no. And there was Gwaine, no idea what's going on, and he couldn't even see, and he blundered immediately, and that was, I mean, what should, it's not the arbiter's fault then, but what should the arbiter do at that point? I don't know, but... I don't know, funny arbiter stories? I mean, it's
many.
Hundreds. Many.
One of the best ones I've heard was when someone promoted a pawn on the 8th rank, and they forgot to choose the piece. So the arbiter said, and this is great wisdom, that piece will remain a pawn.
Oh, jeez. So
it's like breaking the rules of chess.
You can't even... I mean, that is just... I don't know what to say about that. Ridiculous. But also, I mean...
You should be the arbiter police.
I would
there
be
should be an arbiter
police.
for the arbiter, and that should be Simon Williams.
Definitely, I'd tell those arbiters. Who guards the guards?
Yeah, exactly.
I think is the thing, yeah?
I definitely think they need to be trained slightly better. I've been at international events where they don't know the threefold repetition rule.
Yeah.
They don't know how to write down the moves.
But I always find the arbiters, they need to say something. So a lot of times there's like, you know, let's say 40 people playing, and everyone's quite quiet. But for some reason, they have to go, quiet! And it's like, what? And all you can hear is the arbiter shouting because they want to say something and be known. So, anyway, most arbiters, I'm sure, are great. Just in case you're an arbiter watching, doing a great job.
Yeah. And the arbiter in Dubai is not even in the picture, as both players have now gained an extra 15 minutes on the clock for the rest of the game. Now they only gain an extra 30 seconds per move. And... you know, Magnus initiated this pawn push before move 60. Are you optimistic on his behalf now?
I think Jan... I mean, I'm sorry to be harsh to Magnus, but I think Jan is much happier now. Yeah. He has a clear plan for the first time in the last 15, 20 moves. Black's bishop now has targets. White's pawn structure has been loosened, and especially if you look at the e3 square, that white pawn in front of the white knight, that is undefended. It's a target, easy target for Black's bishop. Black's bishop can just move next and target that and kind of hit that pawn. So I don't like the fact that the white king is loose and unsafe either. I think that the winning chances are starting to disappear.
I mean, I'd like to change my assessment because, I mean, it's very easy to say, but one of the themes today seems to be that pawn moves make weaknesses. And I think, David, you pointed out this f-pawn is so much safer back on f2 because the white king's also weaker without that pawn being pushed up. The white king can get checked a lot. There's more tactical opportunities. I mean, obviously it's not a draw by any means, but it's and maybe I'm being a bit critical, but it's, yeah, I'm sure Jan's happier now.
I agree with you both. There's definitely big consequences to these pawn pushes, and for me, it's the king safety issue. It immediately rules out options like, for instance, the knight trading itself with the bishop, which before we were like, yeah, this is going to be a win. Now, because of the king safety, not clear at all.
You always say in endgames, and I know that there is one queen here and two rooks, but in endgames you want the king to join the attack. Are we not there at all with this black queen and two white rooks?
I mean, this is technically an endgame, but when queens exist on the board, kings never feel safe. The opponent's kings never feel safe. So white's king definitely not happy right now, and especially as Jovanka mentioned, the knight for bishop trade. White had that in his pocket earlier on. It always favoured white, but now no longer, because if the white knight disappears, the white king loses its only protection, its only bodyguard. And black now has played a move. He's brought his bishop, look at this, to the same diagonal as the white king, and it's feeling a bit shaky for white.
There's already a threat in the air of the queen stepping to the d3 square, and oops, that pawn on e3 can't be defended. So Magnus now has to find a good answer to that.
Yeah, look at that fantastic dog in the bottom of the
There's some
picture.
really cool pets, yeah. I've been looking at some awesome cats popping up on Twitter.
Yeah.
I wonder what the most bizarre animal we can get on Twitter is. So we've had cats and dogs. Everyone's got a cat or a dog. Can we get like a, I don't know, like a parrot or something?
I was thinking about parrot as well, actually.
Oh, yeah. Great minds or something like that. A parrot would be cool.
I'd like to see a dodo.
A dodo?
A dodo, yeah, it's my favourite bird.
Extinct.
Right.
I know they're extinct.
Quite hard to get one of them on there. Yeah, could try. Anyone got a dodo out there?
A stuffed dodo? Probably in a museum, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, Magnus has moved his rook. What do you think, David?
Yeah, I think Nepomniachtchi now is on the brink of a draw. It just feels that...
I mean, maybe queen d3 doesn't work now because this got some rook a3, but yeah.
Yeah, Jovanka mentioned this idea of just ganging up against this pawn with the bishop and the queen, and that makes a lot of sense. But I guess Magnus's idea is just to defend this pawn. And the queen can't capture now because the rook indirectly defends this pawn, but if the bishop captures, the white king just moves. And this is, again, a skewer. The queen is attacked, and the bishop behind it will fall next move. So it's not quite winning anything for black, retreating the queen. But then again, black can just wait. Black can just camp out. I don't really see how white is going to win this position or improve the pieces. Also, you always have to be careful of the queen kind of running this way. And now the white king has to be careful from all directions, especially this bishop. I just don't like the fact it sits on the same diagonal as the king.
Yeah. I think if this does end in a draw, people are going to be, again, saying it's another draw, but this has been incredibly exciting. But, I mean, one thing I thought was a really clever idea, I think you might have mentioned it in a previous broadcast, is something, I was listening to Maurice Ashley, the famous commentator, and he was saying if they played the playoffs before the actual long play games, so you know who's going to actually win the blitz section. So then they can't have 14 draws. Someone's got to take more risks. To me,
interesting idea.
That sounds like a actually really cool idea, which I think even maybe Peter Doggers, great journalist, also mentioned. But that seems like quite a cool idea. Do it the other way around.
Yeah, I like it.
By the look of Jovanka's not liking that, I see.
No.
No,
she does not approve.
She does not.
Why not, Jovanka?
Why don't I like it? I can't quite put my finger on it. I think it's because I feel like the person who has won the tiebreak can kind of bully the other one by playing in a really boring way. I think we're probably going to get
more drawish.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe, yeah.
And I think it's a World Championship. It should first of all be decided in the classical portion, and only then the tie breaks.
At least it would be more fair than the majority of World Championship matches, because in the past, the reigning champion had draw odds.
Yeah.
So if the score was 12-12, the reigning champion maintains and kind of continues sitting on that throne. And this would be similar to that, but actually you have to earn it. What if the challenger wins the tie breaks and then the world champion has to push? It would be so exciting.
For some of the earlier matches as well, they had to win with 2 points, I read.
Yeah.
Margin.
That is mean.
It's tough.
And suddenly I'm seeing in my Twitter feed lots of pictures of animals. Thank you for sending them. We have parrots, llamas, hedgehogs.
Hedgehogs?
Awesome.
Did we have a parrot? We had a parrot.
We had a parrot.
Yay.
So
we're going to put together another selfie package then, and we'll see it when we have that ready. See your parrots. Okay, Magnus moves his rook.
Okay, he moves his rook, so he defends his pawn from the front, but this feels loose. I'm sure it's a fine move. I don't think it loses anything. Black's queen can't double attack the 2 rooks because one's on light squares, one's on dark squares, but we talked about coordination countless times today, and that feels to me just instinctively like it could backfire on Magnus if he isn't careful. So
could he lose this game? But is there any chance?
Unless he presses too hard. Unless there's a big blunder. And there's not yet. It's an ambitious move. He wants to bring the rook up to the 7th rank, maybe to start going for some pawns, to start going for the black king, but
is there a danger that this rook on the E-line can be attacked for the rest of time?
It will get attacked, I think.
The
queen can step back to attack it.
Exactly, and then the rook will have to move, the queen will attack the rook.
And now they played for exactly 6 hours, these 2 players. In game 6, move 63.
It would be very appropriate for chess if it goes beyond move 64. 64 is like the
Yeah, I mean,
mark.
we mentioned Bobby Fischer, didn't we, earlier? And we should have mentioned that he died, obviously, at the age of 64 as well. You know, this a number of squares on the chessboard, So
like Steinitz as well, did we learn, also died at 64.
That's right, Steinitz,
And talking of great chess players who passed away, yesterday, word was announced of Jonathan Penrose, a 10-time British champion, passing away, and he was one of England's best players. He was, I think, the first English player to defeat a world champion for many, many years.
He beat Tao, didn't he, in the Olympiad, Macau Tao, and he was a 10-time. I think he's won the British more than anyone else, right? 10 times is really impressive. Had his brother, I think someone said, had Nobel Prize.
He was a prize-winning physicist.
Partial winner of the Nobel Prize.
Incredible family, So, very impressive. So
rest in peace, and I bet a big hero to all of you growing up in England as chess players.
It was a name that we read in all the chess books, and
a mythical figure.
Yeah, exactly. But because he'd retired from chess, I certainly never met him in person. Did you too?
No, I never met him, but, again, it's just that legacy of, having that and being on the trophy 10 times is impressive, and great chess results as well, so,
So you said record in number of British Championship titles.
Yeah, he's won the British more than anyone else, so, something I'm sure David will catch up with one day, but at the moment, I mean, he was just a fantastic player, so,
Well, Jovanka has that title as well, right? For women?
Sorry,
not quite.
How many is it, though? 9?
I've won 9.
Wow.
9 titles, but I think Rowena Bruce has won 14.
Okay.
So huge numbers.
He'll catch you, Jovanka.
Yeah.
When is the next British Championship?
It actually passed. I mean, it was played on...
There was one recently
in October.
Hull. It was during the final Champions Chess Tour event, unfortunately.
Oh, so you guys couldn't play?
No.
That's right.
But congratulations to Nick Pert, the British champion. Okay, meanwhile, this game, Nepomniachtchi, still some questions to answer, maybe. He would love to continue harassing this white rook that's undefended in the centre. Maybe we can show as well, Jovanka, you mentioned that you thought there might be a repetition of moves or an inescapable attack against this white rook in the centre. I mentioned that maybe the rook could just drop back, but he parked it in the middle of the board. And, OK, what happens if the queen does attack this rook? I guess it has to move. Let's go to the 7th rank, where it's got some targets.
Keep going. Keep the attack alive.
With
Is that possible?
which piece? The bishop, I guess.
Yeah, let's try with the bishop.
Yeah, with the bishop. And how do you keep this white rook on a safe square? Maybe you have to move up the board, and then the queen will attack it.
Yep.
And the queen will continue attacking this rook, and not many safe havens for it. Yeah, white would, again, love to have time to bring his rook across to start targeting weak pawns, but black won't give him that luxury. Black will, I think, just continue the attack, and it's inescapable now. I just don't see any way to keep everything together for Magnus without allowing any risk. So I'm expecting this move, the queen to just park itself in the center, and Nepomniachtchi, he's done this several times throughout the game, actually. I think he's used this square for the queen at least 3 times that I remember. Just when in doubt, put the queen in the middle of the board. Good endgame wisdom.
Well, so Magnus's rooks are no longer connected. Is that a big problem for him now?
Yeah, that's why when he played this last move, just alarm bells were ringing in my head. I just thought, okay, they're not defended, they're not coordinated. That spells trouble. But that's the key. If you are going to put rooks disconnected, then put one on dark squares, put one on light squares, so the queen can't attack both at the same time.
I didn't know that rule. That's a nice tip there.
It won't happen. It won't work every time, but normally connect your rooks. Just protect each other. But
right.
But if not,
then
different color squares.
Yeah.
Definitely different color complexes.
And it's very good with rooks because they're 2 attackers, and just basic maths. If you have 2 attackers attacking 1 point, and Black in this case only has 1 defender, well, 2 beats 1. So that is why they can make a very effective form of attack. But here they're not attacking anything. So this is why I don't like disconnected rooks, because it's just 1 rook attacking a weakness, and 1 queen can fend off 1 rook easily.
Yeah, so we're expecting the black queen to move. I'm not sure where. Maybe there's an argument for other squares for that black queen. Either way, I think that black queen's going to attack the white rook. It's just too tempting. Also, the clock situation. You mentioned it earlier, Kaya. Time disappears quickly.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially when, they say time flies when you're having fun. I'm not sure both of them are having fun right now. Maybe Magnus is. But, yeah, I mean, 16 minutes might look like it's a decent amount, but if Nepomniachtchi just has to defend another 10, 15 moves, then we might even see both players down at 30 seconds each, 1 minute each, and then that's when blunders happen. We've seen it on the Champions Chess Tour when it's just purely about speed, and essentially here, we're starting a rapid game. In the Champions Chess Tour, we start with 15 minutes on the clock. Now they're starting that rapid format, and yes, we're in the endgame, but still some traps to avoid. Okay, Nepomniachtchi, maybe a bit nervous. 6.5 minutes is quite a long investment at this stage in terms of time.
Yeah. He only gains 30 seconds per move here. So that does sound a little scary for him, trying to save the draw in this game. And I've been very curious about the score sheets in this game, because they did reach move 60 and they had to shift score sheets. In golf, if you write any mistakes on your scorecard, basically, then you lose, or you're, you immediately taken out of the competition. If you deliver your scorecard with the wrong number of, even if it's too many strokes, then you're out. What is that like in chess when the players obviously deliver the scorecards after the game?
Yeah, the arbiters, they don't check that the writing's correct sometimes. I mean, I've actually just a few weeks ago I played a Grandmaster and he forgot to write 3 or 4 moves, and on my score sheet, it said move 65. On his, it said move 62. And the arbiter never picked it up. I don't think there's any punishment, right?
No, there's no punishment. Although I think the game inputters, people who sit there and actually put these games into the computer databases, they would probably love there to be a punishment.
It's hard to say what that punishment should be, though. It seems hard to lose the game due to a writing error.
I remember one time I cried after a loss. And I was
really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
One of many, and it was no, but I was a very small kid, and they had adjournments, and adjournments is where you get to a certain point of the game, and then you pick it up the next day, and you have to seal your move. So you put your move into an envelope, and I sealed my move, and I had a very good position, winning end game. And then the next day I came back to play, and they opened up the envelope, and I had written an illegal move down. So I put my rook, being a bit dyslexic, I put it on the wrong square, and I lost the game. And yeah, I just ran to the toilet and cried. Little Ginger crying. So I was probably about 8 or 9. So, or maybe like it was actually a couple of years ago. I can't remember now. But no, I was 8 or 9 years old, and yeah, it was heartbreaking.
And it was due to
would be cruel.
Yeah,
dyslexia
as well. So it's hard to write the
yeah,
correct
I
number.
got the coordinates the wrong way round. So it's
really?
like yeah, so it was pretty brutal. But yeah, so be careful what you write. is yeah. I suppose.
That's harsh.
That was pretty harsh, wasn't it? Yeah, pretty harsh way to lose. But
because I wasn't notating properly until I was maybe 14, 15.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to write the moves down properly. Yeah. So.
Okay, so I think we stumbled on Magnus's idea, to be honest. Maybe he was going to go for this as well if the Black Queen had attacked the White Rook. White's Rook has gone to the top of the board, and it's this idea that we mentioned long time ago, at least 2 and a bit hours ago, of White's Rooks both going to the 8th rank and teaming up to start harassing the Black King. So next move, I think Magnus, if he gets time, would love to lift his Rook from the bottom corner all the way up to the top of the board. And OK, I must admit I underestimated this one. I just wrote it off as being kind of just a random square for White, but Magnus did have an idea in mind. And how does Black stop this?
Black maybe can't stop this idea, but the Black King is not caged in. I mean, it does have a safe home on the f5 square.
Is that safe?
Well,
maybe.
It will be if the 2 rooks are hiding there in the back row.
Simon's very sensitive to king safety. That's one thing I've learned from playing him.
I'm just looking at g4, knight g3s and e4. Yeah, no, it's right.
Yeah, you're right, though.
It's I don't know, it's...
OK, let's investigate.
Yeah, what's he going to play? Nepomniachtchi about to play a move.
Here it comes.
Okay, he pushes a pawn. That is committal. I've said that many times about pawn pushes, but this one, he's just trying to create this square for the king to run to. For example, if Black had just made a random move with the queen, White's Rooks would lift up the board and start checking from behind, actually some nasty threats. And as Jovanka mentioned, maybe you can run forward, but it's definitely scary. I mean, you don't want to play this type of move with only 10, 15 minutes on your clock running forward with the king. So instead, he's pushed a pawn, and he's hoping that he can hide on a dark square.
The bar wakes up again.
The bar wakes up, and maybe Magnus will wake up and start realizing, OK, he's got chances. And yeah, I need to wake up as well, because I thought the chances were disappearing. But no, Magnus, what do we think? Is he going to bring his Rook to the top of the board anyway? Is he going to go for this 8th rank, kind of sneaking in from behind?
Yeah, let's do that, and then maybe we can actually relocate the Rook that's sitting on a8 and put it onto the c8 square, just to improve it a little bit.
For example, yep.
Exactly, and just awaken the possibility of checking.
Yeah, and this Rook's doing a fantastic job. It's protected, and now also the Rooks coordinate once more, and this only weak spot in White's camp is in fact protected. Maybe I was too harsh. I thought that this weakness would tie White down, but maybe the Rook is just doing a fantastic multi-purpose job here. And he has indeed gone for this. Look at these 2 Rooks. Yeah. For the first time in the game, they're both active at the same time. Normally, one has been passive, one has been active, one has been the defender, but now both of them might be the attackers. And still, I don't think Nepomniachtchi is in trouble, but some questions to answer.
Yeah, and they have been playing for a long time. Maybe some fatigue could be coming in at this time for either Jan Nepomniachtchi or Magnus Carlsen. We're going to head back down to Dubai. I know Tanya is standing with someone that works in FIDE, but I know him mostly as one of the greatest chess photographers out there.
Kai, you're absolutely right. In fact, when I got to know him as well, he was one of the best chess photographers in the world, but right now he is the head of communications for FIDE. I've got with me David Yada. David, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks to you.
David, this iconic clash, the hype around it, it has broken all records of viewership. That's tremendous success. How does it feel?
It is not completely a surprise. Chess was on the rise even before the pandemic, even before the Queen's Gambit. It was going up, and everything that happened last year just gave us a huge push forward. And we were very satisfied with the numbers that we are getting so far in the official broadcast, in your broadcast, in all the people creating content. They are getting more views than usual and growing the fan base. That is the most important thing for us.
David, now you're with FIDE. We also know you as such a renowned chess photographer, but I also know you as a chess lover and a chess fan. You know Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen personally as well. Do you think their personalities and how they are, their brutal honesty, their style of play, that adds to the charisma of this World Championship match?
I think so, and I like both of them individually, but I also like very much how they interact together. They are friends, they are rivals, and when they talk to each other, there's some chemistry, some, they have their own jokes, and yeah, I like that in the championship.
Well, we all do now. This game was just such a big fight that chaotic time scramble. Any moment could have been the first decisive game of the match so far. What was the feeling in FIDE when this was happening?
Well, everybody was very excited about the possibility of having a decisive game, finally. I was watching from the VIP room, you know, in the backstage when they had this time scramble, and it was very exciting, but I'm afraid it's going to be a draw and a very long one.
We're in here for a long night now. David, you're such an exceptional photographer, and I think these two make amazing chess photography players because they're so expressive when they play, both Jan and Magnus.
Yeah, they don't hide anything. I mean, you look at them and you can feel what they are feeling. You can see what they are thinking. It is really very interesting to photograph them.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us, David. And yes, it's going to be a long night, this one. We're in for a big fight as Magnus is trying to push this position. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Tanya and David. And yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi thinking now for 3.5 minutes. He only gains 30 seconds per move for the rest of the game. Could he get into trouble?
And definitely. It's all about the safety of the Black King. And even if he thinks the Black King is okay, it's the type of position that does require time. And maybe the clock will play a big factor in this game. It's already played a massive factor, the clock.
Yeah.
And it will continue to do so.
I mean, how long could it potentially last? When they gain, Magnus has 12 minutes left, Jan has 10 minutes left, 30 seconds for the rest of the game. How long could it potentially last?
Technically, it could last forever, indefinitely, because they do gain those 30 seconds. But probably, I would say, maybe another half hour or so.
Oh, okay.
So the players, they'll spend their time, they'll rely on the increment, the 30 seconds, as they go on. I'm hoping it's longer, you know me, but I do have a feeling either Magnus will push and get frustrated and there's no way through and he'll agree a draw, or we might well see a mistake from one of the two.
Ooh,
Most likely from Nepomniachtchi. It's just difficult to play with Black, despite the computer saying 0.0 still.
I mean, one tactic that a lot of people use in this situation, if you're the one pushing, is you don't necessarily try a lot, but you just try to draw their time down a bit. So, you know, if Magnus, at the moment, Jan has under 10 minutes left, but if you can get Jan to, like, 2-3 minutes, you don't do anything until you get to that stage, and then you try something, because obviously there's many more chances your opponent will go wrong when they're very short time. So, you know, that's one way you'd face this. I mean, what would you do, David? I guess you just play around and just try to improve your pieces, and you have to do something at some point, I guess.
Yeah, no, but I think that's the key strategy. Unless you have to do something, you don't need to rush. And when I'm low on time, which normally I'm the lower, normally I'm playing on the 30 seconds, the thing I hate most is when they change the pace. So like you say, just 10 innocent moves doing nothing, then suddenly they set a trap. Right. And you lull them into a false sense of security. And when they're just thinking, OK, I just move back and forth, then suddenly you set a trap. And then they might kind of, their alertness might have disappeared. So, it's all about changing gears, changing the pace of the game. Just maybe 1 minute on one move, then suddenly 2 or 3 quick moves, then another 3 minutes on one move, then 2 or 3 quick moves.
And I was just going to ask, do you kind of like visually play across the board? So, for instance, you attack one point, or you make a move on, say, the right side, and then move to the left side, and then maybe in the middle, and then keep randomizing this, and then suddenly trap.
Ideally.
If you can, yeah.
Sounds good on paper, yeah. I guess this position, it's difficult to kind of switch and switch, just because the queen is the one. I mean, from Magnus's point of view, the queen's probably the most versatile at switching. So Magnus wants to kind of contain the game with his rooks. But
I think there's a lot of chances that Black can go wrong here, though. I mean, many chances, and I don't think Magnus can really go wrong. But, you know, the reason Jan's spending so much time here, there's danger. You put your king on the wrong square, one of your pieces on the wrong square, and you lose. So it's you have to be very, very careful with the Black pieces.
OK. He looks like he's made a move. He's just retreated the queen 1 square. Mysterious, but...
I think he's just trying to keep an eye on the bishop to make sure that's defended. Because, again, that's another tip that I've learned from the greats like David and Keith Arkle, where they say, you know, you've got to protect everything so that you're less likely to make blunders. Loose pieces drop off. Very important.
Yeah. I'm just surprised because it does, for one move only, it does release the pressure on the e3 square. So Black's bishop is still attacking this one pawn, but the Black queen no longer attacks it either. So maybe White has the luxury of moving the rooks now, rearranging the White rooks, just before the Black queen goes back to attack that pawn. We'll find out. But How about you guys? Have you had much experience on these types of positions with like queens versus rooks where it's stabilized and...
Just noticed a funny picture come up there. Sorry.
Who's that? You're in our selfie.
I know.
Challenge.
This is my
What are you
twin.
doing?
What's that in your hand, Simon?
It's just my twin.
juice, yeah?
My twin does this a lot, you know. So pops out, gets a beer, lets me do all the hard work. So that was quite a cool picture.
Yeah. Would be nice to have a twin to blame all our bad
be,
selfies out there on.
True.
All right.
Okay, queen versus 2 rooks, guys. In general, apart from this position, preference?
I think it depends on a lot of factors, obviously. But I've probably had more success with the queen, just in play, because normally when I get that kind of structure, it will come from a tactical sequence, and the queen can be very tricky if you can discoordinate those 2 rooks. But in general, the rooks are thought to be stronger than the queen, so there's a lot of different factors in play. This situation, I think the fact that you pointed out that Black's bishop has got to this very important square, it has been the key idea that is keeping Black's position together, and the weakness of White's pawn by the king there. So I don't know. In general, you go for rooks or queen, or?
The older I get, the more I like the queen for some reason, but of course it does depend, as you mentioned. And here, of course, the rooks are slightly superior. So, but yeah, I just noticed, like, I mean, I took a break from chess during the pandemic, but when I came back recently, I seem to end up, every position was going for queen versus rooks. And I had it in the Grand Swiss twice against Praggnanandhaa and against Vincent Keymer, these 2 young guys. And one time I had the queen, one time I had the 2 rooks. And it was just, it's so hard to evaluate every turn. It's topsy-turvy, the evaluation can change. I made one slip against Praggnanandhaa and I went from a dominant position to a defensive position. And against Vincent Keymer, I thought I had the queen. I thought, I'm going to overpower the 2 rooks. But no, 2 rooks are so sturdy. And
Wow. So no doubt we have the best expert commentating on this game with 2 rooks and a queen on the board. Magnus Carlsen is in the move. We did ask you to send in your animal selfies, and now it's time to take a look at them. That is the cutest picture I've seen. Both the young girl and that monkey and all the parrots and the birds and everything. Wow! You guys have a lot of cool pets at home. And Magnus has made his move.
Magnus has made his move. I think Nepomniachtchi is the only one with pets. I was just thinking about these 2 players. Magnus doesn't have any, but Nepomniachtchi does.
He does. I'd like to say, because I don't follow Jan on Instagram, but I follow his pets, so which is quite bad. Sorry, Jan, but he's got a really cool cat, which is like this quite posh cat, and he's got a dog called Snowy, I think.
Snow.
Snow, is it? Snow, yeah.
And the cat's Richie.
Richie, that's it. Richie the cat, and he's like a Bengal. That's it, a Bengal cat.
Yeah.
Mitch Priest. So I know loads about his animals, but not a lot about. Yeah, he's got very cool animals. Yeah, definitely. So.
Okay, so he's in the move right now, Jan. And what do you think of this last move? A bishop move, threatening to bring the black queen down to check the white king.
Yeah, that has quite a powerful threat, you know, because if the king moves, the knight is in danger of getting lost. So, well, I'm thinking about... OK, Magnus has responded. I was thinking about moving the knight, but this one keeps the position a lot more solid because now the queen can't come in and give check, and the rooks can kind of do like some pincer movement, and the rook can relocate itself to the h1 square and attack the h5 pawn.
Yeah, maybe we can show some of the ideas on the board. But OK, the moves are starting to arrive much quicker now because the players are so low on time. The black bishop and queen tried to sneak in. White covered this square with the rook, and now the bishop has just dropped back. And OK, Magnus is going after these pawns. It looks like he's just going back and forth, but there has been some ideas behind every rook move.
And he's drawn a couple of minutes out of Jan's time. I mean, this is important, you know. I mean, you're not doing anything, but every couple of minutes makes it harder. We saw this time scramble before move 40, which was just crazy. And if you can get Jan into that position, it keeps those chances alive. So it's certainly not over, I feel, this game. More twists and turn. It's been very dramatic. I wouldn't be surprised if there was more to come.
Yeah, I agree. More twists and turns in store, and that's why we shouldn't trust the computers. The computer probably says black has 5 moves to be fine, but you still have to avoid some serious threats, some serious traps. This pawn is hanging right now. It's hard to defend it. If you defend it with the king, then there might be a nasty check to kick you back, kick you away, and maybe the best way at some point will be to counterattack against this weak spot.
Yeah, I was thinking black can be a little bit sneaky and also play the move f6, try and trap the rook.
Yeah,
right. But OK, it's a pawn move. It is risky, so I don't really want to be doing that.
OK, so this, not the king move, but instead the queen has come down, tying down White's rook to this pawn. Will we see Magnus now maybe lift his rook up the board just to defend, or will he switch his attentions across the board to maybe a different pawn? Black does have these weak doubled and isolated pawns. Actually, here's a question for you guys I once asked Kramnik. Do these count as isolated pawns, or are they one pawn island together?
They're isolated pawns.
Yeah, they're isolated because they can't defend each other, right?
They're 3 individual pawn islands.
I thought they were called double pawns.
Yes, that's right.
Double isolated. Can't they be anything? Double isolated, weak.
Could be anything.
Yeah.
But these pawns, are they 1 pawn island or 2?
1.
I
Okay.
thought they're 2.
2.
They're 2
because they don't defend each other, so they're weak. But
maybe 2.
On the same line, yeah. Kramnik thought it was. Kramnik thought it was 1. I thought it was 2.
I thought it was 2.
So I'm Team Kramnik. You guys are Team Dave.
Team H.
Team OK,
H.
I'll take Kramnik.
So OK, it's all about the isolated pawns right now. Either way, the doubled pawns. These guys are weak, and this guy is weak.
Do you think there's any danger that Magnus might push too much and take a really big risk? Because he clearly is going to try everything to win, but at some point, you know, he's going to realise, OK, I'm not... Will he maybe... You know, rook h1 seems to be that kind of move which you could start taking a bit of a risk too far by discoordinating your pieces. I'm just thinking there's a slight risk that Magnus might push a bit too much.
True.
Slight risk.
You're right,
On
actually.
the wrong squares. Then Jovanka's idea might come in
exactly.
action. Black can kick away White's central rook.
Yeah, just...
The defence of the pawn on e3.
Yeah, so you have to. You still, you know, if you lose a game like this, it's one of the most depressing things in the world. Again, I just recall another story where I lost to Dave because I got so many of them. There's at least 100. But I remember playing at the British Chess Championships, and I think I played quite a nice game. Got a lovely position. We're the last 2 people in the hall, so you're in your element. I was like, oh God, and then I just threw away the game, and it's so depressing when you play a nice game, you end up losing, but you were so resilient in that game. Maybe Torquay British Championships and
Grinfeld.
Yeah, you won. Yeah, but it was
suffering the whole game, and then
you just kept. You were in your element though. You're resilient. You kept there, and but they're the kind of games which are most painful. I think losing a game where you're being outplayed it is not as bad because you're sort of okay. You learn a lesson, and it's like you're always feeling bad. But losing a game where you think you're doing well all the way through, I think is more painful. And another question in chess, chess, which I've always find interesting for us who've played professionally and in tournaments, it's like, and still do, it's like, if you lose a game, okay, and you win a great game. So you lose a game, you win a great game. They're totally different feelings. So you win a great game, yeah, it feels great, you know, great. But then you lose a horrible game. I've always found that feeling of losing is so much more powerful than feeling of winning a powerful game. So I often wonder, why the hell am I doing this, you know? Yeah. Why am I doing this to myself? But do you get the same thing? Like, you can go on for days that you're, oh, God. But you win a game, it's like, yeah, it's nice, but the next day you're back to work again.
Yeah, you have to balance out those dopamine rushes, and you have to make sure that when you do win a game, you enjoy the victory, even if the win is scrappy as anything. Yeah. You just have to keep on reminding yourself this is why you play chess. So, because otherwise, there's, like you say, there's no reward at all for playing. You're just going to feel the hurts of the losses a lot more.
The worst thing is losing a final round. You've played a great tournament, won many, many games. If you lose the last game, that's all you remember.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of time when I was playing, you play a tournament and you play for like a week and a half, 2 weeks, and you have to win the last game to even pay your rent or to like get some prize money to
bread on the table.
And it's, you know, there's so much tension. You end up losing, so okay, back to sleeping in the car we go. No, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but
I want you to write your memoirs, Simon. I want to hear all these, read all these stories.
Too many, too many that might get me in trouble.
Meanwhile, not too much has changed in the position. White did bring the rook back to the top of the board to a safe square, and Black's queen has centralised. The Black queen as well, cutting off White's access to the h1 square, to the corner. So
Jan is now down on the clock, and he is the one sort of playing for the draws, fighting for the draw. I don't know how much of a fight it is, but
for sure.
Is that an issue for him?
Possibly, although both these players are incredibly good at short time controls, both great blitz players. I think even if this is a draw, we will learn a lot about potential tie breaks, who will be the favourite. Imagine if we end 7-7 and we head to tie breaks. Whoever handles the time scrambles better throughout the match will be the more confident. So if Magnus now plays great and wins a game, then if it does go down to tie breaks, he'll be feeling he's the favourite. But then again, Jan, if he defends this, if he even strikes and somehow counterattacks, then he will think he's the favourite if we ever go down to those speed tie breaks.
And there's a big threat in the position, actually, that the rook on c8 will actually relocate itself to the e8 square. So I'm just thinking White will play rook to g8 check, and then move the other rook to a square, and then start looking at the pawn on f5.
Could have done this several moves ago, though, Jovanka.
Okay.
I was waiting for that to happen, actually. You make a good point, just to show this quickly. We're waiting for Nepomniachtchi to move. He's under 5 minutes now, so he has to move. He's going to move this queen. He actually jumps. Does he jump into the position? He does. But if he hadn't, then if he just made a random move, Jovanka, you mentioned, check, and the other rook kind of swinging across, and this black king is trapped. And at some point, the white rooks would maybe step back and target the pawn in front of this king.
It's an interesting move, though, that's just been played. There's this queen h1, and I really like this move because I think the best way to defend, even if you've been really struggling most of the game, is you should always try to go as actively as you can. And this is one of those moves I mentioned before, that if Magnus pushes too hard, there's a little bit of danger, you know, a little bit of danger to his king. Maybe h4 can come, the white king opens up. So it's not completely one-way traffic, and I just like active defence. I think if you've got a choice, go active. Queen h1, good move.
And why is Magnus studying his score sheet? It's his move. He needs to move quickly. He's about to tick under 5 minutes, but now they have increment. He has to continue writing his moves. He needs to focus on the board. And you're right, Simon, how do you stop this pawn pushing forward, and how do you stop, maybe more pertinently, the checks?
Yeah.
Where are you going to run away to?
Yeah, I mean, there's just the threat of getting a perpetual check here, I feel. You know, it looks like it's getting close. So, I mean, this is a good move.
Yeah. So we might see a check from White. We should examine what happens here. Where does Black put the king? That is the question. You have to be a bit careful, I think. Maybe, do you have to put the king on this square? Because if you go this way, then there might... OK, there's no check. I missed this. You can't check the black king because the queen in the corner is still holding this square. So, OK, so he is safe, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He can run towards the centre. And is this something Magnus missed, potentially?
Who have you been more impressed with so far today? Because they've both shown some very impressive elements. I mean, I thought Jan, incredibly impressive early on. Magnus fighting, doing brilliant things, but then you got to this position where I thought Jan would lose. Jan's fighting back. It's you know, there's been a lot of up and downs in this game, but what has either player impressed you? I mean, both impressed me a lot so far, but
I'm going to use the cliche. Chess has been the winner today.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, my words.
Beautiful.
So
chess has been the winner. Just shoot me now.
A wink and a smile.
Yeah.
fans have been the
Oh,
winner.
yeah, baby. Chess has been the winner. We should have a cliche competition, shouldn't we? It's a game of two halves here.
We should do cliche bingo for the viewers. They should have
We'll just take it a move at a time, shall we?
Weak pawns drop off.
Yeah, let's actually launch that. We should have a
Cliche challenge. How many can we get in the next
bingo.
minute?
Maybe some of our viewers can design one of those bingo sheets for us.
Yeah, please do. If you are sitting at home and you have a possibility to design a bingo sheet, then we can launch that for the next few games as well.
Yep.
And,
Life is like a game of chess. Sorry, I'm just going through them now.
Start with 32 pieces at the end.
I like that quote. It was like a game of chess, only without the dice.
Yeah. I mean, when you watch football, like on English TV, they're all saying, "Oh, it's a game of two halves, just like a game of chess." You're like, what are you talking about?
It's always when it's 0-0, though.
When it's 0-0, yeah, they're taking their time, just like they're playing chess. And it's like,
The best one, though, is life is like a game of chess. I don't know how to play chess.
that's a nice one.
Anyway, meanwhile, a couple of moves. Black's queen did try and sneak in from behind. White's rook did drop back, though, and kick away that queen. The black queen, if it had checked the white king, I think might have risked getting trapped. So Black's queen did go back to the centre, and now Magnus is trying a different avenue of attack. He's now harassing the black bishop with his rook. Will Jan move his bishop? Will he defend it? Either way, he needs to move fast. Both players under 5 minutes now.
Clever idea there, because I mean, if you can kick the black bishop off this powerful diagonal, that's a major gain for white. So, for example, if Jan now moves the bishop to another diagonal, c7, you've suddenly got an extra tempo to do something.
Yeah.
Clever idea, actually. I mean, like allowing the queen in, but then rerouting. And this is and he's getting Jan again. Jan's lost a little bit more time, so he's being very patient and very crafty here. The way he's keeping the pressure up against Black's position.
Yeah, we should also mention a moment ago, Magnus repeated the position twice, actually. He brought his rook was on the bottom of the board, he brought it up, then brought it back, he repeated the position, and then he played a different move. So he's just trying to assert his dominance psychologically. And, OK, the bishop does retreat, still on the same diagonal as the white king.
So what about rook e7 and rook b7? Yeah?
Rook e7, double on the 7th line.
Yeah, is this anything?
I guess the black bishop will hit that rook if it does, the white rook at the top of the board if it steps back one square.
But then rook e5.
But now you can,
Yeah, maybe then the queen will come and hit the white rook at the bottom of the board. Some tactics, lots of loose pieces, both white rooks undefended.
You agree with the bar at this point? It's
starting
going
to
back
feel
and
like
forth.
I feel like it might be going in Magnus's
Yeah,
favor.
it looks like this bishop of Black's is looking a lot looser now. It was a lot more secure before. And Jovanka pointed out the black queen was defending that bishop. But when you start having loose pieces, they can drop off, that famous cliche, funnily enough. Loose pieces drop off. Anything else? Yes. So, but and when you get shorter time, they can certainly drop off. So I don't know. This is, I mean, rook e7 is playable at least, you know.
He's going to play it. I think he's going for that rook at the top of the board, and he does retreat it just one square, hitting that black bishop, as you mentioned, and now it's hanging together by a thread for Black.
Ooh.
You guys mentioned if the queen just goes and defends that bishop, for example, the white rook at the bottom of the board can go up, and both of them on the 7th rank, those rooks, this will be deadly.
Yeah, so it's a critical position again now for Black. Maybe Black has to play your move, David, move the bishop to attack the rook.
Yeah.
But things are slowly changing, and Jan only has 4 minutes left. Like Magnus, but he's the side defending, so it's could go wrong.
It's literally just blitz chess now. Both sides, they'll never have more than 5 minutes, most likely. They'll be relying on that 30 seconds later on, and we've seen throughout the Champions Chess Tour, rapid chess, blitz chess, Magnus tends to be the guy. Nepomniachtchi actually knocked him out once, I think, from the Champions Chess Tour, but in general, Magnus, he's very comfortable in these situations, and the black bishop does move to attack the white rook, and it might be, we might have predicted it all, Simon. White's rook is going to step back 2 squares, attacking the black queen.
So and then you have to attack, like you said. OK, but still so tense.
Just notice how Magnus almost instinctively went to move the rook, and then he kind of restrained himself a little bit. But I think this is good situation because, good technique, because often when you play quick moves, instinctive moves, they might not be the best moves. They might be blunders.
Well, I mean, unless you're Magnus and you have the best instincts out there in the world.
Then they might just be the best moves as a kid. I mean, some of these little catchphrases they say in chess, it's like, if you see a good move, look for a better move. That's one, isn't it? And it's like...
Steinitz.
Yeah, I mean, some of these just sound completely stupid to me. You know, if you see a good move, you're short time, just play it. don't worry about finding a better move. And
if you have 2 hours on your clock, you can look for a better one, but not when you have 5 minutes like these guys.
Has he played it? He must have played it. Yeah, rook. OK, the rook's come to attack.
The Black Queen has to be really careful where it steps to now.
This is so exciting now. They're both under 4 minutes, Dave and Ivanka. I mean, this is going to be, again, very exciting finish here. Extremely exciting.
One time scramble around move 40. Now we're nearly move 80, but we're going to have another time scramble. And it's the same situation. All 3 results possible. Most likely, white is the one.
I mean, he can now bring his rook down to the 7th rank, start attacking that pawn. Black is under more pressure than he has been for a while, so he's timed it again very well, I think. Magnus, though, has a minute less. He's got to be the one who quickens his speed up now, I feel, here. You don't want to get down to 1 minute in this situation, no matter if you're the best player in the world. Certainly not.
Fully agreed. And Magnus, his rook at the bottom of the board, attacked. He has to move it, like you say, the most tempting. Bring it to the 7th rank. That looks super scary for Black, I must admit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just gang up.
It is just one rook when we're kind of
Black bishop is attacked. Black queen is maybe overstretched, overworked, defending everything.
That's true.
There are some pins I see as well in the position. I think Magnus, strong chances for a win if he does bring his rook up to the 7th rank.
Yeah, I think he's feeling now again the time. OK, I'm looking at the time on your computer because my eyesight seems to be failing at this time of day. Looking over there.
It's been a long day.
But OK, but I think he's got to change pace a little bit, Magnus, here.
Less than 2.5 minutes.
He can't keep at this pace. He needs to do a change.
OK, he's about to move the rook, but it doesn't look like he's going to bring it up the board. Just by his hand movement, it looks like he's going to bring it across the board.
Keeping it quite safe.
You think he's going to move the rook to the h1 square, attack the pawn?
That feels wrong somehow.
It does, doesn't it?
Coordination. The white rook needs to be as close as possible to its counterpart, and it wants to be on light squares while the other rook's on dark squares.
Yeah.
And remember, Black does have bishop d6. He can also discoordinate White's pieces in these positions. It's not just one-way traffic.
Exactly.
And, you know, as you say, I still think Magnus could lose this game if he gets shorter time and he tries to push a little bit too much when he's only got a minute. You can blunder. He's only got a minute and 45 seconds. It's not much.
You can sense the nerves in the air as well. He's not trusting himself. That type of thing. When my opponents do it, when they put their hand forward and kind of keep changing their mind, that's when the opponent gets confident. So,
wow, and I can definitely sense on you guys that this is heating up again. And imagine, you guys, if this is a win for either Magnus or maybe even Jan Nepomniachtchi, what a decisive moment that could be in the match. And if you want to collect decisive moments from Magnus Carlsen's amazing chess career, then you can head over to chesschamps.io and start collecting NFTs, so basically digital collectibles from his career. There's even one launch now from when he became world champion. You remember the picture from the pool? Yeah, that is a moment that you can now collect on chesschamps.io.
He's under a minute. He's under a minute. What's he doing? He's got to move.
He's frozen. He's frozen.
He's got 50. This is crazy. I mean,
what's he even thinking
I'm
about?
actually worried for Magnus now because, you know, you can't draw this position easily, I feel. You've got to move.
Yeah.
I'm not worried for Magnus because, you know, he's very used to playing under such intense scrutiny and pressure, but it's now drawing to under 30 seconds.
I'm worried. If he's got 25 seconds.
He can make some random moves with his rook. So the rook finally comes to the 7th row.
But he spent most of his time there, and then he played the most natural move. That would have been his first instinct.
Yeah.
Probably he wanted to play that within 5 seconds. He could do with the extra few minutes on his clock. OK, meanwhile, Nepomniachtchi has to deal with a threat against the Black Bishop. The Black Bishop, remember, still attacked by White's rook in the centre. Now the Black Queen will struggle to counterattack against anything, so the Black Bishop might well just have to move.
Yeah. I think if you go, like, Bishop d6, maybe the rook comes to the A file. Is Magnus's idea to try to get into A7?
Interesting. So the Black Bishop could maybe get pinned by the white rook,
the other rook as well. So
it's really shaky for Black.
Are we back to chaos on the board?
It's
heading that direction.
Serious trouble for Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah.
And Okay.
I think the black bishop...
Could the bishop go all the way back to its
probably safest,
starting square?
I'm trying... maybe a perfect ending for Magnus if he could take on f7, force black to recapture the queen. OK, queen c2, keeping active.
OK, so defending the bishop with the queen. And we should mention the white rook on the 7th rank cannot just sidestep and pin the black bishop to the queen because the bishop would jump out the way with a check and the white rooks would be lost. So Magnus wants to keep everything defended. Instead, he attacks the bishop with his rook in this direction.
Is he going to win a pawn?
Yeah.
Can he win a pawn?
That is a skewer.
If he can win a pawn, well...
That's the first step.
That's step one, definitely.
Oh, so the black bishop attacked by 2 rooks, overwhelmed, it has to move. And then white's simply going to pick up the black pawn on f5. The pawn next to the white rook. It's guaranteed, yeah?
Yeah. Well, there's an amazing line here I'm seeing where, OK, you take...
Oh, and Jan looks at Magnus as he makes his move.
OK, yeah, Magnus not taking that that black pawn yet. He's just trying to gain time. He's going to keep harassing this black bishop. He's going to repeat the position once, gain 30 seconds, then another 30 seconds, and then he'll make a decision of whether white can get greedy and grab a pawn. Simon, you mentioned there's an impressive line.
There was... OK, this is quite clever, I think, the way he's doing it, because if you take the pawn, there's queen d3, and both your rooks, bishop e3 is a problem.
Okay. We have to show this, actually.
Yeah.
This is super sneaky by Nepomniachtchi. It looks like white's about to win a pawn, but if Magnus grabs it now, it's the wrong moment because of this nasty move, and this is easy to miss.
And guess what the best move here is, David? It's incredible. In this position, if you try to defend the e-pawn, it's hard, but there's a crazy move there.
For white.
Rook f7, I think.
Wow, rook takes pawn check.
Yeah.
We're heading in this direction. OK, Magnus has grabbed this pawn. He might be about to sacrifice a rook. So we're expecting black's queen to go back. And this is the best move, giving up this white rook.
Yeah.
Because if you try and defend your pawn, for example, this way, black can take it anyway with a check. And the reason is that this rook would be hanging at the end. And black would actually be in charge here, but maybe even winning chances for black. So
but he's got to find rook f7.
Will he find it?
He's got to find it with 2 minutes left. I mean, I think if he doesn't find it, he could be worse.
We've got to explain why. You have to give up the rook now, and after king takes rook, you go and check and double attack against the king and bishop, and we're going to end up in this type of position. Rook takes bishop, it's rook, knight, and 2 pawns for a queen. White is actually up on material, but...
Crazy.
This one, if this happens, this is going to go on another 50 moves at least.
This is a key position. Queen d3. If he defends the pawn, he could be worse, I feel, here. I mean, and the natural move is to defend the pawn. You've got a minute and a half left. Rook f7 is such a weird move to find. I only found it because the computer is shouting that move at me. He's played it. He's played it. Brilliant move.
Magnus, he's given up his queen already for some pieces. He tried to give up his rook earlier. Now he's given up his rook for sure. And Nepomniachtchi, you see on his face, he's kind of half smiling. He knows this game is going to go on forever now. This is a check. And once the black king moves, it's going to move forward most likely. Then the bishop drops. And what do we think? Good winning chances for white? This is a rook and knight. They coordinate well, and the pawns are eventually going to move forward. This is the type of position where you just play forever.
Surely good winning chances, I'd have thought here. I mean... I
don't know. The black king is really active.
You think the black king might even try and sneak into the white pawn?
That's the first move I would be thinking about doing.
Have to be fair. I mean, you might get mated, actually, with some knight g1. Rook g5 and knight g1 stuff is quite funny.
You've got to go down in a blaze of glory.
Yeah, you certainly will be here. Knight g1 and rook h5 as checkmate. I mean, that'd be an incredible way to finish. But this
Can you imagine? We have been talking about checkmates. Not in 92 years have we had a checkmate at the World Championship match.
Yeah, we'll suddenly get one.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this position, next move, Magnus will take this... Oh, sorry, me and my arrows. He'll take this bishop for sure. And then, yeah.
Is this winning? Is this ending winning? I mean...
The white king is so safe that I think you have very good chances. Despite what the computer says, the computer not impressed at all.
No.
But we are here in the studio. Yeah. And the king has indeed moved. So we're not expecting this move. Black might run into some checkmating ideas if the king is too brave.
I wonder what Sese is saying about this. Do you think Sese as well is like Stockfish? Not overexcited?
It's not.
Plus for white, but nothing significant.
Wow. I find that really hard to believe.
But, you know, the great thing about chess is that we have 2 humans playing with all the emotions and with the clock troubles. And Nepomniachtchi, he's off.
It's really bad when you're short time and you need to go to the toilet.
Yeah.
Well, I think it depends how far the toilet is away. I've had this situation where the toilet's 4 minutes away. I've got 5 minutes left.
Well, should Magnus make a quick move now, though?
Well, I mean, you could do, but you want to make a good move, don't you? Maybe.
He can,
maybe.
right?
Yeah. I mean, he can just retreat the white rook anywhere and just put the clock back on Nepomniachtchi. And there would be questions about the sportsmanship on that, but Magnus is under 2 minutes. He needs to make a move anyway.
But Jan was the one that left the board. I mean, it's not...
Not. Sorry, I was just thinking knight d4 is very tempting as well. Put the knight on f3. I mean, I don't understand why the computers think this is so equal.
They don't understand the practical value.
No.
I can understand the queen. The queen's powerful, though. Maybe
Queen is
the
good.
queen's enough to draw, but...
So for the players who obviously are not seeing the bar, Magnus makes his move.
He will think he has good winning chances.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Especially in a practical game with not no time, but little time for either side. And he gives a check. Nepomniachtchi back at the board.
Yeah.
Now, can you come up the board? I mean, this is the key thing. I mean, you'd love to move the king up to the square on f5. Can you do that?
I don't think you can get away with moving that king forward.
Well, the computer says yes.
The computer says no.
It says yes.
Sorry,
4 minutes on the clock. Running into danger, running into no man's land with the black king.
Nerves of steel. If you play the king up the board here, you are the coolest cucumber in Cucumber Town. I mean, it looks so scary, doesn't it? I mean,
But then, but the human mind might be thinking this might be the only chance in which I get to activate the king.
Yeah.
If I step backwards, maybe white is simply going to have an easy game, push forward.
I love that tweet, by the way, by Grandmaster Nicholas Huschenbeth, who does mention that now we're likely to see a game over 100 moves, and the longest in World Championship history is 124.
Oh, wow.
So we could be seeing a new world record.
Well, it's only 124. I'm amazed that it's not longer, actually. They need to get you in the World Championship. Smash it on day one. Double it. 200 moves. Lovely. Play a little pawn move. 200. Yeah, so keep going. So,
okay. So we should mention as well, the black king did go back and white's retreated with the rook, stopping the black queen from sneaking into the bottom right corner, into the h1 square. And, so the last capture, I'm just trying to count now, the last capture was on move 82. So if white doesn't push a pawn or make a capture by move 132, then the game will be a draw. But I think Magnus, he'll try and push a pawn eventually. He'll try and push a pawn over the next 20 moves or so. It's not going to be easy. Black's queen covers all the squares, all the potential pawn pushes for white. OK, first, though, Magnus installs his knight back in the middle of the board.
Yep.
Good strategy.
Looks sensible. I mean, so white's winning strategy is basically to coordinate the knight and rook as best you can. You want them kind of working together because you can lose that rook if you leave it loose. Get those coordinated, and then just slowly try to push your passed pawns. And you've got 2 of them. So you slowly try to move the pawn in the middle, the other pawn, try to get a pawn to the other end of the board, get a queen, go and celebrate, have a nice meal, get ready for tomorrow, maybe a little game of football in the morning, happy days. So that's the plan, right?
Easy.
Life's so easy.
Simple, isn't it?
Exactly.
Simple.
There's 2 ways to win this as well. Firstly, you could, as you mentioned, just push the white pawns forward step by step, just 1 step forward, then maneuver 20 moves, then another step forward, maneuver 20 moves. The other strategy is to go after black's remaining pawn. And maybe if Magnus can arrange that, he would love to go for the second kind of less committal strategy.
But where would you hide the white king?
This is the issue, where to put the white king. Black's queen is now threatening to come down to the second rank, deliver a check. And as Simon mentioned, the white rook is a bit loose, so I think he'll move the rook.
Rookie one, maybe just get that rook somewhere safe, get the knight to f3. Just do it very patiently. Don't keep your pieces loose. The one way you can lose this position is to keep your rook a long way away from your king. And, OK, he's gone for another way, but I guess... Same idea, yeah. OK.
He's covering the second rank, and if the black queen does dive into the position, dive the whole way into that bottom corner, h1, then the white knight will just step back. It's the f3 square.
And so tense now.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, look at the time as well. They're both keeping quite well in a good position on the clock here with the increment, but, there's going to be some critical moments coming up, yeah?
Wow.
Another interesting tweet there by our friend, Grandmaster Huschenbeth. He's saying that Magnus was actually bluffing earlier, allowing the black king forward. And maybe that opportunity is passed for Nepomniachtchi.
Yep.
He does jump in with the black queen.
Yep.
We will now see the white knight retreat.
Lovely square for the knight f3, it feels. Really nice square.
OK, first, white flicks in a check. And next move, I think we'll see the white knight retreat.
Yeah.
OK. Really tense.
Great winning chances, I feel. This is one of the best winning chances surely white will get. I mean, the engine does not think so, but you have plenty of time. You can slowly move forwards here.
Just endless suffering for black.
Yeah, yeah.
Why can't Magnus push his f-pawn forwards?
I think he wants to and he can, but he just has to maybe prevent the black queen giving lots of checks first. You need to keep your king nice and safe, and that means having a knight next to it. So I think Magnus's plan, once the black king retreats, it's forced back, is to bring the white knight back to the f3 square in front of the white king, avoid any checks, and then the f-pawn will start running. So I think it's just a combination of plans, putting them all together and avoiding any checks or counterplay. The last thing you want with 3 minutes is the white king out in the open getting checked forever.
Sorry, Ivanka. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say, just note how it's always the knight that's defending the king.
Yep.
And, you know, we kind of coined this expression, well, David did, a knight is a king's best friend, but it's so good.
Knight Stable, I believe, is in the chess and fishing book that is out there somewhere in the mist of the world.
I love that book.
There we go, though. Look at that knight. It is the king's best friend because no checks are available to black now. The white king looks open. The black queen looks like it's penetrated, but where's it going? No more checks. And the white knight can also spring forward at any moment to attack the black king.
You often find in these positions, though, if white has to start pushing his pawns to win this position, then you give black more checks, because those pawns are stopping your king being checked. You move them forward, you give your opponent checks.
Is it possible to start the pawn advance now?
I would get the rook to d6 first. Very
good, very good.
Just get the rook somewhere where it's safe. It can't be lost. Don't. At least the rook can come back to guard your second rank now. And then put the pawn on e5. Get the pawn up 2 squares is very easy way to play, I think.
Most likely the e-pawn will push forward before the f-pawn, right? Because the e-pawn, at the moment, if the f-pawn pushes forward for white, it would be disconnected from either of its 2 remaining pawns. So you want to kind of connect them together step by step.
Yeah.
And so the next move that you're predicting here is just drop the rook back to the d4 square.
I think so. Yeah, maybe
you have you can hide the king on h3.
Maybe keep the king there. Maybe go like I want to get my pawn to e4, so I either go rook e2 or knight g5 at the right moment. Get the pawn to 2 squares forwards, and then I just try to queen my Eddie the Eagle, the e-pawn. You must know Eddie the Eagle in Norway.
Of course.
What a hero. He came to Norway and he conquered the ski jump.
The ski jumping miracle, Eddie the Eagle. Of course we know him.
Legend.
There's a movie made about him recently.
It's a great movie, actually. Really good movie, really fun.
OK, so white stepped back with the rook, attacking a pawn. Black gave a check, and now the rook is forced to block. So white's rook and knight teaming up. Look at Nepomniachtchi. He's not enjoying this at all.
Yeah.
He knows
Do you think he now is going to lose? Does he think he's going to lose?
Yeah, I think he's very confident, and he's just probably trying to stop thinking like that. He's got to just play the best moves.
I think he knows he's in for a long night. He knows he's going to miss dinner. He knows his sleeping pattern is going to be messed up tonight. The adrenaline will be pumping long after this game is finished.
And it's in these type of moments when you start to think of what happened before, and he will remember that he had a good position before, that it was unnecessary of him to get himself into this situation.
You've got to get rid of those faults, haven't you? You've got to get rid of those faults.
Absolutely, but it's so difficult to stop that little voice.
He is 10 moves closer, though, to that 1-3-2, isn't it?
Yes.
There's a nice little idea here. Queen e4, you go knight g5, and then maybe we can show this, because you need to get the pawn moving.
You need to get... this is a threat, right?
So
queen pawn marching forward.
So let's say you try to stop the pawn moving. You move your queen in front of the pawn in this position.
Just give me 1 second. Sure. The analysis board has frozen, unfortunately. Great timing. It's struggling to keep up. OK, so at this moment, there's a big threat, the pawn marching forward, and, black's queen, if it blocked.
Well, I thought knight g5, the queen comes to h1, and then you move the knight back, and you've really misplaced that queen then. This is just quite funny position.
Geometry.
The queen is suddenly out of the game, and you push the pawn in the middle.
You forced it to trap itself, right? And now it has to go the long way round again, and you've gained a move in the process. Now it's the same position, but with white to play, not black to play.
So you can push the pawn.
And it seems Magnus's pieces are in a huddle, like American football. Huddle, you guys.
And that's what you need.
Team talk.
That's what you need to slowly advance up the board. And, OK,
so black has pinned this pawn, so it's impossible to move it at the moment.
that's a sneaky idea.
Very sneaky, very
because
clever.
The whole idea is that if you sidestep with your king, well, there are consequences to that, and now you can start attacking the rook.
Maybe the rook will be loose, and if you move the knight, then, again, you've kind of destabilised your own pieces, and black still prevents this white pawn from marching forward because the white pawn is required to defend its knight.
And I think we saw Magnus there looking at his score sheet to have an idea of when the 50 move rule comes up, because he has to move a pawn before that stage of the game. Otherwise, it's going to be claimed a draw. But yeah, queen b6. I mean, Black is just trying to make it as difficult as possible for Magnus to move his pawns and get a queen in the position. So, yeah.
There we saw Magnus just doing a bit of counting, also maybe trying to avoid a threefold repetition. Remember, it's not if the moves repeat themselves, if the position repeats itself 3 times by accident, then the game will be a draw. So Magnus has to keep putting his rook on different squares. He doesn't want to allow the position to repeat. And meanwhile, Nepomniachtchi smiling. He is extremely good at these types of positions. I think White has great winning chances still. But remember, Magnus himself mentioned Nepomniachtchi. When queens are on the board in endgames, he's one of the best in the world.
Wow. All right, he's going to need that now, I guess, because it's been 7 hours at the board. They must be starting to feel tired.
Yeah.
Luckily, we have all the energy in the world.
So keep each other going, Simon.
Yeah.
We can do this.
That's it. And, OK, well, again, it's great defence still, it seems. Keeping active.
Yeah, the knight goes back to the middle to defend its rook.
It seems they're still writing on the score sheet. I thought they didn't have to.
No, they have to because they get an extra 30 seconds
okay, so
per
it's only
move.
when there's no increment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now a threat on the board. Queen h2 threatened, and do you think you'll see your move, knight going back to f3?
Yeah, maybe. I think has the knight just come from there?
Just
even?
come from there. That would be a second repetition.
Yeah, that's right.
You don't want to really. You want to avoid the repetition if you can. So
maybe a check first, and then the knight drops back.
But you have to be very careful. You don't fall into a repetition in these kind of positions.
Incredibly easy to do.
Unless your opponent misses it as well. So it's OK. So the rook does come down.
OK.
Very tense.
Will the Black King march forward? Yeah, no danger for it there.
Yeah.
And now, what are we expecting? The knight to drop back?
I think so.
Maybe another check with the white rook first.
And I think Magnus has just got to try to work a way to get this pawn forwards to keep winning chances alive here. So I guess the knight will come back, but then the queen stops the pawn again. They're doing this dance at the moment.
No progress yet for the world champion. OK, he needs to come up with a plan. He's still got 3 minutes. He's moved around a lot, but nothing has changed in the last...
No progress.
I like your idea of just giving the king one more check, nudge it to a square, and then retreat the knight. Because, you know, if the king is in the wrong square, maybe there are some tactical points to pushing the pawn up.
You need to trick Nepomniachtchi to put the Black King on the bad square, so there are some knight jumps, OK, there we go. It's a check. The rook defended by a knight, so the Black Queen can't take it.
For example, if you go king f7, then I think that's a bad square for the king, because you can play maybe knight f3 and e4 next move, whatever Black plays. So it's...
But you're allowing some checks, right?
It's a choice of 3 squares. Where's Black going to go? Let's guess.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know, actually. So maybe g7. I like keeping the king tucked away in the corner if I can.
Not too out in the open.
Get it in the corner.
Oh, he's dropped back to the square. You said maybe was a bit suspicious.
Yeah, well, I wasn't so sure, because I thought the knight can now come round and e4 will come probably here, whatever.
It needs to be the king's best friend, that knight again. Needs to drop back, right?
Yeah. So, for example, if you did play knight f3, queen b1, I don't know if it's worth showing it, e4 is an idea. Just to...
They've had a position very similar to this, actually.
Yeah, already this has nearly repeated itself, the position. The white knight has to drop back just to cover any checks, just to cover any annoyances, and it does so. Magnus has played this, and if the Black Queen comes across, you're expecting maybe...
Well, I don't know about this because it is a check, but it's just an idea that's very playable, because you can't take that pawn because now the Black King is in a bad square. So it's potentially an idea.
A fork, whoops. A fork, and the Black Queen would drop off. So this is what Magnus is trying to achieve, and this is the current position. If he pushes this pawn forward, it is a trap. The Black Queen can't take it because of this fork, this check, but suddenly the White King has no shelter. White would love this position, actually, with the rook on this square. And then
brilliant,
I mean, if White could somehow put the rook on this square and meet a check with the white rook blocking somehow, then that would be ideal. And he would have got his pawn 1 square further forward. But right now, it's not quite working for Magnus. Maybe he needs to re-maneuver, go back to basics, go back to square 1 and try and achieve the same position, but with the white rook on this square.
And Magnus makes his move. If we are getting very close now to move 100.
Well, he's gone for a check with the knight, so I'm kind of... Seems a little bit odd, because his knight and rook are discoordinated, and the way you play against the queen, as we've mentioned, is keep your minor pieces defending each other, and they've gone the other way here. So what is the idea, Hal?
Maybe the idea is actually to push the pawn forward and tuck the king into the corner.
Yeah. Put it on h3, maybe.
Yeah.
That would be very, very brave if the white king can run over to the one side, hide behind its own pawns.
We've talked about Jan being very good with the queen. I mean, another thing, Magnus, when I've seen him playing the Champions Tour, is exceptional with the queen moves. I mean, you have to be... So he realises if he's going to push the pawn, I'm pretty sure he's going to be very safe there, you know, or know that his rook's going to be safe.
Yeah, it always takes courage, though, with 2 minutes on the clock to allow lots of checks.
Yeah, but maybe you just have to play it at some point. I mean, you have to push that pawn.
Yeah.
It's not an ideal scenario to push it, though.
The safe move would be giving a check with the white knight, then planting it back on the d4 square with them in the middle of the board. But that would just repeat the position and not make any progress.
Yeah.
What happens if Magnus now soon is able to move a pawn? Is it over for Jan? Or will it be hard for Magnus to get the pawn all the way over to the other side?
It'll be a moral victory for Magnus.
Yeah.
I mean, he might push a pawn and then have to go round in circles again for 20 moves before pushing it once more. But Jan, we'll see lots of facial expressions from Jan if white's able to safely push a pawn.
Just the joy in your voice, David.
Sorry.
You said, like, you know, push it one square, another 40 moves, one more square. They are definitely going for the world record, yeah? So
98 moves so far. I wonder who predicted that they would last for 100 moves today.
Wow.
Yeah.
You should get bonus points for over 100.
They should.
Definitely. And the world record, well, in a world championship match was 124. Magnus has made his move 100.
Okay.
Reach a move 100.
He's trying to get everything, isn't he, Magnus? He's trying to keep the coordination whilst he pushes the pawns, but so far Jan has done a fantastic job of stopping that pawn going.
And Jan's playing quickly as well.
Yeah.
He's trying to apply that pressure on the clock.
Yeah.
Now the white knight has to drop back. Right now,
Drop in the centre, but... And it's still the same idea. The queen tucks itself in the corner, the white knight will come back to its square. But how many times have they repeated that position?
That's why I'm wondering. You have to be careful with this free
second time, I think, if black puts the queen in the corner.
And what move is it actually going to be a draw? This is the other thing.
32. So they've still got time. They've got 32 moves.
Okay.
Magnus, look at him. He's counting on his score sheet right now.
Yeah. And he's probably looking at the free fold as well.
It's difficult, to be honest, as well, when you have several score sheets to keep track of the number of moves. Because often, I don't know in this World Championship, but often each score sheet starts from 1. So you have to do a bit of maths. You have to think, OK, 60 plus another 38 plus another, so on. OK, second time we've seen this position. Magnus has to be really careful now not to allow an immediate draw.
So I think we are now at move 100, Jerry, you said. So
That's right.
Move 100 on the dot.
Move 101 now from Magnus. He gives a check.
And actually, Askill down in Dubai just made us aware of a tweet. So it is the 124 move that is the longest game, but it ended in a draw. The longest one ending up with a victory was Kasparov-Karpov in 1990, 102 moves. And look where we're at.
Yep. If Magnus wins this one, then he'll be breaking several records, most likely.
Yep.
Definitely.
OK. So I think Jan as well, just looking at the score sheet there, then looking confused for a second. I'm wondering, let me go back and count. I'm wondering whether this position's been repeated as well.
Because it's so hard to claim a draw. I mean, if you're in Jan's position, the way you claim a free fold draw is one of the most ridiculously tricky rules in chess. You don't make your move, you have to stop the clock, you have to call the arbiter over it. It's not easy to do, and
your opponent gets more time if you're wrong as well.
Yeah, which is difficult.
It's a factor at this point.
I remember in the old days that if you played an illegal move, your opponent gets more time. And I remember there was one guy playing blitz chess, and he would do this on purpose. He'd play an illegal move, but whilst the arbiter came over and gave his opponent more time, it gave him an extra 30 seconds to think about the position he was in. And he kept doing it. And yeah, a bit cheeky. But
of course, nowadays in blitz chess, I think the second illegal move loses the game.
Yep. That's right,
maybe it's even the first illegal move loses the game. So in FIDE World Championships.
But they've got to be careful now of this free fold, surely. This position must be very close to being a free fold, no?
They're both studying the score sheet. I don't think White's rook has landed on this square before, if I remember correctly. It's been on d6, it's been on d2, it's been on d5, but not d7.
Yeah.
So
is the arbiter now getting involved? You know,
they're lurking, the arbiters now.
Yeah, they're like, right, I've got to make myself important there, just so they know I'm ready for the free fold.
Well, it seems that Magnus needs to just keep a bunch of focuses in his head. So it's keeping the knight close to the king so the king can't be checked, and it's keeping the rook off squares it's been on before, and it's also trying to push a pawn.
And avoid the free fold, avoid the 50 move rule.
Keeping the rook safe.
Yes, there's a lot to think of, yeah. And that's when it gets hard, because you're used to thinking of the chess, but when you're worried about slipping into a draw and you've got to multitask a lot. Yeah, you're right.
But I have to say, Nepomniachtchi maybe made it a little bit of an... No, because he has had this almost had this position, but the queen was on the A2 square. And also the king was a different place, so they're fine when it comes to threefold repetition at the minute.
Magnus is not certain. He was studying the score sheet for a while. Eventually he realises, first time we've seen this position, and he retreats the rook. So it has to be the same position with the same player to move. And actually, even the top players, they struggle sometimes with the threefold repetitions, I've noticed. Fabiano Caruana once claimed against me that he repeated the position 3 times, and it was 3 times, but the 3rd time was with a different player to move.
Right.
So you've got to be really careful.
It's nice to have him begging for a draw against you, David.
Yeah.
So
he got the draw, don't worry. He got the draw eventually.
Oh, well, at least you made him beg for a little bit, yeah? So only the ex-world champion, very impressive.
So now could it be a good idea to set some tricks? Like, for instance, give a check to the king and then come back?
Well,
No, but then I'm not doing anything, am I?
No, you've got to be very careful what moves you waste now, because you waste another move, you're just giving more chances of having that draw free fold. So I think you've got to really use each move now. I don't know how he gets his e-pawn moving. I thought it was easy, but it's not, right?
It's really not.
It's really tricky to move that one.
Credit to Jan Nepomniachtchi as well. He's put the black queen on the right circuit. He's going with this triangle all on.
Sorry, I see an awesome trick. If you go knight g5...
OK, we have to show this.
And then you go queen b6 to stop it moving.
OK.
Then rook d6 check, is that right?
Oh, wow, Simon.
That's a nasty trick. Knight g5 to try and go e4, and Jan defended with queen b6 before. And if he plays it here, you go rook d6 check, I think. This is one of those tricks which is incredibly naughty.
But 24 seconds left for Magnus Carlsen on the clock.
Yeah.
The problem is that the queen will just slide over to the h1 square.
That's a nasty tactic,
that's
Simon.
Lovely.
Meanwhile, we have seen an interesting move, a new try by Magnus Carlsen. So instead of playing for this trick, I think he maybe could have tried it once, setting this nasty trap for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Instead of this, Magnus has gone the other direction. Maybe Jovanka was right. If the knight had come this way, the black queen would simply go back to the corner. And notice how the queen is staying in this kind of triangle zone. It's just using all the light squares, stopping the white pawn moving forward and harassing the white king from behind. That is why Magnus retreated his knight this way, to stop the black queen's access to the corner square. And maybe now, next move, Magnus will just shift the rook across one square and start motoring forward with these pawns. At least he's offered a new idea, and at least he's got Nepomniachtchi thinking. But Magnus, low on the clock. I'm not sure that clock time is right, but he's low on time for sure.
Yeah.
And he has a plan, at least. He has a plan to push this pawn forward.
Yeah.
Is there something wrong with the clock time for Magnus?
Well, it has to be, because you can't have 18.8 seconds.
So probably he didn't gain the 30 seconds that he should have gained.
According to mine, he has just under 2 minutes, Magnus Carlsen. So
OK.
I'm not sure if that's correct. We'll try and update as soon as possible.
And perhaps we could also get an image of the chess clock. There we are.
He has 46 seconds.
Wow.
46 seconds.
That's not a lot of time, is it?
Especially when you're facing threats like this one. Black's queen attacking the white rook now.
Defending so well. So impressive.
But now it could be a little bit tricky, because you move the rook.
OK, he's moved it back.
OK.
He's covered the first rank. Maybe this is Magnus's plan. So he's going to put the knight back where it came from to cover the second rank. The white rook will cover the first rank, and then the white rook will slide the whole way across to try and target Black's isolated pawn.
Wow.
Ooh.
Dinky, but it's still
sophisticated. But what does it achieve? That's the question.
Yeah,
he's running out of moves.
Yeah, he's running out of moves. Great defence from Jan so far. He's playing brilliantly to not blunder, to not allow Magnus to do the moves he wants to play.
OK, so the rook will probably slide over to... No, I was expecting the rook to go to the e1 square.
OK, Magnus, he's gone... I mean, he's really risking here. Because he's putting the rook back on a square it's been on before.
Yeah.
I guess the white knight, it's been on the f3 square before. It wants to go to the e2 square, so maybe slightly different. But yeah, he's got to keep all those positions in his mind for the last, 25 moves now. He's got to remember where the rook was, where the knight was, so he doesn't repeat. And only 25 moves before he has to push a pawn or win a pawn.
Yeah.
25, that's the magic number.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, what a game, you guys. What a game. Jan Nepomniachtchi is, he has more time on the clock, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But 5 minutes, they could disappear very quickly if he runs into a trick or two, if he has some problems to solve. And already he's deciding where to put the king. Is he considering going active with the black king again? Ivanka shaking her head.
I mean, if he goes to f5, I mean, that is... should get an award for bravery if he goes courage. I mean, like, yeah, Medal of Courage King.
Why is that so dangerous? Just because it's closer to Magnus's pieces?
The black king might get trapped if it marches forward, and if it came down the board, then the white knight would spring forward and try to trap the black.
There's just no way he's going to do that because he hasn't done that in previous moves when it was okay, and it is okay. I'm just looking at the computer assessment. But
high risk,
exactly.
Reward.
Why disturb the whole balance?
Unless he suddenly tries to decide he wants to try and win, which should be a little bit too much, I feel.
What's Magnus going to do with his rook now? He's going to retreat it 2 squares. He wants this pawn to march forward. He has a setup in mind. He wants to put the white knight on the e2 square next to the white king,
very nice.
and finally push that pawn forward.
It's incredible how he's found some way to do something here. I mean,
he's like a contortionist. He's like popped out his arm, he's just one direction, then he's kind of switched everything around. Now he's trying a different way.
Is this where you need to be a creative chess player to constantly find new ideas?
Yeah. I mean, you can't just be direct. There's no direct path to victory. So.
But the thing is, though, it is a little bit smokes and mirrors because I don't actually see this whole plan working so well because the whole thing is that the black queen can transition to the h1 square. If she gets there, then the knight is not well placed on e2.
But there's only one check, though, isn't there?
Well, she's going to put herself on b1.
And then white pushes the pawn forward.
And and then I had something up my sleeve, which was to give a check. I know. Well, that wasn't.
White knight is going to block any checks on the second rank.
Yeah, that wasn't my plan.
Knight on e2 is really good at stopping checks, isn't it? Actually, I mean, even if you get to h2, it's so. I mean,
I think black has to try and eliminate his remaining isolated pawn for one of the white pawns. He has to try and prepare pushing that pawn forward once the white knight goes in the wrong direction. I'm not sure how you do that with black. How does Nepomniachtchi trade off his remaining pawn for one of white's pawns?
The time situation, well, they're still roughly around the same time unit, but you can tell this is where the fitness really comes into it. And this is, I think, why chess is one of the hardest games in the world. It's not because of the amount of combinations, it's not because of the amount of preparation you do, it's actually because you cannot make a little slip up. I mean, you mentioned chess and tennis. In tennis, you can lose a point, you can still win. In golf, you can play a bad shot, you can still win. There's, snooker the same. I'm just thinking of any other sport or game out there, well, maybe other games, but there's not many other sports where you can afford, in chess, you can't afford to make a mistake, even if it's a small mistake. And
you have to be alert for 7.5 hours or however long the players have been going. Okay, he does move the queen. That's a check, forcing the white knight to block. And then I think he's going to go for your plan, Ivanka. He's going to bring the queen to the first rank. And you mentioned tennis again. I remember this one game at Wimbledon, this one match. I think it lasted, 10.5 hours? One tennis game.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
10.5 hours?
Yeah, it went to like 68, 66 in the final set in terms of...
and no one stepped in and said...
have a break.
The rules, you have to play until one guy wins 2 games more than the other. So.
Wow, it's incredible.
Or someone dies by the same time.
Or that. All right, 110 moves in Game 6, you guys. Magnus Carlsen, 1.5 minutes left on his clock. Just desperately looking for a way to win this game.
And Jan making it as difficult as possible for the Norwegian.
Impressive stuff by Jan Nepomniachtchi, right? We have to credit him so much.
Both players, I think, just to match each other for this long. And despite, just before move 40 in the middle game, both sides had their chances. Despite that, it's been an incredibly high level, high-quality match as well.
Why is he not pushing the pawn here? This is just what I'm wondering. Is it because of queen h1 and h4? I mean, just it seems like White's whole plan is to push the pawn, and you need to. I'm just wondering why he's thinking about it here.
Is this the moment? Is the move counter going to reset So the 50 move rule will be obliterated if Magnus pushes his pawn, and he's done it.
Okay.
We have a pawn move.
So reset those counters.
Back to another 50 move, boys.
160 is our target.
Does anyone know what place they do late dinner in Oslo? Maybe a midnight dinner?
Yep.
Okay, good. It is Friday. But I love your idea, David, of black and Jovanka, your idea, getting the queen in the corner and swapping off the H pawn for the G pawn. Because one thing Jan's been doing at the moment is really only being able to use the queen from one side to check. But if he can get rid of one of those white pawns by an exchange, he can start harassing the king from both sides. So this is what he's going for. Then try to push Harry, that H pawn, down, get more checks.
Yeah. That's guaranteed to happen, I think. Black's remaining pawn will march forward on the next turn and offer some trades.
Can Magnus go wrong here and lose the game? I mean...
Not really, as long as he keeps his rook protected, as long as he keeps the white knight near the white king. Because the white knight will just protect everything, it will guard, shield the white king.
Yeah.
But, as Simon mentioned, though, the more angles that the black queen can check from, the better for Nepomniachtchi. Yeah. So Magnus, okay, he gives a check. He's just teasing us. I was expecting another pawn mush. Pawn mush?
I love
it's that time of day.
Mush it, mate.
It's that time of day now.
Pawn mush.
I was expecting another pawn push, but no, he gives a check first. So he's just toying with Nepomniachtchi, delaying as long as possible before pushing one of those two white pawns in the middle. Yeah. Either the E or F pawns. I'm not sure which one will step forward first later.
Critical question. Is the black king going to go up the board, down the board? I mean, where is it safest?
I think that's why Magnus played this move. He's asking Jan that question. It's not easy, right? If the black king now comes down the board to the 6th rank, then maybe it's in some danger. It goes back. Nepomniachtchi, I think that shows he's slightly worried of the black king's safety.
Yeah, apparently it was okay to go on the 6th row, but this is computer chess, and
maybe the margins would have been for error would have been smaller there. What do we think? Is Magnus going to push his move his king now? Is he going to bring his king forward to protect his central pawn, or is he just going to push that pawn? Or mush that pawn, should I say?
Mush it.
Mush it.
Mush it, son.
I think has he gone for the push?
No, he's retreated his rook back where it came from.
Okay, so
he's
just he's taking his time. There's no point rushing, is there now? I mean, that pawn's going to move every 43rd move. Have they made the record yet? They're going to break the world record, aren't
they?
For
sure, 100%.
12 more moves.
Yeah.
Has he played H4?
Okay, he's given a check first, forcing the white king even further forward.
And now H4.
Yeah.
Swap off those pawns.
All I can think of is I'm so happy this game didn't happen the day after my birthday.
Imagine.
That would have been a real struggle.
On your birthday.
One of them be passing out somewhere.
But it would have been Magnus's birthday as well.
Would have been, yeah. See.
This is the gift he gave himself, a 120 move game. But okay, white's king is safe. This is why knights are so good at protecting kings. There's no checks. And what is Nepomniachtchi pausing? What is he thinking about? Because there's no plan for black other than trading off his pawn for one of the white pawns.
Yeah, he's got to play this move.
He's got to play it. He can delay it maybe one move longer, Jan, but that would give one move to white to push those pawns.
Does that start to get to table base? We know table base is 5.
Good question we should check.
So I think we got table base on gchess.com. Should have, so we should check that anyway.
Those are the endgame table bases. So when there's a few pieces left on the board, when there's a low number of pieces, computers have actually calculated the answer to every position.
Yeah.
So, okay, we did see black push a pawn, white took, and a check before black recaptures. So
sorry, David, you were saying?
No, I was just going to say, right now, it's clear. It's just rook, knight, and 2 pawns against a lone queen. Will those 4 pieces outpower the queen? It's not clear.
It feels like, you're always going to have many checks in these positions. But again, maybe we can get the actual official... We're probably going to get what the computer verdict here, the official computer verdict very soon, because it is a table-based position.
It is a table-based position. It says draw with best play.
Wow.
But these are 2 humans playing, so we will find out.
And I did see a slight smile on Jan Nepomniachtchi's face. Do you think these players are aware of the World Championship record of 124 moves?
I doubt
There we go, another smile.
Yeah.
I doubt they're aware of the record. Maybe Magnus, he's a student of chess history, but I think Jan's just thinking, OK, come on, give me a draw, let's go for dinner. Let me off, we're friends. But no, this is a World Championship match.
We've been talking about the arbiter today. Should the arbiter come over when they reach move 125 and say, congratulations, you guys?
Absolutely not. It would be disturbing the players' concentrations. You know, they're there deep in thought in the zone, and the arbiter comes, woo!
I think he,
You would maybe like, yeah, it's a celebration.
I'd love to see him come over with like a magnum of champagne. And just,
or even Guinness
like,
World Record book coming in, making a moment out of it.
Some fanfare.
Actually, in Spain a few weeks ago, I think I was on move 120 or 130, and I was playing against Arkady Naidic, a very strong grandmaster. And then the arbiter came over. He had no idea what was going on. I don't think he even played chess, but he just lifted up my pen from my score sheet, studied the amount of moves, counting out loud while I had 30 seconds on the clock. And he didn't understand why I was unhappy.
So, I mean, arbiters, please.
They're the best of the best at the World Championship, of course. Full credit to the arbiters there. They deserve to be there.
Yeah.
You have to say that now, yeah.
I love
That's
you
not
all.
what you think, is it? So, but, I mean, I remember, again, it was Grishchuk, I think he was telling me that, you know, chess players want to be chess players. Failed chess players become coaches. Failed coaches become commentators. and then maybe failed commentators become arbiters. Maybe that is...
Is that our future, Simon? Looking 20 years down the line?
That is definitely not your future, because you're not failed commentators. You're not even failed chess players. Come on.
Thank you, Clive.
No, it's all fun and games, but no, I don't know. I mean, no, it's a really valid thing to be an arbiter, and we are joking a bit, and if you're a good arbiter, well done.
Yes. You're worth your weight in gold.
Yes.
Yeah. We need you. We need you for your great arbitering skills.
We need you for our stories here on the show.
Yeah.
So, meanwhile, Black's queen finding a different angle to start checking from. White's rook can block, but the rook just came from there.
And this definitely looks like a completely new position.
Yeah,
to me.
It is for now.
I mean, those pawns, I mean, if I was defending here, I'd still be very worried, because I'm just thinking those pawns, bit by bit, are just coming up the board.
Step by step.
And what do I do? How do I stop them? So I'm you know, amazed that this is actually an officially draw. I don't think we've ever seen an ending like this in the World Championships either.
Definitely.
Incredible ending.
Definitely not. No.
Yeah.
Completely new scenario for the players. And yeah, kudos to them.
So you were talking about table-based draw. What is table-based draw? Why that word?
It's basically like computers have solved certain positions in chess, and the positions they've solved are when there's 5 pieces or left, which we have here, if I can count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hang on, I can't even count now. 7 pieces, maybe?
Including the king 7.
Including
that's
the king.
The
right.
limit.
So they've solved chess, so they know the perfect moves in these endings, and they know exactly what the result should be. Normally, computers are incredibly strong, but they haven't solved chess yet. So that's where it's called table-based. I'm not exactly sure why. Maybe it's a table base of a hash of many variations which they've just worked out. So they know that this position with perfect play is a draw.
Yeah.
That's with perfect play, which is not often what happens at any level of human chess.
The interesting moment with table base is always when there's a narrow margin. For example, we might say a draw now, but later on, Black might only have 1 move to draw, or might only have 2 moves to hold the game. That's when it's interesting to check these things, but also to analyse your own endgames. And meanwhile, Magnus, I'm loving his strategy. As you guys probably know, he's not committing, he's not touching his pawns. He pushed a pawn earlier. We saw a trade on move.
Oh, look, he's coming with a champagne. Just perfect in the UAE. I could just maybe not in the UAE.
Look,
but
score sheets.
I thought it was the magnum of champagne. Get it out there.
And remember, score sheets only hold 60 moves per player. And now we're at move 120.
Wow.
That means they finished their second score sheet already onto score sheet number 3.
Yeah.
Not bad, not bad.
Do you reckon they got enough score sheets? What if he's run out of score sheets?
I
Someone's
think
running
they're
down to the
safe.
local shop.
I think they're okay.
You know, you have to...
But I must admit, I was trying to work out what's going to happen if White just starts pushing those pawns forward.
that's why I don't understand.
Enough of this waiting.
I know. I'm just go F5, go
exactly.
Push them. I mean, I guess
get them going.
he's probably got in the back of his mind that story about David, and he knows this is my golden opportunity to beat that world record and beat David's score of getting over 200 moves. And he's like, I'm going to wait a little bit.
Could we go that far? You think? Could we go to 200?
He could easily achieve it. So the last capture was move 115 for black. So if he waits 50 moves and pushes a pawn, now Magnus will get to move 165. Then he waits another 50 moves, pushes another pawn, move 215, then pushes another pawn on move 265. He could break the world record for number of moves if he wanted to, I think, Magnus. I mean, we'll be here all night. Sorry, guys. Sorry, all the viewers at home. But
they should be loving it.
Yeah. We're getting our money's worth today for sure.
Definitely.
Friday night in Oslo.
Yeah, well, this is very rock and roll here.
Imagine if I was commentating from the good night now and you had to come in and say, Simon, how are you doing down the good night? Yeah, it would be very dangerous.
Closing time on Fridays is, what, 3 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah.
Do you think we'll be done by 3 a.m.?
Yeah. We might be able to get a cheeky pint in down there at some point, possibly.
Okay, Nepomniachtchi, actually, I think he's getting a bit impatient. He's just making the moves quickly now. He's hoping that Magnus gives up the winning tries soon. But of course, that won't happen.
But you guys, look at it. We're in move 123. Getting very close to the world record in a world championship match.
Okay, Magnus is going to retreat his rook, I think. And will he play that to block the check? He's keeping us in suspense. There we go. The rook does block. So now if black's queen does come back to the third rank to check the white king does have the option of marching forward, leading from the front.
Yep.
And what's to stop it happening right now? Will it go?
Yes, there will be more checks. Magnus doesn't want that yet. He's just trying to build up time on the clock. And I think after white's next move, we will surpass the world record.
Yeah.
Kaya, you're ready. We're ready to celebrate.
Yep.
I wish I had some champagne for you guys. We should have it.
Can we just get champagne in here? Just for the hell of it. We need a couple of bottles each.
Okay, so
just for this occasion.
This has been move 124 by both players, and now white is about to make move 125, and that will be a new record for these title matches.
It's a world
Breaking
record, you guys. The most moves ever played in a world championship match. Here it is on the board, and they've been playing for now 7.5 hours, these two. It's a very long day to play chess. Do you see a chance of, especially then Jan, making an error at this point now?
I mean, Simon and I, we're still unsure, I think, whether white has, sufficient winning chances, but definitely in practical terms over the board, I think all the chances in the world. Those pawns will march forward eventually, and Magnus is trying to tire out Jan before that happens. I'm
trying to work out why this is a draw, and the only thing I can think of is that at some point when you push the pawns forwards, they can't protect your king as well. Because at the moment, white's using those pawns to block the check, but when they get very near to queening, the black queen can get around behind and have many checks. But for a human, even if this is a table-based draw, even if this is a draw, it's so hard to find those right checks at the right time. So if I was a gambling man, which clearly I'm not,
you never would.
I'd probably.
You'd back white.
I don't know. I'd give 55%, 60% for white to win this.
I agree.
It's yeah.
I was wondering.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
I was wondering.
Hello.
Oh, yes.
Hello.
We do have some sparkling. It's alcohol-free, of course, but...
What? Don't get my hopes.
Of a new world record. Simon, would you do the honours?
What does that say on the front card? Does it say Williams?
It says
Williams pair.
Simon Williams.
All right. Well, pop it, Simon, and let's celebrate a new world record.
Brilliant. Alcohol-free.
Fantastic.
Just what I need at this time of night.
For the viewers at home, have something.
It's sugar, though. It's sugar.
It's sugar. Thank you for my alcohol-free champagne.
And it's popping.
I better be careful of the computers. This could go wrong. Should I pop it properly or
twist the bottle, not the corks?
Yep. That's right. Is that what you do?
Apparently. Oh, there we go.
Look at that. That was calm.
That was kind of calm.
I should have. Yeah, that was a bit wet.
Yeah, well.
That was a bit wet. Sorry there. Okay.
World record.
Okay, I guess I better pour ladies first, I guess.
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'll send my glass over.
Yeah, while we pour that, Magnus has been in the tank. No move. He's been thinking.
Sparkling.
Will he push a pawn?
Sorry. So we are drinking sparkling non-alcoholic apple and Williams pear. Very nice.
Sounds healthy.
Nice.
Good stuff. It sounds healthy. Far too healthy.
Yeah, we have to celebrate the small things in life. Wow, that's a big thing.
a big one.
It's a big thing, yeah.
World record, so.
I will celebrate harder tonight if they break the 269 world record for the longest game.
Glasses, sir.
Yeah, then we need the real stuff. I agree.
Yeah.
Then we'll head down to the good night.
Yeah.
But either way, I was just thinking about black plans while we've been set up with our drinks. Thank you, Simon. If the white pawn steps forward too soon, I think maybe black's idea will be to march the black king into the centre of the board to blockade the white pawns. And maybe there'll be some holes left behind. So you have to be careful which white pawn you push. Either way, it's time for that moment.
Cheers, you guys.
Cheers.
135 years of World Championship history. We have a world record today.
Brilliant.
Cheers to everyone.
And cheers to the viewers, I guess.
Yeah.
And
cheers,
everyone.
guys.
And all the poor camera people and everyone who's working overtime as well.
Poor arbiters.
Who cares about them? They've got to get their
The
pay.
arbiters as well.
Actually sounds like I hate arbiters. I don't. I love them.
I have some good arbiter friends, actually.
I do, yeah. To all the arbiters out there.
And of course to Magnus and Jan sitting there more than 7.5 hours now playing this game.
Giving everything to us, all their blood, sweat and tears.
Exactly.
Just in this one game.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Magnus has put his rook on an outpost defended by a pawn. He's getting ready to march the white king forward. The white pawns will soon start to push as well.
I've been trying to figure out what is the best configuration for the king and the knight and the rook. Just because when you do advance the pawns, you want your king to be in the safest square. I mean, how far up the board can the king go? The white king, that is.
It's difficult. I think as soon as the white king goes to the side of the board now, the black queen will swing across and trap it on the side of the board. The white king wants to kind of be semi in the centre, but not quite. I think it just wants to stop the black queen getting close to it. So, OK, Magnus first just giving a check. He's happily just stacking up those moves, racking up the move count. And remember, the last capture was on move 115. So he's done nothing for 12 moves. But
you guys just hang around far too much together. You really do. It's just like, you know, I bet you...
me and Magnus, yeah?
Yeah, I bet you just have... I bet you have jokes. You're like, Magnus, if you get a chance, try to get to 200 moves. All right, Dave, I'll do it. I'll do it just for you. And it's like, yeah.
I can exclusively reveal that when I played a 143 move game recently, he did message afterwards, so he was watching.
Right, so he's definitely trying to beat 143.
Yeah. What did he say, David?
He said something about good stamina, old man, I think. But he's right, it's not easy for sure, the stamina. And the players, remember, there's a game tomorrow. They will be feeling it tomorrow as well. So it's not just about putting Nepomniachtchi under pressure now, it's about putting him under pressure over the next 24 hours.
Will a long game like this break the routine?
For me, no. It's just an average Friday. But for Nepomniachtchi, for sure, it will break the routine. I mean, he won't be able to prepare tonight. He's lost a few hours where he could be studying openings. He's lost a few hours where he could just be hanging out, having dinner with his friends, with his team.
Yeah.
Of course, it breaks Magnus's routine as well, but maybe he thinks it's worth it. And, OK, another check, another king move. And the black king all the way back to its starting square. Move 129, and the black king is back where it started the game.
Wow.
Actually quite nice, this drink, by the way.
Yeah, well, it was
not bad, is it?
Cold and sugar. It was just perfect.
Give me some sugar.
Yeah. Well, we have
here
a
we go
pawn
again.
move.
Whoa.
So that means 179 now.
Yeah.
All right.
But it means that Magnus doesn't necessarily want to break the world record. Otherwise, he would have waited till move 160.
Oh, my words.
That's well, OK, so how could we see this game end at some point? How could it end? What is Magnus trying to do? Obviously, get his pawns over to the other side.
Yep.
When will he give up? What will have him give up?
I think the only way Magnus will ever give up this one is if black achieves perpetual check, which means checking forever, and white's king being unable to escape those checks. Or the position repeating itself 3 times. Or maybe the 50-move rule. I don't think Magnus will offer a draw unless there's really no chances left anymore.
No, he's going to try every single thing. I suppose, again, we've talked about why this might be a draw. White's pieces are going up the board, and at some point they just have to go all the way up the board, and that will leave the white king very exposed to checks from behind. At the moment, they kind of cover things more, but the further they get up, the more checks that black has. But I think if you get the right configuration of pieces, then you can still win this one, definitely. So it's really... Well, I mean, maybe 50-50 is a fair result. I mean, between a draw and a win. I keep changing my mind, but I don't know. Well, I mean, David, what do you think?
Yeah, I would.
What chances are here? Yeah.
Be inclined to agree. I think the winning chances for Magnus are just as good as the likelihood it'll end in the draw. And there we go. The Black Queen pinning the White Rook, but White's King is going to move again. And we're going to go round and round in circles for a while, and then another White Pawn will push later on.
And look at that. In honor of the new world record, Chess24 Premium is having a flash sale. So you can now get 50% off Chess24 Premium membership. And remember, they do have this new very, very, very cool play zone on Chess24. So that is a great sale to join in on. Flash sale 50 on Chess24. That is the code to use.
I told you guys, chess is the winner today. Everyone's the winner at home. Celebrating this with a bargain.
And I heard if you are an arbiter, you get Chess24, all the chessboard courses free because of my insults. I'm joking. I do want to say, I feel really bad now. There's so many great arbiters out there.
And he just trashed them all, Simon.
I only trashed a percentage of them. Most of you are lovely. So next time I'm playing a tournament, just go easy on me, please. You know, first round, black pieces, second round, black pieces, third round. No, I love arbiters, really.
In the bar now. Is that the highest it's been all game for Magnus?
White is definitely making some serious progress.
Yeah.
I think it might be. There was one move, I think just before move 40, where Magnus had a huge opportunity, but since then, this is maybe the best position he's had.
Yeah.
And notice he's going forward on every turn. Earlier, the White Pawn pushed forward. Now the White King has stepped as far forward as possible, and the White Knight, yes, it's on the edge of the board, but is acting as a shield for the White King. And yeah, we talk about progress in endgames, but just kind of achieving a goal, a small mini goal, and then moving on to the next goal. And Magnus is achieving it step by step. So yeah, for sure, the computer might say it's still a draw, but Nepomniachtchi is going to start getting...
And it seems like Black's Queen is on the wrong side of the board here.
Yeah.
I mean, it needs
to be behind.
It needs to be behind. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be running out of oxygen in this area of the board. So I'm sure it will switch back around to come behind or something here.
And according to Sese, it's winning for White.
Wow.
Wow.
So
Right, what's
just
that?
before this
Queen
last move...
H7. What's this?
OK, the Queen stepped back attacking the White Rook.
Why? Why is it going this way? I don't understand it.
There's a clever move
Look
here.
at the bar. What's happening? Is Magnus winning?
He's winning.
Yeah.
He can actually push his pawn forward, leave the White Rook attacked, and this would be winning pretty much instantly. The computer says checkmate in 38, but I think it's going to be actually easier than that.
Wow.
Look at this. Stockfish confirms. White has one move that's much better than all the others, and Magnus has just leaned forward. I think he spotted it. This is not obvious. This is not easy for a human. Your rook is attacked. You want to defend it or move it, but you can actually leave that rook where it is, and that move wins.
Can we show it on the board?
Yeah, we have to show it.
So if you push the pawn, it leaves the rook on pre. But why can't Black take that rook, David?
Yeah, so the Queen attacking the rook. If the pawn marches forward, Queen takes rook is met by a knight fork. Knights are the trickiest pieces in chess. This is a check, and next move, you win the Black Queen. And yeah, as long as you have one pawn left in this type of situation to become a queen later, you win the game. A knight on its own wouldn't win, but this pawn would.
What an opportunity. He's got 2 minutes. 2 minutes to find it.
Is he going to find it? This pawn push.
Yeah.
We should mention rook to f6, so just moving the rook to safety is also strong. So maybe that's going to tempt Magnus. It's a safer option. But this one would pretty much win the game because actually Black is just tied down. Black can barely do anything. If you move the king, there's a nasty check, and the the Black Queen drops as well. If you check, then actually White has a variety of moves. You can even just sidestep. And the same idea. If Queen takes pawn,
so what if Black tries... I think Black's put the Queen on the wrong square. The Black Queen is running out of oxygen because it's too near the White pieces. So what if White tries to swing it all the way over? Has he played it? Has he gone for it?
He's played the winning move.
He's played it. He's done it.
Let's also now get Jan Nepomniachtchi in the picture. Is he noticing this?
OK. Oh, he's frowning. He's leant forward. He's trying to keep a poker face, but he knows he's in big trouble now. The Russian is about to go down. After all of that defense, after defending successfully for 130 moves, he put his queen on the wrong square, on the wrong circuit, and it's game over almost.
Unbelievable. This is what pressure does. This is what this ongoing attack does. And Magnus is just pressure. And
focus now, look at it.
And total focus. He realises here. I mean, I still don't quite see it if the queen comes all the way over to a7 to win, but I'm trying to work it out now. But
it's just that the White King can advance, and he can advance safely with no checks.
Right.
And that is the big issue. Yeah.
Wow.
White rook's going to step two squares forward.
Yeah, OK, it's
the
maybe
knight
simple.
is going to come and give check.
Wow.
No.
This game could be over any moment,
Can't
actually.
believe it. So this is going to be the round forgot what round we're in. Six. Round 6 win. That happens so often in the World Championships, and this is going to be such a blow for Jan. Let's remember, Jan was winning this game. He was winning this game, and this is going to be horrendous for him to lose this. Yeah,
that's
horrendous.
Yeah.
After almost 8 hours as well, and he's got 2 more games to play before the rest day, and he's spending a lot of time now ticking under 1.5 minutes to save this game.
And Simon, I've got to give you credit. You called it a long time ago. Despite the computer saying 0.0 for 50, 60 moves, you said practical chances. It's so easy for White to play. It's so easy for Black to blunder. And Magnus, he did nothing for so many moves, but when he started pushing forward, he allowed Nepomniachtchi to go wrong, and Nepomniachtchi failed to find the right solution.
And he's only got a minute left now. But I mean, if Magnus finds the right moves, he will win this game.
And is that hard? Is it hard for Magnus to be accurate in this situation?
Could still go wrong here.
No, not really.
Can you win on the spot?
He can move his rook to the f7 square.
You can move your rook 2 squares forward. Remember, if the Black Queen takes this pawn in the centre,
find this move though.
Yeah.
Got to find this move. If he finds it, he wins. Yeah.
But which move does he have to find?
He has to find the rook moving up 2 squares, and then the knight will come in and give a check. I mean, he saw the original tactic.
Instantly. Winning king and pawn.
Yeah.
If you take the
If Magnus picks up his rook and moves it
2 squares
forward, he's winning. Look at the bar.
That's it.
18.5 for the world champion.
Massive. Is he going to play?
And has he done it?
Has he done it?
He's found it.
He's played it.
Wow.
He's done it.
Well, look at that. Look at the bar. Will Jan Nepomniachtchi resign now?
Let's keep an eye on the players.
He won't resign.
I think he's going to resign.
He can't resign.
Let's get both players in the picture to see what happens now.
But what else can he do? White's knight next move is just going to go up to check, and then the white pawn's going to march forward and make a new queen.
That pawn's coming. Eddie the eagle has going to land on e8 here.
Wow.
And one line here is if you take the pawn, it's very close to being a draw, but there's only going to be 1 pawn remaining, and that pawn is the winning pawn.
We'll show this a bit later on.
It's crazy, yeah, of course.
We can't go away from the players right now, but we will show this variation.
I mean, how long has this gone on for? This is incredible.
7 hours and 45 minutes. 134 moves.
Wow, unbelievable.
Crazy.
I mean,
okay,
this is
Magnus'
power. He's trying anything he can now.
Okay, he's moved his king across 1 square, so...
But maybe just pawn on. E7, doesn't that win?
Well, hang on, then the king can run to the e8 square, so maybe
then knight check, knight f6 check, yeah?
But then king takes rook and king takes knight, and it's not over yet.
Yeah. So you can still mess it up if you're called Simon, but if you're called Magnus, you probably won't here.
But look at this.
Okay.
White has another pawn in his pocket.
Oh, right.
They march forward together.
Torturous.
We talked about the pawns, the rook, the knight, all of them now combining in harmony together, and next move, the white pawn's going to step up, check, against the black king, and white's going to make a new queen. It's game over now.
Wow.
No hope for Nepomniachtchi. Look at Magnus as well, wiping his face.
He knows it.
He knows he's got it. He's clinched it.
Unbelievable. I mean, you can tell that, you know, you should never relax until it's over, but he's just taken a bit of a side there. And this is this has been an incredible game.
And in that classic Magnus Carlsen fashion as well, people have questioned his motivation. Is he still the same? And he plays for 7 hours and 45 minutes. Everyone's saying this is a draw, and he clinches it.
Yeah. And this last move is so classy, I've got to say, by Magnus. He's allowing checks, but he's going to run with the white king all the way in front of the white knight. He's going to march his king the whole way up the board to sit in front of the white knight.
Brilliant.
And no more checks. And the white pawn will make a new queen.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
I have a question.
Final touch. So sophisticated. And
no stalemates,
nothing. I have a question for you both. Is this the type of loss that is maybe going to cause Jan Nepomniachtchi to tilt?
To crumble.
Yeah.
I think this would
because
cause
it's
anyone
devastating. You know,
I mean, who would not be upset after this?
Right.
This is incredible. You were winning, you were drawing, it's a long game, you're tired.
He fought hard.
He played really
so
well.
Long.
And, I mean, this could crush a lot of people.
It's going to be so interesting to see in the next 2 days now, tomorrow and Sunday.
Yeah, we have our first win.
There we go.
We have it.
We have a handshake.
Brilliant.
The first decided game, and we hear applause from Dubai. Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, in Game 6. That always ends up with drama, and he wins it. And they actually talk about it.
No, but in general, yeah. Okay, I mean, in the Blitz game, yeah.
I missed what he said. Did he say
something about a Blitz game?
In a Blitz game, I think he said White has decent chances to win, despite the fact it should be a draw.
Yeah.
I'm 27, so we try immediately.
And Magnus trying to remember something.
It's been a long game, a lot to remember.
Hard to remember after 7.5 hours, right?
I'm impressed with Jan sitting there discussing.
And basically everything draws with okay, I want to just film that.
Everything draws.
I think he was just rewinding all the way back to 34 there. It's a critical moment.
Just the gun works the time. That should be draw.
Huge win for the world champion. He has been struggling so hard to get Jan Nepomniachtchi out of the openings. And in Game 6, he manages.
Yes, I think people will send to the feed.
This is one of those situations where, as Magnus, you probably want to punch the air and celebrate, but you don't want to annoy your opponent by doing that. You just do that when you get off the stage and no one can see you. Then you can do a little celebration.
Yeah.
So
I think inside he's doing a little
very happy
jig.
Yeah.
I mean, what a breakthrough. And what an incredible game it has been. 136 moves.
A world record, the first win of the 2021 match.
Had all the drama elements to it,
This is why we love chess. Wow. And is he sitting down? Is he that tired? No, he had to pick up a score sheet. Magnus Carlsen, he now leads the match by 1 point to Jan Nepomniachtchi. And now 8 games remain in this match. Jan Nepomniachtchi will have to make a comeback at some point. And I think I see a smile on Magnus's face eventually.
Yeah.
7 hours and 45 minutes later, he is the winner of Game 6. We are so eager now to hear reactions from both Magnus and Jan. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's been playing fantastically so far in the match, and to get this loss, how devastating is that?
Yeah, even for 130 moves today, he played fantastically. It's devastating, but he knows he has 8 more opportunities to turn it around. It does, however, mean he has to completely rip up his match strategy and start taking more risks. The match is going to completely change now. We were complaining about the draws. I don't think we'll see that many more boring draws. Every match is going to be a complete fight now to the bitter end. And there we see Erik Rosen, a famous photographer.
With a lot of coffees or something.
Yeah.
So, but I totally agree. I mean, this has changed the match quite a lot because they were playing, well, Jan's strategy has been play very solid chess, try to get a small advantage. And, he's even when he gets an advantage against Magnus yesterday, he wasn't really converting. So I think he has to try a little bit more dangerous style now. He has to take more risks. So the match could really open up. Wow. We could get much more attacking chess, many more decisive results.
Yeah, he's got to go to plan B, right?
Yeah.
Definitely plan A has been thrown out of the window. And tomorrow he will be playing with the white pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge game for Jan Nepomniachtchi. We are waiting for the players to arrive to get reactions now quickly after the game. And Magnus Carlsen, he's probably taking a minute here. Do you think he needs to calm himself down? Is it a huge win for him?
Yeah, I think both players will need a long time to calm down now. Meanwhile, he is smiling, flanked by his friend there, another Magnus.
A big smile on the world champion's face after 6 games. He is now in the lead. He's first going to give a few comments in Norwegian to Norwegian television. And then we're going to hear from Magnus, who is now in the lead in Dubai. He must be...
ecstatic.
Yeah, ecstatic.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you've got to not get too carried away because you've won a game, but there's so many more games to go. You can't be like, have a little celebration, but then basically bring yourself back down again because it's not over yet, of course, the competition.
Yeah, and people talk about classical chess, whether it's still viable, whether it's still entertaining, but there's definitely a beauty in that kind of brutality. I'm hoping this type of game kind of inspires the next generation to really appreciate classical chess and understand that it's not just about the moves, it's about the mentality, it's about the stamina, it's about everything. And yeah, this is a one-in-a-lifetime type of game. We know it now. I mean, world record-breaking game.
And with the big questions before the match, Magnus getting them all the time about his motivation, and is he still as good of a player, and is he still as motivated? And to win the game like he did today in that super classical Magnus Carlsen way, what kind of an answer is that, David?
I think we can't ask that question anymore.
No.
Motivation is definitely not a factor for Magnus. And I mean, who else would sit there for 7.5 hours grinding in such a difficult game?
Yeah.
He's the champion for a reason, and impressive.
And very, very shortly, we're going to get the first comment from Magnus in Dubai with Tanya. I'm so eager to hear. what he feels right now and maybe how tired he is or how ecstatic he is.
What a game.
And here we are.
A very unexpected opening, a great fight, time scramble. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, now obviously I'm exhausted, but after a win, those are not easy to come by. Then I'm obviously elated.
136 moves, over 8 hours of play. Magnus, how do you do it? What did you do better than Jan today?
I think I was maybe a little more patient towards the end. I did feel at some point he was losing his patience a little bit, defending that ending. He was not being quite as vigilant as he was at the start, and that sort of gave me some hope. And eventually, it gave me the chance to break through.
And was there a decisive moment?
I don't know, but it felt like at the end when I got in E6, and maybe there was still some miracle defense there, but it didn't really feel that way. But at that point I felt very, very good about my chances.
Congratulations.
Magnus Carlsen, tired, but obviously very, very happy. And we're also gonna check in with Rune, who's at a different area at the Dubai Expo. What is the mood like in Dubai right now, Rune? Are you tired? Are you excited? How are you feeling?
Well, I guess I'm tired. Like, my body is probably tired, but the adrenaline just rushing through my body. What a game! What a game! It's historical, it beats records, and it's like, at the times, like, everything about the game. Like, everybody here also at the press conference, like the technical crew, the friendly but dubious characters, and the other journalists, has just been on the edge of our seats. These are the seats of where Jan and Magnus are going to sit in just a little while. We will have to be friendly to them, not ask them too long-winded questions, because they must be, how can they feel now? Like, imagine, like, for 7.5 hours and breaking the records. Yeah, well, it is the mood. Everybody here has just been, like, sometimes screaming at the screen, like, oh, play this. And I mean, it's just, what a game. It has been. Well, I'm tired for sure, but this has been like one of the most fantastic days as a chess fan that I can remember, really, seriously. How are you guys feeling in the studio?
I think much of the same, Rune. Yeah, much of the same. What a day and what a game of chess. And we're super excited to hear your questions now at the press conference. Of course, also hear from Jan Nepomniachtchi, who I bet is very, very disappointed right now. All right, we're going to breathe for a few minutes, then I'm going to analyze this game, and then we're going to head to the press conference to also hear from Jan Nepomniachtchi. But first, a few minutes of commercial break.
Today, more than ever, when the world comes together to create a better tomorrow.
It's going to be magic.
La magie. Magic.
Magic with music.
With architecture.
With colors.
Magic with celebration. With your safety.
From here.
There.
And everywhere.
For 6 whole months, day and night.
Join the making of a new world, starting October 1st.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember, who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And I remember my name. I remember my name. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content. Playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
Welcome back, everyone, to Chess 24 Global. 8 hours ago, Game 6 started in Dubai. And after 7 hours and 45 minutes, Magnus Carlsen was the winner. What a dramatic game it was as well, leading up to the time control at 40 moves. Huge drama. Jan Nepomniachtchi was winning. Magnus was winning. They were about to run out of time. And then they pushed for a world record. Longest world championship game ever played. Looked like a draw, but Magnus kept pushing, eventually winning it. It's going to be hard to analyze this game, David. So many moments.
It's going to be hard to analyze. I guess we should just focus on the end, just the decisive moment where Magnus finally crashed through the Nepomniachtchi defenses. And it did arise here with the Black Queen attacking the White Rook. And instead of moving this rook, this is a world champion type of move. He ignored it. He just pushed his pawn forward. And now the Queen, if it does take the rook, would be forked by a nasty knight check. That wasn't the end of the flashiness, though. After the Black Queen just sidestepped one square, Magnus found the killer blow. Instead of defending his rook, instead of defending the pawn, he just moved the rook forward 2 squares, allowing this pawn to be captured, and this would have ended in a nice forcing variation. And this is the reason we all study endgames, so that we know what to head for. A knight check would have ended in a fork, and after the king takes the rook, knight takes queen, we would end up in a pawn endgame. And here, only one move would win for white, but it would be sufficient. The king would march forward, the black king steps back, and again, only one move wins for white, but it is enough. The white king would seize the opposition. This is what we call the opposition. I recommend going on Chessball, searching for this in endgame courses, and now black's king would be forced to give way. If it goes to this side, the white king sneaks forward. If the king goes to the other side, the white king sneaks forward as well, and eventually this pawn would make a new queen. Magnus saw this all in advance, and with his rook move, he clinched the day. We saw the king sidestep, and the final blow was this knight jump, with the idea that the queen checking would not cause any problems for the white king. White's king is actually destined to hide in front of its knight, and that is why Nepomniachtchi resigned, because once the king gets here, this pawn push is inevitable, making a new queen. What a game, what a finish, and yeah, I'm just so appreciative that we could be here to watch it.
Chess is the winner today, but so is Magnus Carlsen. Yeah. All right, I think we actually have a score sheet, kind of, from this game. To take a look at the scores so far in the World Championship match. So after those first 5 games, ending up with draws, Magnus Carlsen wins Game 6. 8 games remain in the World Championship match 2021 to decide a winner. That means Jan Nepomniachtchi has to win a game at some point to make a comeback in this one. And of course, many of these draws And especially when Magnus had the white pieces, he was struggling so hard to get Jan Nepomniachtchi out of his opening preparations. Is this also one of the, is it a huge victory also for Magnus Carlsen's team, finally getting Jan Nepomniachtchi out of the opening?
Yeah, definitely. They were the one to launch the first surprise. I mean, I must say, Jan Nepomniachtchi handled that stage very, very well. And in fact, he wrestled the initiative from Magnus Carlsen. It was in the middle game where things got really foggy and murky. That's when Magnus just turned things around.
All right, let's head to Dubai. Press conference about to start.
The first victory, photographers, to start cameras, and also for the journalists, as a reminder, when you ask your questions, please keep your mask on and do not touch the microphones at the side of the room. First question for you, Magnus. Were you aware of the fact that this is the longest World Championship game in history? And how do you feel at this moment, breaking through, winning this game after not having won a game in over 5 years?
Yeah, I think I had the previous record as well, probably, against Anand, although that wasn't nearly as many hours. And
actually, it was Korchnoi Karpov.
It was Korchnoi Karpov still. Yeah, the one where he tried to win with the bishop and wrong pawn. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, that's yeah. Somebody told me after the game. Obviously, I'm elated to get this result. Was never easy, nor, I mean, frankly, should it be. And there was a lot of the same emotions as the game that I won against Karyakin, where it was just a marathon there as well. So, but yeah, obviously huge.
Were you surprised in the opening? It seemed like you played this move b5 and you froze for some time.
Yeah, I did. I couldn't remember the lines properly there, so from there on, I had to kind of invent things over the board. Any case, I think after that, it was fairly balanced most of the time.
Jan, congratulations on a tough fight. I know this is not the result you wanted, of course. But can you contextualize the struggle that the game was and your feelings about it?
Yeah, well, basically, I felt like I should try to play for more than a draw after the opening, because I felt like, okay, these two bishops is nice, but I mean, somehow I thought like maybe 5 and d4 instead of knight d4 would be interesting, but it would be like very, very unclear. So, I mean, in general, it was pretty equal game, yeah, but during the first time trouble, I guess, it started to go a little bit wrong for me. And then, of course, this queen e4 was unnecessary, just like play king, g6, king d7, and this is like very likely a draw. But, I mean, anyway, I would say that Magnus managed to capitalize on very few chances he got. He got this game, so that's like very nice of him. But in general, I believe even this queen against knight and rook and two pawns should be a draw. But yeah, once you play, it's basically blitz. It's, if you don't know the correct setup as black, and if you maybe misplace your queen a little bit, it becomes tricky already.
Can you speak to the level of fatigue that you feel at the moment after such a long game?
Well, obviously it wasn't the most pleasant game, but I mean, anyway, life goes on, so it's not a big deal.
Magnus, you're famously fit, but this definitely tests your endurance.
Sure, but I think that's the way it is. As I said, it shouldn't be easy in a World Championship match, and you have to try for every chance, no matter how small it is. And part of it was by design at some point that I thought I should make the game as long as possible, so that we would both be as tired as possible when the critical moment came, and yeah, that turned out to be a good strategy.
Don't want to ask about too many moves, but there was a moment in the game you played rook d1 when you could have played rook c to c2, which looked after he played bishop b2. Did you see this move as a possible winning chance for you, or did you think about the move?
Sorry, what was that? So I played rook d1?
You played rook c5, you played queen d6, you played rook d1, and you had rook c2 attacking his bishop, and you had a chance after bishop a3 to play for knight f4 and rook d7, etc. Was a strong attack.
Knight f4, if he takes on b4?
The queen's on d6, so his queen's under attack after knight f4.
Yeah, so...
and then rook d7?
Take
rook
d7. The queen? Yeah, okay. Rook d7. Yeah, it could be. That was not on my radar. I was trying to play... no, I mean, as a matter of fact, when I went for this rook d1, I just missed queen d7. And then I thought I would be in time to go rook b4 and eliminate those pawns. So that was more an oversight than anything else. Maybe if I'd seen that didn't work, I would have gone for the other option. But yeah, it was far from obvious just to give up your whole queen side like that. But yeah, maybe it wins. I don't know.
All right, we will go to the questions by the journalists. Please.
Hello, Rakesh from chess.com India here. Firstly, congratulations, Magnus. You're the first player in recent history to win a world championship game over two days, because the game started yesterday. And my question is, this was your 51st game at world championship, like in a match. So how much of that experience helps in these long games and wins?
I feel like today was more about experience from playing long games in general, but yeah, I would say the game today, yeah, it had little to do with World Championship experience or pressure. I don't particularly think so. Thank you.
Une from Chess24, congratulations to Magnus. You won Game 6 today, also against Vichy. 2 times you won Game 6, and historically in World Championship matches, Game 6 has seen a unusually high number of decisive results. Is there something about getting to this point in the match that pushes these decisive results, you think?
Well, that's news to me. So, yeah, I think it's pretty random since a lot of matches have been a lot longer as well, and so it's not about it being a midpoint of the match. Maybe it's yeah, I don't know. I think it's pretty random.
Okay, thank you.
Mike Klein with chess.com. My question is primarily for Magnus, but Jan, you can step in if you'd like. This game was almost like its own mini-series, and the first episode was that first time control where you didn't have an increment. What was the mood like inside the room? Could you feel a little bit of extra tension, you being in this situation for the first time, Magnus?
Oh, for sure. But I think that's the way it's supposed to be. There should be that added element of intrigue with the clock. So obviously it's not entirely pleasant, but yeah, I think it's appropriate. Yeah.
Nicholas from Aftenposten in Norway. This was a very long game. Does it give you extra pleasure, Magnus, to win after such a long time?
Yes.
Short answers, I can understand that. Yeah. There was a time, Magnus, where you were both like really low on the clock, and it seemed the position still required a lot of precision. How much were you able to calculate, and how much were you did you need to rely on intuition in a position like that? No.
Yeah, I would say the last few moves before the time control, I was mainly guessing. I mean, I had 3 minutes left, and then I was hit with a bit of a nasty surprise and that I hadn't seen. So
there was not much time.
My question is for both the players. One of the most critical moments of the game was when Jan played rook c8 and Magnus took on c8. There was also a possibility to play b4 at that point. Jan, why did you decide to play rook c8 there? And did you think the position, that was a good decision? And Magnus, what is your opinion on that?
Well, rook c8 was, I believe, a little bit unnecessary, but I guess Black has a very nice play there, so at some point it became...
All right, they're getting into some deep dive analyzation, and if you want to keep watching the press conference, you can do that at the Chess24 Deep Dive broadcast together with the great Judith Polgar. But I like Magnus's answer. Is it extra nice to win it after a long game? Yes, and a big smile.
Yeah, and it was a big surprise to me, actually, that Magnus revealed it was part of his strategy. He said, I wanted to play as long as possible. I'll get tired, but he'll get tired too. And, yeah, at least Jan knows that strategy now, so maybe he'll try and shorten the games over the next few days.
Yeah. And you did see Jan, apparently, you know, on the side of the picture there, when Magnus said it, like, whoa, okay. Will that have Jan kind of hungry for revenge after a comment like that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think, to be fair, Jan was really good in that press conference. I mean,
yeah.
I was amazed, actually, how well he took it, because it's incredibly painful. He's lost a really long game. He was doing well, and he said, yeah, it's OK. I'm going to get on with the next one. So really good attitude from him in general. And I'm expecting something quite special tomorrow. He's got the white pieces. He's going to go for it. He played brilliant chess for a long part today. And he's, you know, again, it's a cliche, but he's got a lot of good things to take away from that game. He played great for 40 moves. He just missed a couple of chances. So let's see what he can do tomorrow.
And I guess it starts in less than 16 hours. Game 7. Jovanka, what is it about for Jan and his team now?
It's just about recovering. I mean, it was a really painful loss. You know, it was super long, super exhausting, and his team have to make sure that Jan tomorrow is 100% fighting fit. And to do that, they're going to have to pull all the tricks from the book, and everything that they've thought about, they need to put that into practice now. And I definitely think Plan B needs to be put into operation.
Oof. David, what do you expect from Game 7?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see fireworks on the board. I'd love to see Jan throw everything at Magnus. But actually, from a pragmatic point of view, maybe he shouldn't necessarily take too many risks. If he's on tilt, if things start to spiral out of control, if he's not kind of fully at his 100% energy, things could go wrong for him tomorrow, even though he has white. So I'm expecting him to maybe just continue the same strategy we've seen from him, apply a little bit of pressure. If it's a draw tomorrow, that's fine, but he's survived. And I think Jan, he just needs to avoid a defeat in the next 2 days when he's vulnerable.
All right. Magnus Nepo, prediction challenge. This gives me some points. I did predict a win for Magnus Carlsen, but only 50 moves. Far away.
Yeah, I think none of us got the correct number of moves. I'm not sure anyone in the world would have got that number of moves correctly.
Yeah.
But yeah, a Magnus win, and he's hoping for more decisive results.
Yeah, and everyone head into magnusnepo.com and leave your predictions for Game 7. We will be back in 15 hours and 15 minutes with build-up for Game 7. Game 6 ended with a win for the world champion, the challenger. Now has to make a comeback. Thank you so much to everyone around the world for being with us for this exciting game. And I hope you will get a good night's sleep and be back with us tomorrow. Bye.